Alright, you and I are diving into the story of our main character, a fitness streamer named Choi Kang Hook. With massive muscles that the ladies love, he pulls in 7 million per month, but still lives in a 7-story mansion. But from lifting way too heavy, the doctor says he has terminal health issues and only 36 days to live. Not wanting to quit, he spends his last days going solo as hard as possible. On his 18th session, he literally kicks the bucket and gets reincarnated as a little monk in the Shaolin temple. Obsessed with fitness, he builds his own gym gear and mixes it with Shaolin arts, punching the abbot until he is bloody. Okay, no more spoilers. Let us begin now. Inside a staff room at a gym center in Gangnam, a massive muscular man is busy live streaming to his fans. He shouts out with energy, "Good to see you, my degenerate legion. This is the Extreme Fitness channel from Kang Húc Gym. Today's mukbang, based on your requests, is the legendary combo of honey glazed chicken and a cold beer. Just looking at it makes my muscles feel like they're shrinking, but let's eat." He starts shoving fried chicken into his mouth. He can't help but yell out, "This is actually amazing time for a huge sip of beer." Looking at that physique, anyone can tell Choi Kang-hook is a man absolutely obsessed with his health and fitness. But he wasn't born a gym addict. There is a specific reason why he became such a fanatic for the iron. It happened once when he stopped training, his body became so weak that even walking felt like a major chore. He suffered a serious accident while serving in the special forces and had to undergo intense physical therapy to recover his basic functions. He mastered 12 health routines like yoga, gym, and Pilates, even studying nutrition and dieting on his own to fix himself. Before he knew it, everyone was calling him a fitness addict. No, they called him the expert recovery coach, Choi Kang Hook. The sweat you pour into building a solid foundation will never betray you. He has a degree in physical therapy from Hanguk University and holds national certifications as a therapist and recovery massage technician. The Extreme Fitness channel of Choi Kang Hook, the man voted as the nation's favorite health coach. So, why is this fitness guru doing a mukbang at his own center? Damn it, it might kill my gains, but it tastes so good. Now, here is the part you and I need to see: the secret struggle behind those giant muscles during a pandemic. That damn coronavirus. Lockdown rules restricted gym hours, making it impossible to pay the bills for a gym that was closed for months. Choi Kang Hook became a YouTuber out of desperation, but the profit wasn't enough to maintain 5 different gym locations. Thinking about his situation, he starts tearing up. Fans immediately flood the chat asking if Kang Hook is actually crying. "Wait, why are you crying? Did you lose your muscles? Stay strong, man." He tries to stay composed, so they don't worry. Kang Hook quickly pulls himself together and prepares to end the stream, putting a bright smile back on his face. Alright, my degenerate legion. See you all in tomorrow's broadcast. Remember to like and subscribe, and thank you all for being here. The moment the stream turns off, his entire attitude shifts 180 degrees. He sighs in anxiety. "Man, I am already dreading tomorrow. I just ate 2 calorie bombs with that chicken and beer combo." He wants to work out, but his body is stressed from the alcohol. He decides to just call it a night and rest. Okay, I know what you're thinking. A gym rat resting. Well, let's look at the diagnosis that changed everything. Kang Hook looked like he was struck by lightning, his face turning pale. Wait, say what now? The doctor explained that while his body looked strong, it was on the verge of exploding internally due to extreme stress. He told him that he had to cut down on his work hours and relax, or else. Kang Hook nervously asked, "Or else what?" And the doctor confidently replied, "You will lose every single hair on your head." The only word in his head was bald. He started imagining himself with a shiny, hairless dome and couldn't believe it. No way. If I go bald, I will be single for the rest of my life. He kept seeing visions of people laughing at his head. The doctor added, "I will prescribe medicine, but the most important thing is reducing stress and getting some regular rest." No matter how stubborn he was, he had to listen. He leaned against the wall, wondering how he was supposed to rest. Rest, what am I even supposed to do? He was always buried in work or training. Suddenly, having free time left him bored until an idea popped into his head. He quickly opened his phone and started scrolling. "Not this one. Oh, this looks pretty good, actually." He realized he had forgotten about the martial arts novels he used to love so much when he was just a kid. And trust me, you and I are about to see how these old books lead to the most insane reincarnation ever. Alright, you and I are diving into a story that starts with happy childhood memories until he stops at a page that changes everything. Is that the author Ga King, the mastermind behind Return of the Mad Demon and other legendary martial arts hits? Wow, these are all his favorites. Could this be a brand new release? Kang Hook clicks on the title, his curiosity getting the best of him. It is called Shaolin God, a tale about Wu Chen, a monk who creates an entirely new path for martial artists through his own discipline. Might as well give it a read. But the second he starts, his eyes practically pop out of his head in pure shock. Oh, this is actually good. Kang Húc starts grinning like a madman, thinking about how incredibly fun this story is turning out to be. This is exactly what he needed to melt the stress away. It has been way too long since he had a chance to relax like this. Feeling like a kid lost in his favorite hobby again, Kang Hook slowly lets his heavy eyelids close and drifts off into a deep sleep. Stick with me here because a strange light erupts from his phone and he suddenly wakes up to a mysterious voice calling his name. Wujan Wujan, wake up, you have to get moving or you are going to miss the morning training session. Hearing about exercise makes him bolt upright, shouting about morning training, but then he just freezes. He is staring at a bald head and the most bizarre outfit. The young boy in front of him starts waving his arms, urging him to hurry up because they are already the last ones left. Everyone is gone, and they are about to get scolded. Kang Hook turns pale, wondering how on earth this kid broke into his house. Who is this brat? And more importantly, why is his head so shiny and bald? The boy just looks at him, totally confused by his reaction. Why are you calling me a kid? I am older and taller than you. Kang Hook jumps back, shocked that this kid thinks he is the taller one. He is 180 centimeters tall, 90 kilograms of muscle, and can deadlift 650 pounds in a single rep. This is Choi Chang Hook, a pro fitness trainer and former Special Forces soldier. He cautiously reaches out and puts a hand on the boy's shoulder. Look, kid, are your eyes broken? You break into my home and then start talking all this nonsense? This is my house. But then he actually looks around. The room he is in is completely different from anything he recognizes. This is not his apartment at all. He frantically rubs his head, looks down at his strange clothes, and lets out a terrified scream. Why am I suddenly bald too? Where am I? This place looks like an old house from a historical drama. And wait, that kid just called me Wuchen. That name is so familiar. It is the protagonist from the novel he was just reading. How am I Wuchen? What is happening? More importantly, where are my muscles? I was just reading a story and fell asleep in my own room. This makes zero sense. After a moment, he yells out again. This has to be a dream. He used to have weird, vivid dreams like this when he was little. The boy just stands there staring. What are you babbling about? We are going to be late for the morning training session. Move it. Realizing he might as well play along, Kang Hu stands up. Fine, fine, I am coming. Sorry about that. Let's go. Since it is just a dream, he decides that even being bald is a cute look. The two of them head out before they get in trouble. All right, then, if this is a dream, I am going to enjoy every second of being this Wu Chen character. Let's do this. But as soon as they reach the training grounds, a furious voice booms out. Late on your very first day, get in line right now. The boy beside him trembles and rushes into the formation, bowing his head and apologizing to the angry instructor. Kang Hook is impressed by how real this dream feels. Then the teacher yells for everyone to begin the horse stance. You mean squats. Now watch this closely because as he looks at the other students, he notices something that makes his trainer instincts scream. If they keep training like that, their knees are going to snap. As a fitness expert, he knows lower body stability is everything. To a man who lives for proper form, seeing people focus only on their upper bodies is a nightmare. They are ignoring the core. What he is seeing right now is absolute madness. It is the kind of training that ruins a body rather than building it up. Their feet are way too wide. They need to lower their waist naturally and keep their posture balanced, or they will be crippled. As a professional trainer, he cannot stay silent. The teacher keeps shouting that the lower body is the foundation of all martial arts. Wujin screams internally, if you actually know that, then why are you teaching them to do it so horribly wrong? The man walks through the disciples, lecturing them that without a solid center of gravity, their strikes will never have any real power. He cannot take it anymore. He's looking at kids who haven't even mastered basic posture being told absolute lies about how to move. Unfortunately for the teacher, our guy is not the type to ignore dangerous form. Even if this is a dream, he is reaching his limit. You and I are about to see him lose it. Hey, you people don't know a single thing about real exercise. Every head in the courtyard snaps toward him. The other disciples freeze in place, their eyes wide with absolute disbelief at his guts. The kid from earlier leans in and whispers frantically in his ear, Wu Chen, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? The teacher stomps over and points a finger right in his face. You brat, how dare you speak up during training, making excuses to be lazy? How can you call yourself a Shaolin monk if you can't even hold a stance? Wuchen stepped back, trembling. All right, you and I are about to see if our main character has the guts to talk back to these legends. He risked everything and stared them down. If it is wrong, it is wrong. He refused to be broken by them. This still beats dealing with rude customers. An angry Shaolin monk stomped over, pointing a finger right in his face. You are a Shaolin disciple, yet you dare claim the temple's sacred training methods are completely wrong. The fear was gone, replaced by pure excitement. This dream feels so real, might as well talk like a master too. He answered calmly, yes. If you keep training like this, your knees will be destroyed by the time you're old. But the monk just sneered in contempt. That is nothing but a pathetic and weak excuse for the lazy ones. What he fired back instantly. Are you sure about that, master? Isn't martial arts something the weak learn specifically to sharpen their spirit? Yet you say the weak cannot train. That is a contradiction. The monk was speechless. Luckily, another master quickly stepped in to save his brother from the embarrassment. Our martial arts are different. We refine ourselves to reach the Buddhist path and become true disciples of the Buddha. Wooden fired right back. Oh, really? Now, here is where our main character really starts to push their buttons. Pay close attention to this next part. Not at all. It means we make the body suffer to build true and lasting spiritual discipline. The human spirit is weak and always seeks comfort. In hard times, it is easy to give in to weak thoughts. This is spiritual training through raw physical endurance, forcing the body to face the hardest conditions first to grow. Wuchen went silent, then smirked. So I guess this spiritual training is only for the young and healthy then? They screamed at him in a rage. What kind of nonsense are you spewing right now? He stood his ground, speaking out boldly. Exactly what you just said. The monk flinched back in pure shock. You said that to build the spirit. It doesn't matter if you ruin your knees while you are still very young. Meaning that once your body is broken and you're old, you don't need to suffer anymore, right? So a little pain now means instant enlightenment. Later, the young disciples began whispering. He has a very good point. The master's face darkened. Suddenly, Wu Zhen pointed his finger at a monk, making everyone jump in fear. How long has that monk over there been suffering? He is old and still hasn't reached the Buddha path yet. You and I both know he just crossed a major line. Let's see if he survives this next moment. The monk took a deep breath and released a thunderous roar. Everyone, including Wu Chen, covered their ears in terror. He realized with a shiver that this was a powerful and legendary first-generation disciple. The tension was suffocating. The master stepped closer, his voice cold. I have heard every single word you said. The younger disciples say martial arts are just tools to reach the Buddha path, helping all believers. But our martial arts are completely and utterly different. Wujen swallowed hard, his voice trembling. How exactly are they different from the others? The master explained calmly. Our martial arts exist to protect and save all beings from evil and demons that disturb them. Wujen remained stubborn. So you are saying you destroy your knees just to protect the world? The master looked down at him, his eyes filled with pure anger and silent disgust. This kid will ruin the other disciples if I let this slide. But a master cannot just scold a newcomer. Having decided, he raised a finger and offered a challenge that would change everything forever. If you think Shaolin training is wrong, then prove it. Wuzhen blinked. Prove it, but how? Since you claim our way is wrong, you must know the right way. Defeat a disciple who trains our way. You have been training with us. Wuzhen gulped. Wait, do I have to fight you, master? The master replied, Of course not. You will fight a new disciple to keep things fair. A disciple shouted and stepped forward. The master spoke. I will give you one chance to prove your words. You have 1 week. Train your way, then face this disciple in a duel to see who is truly right. Wuzhen froze. Just by looking at him, that guy is in a completely different weight class from me. How is this fair? So, what do you and I think? Is he doomed, or is this the start of something legendary? Stick with me. Let's dive in. You and I are about to see just how bold our main character can be when he stands his ground. He answers with iron determination. Kang Húc sneers, thinking there is no way a brat like this can outsmart him. Just wait a week and see. The uncle grits his teeth and turns away, muttering that Vochan chose the hard way. Amitabha. He shouts the order to the other disciples, and the brutal training session begins once again. A young monk runs over, worried, asking why Vochan did that. But the uncle barks at him to get back in line. The kid jumps in fright and obeys instantly. Everyone else just glares at Vochan with pure hatred. Who does that kid think he is? Just wait 7 days and then we will see him crawl back in shame. Exactly as the uncle demanded, Vochan sticks to his unique routine for a full week, standing out from the crowd. He catches his breath after a set, but suddenly someone approaches and starts yelling at him. Pay attention here, because even when a teacher screams at him for his weird movements, our guy doesn't flinch one bit. He asks if the monk has a problem with the granduncle's orders. Talk about having nerves of steel. Annoyed by the back talk, the teacher tries to teach him a lesson, but the grand uncle steps in to stop it. Let it go, I already made a promise to the boy. Left with no choice, the teacher begrudgingly backs off. Yes, I understand. Finally, no one is blocking his path to training the right way with proper form. Vo Chan lets out a sigh of relief. He smiles at the other disciples who are in pain from their incorrect stances. This traditional training is honestly so boring. Training like that is just going to ruin everyone's knees. How can you even practice martial arts like this? You are just tearing your tendons. I cannot even watch. Everyone is going to break at this rate. The uncle hears everything but stays silent because of his oath. His face turns dark with rage as he turns his back. He decides to just grit his teeth and ignore it. Amitabha. 2 hours later, the training finally ends, and everyone is allowed to go rest and recover. Volot calls out to him, saying it is time to eat. Vochan immediately perks up and runs over. Now you and I know that post workout hunger, but wait until you see what is on the menu. Trouble is brewing. His face goes pale looking at the table. Just a bowl of rice, some greens, and a few tiny buns. He cannot believe his eyes. Is this really the reward for such intense training? Is this the famous Shaolin diet? Why is it all just vegetables? I mean, I get it, it is a temple, but come on. Vo Chan sits there in a daze until the sudden loud chant for everyone to begin eating snaps him back. He is totally new to this whole monk lifestyle, so the surprise on his face is pretty obvious. How am I supposed to survive without protein? He mutters to himself that the portions are tiny too. Suddenly he catches a scent and gasps. This food smells even worse than it looks. I cannot eat this. Don't do this to me. Where is the meat? Vegetables are just vegetables no matter how you cook them. I guess I have to eat something just to stay alive, otherwise my body will just give up. But the anger boils over. The atmosphere around him turns gloomy until he finally snaps and starts a scene. Is this child abuse or something? His loud shouting immediately grabs the attention of the senior monks. They yell back in fury, demanding to know who is making all that noise during a silent meal. Vo Chan refuses to back down. How can he survive on this after training so hard? The monks slam the table. What is your problem? Everyone else is eating fine. You have been annoying me since this morning, you brat. I am going to have to punish you myself for this disrespect. Get ready for a lesson. Seeing their intense reaction, he feels a bit guilty, but his brain is still screaming in protest. They might be used to this, but I am not. Training like a beast without proper fuel is a death sentence. I cannot just accept this. If things stay like this, there is no way I can survive in Shaolin. Suddenly, the door swings open and a loud laugh echoes through the hall, making everyone turn their heads. Among gasps in shock, it is Uncle Hien Van the man waves, saying he just heard the noise while passing. He is the one in charge of the Shaolin kitchens. He kindly asks if the training was too exhausting for him. If there isn't enough food, he offers to have someone bring out a second helping for the boy. His gentle voice calms him down. He politely says the food is enough. And trust me, you and I are going to love what happens next. All right, stick with me because we are about to see what happens when a modern guy wakes up as a Shaolin monk. The abbot asks why he is being so noisy, thinking children just need a good listener. But the next words out of our main character's mouth leave the abbot and everyone else in the room completely frozen. I need to supplement my protein intake. Uncle, do you think the kitchen has any chicken breast available? The master's face immediately twists in confusion while everyone else jumps up in total shock. What on earth is he talking about? Volot rushes over, panic written all over his face. Hey, are you okay? Has your brain finally stopped working today? He just yells back, frustrated. I told you I need more nutrients in my meals. But then he stops. He starts thinking seriously what is going to happen to my body in this place. Something feels very strange. After that brutal training, the smell of food is so strong. If this is a dream, it feels way too real. Could this actually be reality? Wait, so I am really a monk in the Shaolin temple now. If that is the case, my protein request definitely breaks every religious rule. Realizing how bad the situation is, he immediately bows his head to admit his mistake. Forgive me, master. I was just exhausted from training and let my mind wander. I am truly sorry for being so disrespectful. Master Hianwan sighs in relief watching him. He thinks the kid just pushed himself too hard and started talking total nonsense. Suddenly, he looks up with puppy dog eyes and asks if he can at least have some extra beans. The master just stares speechless. All right, here's the part where we see him accept his new life. He is stuck in Shaolin now and he is going to need every bit of protein he can get. A bit later, he is back to being miserable, complaining about having to study Buddhist scriptures after training. How do people even live like this? He accepts he is stuck inside a novel now. The only goal is to find a way back to the real world. Maybe if I finish the story, I can escape. But that sounds like it is going to be incredibly difficult for me. In the book, Vo Chan was described as an absolute martial arts genius. He was a legend at Shaolin, but the other nine great sects had plenty of geniuses too. While lost in thought, he realizes he spilled ink all over his book. A cold chill runs down his spine as he slowly looks up at everyone. This is bad. Every eye in the room is glaring at him with pure hatred. He swallows hard, thinking he is officially the most hated person here. To be fair, I did bring this on myself by causing all that trouble. Still, the only way forward is to defeat them all in combat and force them to recognize my true strength. Meanwhile, the two masters meet. When Tuetang hears the news, he is horrified. Did that kid really say those things? Hien Van confirms it. The kid has a lot of personality, but Tuetang is not having any of it. That is a total violation of Buddhist laws. Hien Van asks what he plans to do with the boy. Tuetang speaks with cold calm. Now you and I need to watch closely here. He decides to let the kid slide for now, but in 1 week, the monk sparring will give him a lesson he won't forget. Hien Van laughs out loud. I see your plan, but he is just a child, so don't be too harsh. But wait, you are really making him fight Wo Kung. Isn't that a bit much? Isn't that kid the absolute best out of all the new Shaolin recruits this year? Every year, the Shaolin Temple opens its gates to select the very best new disciples. Getting in is one thing, but surviving the brutal training schedule is a completely different story. If they learn a few moves but fail to improve, they are sent out into the world to wander as warriors. Only the most powerful ones get to stay at Shaolin to become the future pillars of the temple. If a new disciple gets the elder's attention, they must have incredible talent. Of course, Wo Kung is clearly the most outstanding out of all the newcomers. The promised day finally arrives. Wo Chan and Wo Kung stand in the arena, facing each other with everyone watching. Master Tuetang takes the lead. 1 week has passed just as promised. Both of you prepare to fight. Minutes before the match, Fo Luat asks in confusion, Hey, what on earth are you doing? Wo Chan just sits down. I am just loosening up my joints. Fo Luat does not get it. Then he realizes he needs to use martial arts terms. He explains it is a special technique to stretch the tendons so the body is not caught off guard during intense activities. There are many different postures and ways to warm up to increase muscle flexibility and expand the range of motion for the joints. He tells Vo Luat to try it out. The monk is shocked. Me, you want me to do that? Their strange movements quickly catch the attention of the surrounding disciples. What are they doing? I don't know. Those poses are bizarre. You and I definitely can't miss what happens next. Alright, stick with me because you and I are about to see how a little stretching turns into a total martial arts masterclass. That is it, you are doing great. Vochan thinks to himself that this boy is still young and easy to control. Suddenly, a loud shout erupts from the other side of the training grounds, catching their attention. The sound of continuous fist makes them look over. It is Wokung showing off his power before the match with a massive earth-shaking strike. Everyone is amazed by his skill, shouting about how great he is as his fists make a heavy thumping sound in the air. Vochan starts to worry. If he takes a hit like that, it is over. How can he win in just 1 week? Then a new idea hits him. Wait, if I use that technique, it might work. Master Tuetang watches him, realizing the boy is not just trying to skip training. Even if he is a bit rebellious, it seems like the kid actually wants to practice on his own. One night, Tuetang overheard a strange conversation. Fochan was asking Vo Luat why he was punching a tree of all things. Are you really training to take down Vo Kung with just one single move? Is that the plan? Seeing this makes the master reflect. Why is he obsessed with hitting that tree? Back in the present, the uncle feels a bit sorry for him. He believes Wo Kung is about to prove the boy's entire way of thinking is completely wrong. Meanwhile, Wo Kung is ecstatic, only thinking about how the master is finally watching his every move. He plans to crush the boy to move up in rank, but then he notices Vochan standing in a very bizarre position. Vochan stands up, stretches his back with a long exhale, and calmly asks Tuetang if they are ready to start. This completely irritates both the uncle and Wo Kung. Does this kid think he is tough? The uncle barks as they both step forward. Wokung walks out radiating pure killing intent, determined to show off the results of his 3 months of intense training. Watch closely now because as soon as the signal drops, Wo-chun lunges forward with explosive speed that leaves Wokung completely stunned. What are you doing? Wokung is shocked. He did not expect such a sudden aggressive charge right out of the gate. He prepares his signature move, but Wo-chun is too quick, diving low to avoid the punch entirely and shocking the entire crowd. Wokung tries to follow up, but Wo-chun has already snatched his leg with a firm grip. Wo-chun calculates his move carefully. He knows he cannot use his real deadly martial arts on a fellow student. The techniques he mastered could take a life, so he picks a grappling move that a kid like Wokung can actually survive. He locks him down and slams Kung into the dirt, causing a loud, painful scream to echo across the courtyard. It only took 1 single second for him to suppress his opponent with a brutal arm lock. The masters are left shouting in disbelief. Get out of there! Is the Shaolin disciple really going to give up after just that? They yell at the boy on the ground. The other students are turning pale. No way is Kung really pinned down. Look at his face. He cannot even move. Kung is groaning in pure agony. You and I can see he just cannot believe he has been caught in such a dirty trap. The senior disciples know that even without formal training, that specific position is designed to cause unbearable pain to the opponent's arm. Seeing that he is finished, Fo-chan decides to give him a bit of friendly advice. If you keep fighting it, your arm will snap. Just surrender. The masters, however, continue their relentless shouting. They do not seem to care about Vokung's safety at all. Get up! Do you know who you are fighting? Vo-chan starts teasing him to add to the fear. If I put any more weight on this, your bone is going to break. One slip and you are crippled for life. Just say it. Give up now. Vokung finally reaches his breaking point. Vokung starts sobbing like a little child. Vo-chan panics and lets go, leaving the master standing there with pale, confused faces. Okay, I am letting go. I am sorry I was wrong, Vo-chan says as he quickly backs away from the crying boy. The pale-faced masters look toward Master Tu-tin. What are they supposed to do after a morning match like this? Vo-chan gently massages the other boy's arm, wondering why they make kids fight like this anyway. Vo-chan is the winner. The continuous fist is one of the martial arts techniques from the eight extremities style. It relies on fists, elbows, and shoulders as primary weapons to crush an opponent. It is built to suppress enemies with high speed and power at close range. Kung was the most skilled practitioner of this style among the novices. However, that very same prideful technique was just crushed by a strange little monk using a bizarre grappling move that nobody had seen before. Because of that humiliating defeat, Kung is still sitting there whimpering from the pain in his arm. You are so mean. You are dirty. Vo-chan is confused as Kung just keeps crying about how he charged in immediately. He just keeps wailing that it was not a real fight. Trust me, you and I have just witnessed the birth of a very unconventional legend. Alright, stick with me because we are about to see a genius monk break every single rule in the legendary Shaolin book. Okay, I know our little Kung is super talented. Vo-chan chuckles while the kid sniffles and insists. His name is just Kung. Oh, is that how it is? Suddenly, the elders chime in, claiming that what the boy said actually makes a lot of sense. Vo Chan whips around and in shock. Wait, what? These old monks are actually trying to find reasons to downplay his clear victory. They argue that a Shaolin duel requires Shaolin moves and he broke the rules. Vo Chan just thinks, are you guys serious right now? What kind of lame forced excuse is this? One elder demands to know why he did not use the standard continuous fist technique. Vo Chan explains his side quickly. Is he being framed? He says using that specific fist would mean trading blows back and forth forever. If we did that, both of us would have ended up badly hurt. I chose a move meant for restraint, which is basic martial arts etiquette. I might have made him cry, but I totally suppressed him without causing a single actual injury to his body. The elders refuse to listen and keep scolding him. You are being stubborn. You did not use Shaolin martial art. Is that not true? Vo-chan loses his patience and fires back. You uncles are the ones being stubborn here. That definitely shuts them all up fast. What they all freeze in pure disbelief. Now pay attention because the masters are realizing a complete rookie just dismantled their legendary technique with zero formal training. Even if they hate to admit it, their top student was totally outclassed by a total beginner using a very strange style. We are just being petty now. If this continues, people will start having serious doubts about the power of Shaolin martial arts altogether. In the worst case scenario, every single disciple from this new class might end up leaving the Shaolin temple for good. Master Tuetin, what do we do? All the elders turn to him, but they are shocked to see him wearing a very kind smile. Wait, is the master actually smiling? What is he thinking? Tuetin then calls out to young Vo-chan. He politely answers. The master asks him, is it true that you used that specific technique to suppress him without causing any physical harm? Bochan nods. Yes, that is correct. Tuitin beams and declares that since his intent aligns with Shaolin values, the victory belongs to Vo-chan. He won fair and square. Everyone stands there with their eyes wide and ears open. Did the great master really just acknowledge his win that easily? But Tuetin continues saying his technique only worked because his opponent is still at a very amateur street fighter level. Wokung flinches at being called an amateur. The master explains that we train to suppress truly evil monsters and ruthless criminals with high skills. I will personally show you the true essence of Shaolin power, the kind we use to stand against the most wicked enemies in existence. Tooting orders. Bring the stone out here. The monks shout in unison and comply. Moments later, they drag out a massive boulder and slam it onto the ground. Vo Chan and the disciples watch with wide eyes. Rumor says the master once shattered a rock like that with one fist. We are seeing it. Wow, the master steps up to the stone and declares, "Watch closely." This is the true devastating power of the continuous fist you are learning. With that, the master takes a deep breath, snaps his eyes open, and clenches his fist with incredible intensity. You and I both know what is coming. Tuitin unleashes a glowing, high powered punch straight into the heart of that massive boulder. A split second later, deep cracks begin to spread as the rock starts caving in right where his fist connected. The entire boulder shatters into tiny pieces. The disciples are absolutely awestruck. Did you see that? Did you actually just see that? That rock was bigger than a person, and it is just dust now. Master Tueting is truly on another level. This is real power. If we train hard, can we do that too? Even Wochan is standing there with his mouth hanging wide open in shock. His eyes sparkle with pure excitement. Wow, so this is it. This is what they call real martial arts. But what does that mean? One palm to pierce mountains, one sword to fell hundreds, and one single punch to make an enemy literally explode into thin air. Wait, explode? Wo-chan suddenly stops. He raises his hand and asks, Master Tuetin, was not this supposed to be a technique for restraint? The master looks at him totally confused, but simply answers, Yes, it is. Wo-chan turns pale and points at the rubble. But that rock is completely pulverized. It took just one hit from you and literally turned into tiny pebbles on the ground. The master looks down at the mess, and the rest of the disciples go completely silent. The atmosphere gets super awkward, but everyone secretly agrees with what Wo-chan just said. He is right, isn't he? A strange silence falls. On that same morning, we hear the voice of Master Tuethan, the head of the Arhat Hall in charge of education. Tuethan's master speaks up. So, according to what you are saying, that boy Wo-chan suppressed his opponent with just one single move. Tuethan sits up straight and confirms it. Tuethan strokes his chin. That is definitely not a simple child we are dealing with. Tutin awkwardly admits that despite being stubborn, he is the most dedicated student of all, and trust me, you and I just witnessed the rise of a genius. Alright, you and I are about to see if Tuetan's theory about training punches to find a solution is true. Are you really that worried? Tuetin nods, sweating. What if the kid is a spy from the demonic cult? If he is a spy, then Wo-chan is definitely struggling to keep up with these basic lectures. Namo Amitabha. What on earth are you talking about right now if the boy really is a spy? Tuetan immediately interrupts. I doubt it. Most spies would not do something so obvious to draw everyone's attention like that. But Tueting is still suspicious, thinking he might be using that exact reverse psychology on them. Tuetan calms him down, saying the boy is just a new disciple. If we watch him, we will know if he is special. Suddenly, Tuetan's eyes light up as he remembers something. Perhaps the boy belongs to a family that treats combat as business. Hearing that, Tuetin starts connecting all the pieces of this strange puzzle together in his head. Exactly, he could not have invented those bizarre exercises alone. It must be training from his own family. Tuetang lets out a heavy sigh. To a child, their father is always the greatest hero. Perhaps this boy wants to prove his father's teaching is superior to Shaolin. If Vo Chan heard this ridiculous conversation, he would probably laugh. Plus, his recent wins have made him way too arrogant. So, how should we handle this situation? He grips his teacup nervously, calculating his next move. Stick with me here. They are about to hand him over to Fap Kwong, a legendary member of the Law Institute. Tuthan reassures him. Do not worry, Fap Kwong actually volunteered to join the Arhat Hall himself. Tutin agrees with the plan. Is that so? Then Fap Kwong is definitely the perfect choice for this. That night, the monks have finished their shift and home together. They chat about how they just want to get some deep sleep. As they turn the corner, one monk stops and stares in pure terror. He turns back and whispers that they need another path. The others are confused. Why? What is up ahead? Is it a ghost or something? All three peek around the corner. They find another monk standing alone, training intensely in the dead of night. They gasp. Why is he here? Is that the mad dog Fap Kwong? No, wait, it is definitely senior brother Fap Kwong. What is he doing out here? The three of them whisper back and forth, covered in cold sweat. Why is the man who always trains at the martial arts yard every night practicing right here? Can you not see his horse stance? It is obvious. He is telling us not to rest and to keep training just like him. This is absolute madness. All three of them quickly try to regain their composure while they gossip. Senior Hap Kwong being crazy is nothing new. You are not some new disciple, so why are you acting so surprised? You have a point. That nickname Fap Kwong is no joke. Actually, Law Dog might be a much better fit for him. One monk jokes that the mad dog of the Law Institute has finally found a place where he truly belongs. Suddenly, another monk drops a bombshell. You are behind on the news. He joins Arhat Hall tomorrow morning. Now you and I can imagine his shock. The monk freezes, then screams out in pure desperation. Wait, was Pap Kwong not already set for the Law Institute? I heard he was supposed to be the next leader there. Does this mean I have to live in the same room as that crazy mad dog? Among the second generation disciples, Pap Kwong is influential. He always pushes the junior disciples to their limits while maintaining strict Shaolin discipline. A monk explains he wants to join every hall and institute to master every single Shaolin rule. The others are totally impressed. As expected of the Law Dog, he is a man who truly lives and dies by the rule. He is terrifying but also a senior brother worth respecting. As a guardian of the law, he sets an example for everyone else. He believes that if he cannot do it himself, he has no right to tell others to obey. Naturally, he spends way more time on a basic training than any of the other junior disciples do. After his non stop training, his knees have endured a truly brutal regime. Walking causes him intense pain unless he uses internal energy. Phap Kong simply does not care. He thinks basic training is a form of penance, therefore, the physical pain is just part of his cultivation. He has just finished practicing horse stance for over 30 minutes. Breathing heavily, Phap Kwong tiredly mutters the name Fo Chun. According to Uncle He and Thun, the boy is a troublemaker but also a future star of Arhat Hall. The next day, everyone turns pale looking at him. Trust me, you and I are ready for this showdown. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where a legendary drill sergeant is about to meet his match. The senior monks are buzzing as Brother Phap Kwong arrives at the new disciples' quarters. From today, I'll be living with you all. Is that for real? Yes, so let's try to live in harmony together. See, Phap Kwong used to belong to the law department. Now he's in Lohan Hall and his nickname is Mad Law. Vochan looks at Phap Kwong's massive physique and can't help but compare him to a high level soldier. He glances around, listening to the terrified whispers. Why here of all places? This is going to be trouble. Shh, he'll hear you. Who even is that guy? No one knows why Senior Phap Kwong is suddenly here. Vochan watches the chaos unfold and immediately figures out what's going on. Oh, I see. That new guy is the discipline leader for the second generation disciples. Well, it's none of my business anyway. Phap Kwong bellows out. Morning training begins now. Our first exercise will be the horse stance. Phap Kwong scans the group of disciples and thinks to himself, now pay attention because he believes to truly punish someone, you have to find their exact weakness first. To understand the root of the problem, he steps right behind Vochan to observe his every move. His cold, sharp gaze follows Vochan's every single movement with intense focus. Humph. Legs wider than shoulders back, straight hips low and toes pointed forward. Is this the right way to do it? After watching for a bit, Phap Kwong copies Vochan's breathing. Inhale as you move, exhale as you stand. Wait, what is this? Nothing feels different. The pain is exactly the same as a normal horse stance. Is this just a trick to avoid real work? He definitely needs a lesson. While he's lost in thought, Vochan suddenly speaks up, catching him off guard. You can't do it like that. He snaps back. What? Vochan gives him a serious look and explains the error. Brother, your posture is all wrong. Phap Kuang asks, what's wrong with it? Vochan starts to speak, but then freezes. His face goes completely dark, and he's too scared to finish his sentence. He realizes he needs to fix this guy from A to Z. He doesn't know why he's copying him, but he hears the senior's joints popping. You and I both know those knees are screaming for help. As a trainer, Vo Chan can't just ignore it, and suddenly a brilliant idea hits him. Hold on. This guy is the discipline leader here. If I can get him on my side, wouldn't that be a massive advantage? My life would be so much easier if I can just win over someone with this much power. Seeing Vo Chan hesitate, Fap Kwang shouts again, what is the problem? Vo Chan's answer finally makes him stop and pay attention. Training like this with bad knees is basically poison. If you trust me, try changing your posture just a little bit. His eyes go wide in total shock. What? But then he actually listens and starts to follow Vochan's warm up routine. Vochan cheers him on. Great, your body is surprisingly flexible. The other disciples immediately notice the weird scene. What are they even doing? No idea. Vochan explains that this is called stretching. No, let's call it the muscle relaxation technique. This posture eases the tension in the knees, making every movement smoother. Fap Kwong feels the relief and silently agrees with the kid. You're right. Fo Chan gives instructions, one set for 30 seconds. Wait, no, just repeat it 3 times and we're good. Fap Kwong is confused and asks, what's a set? He just brushes it off as some random nonsense, he said. Then he continues, we finished one now for the next. But he stops when he sees Fap Kwong's legs shaking uncontrollably. Being kind, Vochan immediately starts massaging the senior's knees. Do you feel a little bit better now, brother? Fap Kwong can only let out a small groan of pain from the back of his throat. Vo Chan breaks into a sweat, seeing how much it hurts. Even a light touch is painful. Overtraining like this will ruin his knees forever. Fap Kwong starts to relax, looking at Vo Chan with newfound respect. Wow. At first, it felt like being hit, but after a moment, the pain vanished and turned into an incredibly comfortable sensation. Suddenly, Vo Chan slaps his knee and says cheerfully, all right, let's get back to that second round we were doing. Come on, stand up. Papkong is stunned. Wait, what you mean right now? Vo Chan pushes him along, saying training time doesn't wait for anyone. Surprisingly, the big guy actually obeys and stands up. Fine. He then takes a long, hard look at Vo Chan. Just what kind of kid is this brat, really? So there they are, both stretching together while everyone watches in total shock. Tuetin and the other monks are completely speechless. What on earth is Fap Kwong doing over there? I have absolutely no idea. Everyone calls him Mad Law because he's a total fanatic for the rules. His other nickname, the Mad Dog. The second generation disciples who've been tortured by him since day one know his terrifying nature better than anyone else. And yet here is Fap Kwong looking happy while doing weird exercises with this strange new disciple. And that is how you tame a mad dog. We'll rest then do 15 more reps, Vo Chan says, and Fap Kwong actually nods along. A bit later, Vo Chan strikes up another conversation. Brother Fap Kwong, earlier you were sitting like you were in a chair, weren't you? Stick with me, you and I are about to see a professional trainer schooling Shaolin monks. Vo Chan explains that because the monk's knees are trashed, he must bend his legs to reduce pressure. Fap Kuang tries it and realizes it works immediately, so Vochan summarizes the workout routine. Step 1, slowly lower your body into a squat position while bending those knees. Step 2, never use your knees for power, keep the tension in your thighs and glutes. Step 3, use that same power to stand back up. You're doing great. How do the muscles feel? Seeing the progress, Vochan tells him to take a well-deserved rest for a moment. Fap Kuang is stunned as he admits the nagging pain in his body has finally disappeared. Next up, calves. Vo Chan smirks knowing he has this monk exactly where he wants him. Now pay attention here because our main character is using his pro trainer experience to win this guy over. Turns out these tough military types are surprisingly easy to capture with simple kindness. Vo Chan applies the lesson by heaping praise on Fap Kwong to boost his ego. He tells him he is a natural, making Fap Kwong burst out into proud, loud laughter. He boasts about his 18 years of training while others wonder if the mad dog has finally lost it. Senior monk Hueting is so stressed out watching this that he starts counting his beads frantically. My heart, he chants, unable to handle the sheer shock of what he is seeing. He decides to ignore the chaos while Fap Kwong shouts for everyone to go eat breakfast. Everyone immediately follows the orders, acknowledging the hard work that just took place. Before leaving, Vochan reminds him to always do these lower body stretches before his actual training. Fap Kuang is practically hypnotized by the advice, nodding along with a very friendly smile. He has not totally lost it though, he is just testing these new techniques to see if they are legit. You feel that too, right? The satisfaction when an expert's advice finally proves itself through results. These techniques are incredible. The stretches and acupressure methods are undeniably effective and feel amazing. That stubborn knee pain is almost gone, and his muscles feel perfectly tight and engaged. Fap Kuang finally speaks up, unable to contain his growing curiosity any longer. He asks if these secrets come from his family, leaving Vochan momentarily stunned. These results are too good for a normal household. Are these techniques passed down through your clan? Hearing this, Vochan's heart leaps with joy as a mischievous grin spreads across his face. He realizes they have totally misunderstood his weird behavior, giving him the perfect lucky cover story. He plays along, claiming these are indeed secret techniques he learned back from his family. Fap Kuang laughs loudly, praising the kid for such impressive and effective hidden skills. He admits the therapy is great, but insists Shaolin training is still the king of martial arts. He appreciates the family tradition, but suggests combining it with their legendary Shaolin methods. Vo Chan bows respectfully, promising to remember that just as Vo Luat calls out to him. He tells Vo Luat everything is finished and asks Fap Kuang if he is free to go. Fap Kuang happily nods his approval, watching the two younger monks chat as they walk away. They talk about being hungry and heading off together for a much needed morning meal. Suddenly, a loud cough from behind makes Fab Kwong jump. It is his senior, Hu Tin. The old master asks if he knew what he was doing by acting so strangely. Fab Kwong explains he needed to experience it directly. The master asks for his final verdict. Fab Kwong decides to give his honest take on the situation. He thinks the kid is not from a martial family but a line of doctors instead. He admits that his knees were actually severely damaged from years of brutal overtraining. Hueting is shocked, asking why on earth he kept such a serious injury a secret. He did not want the elders worried, and trust me, you and I know he can't show weakness. Alright, let's dive into something not even the senior disciples notice it after a whole decade together. It is shocking that Kid Wo Chan spotted your knee injury immediately. Tuetin gasped in total disbelief. Wait, could it really be? Fab Kuang explained that every single movement Wo Chan practiced with him was actually designed to ease the pressure on his knee. Hearing this, Tueting just holds his head and sighs in pure frustration. Could that kid come from a family of legendary martial arts doctors? No, that is impossible. So, what do we do now? A genius child like this, yet he refuses to follow the traditional Shaolin training methods for some mysterious reason. Fab Kuang reassures the master, telling him he will guide Vo Chan. But the old man is skeptical. You really? Fab Kuang beats his chest, declaring with total confidence, kids, listen to those they trust. Instead of using force, I will befriend him and slowly guide him into the Shaolin way. Tuetin thinks for a moment and agrees. Fine, as you said, we should not rush this. We must take it slow. Later that morning, Vo Chan looks completely drained before the lesson even starts. He groans, realizing he will never get used to studying sutras right after breakfast. Volot walks over to warn him, saying he looks like he has seen a ghost. Vo Chan blames it on a post meal food coma. Suddenly, Tuetin shouts from the podium, catching everyone off guard. It seems you have all mastered the basic fist of forms. Now it is time to move on to the next level of training. True martial arts require perfect harmony between internal and external power to unleash their full, devastating potential. Now, pay attention here because we are finally starting internal power training. The master orders two seniors to step forward. Everyone sit cross legged in the meditation pose. Vo Chan is curious. Wait, what kind of posture is that exactly? The seniors drop down and cross their legs perfectly. Vo Chan watches them and a light bulb goes off. Oh, right, I remember now. That stands. Tuetin begins his instructions. Close your eyes and focus. Inhale through your nose as deeply as you can. Breathe in until the air flows past your throat and you feel it settle right into your lower dantian. Every student is buzzing with excitement, but Vo Chan's eyes are literally glowing. This is what he has been waiting for. The day I finally learn real martial arts is here. Honestly, this sitting pose actually looks pretty cool once you try it. Tuting signals the disciples, if you have seen the demonstration, then let the training begin. Vochan sits down with pure hype. He's so done with those boring basic exercises he has had to endure. Finally, the real martial arts journey starts right now. Vochan isn't the only one hyped. After all that grueling basic training, every kid is ready for the real deal. This new challenge is sparking a fresh wave of energy among all the young monks. They imagine that mastering thousand-year-old Shaolin secrets will let them shatter boulders just like their master did before. Tuetin guides their breathing, telling them to focus on his voice. But while everyone is calm, Vo Chan senses something. You and I saw that coming, right? He peeks around, realizing this exercise feels a bit off. Vo Chan keeps looking around in confusion. Wait a second, something about this feels totally wrong. Forget the breathing, this is nothing like the novels. Where are the secret mantras or the cultivation chants? What about Tai Chi, the five elements, or the eight trigrams? None of that philosophy is here. Well, maybe there is a reason. An hour later, the kid who was complaining is suddenly the most diligent student in the whole class. He is buzzing with excitement for internal power, that legendary force that lets you split mountains and fly through the clouds. Internal energy is the source of all superhuman strength, and Vochan is absolutely craving it. The peak of martial arts fiction, a secret Shaolin manual. He is finally going to use the powers he only read about. Tuetin's voice booms out, telling them to open their eyes. Vochan quickly obeys, expecting something epic. But he gets hit with a simple lesson. This basic breathing method is just the first step to feeling your inner energy. To master internal martial arts, you must first learn how to sense the chi within you. So practice this breathing every spare moment until you can truly feel the energy. Do you all understand? Vochan hears this and freezes. His smile turns to stone while he screams internally. No secret manual, just breathing. And you mean I have to actually feel the air first? Suddenly, a book is shoved right in his face. Vo-chan looks up curious. Huh? What is this now? And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are about to see how he handles these human acupoint diagrams. Alright, you and I are about to watch a Special Forces soldier reborn in Shaolin, and it is epic. Master says, do not stress the whole book. Just focus on the main acupoints for now. These points control your internal energy flow and can instantly paralyze any opponent. Wu-Chen is absolutely hyped. Acupoints are like highways where human energy circulates. They are not just for breathing, they hold your true internal power. Basically, if you want to master high level martial arts, you have got to understand these first. The master calls a monk up for a live demo to show the names and locations. He starts the lesson with the Thonghoi and Kuksai points located right on the head. Wu-Zhen reads through the manual with pure excitement. He is determined to memorize everything today. Later that night, he heads out to practice the breathing method and get familiar with those points. Once he nails the breathing, it is on to Shaolin core internal arts, but a sudden noise interrupts him. Wait, so he just needs to memorize the technique and start practicing immediately, right? Now pay attention here because this is where he runs into a very familiar face. It is Senior Fab Kwang laughing in a deep horse stance. He says his knees finally feel better. But those knees are making terrifying cracking sounds. Wu-Zhen literally has to cover his ears. Cracking and popping, Wu-Zhen snaps at him, saying the advice was for recovery, not overtraining. The senior completely ignores him, boasting that iron gets tougher the more you hammer it. He flexes his arms, bragging about 18 years of muscle. Wu-Zhen just stares. What muscles exactly? It is just skin and bones. Forge iron too much, and it breaks the human body, works the same. Worried, Wu-Zhen steps forward to check on the senior damaged knees. He asks him to sit down for a moment, and surprisingly, the senior actually listens. Wu-Zhen starts the acupressure, warning him it will sting. Immediately, the senior has a massive reaction. He stays serious, telling him to speak up if it hurts. He is not playing around. You feel that too, right? Touching those scarred knees brings back dark memories for our hero. Flashback to his special forces days. He pushed himself while injured only to ruin his body further. His elite career vanished in an instant. Forced into early discharge, he spent his days in despair. Seeing the senior is like looking in a mirror. He warns him nobody else takes the pain for you. So please, you have got to start cherishing your own body. The senior calls his name softly. Wujan snaps out of it, realizing he was basically preaching. Fab Kuang gently pats his head. He says whatever happened before does not matter. Shaolin won't abandon you. No matter what happens, this temple never leaves a brother behind. Looking at that warm, genuine smile, Wuchen cannot help but smile back. If you put it that way, I guess I have to believe you. Then the senior starts scheming. He tells him to trust Shaolin training, but before he finishes, a blood-curdling scream erupts. That is the most pathetic scream anyone has heard from Pap Kwong in 18 long years. A bit later, the embarrassed senior asks where Wuchen was even heading. Wuchen explains he was going to practice his new breathing technique. Pap Kwong is totally confused. Wait, as a descendant of the famous medicine family, shouldn't he already be an energy master? Wuchen heart skips a beat. He quickly scrambles to find a believable excuse. He claims family issues stopped his training. Luckily, the senior buys it instantly. What a relief. Right focus? I am still pretending to be a medical genius. Gotta keep the act up. The senior clears his throat and asks if he wants to practice right here. He was going to meditate anyway, so why not train together tonight? He suggests that feeling a master energy nearby will make it easier for Wuchen. He points at Wuchen with total confidence. Our main character starts weighing his options. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see if this works. Let's watch Wuchen take his first step toward power. I am ready, senior brother. Fab Kuang laughs with excitement. Ha ha ha. Then let's begin focusing on your breathing. Watch closely and learn if you can. I hope this helps you. After saying that, Fab Kuang closes his eyes and takes a deep breath while Wo-chan watches intently. Also, this is true meditation. It feels like the very air around us is starting to shift. I have to find the difference between myself and senior brother Fab Kuang. Suddenly, a thin orange aura begins to glow around him. Wo-chan stares in total shock. What is that? What exactly am I seeing right now? I never saw this while practicing alone. Could it be this is the chi everyone talks about, gathering the impurities and exhaling them all out, breathing in as deep as possible, drawing pure natural energy into the dantian, the very center of the body. I must find the secret difference between us, the breathing, the posture, the way to absorb internal power. Failure. He tries the breath again. Now pay attention because after visualizing the flow, Wo-chan finally feels it. Success. But wait, is it really this tiny? It is as tiny as a grain of millet, but even sensing this is a miracle. 0.001%, is still success. You have internal power now. So success is still success, right? Vo-chan quickly tries to comfort himself with that thought. Phap Kuang watches Vo-chan in deep meditation, his mind racing. Has he really started sensing internal energy already? Masters Tueting and Hintang were right. This boy will become the pillar of Shaolin for 1,000 years. Meanwhile, Vo-chan is slowly gaining many new insights. Now I have mostly grasped the feeling of sensing power and how to store it at a decent level. My breathing is more natural and stable now, but wait, why does it feel colder than before? He slowly opens his eyes to find Fap Kuong smiling right in front of him. Oh, so you are finally awake. Wochan looks at the sky in shock. Is it already this late? He bows repeatedly. I am so sorry, I had no idea. Fap Kuong does not scold him. Instead, he speaks kindly. All right, hurry up. The bell is about to ring. Go back to your room. He continues to watch Vo-chan walk away with a very gentle look in his eyes. For a child to reach this level during his first time sensing internal power is truly incredible. Fap Kuong laughs. Ha ha, now you can practice the true heart technique. Vo-chan wonders, even if I sensed power, do I really need to memorize every single meridian point? Suddenly, Fap Kuong says something that makes Vo-chan jump in surprise. You are the son of a famous medical family. How could you not know the points? Suddenly, Vo-chan remembers his fake backstory. Right, I was just joking. My mind drifted. Fap Kuong laughs and says goodbye. You are talking nonsense again. Get inside, it is late. Vo-chan obeys. Yes, senior brother. But once Fap Kuong is gone, a look of pure panic washes over his face. Damn it. What kind of background story is this? Now I have to memorize every single meridian point before the sun comes up. Early the next morning, the shouts of the masters echo across the training grounds once again. Those who have sensed internal power and mastered the points step forward. Vo-chan steps out while yawning loudly. Phew, glad I finally memorized those points. Standing at the front like this feels like a massive accomplishment. His celebration is cut short as even more people step up right beside him. The master shouts, Has every single one of you stepped forward already? You and I thought he was a genius, right? Well, he's confused. Is sensing power really this easy? The master continues, For those who succeeded, I will now teach you the very next step of your training. Vo-chan starts doubting himself. I thought I was a genius. Why is everyone else doing it too? Tuatain holds up a manual. This is the foundation of all Shaolin arts, the true heart technique. This book contains every secret you need to know. Since this is just the beginning, it is not too complex. We will take it one simple step at a time. The master's words make the other young monks look at the chosen three with a mix of awe and jealousy. Wow, they mastered everything in just one day. That is insane. It looks like they are moving on to the next stage already. Volwat runs over to Vo-chan. How did you do all that in just one day? You are seriously fast. He scratches his neck and tries to explain. It is just the basics, so it was not that complicated yet. You must use the power you absorbed through breathing. Be careful because higher levels can cause injury if you miss a point. Did you understand any of that? Volwat just gives him a wide, silly smile without saying a single word. Vochan patiently coaches his friend. You can do it too. Just focus on your breathing. Volwat nods happily. Hehe. We leave Vochan here as he carves these patterns into his mind. Stay tuned. Let's dive into a world where even a bit of meditation goes a long way for our hero. Vochan is feeling the flow of Shaolin inner power, and even if it is just a tiny increase, it is real cultivation from the legends. I am actually growing stronger. Damn it, this is getting interesting. Now, this is what martial arts should feel like. Vo-chan is finally the main character he was meant to be as his training goes perfectly. He is right in the middle of circulating his energy when Vo-luat suddenly shouts his name. Vo-chan snaps his head back, looking startled. Why is Vo-luat back so early? His face turns cold the second he realizes Vo-luat is dragging someone behind him. He immediately starts sizing up the situation. Is that a dead body? Vo-luat just gives an innocent look and says it is not a corpse. It is a senior brother. Vo-chan nervously asks if he killed the guy, but Vo-luat explains it is senior brother Vo-chan who joined before them. Okay, but why are you dragging him like a sack of potatoes? Well, he was way too heavy to carry. Are you surprised? Volod explains that the guy would have been fine if he could move a little, but he is totally unconscious and limp. Suddenly, a thought hits Vochan and he rushes over to take a closer look. Voluat, wait a second. Listen, you and I can see these dirt marks are from dragging, but look closer at these bruises. Anyone can tell he was brutally beaten up. Exactly. Look at these footprints and the bruises all over his body. Voluat looks down and realizes he is right. Vochan stops to think. Wait, that name actually sounds pretty familiar to me. Unlike the other kids, Vo Khan was tall and lanky with sunken cheeks that made him look exactly like a grasshopper. Vo Chan tries to remember the face, but only the name sticks. He cannot quite place it, but the name is definitely ringing a bell. Vo Kan. I have heard that somewhere before. Whatever that is, not the main issue right now. Volot wonders why the guy got thrashed. Vo Chan looks at him and asks if he really wants to know the reason. Volua but gets excited thinking his friend has the answers. But Vo Chan just shakes his head. I do not know. But if he got beat like this, I can guess who would know the truth. This makes Voluat even more curious. Who was it? One of our other senior brothers. The one who joined even before him. Since Voluat still does not get it, Vo-chan gives him another hint. Now I remember I fought with him before. Even for a dummy like Voluat, the realization finally hits him. He lets out a loud gasp, and they both head over to see Vo Kung. He looks at them with a scowl, asking what they want. They just stare back in a long, heavy silence before Vo Kung asks, "What is up?" Flashback to Vo Luat doubting the plan. Is it really senior brother Vo Kung? Did he do this? Vo Chan shuts that down fast. That coward does not have the guts to hit anyone. No way, Vo Luat. Just think about what I told you before. Out of everyone here, Vo Kung was the very first to join. That means he knows everything that happened before we even arrived. Vo Luat is impressed and calls him a genius. Vo Chan just takes the compliment and tells him to hurry up so they can get answers. And that brings us back to the present situation. Vo Kung is dripping with sweat from his workout and asks what they want. Suddenly, Vo Luat lets go, dropping the senior brother face first into the dirt. The air goes dead silent again. After a moment, Vo Kong's face turns dark and he asks if they are finished playing around. He glares at Vo Chan, asking why he should waste his precious training time dealing with a bunch of annoying brats. Vo Chan hates the attitude but stays calm. Aren't you supposed to be our senior brother? Your fellow disciple just got beaten into the ground, and you care more about your training. Vokung snaps back, reminding him that he is the boss here and they should listen. Vochan just keeps poking the bear. Oh, really? Do you want to be the senior brother who gets his butt kicked by his junior again? Vokung flinches, claiming he was just careless last time, but Vochan just mocks him. Oh, sure, look at the great senior brother crying like a baby. That was the breaking point. Vochan successfully turned Vokung into a raging beast. Now pay attention because his eyes turn red as he throws a massive punch, but Vochan uses that same old move to counter him. It is just absolute genius. He grabs Vokung by the collar, slams him into the dirt, and locks him into a tight chokehold. Vokung groans as he is pinned down, cursing that weird technique he just cannot seem to figure out. Vochan mocks him, saying he would lose 100 times the same way. Vokung struggles to break free, so Vochan makes a deal. Tell me why that guy was beaten up, and I will show you exactly why you keep losing to me. He lets go immediately. Vokung jumps back to a safe distance, absolutely fuming that he was disrespected like that. Vochan just smirks. He knows the guy hates him because of the humiliation of his previous loss. An arrogant guy like him was crushed by a move he never saw before. Trust me, you and I are about to see his curiosity win over his pride. All right, you and I are diving back in, as Vochan asks, can you finally tell me why Vokin is in such a mess? Vokung stays silent for a moment before finally confessing, why else it's that Votai group causing trouble again? That arrogant bastard. Vochan wonders who Votai is, the only son of the Seobuk Bureau, a family tied to Shaolin. Vokin's father is just a porter for that same bureau, spending his days doing all the back-breaking labor. Tuetin wanted Votai as a disciple, but he discovered Vokin's talent and decided to bring both of them here. The problem is, Votai thinks he's the boss because of his father, so he treats Vokin like total trash. Vochan is completely shocked. Is he insane? A Shaolin disciple actually doing something as pathetic as that? Vokung sighs. What can he do? Vokin's father works for them. He wouldn't dare report a single thing. Now pay attention to this rage boiling in Vochan. This isn't just any school. It's Shaolin where things like this shouldn't happen. Fuming with anger, Vochan points his finger right at Vokung's face. What were you doing? You're the senior. Vokung flinches. Me, why would I step in? You're the strongest one here. You should have been the one to protect him. Vokung shouts back, desperately trying to defend his own actions. There were 3 of them. I can't even take one, let alone 3 of those guys at once, sir. Vo Chan tries to bait him, shouting toward Vo Ryul. He's lying, Vo Ryul clearly told me you were the strongest here. They both look at Vo Ryul. Vokung folds instantly. Well, maybe in Vokin's eyes, I really am that great. I guess you're right. Those punks actually slack off during training. Vo Chan smiles to himself. This is perfect. He asks what slacking off means. Vokung explains, think about it. Didn't I tell you who they are? They come from prestigious martial families. Their fundamental training is already based on Shaolin arts, so they have a head start. Since they already mastered the basics at home, they just coast through the lessons here without any real effort. Vo Chan realizes it's just privileged kids cheating the system. Wait, were those the same punks I saw on the training field? Suddenly, Vo Kin begins to wake up. Groaning in pain, he slowly touches his head and wonders where he is. He realizes people are nearby. To his blurry eyes, the three monks look like terrifying monsters about to attack him. Panicked Vokin scrambles into a corner. No, please don't hit me. Vochan rushes over to calm him down. It's okay, Vokin. Vokung told me what's going on. Vochan sighs. This kid has been beaten into fearing everyone. Even Shaolin has school violence. That's just wild, don't you think? Since Vokin's father is their employee, reporting it to Tuetin is impossible. This is a seriously difficult situation to handle. Suddenly, a plan flashes in Vochan's mind. Vokin, listen up. I think I found a way out of this. Want to hear it? Vokin is stunned. A solution, Vochan explains. It's simple. They rely on their family power. Just report every single detail to Tuetin. Vokin's face immediately drops from hope to pure disappointment. Are you joking with me? They will ruin my father. Vochan remains completely confident. That part is actually even easier to fix. Just become a core disciple. Then everything is solved. A core disciple is one who trains permanently at the main temple. Most disciples are just visiting. No matter how rich those families are, they wouldn't dare touch a core Shaolin monk. See his point. Everyone in the room starts to understand the hidden meaning behind Vochan's bold words. Well, everyone except one. Vochan smirks. Think about it, those punks wouldn't dare threaten a core disciple or his family. Sure, things might not go exactly as planned. But Brother Fap Kuang once said that Shaolin would never abandon its own disciples. I want to see if the words he said are actually the truth. Vo Chan reaches out a hand to help Vo Kin up. The temple won't let that family get away with this. So Yuin, Vo Chan looks at him with pure confidence. Why are you still shaking like that? Don't you believe you can do it? But Vo Kin is terrified, unable to even look at Vo Chan's face. Well. Vo Chan loses patience, making his voice firmer to push Vo Kin's emotions forward. Do you really want your father to keep working for people who treat you like total dirt? If you quit, your father stays under Fothai's thumb forever. Are you really okay with that? Speak up. Say something. Finally, Vokin gathers his courage and grabs Vochan's hand. I, I'll try. I'll give it everything I have. Good choice. Now for phase two. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens next. All right, stick with me because we're about to see some serious payback go down in the back alleys. Fokin asks how they'll stop the bullying, and Vochan says it's simple. They're taking down Fothai. 3 days later, during free time, the bullies are already waiting in a dark corner for Vokin to show up. One of them asks if Vokin is actually coming, and Vothai just smirks, promising that he definitely will. He secretly told the underlings that if Vokin flakes, he'll report everything he's been doing to the family elders. Following Vothai are his two lackeys, Vo Hui and Vo Huan. They're warming up, complaining about how long it's been since they last cracked some skulls. Long, it's only been 2 days. They fight every day, so even a 48-hour break feels like forever to these thugs. Suddenly, Vo Hui remembers something. He mentions that Vokin has been hanging out with some strange new faces lately. Oh, you mean that crazy Vochan and that idiot Volwat. And don't forget about that guy Vokung. Why would a big guy like him hang out with those losers? Who knows? Maybe they'll all show up today. That's even better, more people to beat up. Ha ha! I've been dying to give that crazy Vochan a lesson. Vothai cracks his knuckles, ready to start the violence. Exactly. Those guys are so arrogant stealing our credit. They probably have no clue what's coming. Pay attention here because I really hate Vokung's act, and his ego is about to get wrecked. Vo Huan joins in on the mocking. Remember last time when he was crying like a total baby? Vo Hui just shrugs and laughs. How could I forget? I thought he'd quit, but he's still hanging on. Vothai laughs, saying he'll make him cry until his eyes swell shut. Right then, Vochan and his group finally arrive on the scene. Having heard everything, Volwat asks Vokung how he feels about being called a poser. Vokung just responds with total confidence. He huffs, offended they see him that way. Vothai turns around and is shocked to see the whole squad actually showed up. Wait, you're not running, Vochan leads the group forward, looking them dead in the eye and asking what the hell is going on. Vo Hui covers his mouth, laughing. Why on earth would we be the ones running away from you? Vohan points and mocks them. That big guy must have beaten one idiot and suddenly thinks he's a world-class fighter. Wochana nudges Wokung, asking if he heard that. Labeled a big idiot, Wokong snaps and yells that he's going to shut them up for good. Wo Hui steps forward to take the challenge. Fine by me, I'll be your opponent today. Everyone starts picking their targets. I'll take this guy, you take that one. But what about the leader Wotai? Wochan glances at Wokin. He says that one is for Wokin to handle personally. Wokin hides nervously behind him and speaks up. Yeah, okay. The bullies are stunned. What Wochan ignores them and asks Wokin if he remembers the training. Wokin nods slightly. Wochan tries to calm his nerves. Don't worry, you and I can feel the nerves here, but trust me, he's about to do something he never thought possible. Wokin is still shaking with fear. Can I really win? Wotai walks up, mocking him. Wow, look at Wokin with his little friends. I'm almost jealous. The battle is about to explode. Wo Hui glares at Wo Kung, calling him a big crybaby one more time. Wo Huan is full of himself, telling Wo Chan that he's going to put an end to his arrogance right now. Wo Chan isn't scared, he's excited. Go ahead and try. But while one side is heating up, the air around Wokin feels suffocating. The sheer weight of Wo Tai's voice makes Wokin tremble. The fear is nearly paralyzing him. Wokin, you really think you can hit me? Even though he's terrified, Wokin gets into a fighting stance even if he feels like he can't do it. Wo Tai keeps threatening him. If you lay a finger on me, do you have any idea how much your father will suffer? Wokin flinches at the threat, his mind filling with images of his father. Father, father. Then Wochan's words echo in his head. The only way to save your father is to teach these guys a lesson and become a disciple. Wokin snaps out of it, clenching his fists and lunging at Wotai while screaming to stop bullying his father. Wotai is shocked, but manages to dodge just in time. What the hell? This brat actually attacked. He counters with a punch to the ribs, while on the other side, Wokung successfully blocks Wo Hui's strike. Wo Hui doesn't care, still laughing at Wokung. You actually blocked that, I guess. You have some talent for a big guy? Suddenly, Wokung tightens his grip, and the bully realizes with a shock just how much power is behind it. Wait, Wokung's aura is completely different than before. Flashback to when Wokung still refused to join Wo-chan's little group. What? Why should I get involved in your mess? Wo-chan cleverly asks if he's so busy recruiting disciples that he can't even handle a few bullies. Actually scared of them, Wokung is immediately triggered by the insult. Who's scared since Wokung is in? Let's finish our story. You and I are going to see if their plan actually works. He stares at Wo-chan, totally confused. Wait, what's this clumsy Jiang story? Trust me, you and I are about to learn exactly why he keeps losing. Wokung thinks back. That's right. After all this time, why did it happen? Wo-chan explains your combo technique is really fast and powerful, but to be honest, that is all it is. Wokung snaps back, claiming speed and power are enough. What else matters? Wo-chan takes a fighting stance, telling him that some things are better experienced. Now I'm going to attack you with the first move of the continuous fist. Dodge it. Then he immediately throws a punch. Nice, you dodged it. Now I'll attack you with the second form. Dodge this one too. Wo Kung is puzzled. What? He thought it would be tough, but it's actually easy to avoid, Wo Chan shouts. Second move strike, Wo Kung is confused but follows along. He dodges the simple move, but Wo Chan instantly switches techniques. Watch closely, a follow-up low kick connects, making Wo Kung scream in pain. Ow, what was that? Why did you trick me? Wo Chan finishes his explanation. If I already know your plan, why would I just stand there? You have to deceive your opponent for it to work. Understand? Your fists are fast. I admit that much. But just by looking at your posture before you swing, I already know exactly what you're going to do. Wokung still doesn't get it, jumping up to argue. So you mean I just need to be fast enough that you can't react? Wo-chan looks away and shrugs. Well, clears throat. You aren't exactly wrong, but that only works once you become the number one fighter in the entire world. Take the main character from the prequel story of Laughing Proud Wanderer, the legend of the Demon Blade King. In the tale, the greatest demon was hailed as the world's absolute best. His blade work was described as something incredible. Even if you saw it coming, you still couldn't block it. In other words, unless you are already the strongest under heaven, that logic just doesn't apply. So, until you reach that level, use some tricks. It's like rock, paper, scissors. Tell them you're throwing a rock, then switch it up. Understand? Every word from Wo-chan carves itself into Wo-kung's mind. Finally, the light bulb goes off. Wokung easily catches Wo Hui's fist. What is that? All he makes him cry out in pain, then taunts him just like Wo Chan did. Hey, from now on, I'm going to attack you with the first form of the continuous fist. Get ready. Before the battle between Wo Tai's group and Wo Chan officially kicked off, Wo Chan kept drilling this lesson into Wo Kung's head over and over. Wo Chan explains that until your moves are too fast to stop, you must use these clever tricks. Let's see if you and I finally understand his point. Wo Kung sits there soaking in every single word Wo Chan says. He never thought of it that way. Tricks seem cheap, but the kid has a point. Why focus on justice when winning is all that matters? Finally, he makes his decision. You're actually right about this. Alright, since I learned something today, let me give you some advice. Fo Chan is curious. Wo Kung immediately warns him while pointing. You said you're going to fight Wo Tai's gang, right? If you underestimate those guys, you'll be in danger. Wo Chan gives him a confused look. What are you saying? Didn't you just say I was stronger than them? Besides, I already beat you, didn't I? Wo Kung just gives a sneaky little grin. I wasn't using my full power. Wo Chan looks at him, totally exhausted. There he goes again with that same old nonsense. Wo Kung radiates confidence and inner energy. If this were a real fight, I'd use my family's martial arts and all the power I've been refining. Soon they reach a secluded spot. Wo Kung signals him. This spot should be good enough. Wo Chan is confused. Why bring me to the middle of nowhere? Wo Kung answers awkwardly. I just don't want anyone else noticing when I use my family's secret techniques. Wo Chan gets it thanks to Wo Luat. Ah, I see. In that case, brother Wo Luat, keep watch for a moment. Wo Kung is feeling pretty smug. You're about to be blown away. Wo Chan urges him on. All right then, show me. Wo Kung says fine, then closes his eyes in deep concentration. This is going to totally change how he sees me, right? A faint light begins to glow around Wo Kung's body. After gathering his inner force, he delivers a strike with pure, raw power. And this time it's for real. Wo Chan is genuinely shocked. He realizes this is completely different from the continuous fist. The power and speed are top tier like a rank 3 professional boxer. Even if it's not as terrifying as I imagined for someone his age, the guy is a total monster. Every punch and every kick literally whistles through the air. So this is why he warned me that I would be in danger. When I fight Wothai's group, will they come at me with everything? And what is my own full power? Wo-chan can't help but gasp. That's impressive. He thinks to himself. So the rumors about him being the strongest monk were true. But it looks like he hasn't fully mastered his internal energy yet, has he? I can handle this. But trust me, things are about to get wild. Back at the fight, Wo Huang is taunting Wo Chan, but trust me, you and I are about to see him regret it. Just like that, Wo Huan lunges forward. Even though the pressure is on, Wo Chan keeps a cool head. Watching them fight, he realizes that using inner power requires following a very specific set of forms. Honestly, compared to Fokung, this punch feels like child's play. Their martial arts are just predictable patterns. Wo Huan is stunned. How did he dodge that his movements are being read like an open book? Stick with me here. Wo Huan finally realizes this kid isn't just lucky, he's actually dangerous, and he desperately tries to jump back. But Wo Chan is one step ahead. As his enemy retreats, he charges in with a powerful combo strike. Wo Huan screams in terror, telling him to stay away. He covers his face, but Wo Chan sees the opening. Oh, protecting your face. Then your stomach is wide open. He lands a brutal gut punch. It knocks the wind out of him, but Wo Huan tries one last desperate swing with all his might. Wo Chan ducks low and sweeps his legs, sending him crashing down. Looking up, Wo Huan only sees fury. A massive fist slams into the ground right next to his head, scaring the poor guy into tears. Suddenly, he starts wailing. Wait, he's crying. He's actually sobbing and threatening to tell on his father. Wo Chan just sighs and rubs his head. Now he looks like the villain in this situation. After all that bullying now, they're acting like victims. But then he remembers the others. He looks over and sees Wo Kung already won. No need to worry there. But what about Wo Kin? His eyes widen in pure shock. What on earth is happening? The scene before him is completely unthinkable. He runs over, screaming for them to stop. The fight is over. Wo Kin snap out of it. Let's pause for a second. Seeing this madness, Wo Chan suddenly remembers something from a novel he once read. That name Wokin, it sounds so familiar. Why does it ring a bell? The bloody face and those eyes filled with pure insanity, it's him. The infamous character from the Maton novel. One of the most twisted villains ever created, a madman who loved his master more than anyone else. The blood monk Wokin, a legendary novel character that he used to be obsessed with. It's been a long time, but that terrifying illustration of a blood-soaked monk is still burned into his mind. A man who claimed the world was evil and used blood to wash away everyone's sins. Seeing this in person brings back all the horror of that fictional character's legendary madness. Wo-chan stares in terror at that dark energy. What have I awakened? I just wanted to help his confidence. Oh no, no time for regrets. If he doesn't stop this now, Wotai is going to end up dead. He and Wo Luo jump in to pull him back, shouting for him to calm down. but he's lost in a bloodlust, screaming about them hurting his father. Finally, he snaps out of it. Vochan is shaking. He almost watched a murder happen. Where did this insane power come from? Vokin starts sobbing. Vochan relaxes slightly. At least he hasn't fully become that monster yet. In the novel, the Blood Monk was just a madman. It never explained why he lost his mind. Maybe it was this constant bullying and injustice. Maybe he finally just reached his breaking point. Suddenly, Fapkong appears and roars for everyone to stop. They all turn around, trembling with fear. It's over. Their senior is furious. He marches over demanding a full explanation for this mess. Tell me right now, Vochan, what the hell is going on here? You too, Vokung, why are you standing there? I want answers from all of you. Fed up with the silence, Vochan decides to speak up for his friend and grabs his shoulder. He looks Fap Kwong in the eye and tells him to just look at Vokin's body. The senior's jaw drops as he sees the bruises and scars covering the poor boy. Vochan explains these wounds are from months of torture. They were only fighting back to survive. The air around Fap Kwong turns freezing cold. His voice drops to a deadly low whisper. Is this true? You and I both know Vo Hui and Vo Huan are about to face a very dark day. Stick with me. You are about to see our main character face down a monk who looks like a total beast. Could everything Vo Chan said actually be true? If you guys are lying, I will suddenly another monk runs up shouting, Uncle Fap Kwong, what is all this noise about? What on earth is going on here? Fap Kwong turns to Vokin and demands that he tells him everything with his own mouth. Voking trembles, stuttering that, well, it was like this. Vo Chan pats his shoulder to calm him down, telling him to just speak the truth because Fap Kwong is fair. Feeling a sudden sense of relief, Vokin bursts into tears and collapses in pure gratitude. For 2 whole months, he was beaten by Vo Tai, Vo Hui, and Vo Huan. Between heavy sobs, Vokin starts recounting every single thing he had to suffer through. His words are a mess because he is so emotional, but the main message definitely gets through to Pap Kwong. Vo Chan tells Fap Kwong that his senior once said they must never abandon a fellow disciple. Since Vokin is a Shaolin disciple, they must protect him. Fap Kwong wavers, saying the bullies are also Shaolin disciples. Vo Chan is absolutely furious, asking how anyone who threatens a child, parent's livelihood could ever be called a disciple of Shaolin. Is that really what the spirit of Shaolin is about? Neither of them backs down as they stare each other in the eye. Now pay attention. This is where everything changes as we hear a new voice suddenly interrupt. You are right, but that only matters if what you and Vokin said is true. So we will start an investigation to find out the real truth. If those words are true, then those boys will be expelled from Shaolin immediately. It is none other than the Hall Master of the Arhat Hall himself. Vocha nods, trusting in the Hall Master's fair and honest investigation, but Hien Tan suddenly raises his hand. Whether they are expelled or not, this brutal act cannot be ignored. Our Shaolin martial arts are meant for self restraint, yet you were so incredibly cruel to those children. Do you not think that was going a bit too far? Vokin speaks up in fear, apologizing and saying it was all his fault. Suddenly, Vo Chan steps forward and places his hand in front of Vokin to take all the blame. It was me, I was the one who did it. He says he just could not control himself when he saw Vokin being bullied like that. It is all my fault, he claims. Vokin looks at him in shock. Wait, Vochan. Meanwhile, Vochan is thinking that since he started this, he has to finish it. If he leaves Vokin alone and let him take the blame, who knows if he will just lose his mind. I have to keep an eye on him so he does not turn into a blood monk. Who knows, he might actually become the best teammate they ever had. Fapkung leads Vochan to the back of the temple. This is the repentance cave for meditation, do you understand? For the next 7 days, you will stay here to cultivate in complete isolation. You are not allowed to see anyone, just face that wall and reflect on your heart. We have arrived. This is the cave where you will be punished. Sit, face the stone, and reflect on everything. All your personal needs must be handled inside. You are not allowed to step foot outside for any reason. A senior will bring water and fasting pills at the right time. Now get inside the repentance cave. Vo Chan obediently enters the cave to meditate. He sighs, wondering when his own expression started changing so much. He tries to piece together everything he can remember from his past memories. If his theory is correct, all the works by this author actually exist within the same interconnected martial arts universe. Okay, I know what you are thinking. He's in Shaolin Records, but he just met the lead from Demon Sovereign. Since those two series happen in the same timeline and world, he can already guess how certain future events will play out. This gives him a huge advantage. Looking back, since this is the same martial arts world, those two stories were always going to be linked together eventually. The only difference is that one story follows the righteous path while the other is all about the demonic sect. Maybe that is why the main characters will cross paths later. We already saw the Shaolin lead show up in the War King series, so it all makes sense now. So it is likely he will encounter characters from the War King series before meeting anyone else. Everything I do here in this Shaolin story could end up being connected to the other characters in that different work. I really have meddled too much in this plot, and now it is causing changes that I can no longer predict or calculate. If he knows these protagonists will helping them or getting in their way lead the story to a brand new ending we are about to see. Right now, I am still way too weak. I wonder if the protagonist of this story will run into any lucky breaks later on. From what I have read, the lead did not have any special miraculous encounters that I need to be concerned about. He read this series so many years ago that he only remembers the major plot points now. Without the details, how can he possibly increase his strength at a rapid pace? So, what do you and I take from this? If he cannot find more power, his journey might end right here. Alright, you and I are diving into the plot of Ba Qian Huang, where Wu Jing is destined to become the Blood Monk and wreck the world. So, how am I supposed to solve this massive problem? I remember the final war with the Blood Monk. Back then, I reached a deep state of enlightenment that made me strong enough to finally win. But if I change Wu Jing's fate now and he never becomes that monster, I might never reach that same peak of power. Without that battle, would I lose my enlightenment? Man, this is getting way too complicated. I need a solid plan for what comes next. Meanwhile, at the cave entrance, Fa Qiang is watching from the shadows. He observes Wu Chen for a while, totally shocked. The kid is actually focused on repenting instead of doing anything strange. Barely 10 years old, and he already has focus like that. That is incredibly rare. Between the martial talent he showed before and this level of focus, he is a true prodigy. One day, he will be a legendary pillar for both Shaolin and the Central Plains. Earlier in the office, Elder Xian Cheng sighs in deep regret. He says that all of this happened because of his own mistakes. Hui Jing tries to comfort him, insisting that he was the one who failed to handle the situation correctly. He says his management was sloppy, and that is exactly why everything turned into such a mess. Elder Xiancheng asks with a heavy heart about the investigation results. Hui Jing hesitates for a moment before revealing the truth. He says that right after the unexpected incident, he interrogated every single Shaolin disciple to find the cause. Now pay attention because the stories were all the same. Wu Jing had been brutally bullied and beaten every single day. It is a total disgrace to Shaolin, and Hui Jing blames his own lack of supervision for the violence. The atmosphere in this temple is heavy, and the disciples are terrified. Suddenly, Fa Qiang knocks and steps inside. He asks for permission to enter, and the elder tells him to come in. Seeing their faces, he knows they already realized the truth. Xiancheng nods, confirming they have investigated everything. So is Fa Qiang here. For the same reason, he does not deny it, and the three of them begin to talk. Just looking at the bruises on Wu Jing's face and hands tells you everything you need to know about the abuse. Wu Tai and his gang started it, but Wu Jing fought back until Wu Tai could not even stand up anymore. Fa Qiang is baffled by how Wu Jing became so powerful so fast. Luckily, Wu Zhen arrived just in time to stop him before things went out of control. This situation is a real headache to settle for everyone. We need a punishment that makes both Wu Jing and Wu Tai truly accept their mistakes. Then there is Wu Zhen. He is currently in the cave for repenting. We know he tried to stop the fight, but he also technically started this whole mess. But you and I have to admit, if it was not for Wu Chen jumping in, Wu Tai would probably be dead right now. The room falls into a heavy silence until Fa Qiang finally speaks up to break the tension. He says he has something else to add, and the elder tells him to speak his mind. This whole incident happened because of our own negligence as superiors. It was not because these kids were naturally out of control. Instead of just blaming the children, we need to reform the laws of Shaolin to make sure this kind of bullying never happens again. Xiansheng asks him if he actually has a way to fix all of this for good. Fa Qiang clenches his fists in anger. In my opinion, they have way too much free time on their hands. We need to significantly increase their daily training. Both elders gasp in shock at the harsh suggestion. You think the current training is not enough? Fa Qiang insists. It is not even close. Because they are bored and idle, they have time to form groups and bully their own brothers. If we push them harder, they will be too exhausted to even think about causing trouble in the temple. The elder rubs his chin, thinking it over before finally making a decision. I am leaving this task to you and Huijing. I have other business to attend to in a few days. First, we must punish Wu Tai severely so he never bullies anyone again. We also need to watch Wu Jing carefully so he does not snap like that again. Take all of them to the discipline hall right now. Fa Qiang follows orders and goes to check on Wu Chen. He is determined to educate these children so they can finally follow the righteous path. He is impressed. Over 2 hours have passed and Wu Chen is still sitting there motionless against the wall. His patience is on another level. I do not think I even need to watch over him anymore. And that is where we leave it. Let us see if he can keep up this focus until tomorrow. You and I won't want to miss what happens next. Vo-chan, I will handle everything out here. Fab Kwong vanishes using his light body technique. You and I are about to see what happens next. Vo-chan notices the coast is clear and immediately brightens up. Finally, his master is gone, and he is all alone at last. Honestly, those years I spent in the military really paid off when it comes to mastering the difficult art of meditation. Even though sensing the energy around me is still a bit tricky, I know I will keep getting better with enough time. He flops onto the ground with a heavy sigh. Locked in this repentance cave, how am I supposed to kill time all day? No matter how hard I train, these fasting pills and water just are not enough nutrition for a full and healthy recovery. Come to think of it, I cannot even remember the last time I tasted real meat. Vo-chan remembers his old self. That is it. Back at the gym, I had fried chicken. That was my last feast. Just the memory of it feels like heaven. That crispy skin and juicy meat melting in my mouth. Oh man, I am starving. I need meat and I need it now. But where on earth am I going to find meat here? Suddenly, a bright idea strikes him, and Vo-chan leaps to his feet. Of course, hunting in these mountains will definitely work. A moment later, a young girl appears in the woods, chasing after a rabbit. Right in front of the rabbit sits a hidden trap. In an instant, the rope snaps tight and catches it by the leg. The girl hides in the bushes, but Vo-chan suddenly lunges out with a loud shout. My meat, come to me! The girl just stares, completely stunned. Now pay attention because while our main character is hunting, a serious investigation is starting near Shaolin. Disciples have been sent to gather crucial info. The villagers have told them everything. Finally, the Shaolin disciples arrive at the gates of the massive Western Express manor. A senior monk steps forward with a polite greeting. I am Tue Kiet Vice Hall, Master of Shaolin. A man rushes out to welcome them. Please come inside. I am Seo bin Votai's father and leader here. It is an absolute honor to host such legendary Shaolin monks at our manor. But then his eyes land on a trembling child hiding behind them. Looking closer, he realizes it is actually his own son. Seobin flies into a rage. Why on earth does my son look like a complete mess? What happened to him? Explain yourselves this instant. Tuekit suppresses his own anger. Seobin, leader of the Western Express, listen to me very carefully. Vo Tai brought this fate upon himself through his own wicked actions. He was a bully who poisoned the harmony of Shaolin. Instead of cultivating his spirit, he used strength to oppress others. Seobin pales in shock. What is this really true? Furthermore, after investigating the district, we found proof that your gang has been terrorizing innocent people for profit. Payback time, you and I wanted this Twiki, yet orders their martial arts destroyed. No more mercy for these villains. Amitabha, Seobin panics and shouts to his guards. Stupid fools, do not just stand there. Stop them at once. Before the guards can even move, the monks strike like lightning. With just a few powerful palms, they easily clear out the entire group of soldiers. Moments later, the manor is silent except for the groans of the defeated. My power, my internal energy, it is all gone. Twicket gives his final command. Every coin stolen through corruption must be returned to the local people immediately. The servants tremble in fear. The Western Express is finished. This is a total disaster for our entire family. Suddenly, Tuikit turns to them. Is there a man here named Fong Qian? A frail man steps forward. That is me. Not knowing what to expect, the man turns pale. Master Tuikiet bows deeply in apology. Please forgive our sect's oversight. Honored Fongqian, the boy Votai was tormenting was actually your son. Fongqian gasps in shock. You mean my son was being bullied this whole time? Tuikiet remains silent for a moment before continuing. It was my failure that I could not protect the children properly. While we cannot erase the past, Shaolin will take full responsibility. Tu Ting and the disciples arrange for Fong Qian to work as a courier at a different Shaolin outpost. Unlike the Western Express, this place is run with true honor and integrity. Meanwhile, Vo-chan's face turns pale for a different reason. Ugh, what kind of sloppy rabbit trap is this supposed to be? It looks like the one I made yesterday, but it is clumsy and poorly set. He squats down to examine the messy rope. Is someone trying to copy my style? No way. Who else would be up on this mountain? Wait, what was that sound? He catches a glimpse of someone hiding in the brush. As he approaches, the girl panics and bolts. Hey, someone is running away. He shouts while giving chase. Stop, come back here. But when the girl glances back, the path behind her is completely empty. Is he gone? Suddenly, Wo-chan appears right behind her out of thin air. Before she can react, he lunges forward. Gotcha! A sharp scream echoes through the trees, and Wo-chan freezes as he realizes he has caught a young girl. She breaks into uncontrollable sobs, barely able to speak. I am sorry, it was my fault. Wo-chan is stunned. Why is she all alone? I was wrong. Wo-chan stays quiet before speaking. Let's eat. Trust me, you and I will be just fine. All right, you and I are about to watch this little girl eat her weight in meat. Our main character just sits there giggling. Man, she can really eat. How long has it been since you last ate? Did you learn to make traps because you were starving? She suddenly asks him. He simply says yes. But aren't you a little monk? Is it okay to be roasting meat like this? Fochan flinches and stammers that he has his reasons, so she shouldn't worry. He snaps out of it. Right. But then a question hits him. Why are you even in a place like this? This is Shaolin temple territory, and your clothes look like you come from a wealthy family. Suddenly, her face darkens as terrible memories begin to resurface. Father, don't leave me. Nanny, why does everyone hate me? Is it because I'm useless, or was my existence just a mistake? Vochan watches her tremble slightly. He gets it now. It looks like she's carrying a lot of hidden pain. Time to change the subject. He tries to bribe her with a favor. Can you do something for me? Keep my rabbit hunting a secret, okay? The girl gets curious. Will a little monk get punished for eating meat? Vochan jumps, startled by the question. Well, that's part of it, but there are other reasons. Look, I'll help you get back home. Hearing that, her eyes instantly light up. What, really, how? All right, pay attention. Their plan involves a master coming by who wears absolutely nothing. All right, you and I are about to see how this Shaolin expert handles a crisis. The girl asks, how do you know he is coming here? Woojan just grins and says he can feel his energy. Just stay right by the cave entrance and wait for him. She does exactly that. When Fa Qiang finally shows up, she puts on her best act and cries out for his help. Fa Qiang is stunned to see a stranger. Little girl, are you lost? Come on, let me take you back to safety. She stares at the monk in shock. Wait, he really is not wearing any clothes up there. Now watch this part closely because Fa Qiang starts getting suspicious and points at the cave. Have you seen a young boy in there? Inside, Wooden freezes. The girl realizes what is happening and thinks to herself. She looks up at Fa Qiang and gives him a sweet smile. No, sir, I would never dare go near that scary cave. I haven't seen a soul here. Just like that, Fa Qiang starts to trust Wuzhen even more. He thinks Wuzhen is being a diligent monk meditating in silence. Well, I have got to head down the mountain today. He turns to her with relief and says, Follow me, I will get you home. She is absolutely thrilled to leave. He asks for her name. She politely replies that her name is Liu Shuihua, trying to sound as innocent as possible. She silently thanks the little master in her heart, promising to one day repay this kindness. Inside the cave, Wujin senses she is finally gone and just collapses. Man, I am exhausted. He realizes he forgot to ask for her name. Oh well, maybe their paths will cross again in the future. A little while later, Fa Qiang goes looking for Wu Jing. Is Wu Jing around? Stick with me here because this is the moment that changes everything for young Wu Jing. The monk says, I have some very important news regarding your father. Fa Qiang explains everything that happened back in the Lichuan district to the young boy. The Western Bureau run by Wu Tai's parents has been completely crushed. More importantly, the Shaolin Temple has managed to find his father a brand new job. He tells Wu Jing to leave his worldly worries behind and focus entirely on training to soon become a disciple of the Mountain Guard sect. These were the exact words Wu Jing had been dreaming of hearing for such a long time. The heavy weight on his shoulders finally begins to lift away. His shoulders shake with emotion as he vows to give his absolute best. I will definitely become a disciple of the Mountain Guard sect. The monk gently pats his head, knowing Wu Chen was right all along. You and I just witnessed a dream come true while our main character is back in the woods hunting rabbits. Day 4. Let's see if his Special Forces survival training makes this wild hunting trip look like a piece of cake, since finding food in the wilderness was part of his core military training. One catch though, last time I cooked for that girl, I realized lighting a fire makes me an easy target for anyone nearby. From then on, I decided to prepare the prey in a nearby cave to avoid leaving any visible traces behind. Since I can't skin it, I hide my tracks by coating the animal in clay before roasting it, then peeling the clay and fur off. It doesn't exactly taste like a 5-star meal, but hey, I really need that protein. Plus, this is the first time I've eaten meat since coming to Shaolin, so it feels absolutely amazing. Day 5, I wake up before the morning bells even ring. Meditating by the wall? Are you asking if I'm actually focusing on my training? Not really, when I can just sense that someone is already approaching my current position. I expected it, but didn't think he'd wake this early to meditate. Did he spend all night repenting? Fap Kuong quietly approaches and picks up the old food containers. He stays perfectly still, keeping his heart calm despite everything happening around him. Good job, Vochan. He leaves fresh food before walking away. Then Vochan finally opens his eyes. Alright, you and I are about to see that making a kid eat like this every day is just plain cruel. One grain cake and spring water once a day. These cakes are dry rations made from seeds and honey used as meal replacements during cultivation. For anything else, I have to hunt for energy. It seems I have finally started getting used to this kind of life. Day 6. Now that I have enough protein and energy, I need to move. I start with the most intense physical exercises possible in this place. While moving constantly, I realize something. My breathing during exercise is very similar to the breathing techniques used in meditation. So I tried combining internal power with bodybuilding, creating a unique training method of my own. The result: my body feels incredibly light and refreshed. I had no idea back then that I was actually practicing moving chi cultivation. On the seventh day, the isolation ended, and Fap Kuong arrived right on time to find Vo Chan. He stepped into the cave and called out, Vo Chan, your isolation is over, stand up. Vo Chan opened his mouth to reply. So I am finally allowed to speak again. Fab Kwong nodded. That is right, morning practice is starting soon, so head to the training ground. Vo Chan followed Fab Kwong back to the Shaolin temple. Suddenly he asked, What about that other matter? Fab Kwong replied, You mean Vo Kin? Vo Chan immediately nodded. Yes. After investigating the family of Vo Tai, we discovered the West Side gang had committed many crimes. Because of that, we stripped every member of their martial arts and disbanded the entire gang. As for the father of Vokin, I found him a new job. Oh, and by the way, your training intensity will increase from now on. Vochan was stunned. Really, is that so? Fapkuong warned him. For the past 7 days, I kept my promise not to interfere, but to be fair to the others. You must follow Shaolin methods. Vochan frowned in annoyance. Has he still not given up on that? He had to compromise. Fine, just increasing the intensity is okay, right? I will challenge myself with even harder exercises than the ones you have planned. Fapkung hesitated. Fine, we will see at the Arhat training ground. As soon as they entered, Volot Vokin and Vokung ran over happily. Volot lunged forward and hugged Vochan tight. Vochan asked how everyone was and if the training had been tough. Volot spoke honestly. Hey, I am so tired I could die. Vokin rubbed his cheek shyly and said he almost gave up. But Vokung just acted tough, saying it was as easy as a mosquito bite. Suddenly, the Uncle Master's roar thundered. Stop, morning practice starts now. Everyone get into your positions. Now watch closely. Vochan looks at the bags and realizes, wait, are these sandbags? Is this why the training intensity is suddenly increasing? Tutin signaled for all the disciples who received sandbags to quickly return to their designated spots. As they entered the horse stance, Vochan's return did not change the routine, it only made the morning session even more brutal. The doubled intensity made the young monks sweat and cry. Meanwhile, Vochan used the sandbags to invent his own workout. He felt the sandbags in his palms. These are balanced, but the grip is not very good. But whatever it is, better than nothing. Immediately, all eyes turned toward Vochan again. You and I both see it, right? That kid is training differently again. Does he not realize how tense the atmosphere is here? Fab Kuang suddenly walked out from the group of masters looking furious as he approached Vo Chan. The others gasped in shock. Is Fab Kuang finally going to teach that brat a lesson? We finally get to see him get scolded. Fab Kuang gritted his teeth in anger. He had warned him the intensity would increase, yet this kid was training so casually and comfortably. But then he froze as he noticed something. His sweat is twice as much as the other children. Could it be that the exercises he is doing are even heavier than our increased training program? No, now is not the time to worry about that. This heavy and sharp aura, could it be moving chi? Moving chi is a method of circulating energy after accumulating enough internal power and becoming familiar with controlling that energy flow. It helps the user surpass normal physical limits to unleash extraordinary strength. That rock crushing power Master Tuetin showed that was moving chi. Besides that, it is also used for leaping through the air and moving at incredible high speeds. However, mastering it is not easy. A martial artist must go through countless trials to understand the flow of energy and breathing. That is how it should be, but ignoring everyone else, Vo Chan just focused on his own special training method. Amazing, I was getting bored of bodyweight exercises, but it turns out they had weights ready for me to use. My triceps are about to explode. Dumbbell tricep extensions. While everyone struggled with the sandbags, Fo Chan was in his own world. He was using the sandbags as dumbbells for bodybuilding. Training with these is actually very effective. Muscle grows so fast at this age. He sighs with satisfaction now. That is exactly the burn you and I wanted to see. You and I are about to see Vo Chan's strange look draw stares, but Fab Kwong notices something much more intense. This is movement art. Since when could this kid pull off a high level technique like that? Stunned Fab Kwong approaches and calls out, Vo Chan, come here for a second. Vo Chan turns back, panting, did you call for me, senior? Fab Kwong nods and clears his throat. Follow me. I have some things I need to ask you. Fab Kwong leads Vo Chan to Tuiting, and even the master turns pale with shock. The senior was right. This is definitely the energy of the movement art technique. Vo Chan asks nervously, Senior, you want to know how long I have been able to use this power, right? He thinks to himself, I definitely mastered it during wall gazing meditation, but if I tell the truth, they will lock me up in a cave for doing private work, so he decides to lie. I just tried it for the first time just now, sir. My family takes breathing exercises very seriously. I got so excited after training today that I realized my family's breathing style is similar to the temple's method, so I combined them. Hearing this, both masters shout out in pure horror. What? Both masters exchange a stunned look. Now pay attention because movement art is usually only learned after mastering the Buddha heart art. The Buddha heart art is a basic technique that only takes a few years of hard work to master. However, the number of disciples who can actually use the movement art right now is extremely small. That is because after mastering the basic heart art, people usually move on to high level techniques immediately. Instead of using movement art to flow energy for 12 long hours, focusing on a high level art for just 1 hour is much more efficient. But Vochan learned this in just a few days. This means his rate of internal power accumulation is already far beyond any of the other children. If he ever learns a high level internal power art, his strength will multiply tenfold. If a child can master this so easily, imagine how quickly he could grasp even deeper legendary techniques. Tu Ting happily approaches Vo Chun. So, are you saying you can use this movement art anywhere and at any time? But Vo Chan's answer immediately shatters their high hopes. No, only when I do my family's specific exercises. The faces of both masters instantly turn sour and stiff. Vo Chan continues, if you have nothing else to ask, I will go back to training my muscles. Tuetin has no choice but to let him go. He waits until the boy is far away before speaking. It seems we got ahead of ourselves. Amitabha. When Vochan returns, the voices of Volwat's group catch his attention. You worked hard, senior. Senior Vokin, are you still training like that today? Vochan runs over curious about what is happening. Wait, is Volwat actually doing muscle stretches with everyone? He replies happily. I have been practicing hard since you left. The other two were interested, so I showed them how. Vochan is stunned. You taught them, Vokin admits shyly. Volwat is a great teacher. After stretching, my whole body feels amazing. Though it did hurt a little. Vo Chan realizes he taught Volwat quite a few stretching moves already. He managed to remember all of them and is even coaching others. I ignored Volwat before because he wasn't in the records, but let's pause. It turns out his martial talent is no joke. Was he just a genius with bad luck who never became a master? It is possible, especially since he doesn't even know where the pressure points are. He puts that aside and looks at Vokung, who quickly turns his face away, too embarrassed to meet Vo Chan's eyes. Vo Chan narrows his eyes curiously. What about you? Vochung stammers. What do you mean? Vochan sighs. Stop pretending. Why are you just standing there instead of training with us? Volot remembers and speaks up. Last time Senior Vokung said his body was as stiff as a piece of wood. Vokung screams in embarrassment. Why would you say that? Vochan looks at the stiff boy. Stiff, is that why you are not doing the stretching exercises? Having no choice, Vokung gathers his courage. Fine, I am stiff. So what, you got a problem with that? Vochan is confused. I didn't say anything. Being stiff is fine. It just means you have to practice even harder. Vokung is stunned. Wait, what did you just say? Vochan's answer deeply moves him. I don't have time to mock people who work hard. Only lazy losers do that. Vokung freezes as something inside him finally wakes up. All his life he was only surrounded by fake flattery. Wow, look at Senior Vokung. You are so big and strong. They said he came from a powerful family. If I was born into a famous family like that, I would be a genius too. Trust me, you and I both know how much people underestimate effort. Alright, you and I are diving back into a world where training is hell, but the results, they are absolutely legendary. Seeing Wukong's respect for his senior like this is Honestly, pretty wholesome. Hard work. You finally said something right for once. We should never laugh at those who are actually putting in the effort. Wu Chun quickly sneaks behind him to pull a little prank. Come on, let me show you the national exercise routine. Move number 7, the deep bend. He ruthlessly pushes Wu Kong's body forward, making him scream out in pure agony, Hey, stop it, that hurts you, jerk. Heh heh. Wulut was right. Senior, your body is stiff as a board. Suddenly, Wu Chun turns around and notices something new about the others. Wu Qin isn't as bad as Wu Kong, but he's looking pretty stiff too. Wu Qin can only stutter out a nervous response. Wu Chan smirks. Didn't you say Wu Lot was coaching you? Let me see just how much progress you have actually made so far. He shouts out that he wants to join the stretching too. Soon, Wu Kong is struggling hard while Wu Lut keeps cheering him on. Nice job, senior. You are doing great. You are following everything Wu Chan taught us perfectly. Wukong just grits his teeth and groans. Junior, why does my hip hurt so much during this move? Wulut just shrugs and says it is supposed to feel that way. Wu Chen barks out orders telling Wukong to stop clenching his fists and to get even lower to the ground right now. He tells Wukin to straighten his arms and then starts the breathing exercise. 1, 2, 3, 4. At least this part is easy enough for them. Wukong looks at them and thinks about how Wu Lut is always sticking to that guy Wu Chen like glue. Your martial arts skills are definitely improving very quickly. Especially that insane flexibility. Wu Chun already proved his strength. Wu Lut is a total natural, despite being a bit slow, and then there is Wu Qin. The guy who took down Wu Tai so easily. I am surrounded by monsters, but I will not lose. I am the strongest. It feels like using a new sandbag. Now I can finally go all out with these free weight exercises whenever I want. During my free time, I focus on my internal energy. I'm getting stronger every day, building up more power thanks to this special breathing method. Sometimes I even join these kids for stretching. Wuchan yells at Wukong to keep his back straight and stop slouching his shoulders. The passing seniors are getting curious. Hey, is it just me or are Wuchan's shoulders getting a lot broader lately? Maybe it is because of that weird training he is always doing with those younger disciples. It is definitely working for him. Then comes day 10, and the training routine finally changes. During the morning session, Tuitin introduces a new lesson. Most of you have mastered the Buddha heart technique, so now we will learn to use that energy. He calls 2 disciples up to demonstrate the first move of the heart weight fist for the entire class to see. First, gather your inner power in your dantian, then guide the energy up through the sea of chi and the central vessels. Direct 70% of that force to your right shoulder and the remaining 30% to the other side. Do you all understand? Wuchen memorizes every single step. So focus the power and split it 70-30. Alright, let's see what happens next. Now, watch this part closely. This first move of the continuous fist is about to reveal a level of power he never expected. He stares at his hand, wondering about the sensation. Is he using internal energy to stimulate his acupoints and boost his physical strength? Is the reason for splitting the energy between his hands just to keep his body perfectly balanced during the strike? If my internal power keeps growing like this, my left hand won't be able to handle the pressure. I have to find a way to distribute this force to other parts. A sudden voice breaks his train of thought. To master the first move of the continuous fist, you need to send that power into your lower body. Wu Chan realizes it instantly. So it is not just about the arms, the energy has to flow down into the legs as well. In other words, I need to control my entire body. I know what you're thinking, this is way more complex than it looks. Mastering this for real combat is going to take some insane practice. Just as he is about to try it, a weird noise from Wu Lut stops him. He turns to see his senior acting like a goofball. Oh, this is so confusing. How does it go again? Wu Chan just sighs. I give up. Senior Wu Lut, what are you doing? Wu Lut scratches his head, admitting he is just trying to remember the steps they were just taught by the master. Well, just tell me what you remember so far. Wu Lut thinks for a second. It starts at the Dantian, then goes to the Sea of Qi. Wu Chun immediately corrects him, explaining the proper path the internal energy needs to take. Wu Lut continues saying he should send 70% of the power to his left shoulder instead. Wu Chan's face goes pale. It's the right side, man. You're right-handed. Wu Lut just blushes and giggles, leaving Wu Chan totally defeated. The great ancestor probably left Wu Lut out of the legends for a reason. He clears his throat and finally speaks up. Trust me, you and I need to see his reaction. All right, you and I are back to watch Wu Chan teach his densest student yet. He presses Vo Luot's navel, telling him to channel his inner power there. He carefully guides him, moving his hand to the shoulder. Fo Luat shouts with excitement, saying this makes it way easier to understand. That is a relief. Vo Chan kindly tells him to just ask if he gets stuck, though he secretly expects him to forget everything immediately. Fo Luat just stares blankly. Then he asks with a confused look, "Wait, where am I supposed to send the power next?" Vo Chan's blood pressure is spiking while he tries to stay patient with this fool. He slowly starts getting used to the Lian Huan Quan movements. Every day, Tuitin and the others teach him a new form. Since it is just basic martial arts, there are not many moves. In just 10 days, Vo Chan masters the flow of every single form. After that, the young monks are free to practice at their own pace. 71 days have passed now, and it is not just Vo Chan and Vo Kung, even the others have mastered all 10 forms of Lian Huan Quan. Vo Kung realizes the time and mentions it has been 20 minutes. Vo Chan snaps out of his thoughts. What? He jumps up and starts cracking his joints immediately. From now on, we are going to start doing squats together. Vo Kong is confused and asks what a squat even is. During morning training, Fap Kwong walks around to monitor the young disciples. Everyone is working hard today, but pay attention here. Fap Kwong suddenly stops. He senses an aura with breath far more powerful than usual. Once he realizes who it is, Fap Kwong's eyes nearly pop out as he watches Vo Chan training. Just how many sandbags is that kid wearing? On top of that, how can someone that age possess such incredible strength and physical endurance, firm muscles, high energy, and a physique much larger than any previous disciple? He achieved all of this in just 2 months through sheer effort. Could it be that Vo Chan was actually right? If I keep training this way, my body might really start to fall apart later. Training like this will ruin your knees. You should warm up properly first, then I will challenge myself with even harder exercises. Vo Chan's previous warnings about training safety keep repeating over and over inside Fap Kong's head. He sits alone in a daze, wondering if the Shaolin training methods they have used for years are actually wrong. Suddenly, a voice startles him and he looks up. Training ended a long time ago, so why are you still sitting here? Fap Kuang jumps to his feet and greets Hien Tang. The elder approaches him and speaks with a gentle, caring tone. It looks like something is on your mind. Problems usually feel small once you actually say them out loud. So tell me what is bothering you. He finds the courage to speak up, saying it is about Vo Chan. Vo Chan. The next morning, right after washing up, Vo Chan hears news that hits him like a bolt of lightning. Did I hear that right? Brother Fap Kuang says the Hall Master is calling for you. His friends all have different reactions, wondering what trouble he caused this time. Just apologize and admit you were wrong. Okay, seriously, trouble again. Vo Chan is fuming. I helped you guys, and this is how you act. Fap Kuang repeats that the Hall Master is waiting, so move it. Vo Chan jumps in pure terror. Vo Chan desperately digs through his memories as he walks. And let's be real, you and I would be just as terrified if the Hall Master called us. Why on earth would the Hall Master want to see me? Hintan sits in his room, thinking. He knew the boy had talent, but he didn't expect this strange training to be so effective that it worried Fap Kuang deeply. That was exactly why he asked Fap Kuang if he could bring Vo Chan to see him personally. Hien Tang says this issue cannot be solved just by talking, so it is better to meet Vo Chan face to face and observe him. Yes, Uncle Master. Vo Chan is sweating as he feels the heavy atmosphere. Why did you call me here so urgently just to stare at me for minutes? He gets more nervous by the second. It feels like the elder is literally scanning every inch of his body. Being stared at like that is awkward, so he assumes his muscles just aren't big enough yet. He suddenly strikes an epic bodybuilding pose, leaving Hien Tan totally stunned. Vochan shyly replies, chest exercises. No, I was just trying out some poses. The awkward mood finally breaks as Hien Tan laughs, saying it has been a while since they met. Vochan politely agrees, noting it has been since that unpleasant incident last time. Yes, that was not a very happy memory. Vochan worries and asks if that incident is why he was called here today. Hientine sips his tea and looks closely. No, I just wanted to confirm something for myself, and after seeing you, I finally understand. Vochan is confused. Hientang honestly tells him he heard about his rapid progress compared to others, and it is clearly the truth. However, that is not the only reason I asked you to come here today. Vochan is your incredible progress due to some kind of secret family training method. He worries they will force him to stop his routine. He thinks they will force him to quit his method. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens in this meeting next. Stick with me, we're about to watch our hero shake up Shaolin. Hientan asks if his training is truly superior to theirs. His uncle cuts him off, explaining that Shaolin isn't just a place of stubborn traditions. He says they're open to change and has a special proposal for the boy. He remembers the strict image of Tueten and thinks to himself, not a place of stubborn traditions, really. But he stays polite, asking what the proposal is. Hientine circles around the point for a moment. Shaolin has survived for over 1,000 years by learning to adapt, embracing new ideas, while keeping its core essence being soft or firm as needed. Vochen is confused. His uncle sips some tea and clarifies, if you can prove your family's strange training methods actually get results, I'll consider letting the temple adopt them. I'm talking about that bizarre training style of yours. Vochan is shocked. He realizes his uncle is actually accepting his new way of training. Hintang de Ahat Hall leader is a dedicated monk. Before becoming a martial arts master, he always prioritized making the smartest choices for the future growth of Shaolin. Applying these new methods is a massive gamble, but he's willing to test them first at the Arhat Hall, the very place where new recruits begin their journey. If he fails, he'll face serious punishment from the temple's law court. But for the sake of Shaolin's future, he's ready to take the risk. If this training succeeds, it'll become the bedrock of the temple for the next millennium. Now watch closely because Vochan's reaction is everything, why me? Hintan looks confused and shouts out, What? No way, are you serious? Vochan is lost. Didn't you want this? There are over 70 new disciples now, and you need to keep up with your own training too. Besides, after everything that happened, they all think you're insane. Do you really think those kids will listen to a lunatic like you? Hientine coughs, looking totally embarrassed. I'm not a madman. He thinks honestly, I do want to raise a group of elite disciples. If I make Shaolin powerful enough, I can finally change the tragic ending of the novel I'm stuck in. I just don't want to waste my time training these rude little brats. Wait, who's a madman? Suddenly, an idea hits him and he starts negotiating with Hientine. He sets one condition for this experiment. Early the next morning, while the young monks are still fast asleep, Vochan stands outside, takes a deep breath, and screams, Wake up! That shout makes everyone bolt upright instantly. They scramble to get dressed and run outside. Is it time to train already? Why didn't I hear the bell? Did you lot come to the temple just to play around, shake off the sleep, and get your butts to the training ground right this second? Is it really time? When they arrive, they're shocked by the sight waiting for them at the field. Wait, what is this? Why is that crazy brat standing right in the middle of the training field? Tuting looks down at Vochan and makes an announcement. He tells them the reason they're up so early is to add a new warm-up routine before the official training begins. And from now on, Vochan will be the one in charge of your morning training. Vochan prepares for the backlash. I know what you're thinking, putting a kid their own age in charge was bound to cause absolute chaos. It's totally expected. But since I've accepted this role, I won't let anyone look down on me. Vochan takes a deep breath and flips his serious switch on. Listen up, from today I'm training you with my secret family techniques. And while we're on this field, you will address me only as coach. Tuting is amazed. This kid has weak internal energy, but his eyes are burning with spirit. Suddenly, the whole crowd starts laughing. Why should we listen to him? Who does he think he is? He's definitely lost his mind. Vochan grinds his teeth. You dare laugh at me? He looks up with a threatening glare. I'll show you what respect looks like. Anyone who has a problem with me being coach, if you're so confident in your own strength, step forward now. Even you who were just laughing. I'll duel every single one of you. If I lose even one move, I'll step down as coach and join you as a regular student. A few arrogant kids step up immediately. Vochan is surrounded, but he doesn't show a hint of fear. Good is that everyone, all of you, come at me together. Let's begin the duel. The fight breaks out. Four Shaolin disciples rush in swinging wild punches, but Vochan suddenly vanishes, leaving the group to accidentally beat each other up. Where'd he go? What's happening? Vochan is already crouching right beneath them like a fast little squirrel. I didn't suffer through that hellish training just to lose to a bunch of weaklings like you. Vochan slips behind one kid and puts him in a tight chokehold. No way block him, Vochan starts letting his fists fly in a rapid-fire combo. His fists take down all four disciples easily. He turns back to the crowd with a challenge. Anyone else want a piece? I'm a man of my word. Seeing their friends beaten and bruised, the other kids start backing away in pure terror. Vochan growls his final warning. From now on, I'm the one leading this. And you and I both know you'll be calling me coach every single morning. Alright, stick with me because we are about to witness the most intense Shaolin training session ever. 1, 2, straighten those arms and lift. Fab Kwong looks down at Vochan, eyes wide. He is stunned. Did this kid learn how to lead back in his old family? Things are moving fast, but 70 disciples are too many for one boy. That is why he decides to appoint some help. Vo King Vo Kung and Vo Lot are promoted to assistants since they survived his hellish training. Vo Chan knows teaching peers is easier. Having familiar faces lead the group helps the newcomers build their confidence much faster. Fab Kuong might be a monk, but he has the heart of a soldier, so he starts adopting Vo Chan's methods. He watches closely. Those kids were sneaking around earlier, but now he knows exactly how to handle them. Give them some slack when needed, but if they cross the line, hammer them with strict discipline. Time to use this on my own juniors too. The results show up almost immediately among the novice disciples. Since they are still young, their bodies and stamina are developing at an incredible rate. The older masters were skeptical at first. Is it too fast? Is the custom equipment ready? Over there, it is finally finished. But after seeing the clear improvements over time, they have put all their faith in young Vo Chan. Vo Chan looks at the pile of gear with a huge grin. Yes, it is finally here. These are the custom tools he asked Hien Tan to build for the young monk's training. Now pay attention, we have racks, barbells, and plates. It is mostly wood, which is a bit sketchy. But the weights are still light, so it should be fine. He will just use sandbags and logs for dumbbells. Even with three assistants, managing 70 kids was pushing Vo Chan to his absolute limit. His own training time was disappearing, so he needed this gear. He is practically buzzing with excitement. Incredible. A gym in the world of martial arts. The master asks if this will really make them stronger. Vo Chan does not hesitate to say yes. He can already feel the iron calling his name. 4 months later, thanks to non stop grinding, Vo Chan's body has reached a whole new level. The barbell he is moving right now weighs 90 kilograms. At 13, he is already out lifting his own body weight. He racks the bar after 12 reps and checks his progress. Feeling those muscles grow is the best part. Phew. My total for the big three lifts must be around 230 kilograms now. For a single max rep, I could probably hit 300. He is balancing management and training like a pro. Time flies. Autumn turns to winter as snow blankets the mountains, then melts away for the spring blossoms. 20 of the novices have officially left the Shaolin temple. They were the ones who could not grasp martial arts this past year. Tuetin looks at Hien Tan beaming. Master 50 kids passed the exam this year. Last year we only had a third of that. It is all thanks to Vo Chan. Let's pause for a second. At this point, anyone still doubting Vo Chan's methods would have to be an idiot. Hien Tang has become his biggest fan, even demanding more racks and benches immediately. Actually, we need to stock up on bench presses for the Lohan Hall right away. Seeing the massive success, Hien Tan is ready to turn the whole temple into a training ground. But even Shaolin has a budget, and this gear is not cheap. Luckily, there is still one way. I have practiced for 50 years and should have let go of desire, yet I cannot wait for the exam. The entry exam is the final test for novices to see who becomes an official disciple. If they crush this test, getting funding for more gear in the Lohan Hall will be a piece of cake. 6 months pass by. Vo Chan is hitting a growth spurt. In 1 year, he grew 10 centimeters and his lift total hit 400 kilograms. Some might think that is slow for nearly 2 years of work, but he is a martial artist, not a bodybuilder. If he gets too bulky, it will slow down his techniques and ruin his flow. He is aiming for that perfect functional physique, like those fit celebrities you see on television. Instead of looking like a massive tank, his body is shredded and built specifically for combat. While Vo Chan keeps grinding, Hien Tan heads off on a secret mission. Trust me, you do not want to miss what comes next. Alright, you and I are about to enter the legendary Shaolin Temple for a truly epic test. I am here to report on the entrance exam starting in 5 days. From inside, a calm voice echoes back. Come in. Hien Tan opens the doors and enters immediately as the senior master continues speaking. I have heard the news. So many children passed the preliminary trial and are joining the final exam. Hien Tang laughs politely. It is all thanks to the abbot's great blessings, he says. The master smiles, noting that if Hien Tan says so, he must be very confident. Amitabha. Hien Tan nods firmly. Absolutely. He bows and happily reports that this year's entrance exam will be unlike any other. The abbot replies he is looking forward to it. Time flies and exam day finally arrives. High-ranking monks from every hall gather at the Luohan Hall. Usually an entrance exam like this would never draw such a massive crowd. But this year, thanks to Vo Chan, the number of kids who passed the trial reached 49. Excluding the lay disciples, 42 are ready. Everyone gathered here today just to witness this incredible result with their own two eyes. Hien Tang and Tue Ting chat happily. Why hide such good news? I feel the same way. Of course, there are conflicting opinions. Master, is it possible Uncle Hien Tan let so many kids pass simply because he felt pity for them? The monk called Master simply replies, no, that is not it. Yesterday, Uncle Hian Than told me these children have outstanding potential. That speaker is Tue Kanwai's head of the Shaolin Outer Hall. He gestures toward a group for his disciple to see. Look there. Those are the kids joining the exam today. He gasps in shock. What? Those kids, look at their physiques. Trust me, this is the clearest proof of their growth and the training they have endured. Showing Hian Tan's total confidence, he steps forward and shouts, Thank you all for taking the time to be here today. Since we have so many candidates this year, I won't waste time. Let the entrance exam begin right now. Vochan pats Wokung's shoulder to calm him. Hey, Rotten Wood, don't be scared. Wokung snaps back. I am not Rotten Wood. He turns to the others. Brother Wokin, don't be nervous. As for Brother Voluat, well, never mind. Alright, let's get this started. The Shaolin entrance exam is quite simple. Recruits dual second generation disciples while the masters from various halls watch closely to pick the children with the most potential to join the third generation. Usually, the seniors only use just enough strength to let the newcomers showcase their own abilities. However, on that day, the duel took a very unexpected turn that caught everyone off guard. Hien Tien stands by, Hien Tang deeply impressed. Wow, is that really a newbie fighting a senior? Over 20 exchanges, and the kid is still going strong. The head of the Luohan Hall was right to be confident. These kids are on a whole different level. Hintan laughs out loud. It is all Buddha's grace, but we have only seen half of the recruits. Abbot, please do not judge just yet. Hearing Hian Tan's words, Hian Ting starts observing the matches with a curious eye. Hian Tang does not look worried at all. He must really trust their strength. Let us keep watching and see what happens. Suddenly, Hian Tan looks down. The next disciple is ready. Now pay attention because Hian Tian is just as curious as we are. The instructor shouts. Trainee Vo Luot, step forward. Vo Chan stands with his arms crossed and asks, Vo Luot, remember what I told you? Vo Luot obediently repeats, Yeah, you told me to just cut loose and go wild. Vo Chan giggles and nods. Exactly, just relax. Moments later, Vo Luot steps onto the stage to face the Shaolin seniors. I am in your hands, masters. Once both sides are ready, the instructor shouts the command to begin. Before the shout even fades, Volua charges forward like a lightning bolt, throwing a punch. The senior monk quickly tilts his head to dodge, instantly analyzing Voluat's techniques mid-clash. The 10th move of the chain fist, the 14th move of the little red fist, he has mastered them all with precision. I have already figured out the extent of the martial arts he has learned. As he speaks, the monk drops his knees to change stance. Let's see how he adapts and uses his techniques. But just as he attacks, Voluat slips behind him, dodging the strike and countering with an elbow. The monk panics. What? A mere trainee is this fast. He blocks the blow and begins to gather his internal power. No matter, I have finally caught you now. As the punch flies in, Voluat grabs the monk's arm, using it as a lever to swing his body underneath. What he is slippery as an eel, the Shaolin masters watching from the stage cannot stop their gasps of shock. Whoa. From behind, a monk in orange watches in disbelief. Wow, how can he move his body like that? He moves by instinct, like a wild animal, using a body that is incredibly flexible. Trust me, you and I just witnessed the birth of a real monster. All right, you and I are watching as the old master tells Gapyeon to pay close attention. He whispers back, Yes, master, that man is Taken, the deputy leader of Shaolin's external hall known as the Invincible Five Fists. He joyfully tells him that the boy is his disciple, and the master's grand disciple, claiming this child is the one who will perfect the legendary Shaolin Five Fists. A shout rings out, ending the duel as Mujin stands on the sidelines to observe the next match carefully. Muriel has monstrous innate flexibility, and Mujin has been thinking of the best way to push that natural talent to its absolute limit. Since Muriel kept struggling with pressure points and internal energy flow making him clumsy, I decided to have him focus solely on connecting his forms while completely ignoring the internal energy. Check this out. The result was him engraving the movements and energy flow directly into his muscle memory. If the mind isn't sharp enough, just let the body take over and remember everything on its own. Hyun Cheon asks with pure curiosity, How on earth did you raise these kids to be this strong? Don't tell me you secretly gave them some soul gathering pills. Hearing that, Hyun Seong can't help but burst out laughing. Haha, Abbott, don't go getting surprised just yet, there's more. The instructor yells for the next one. Entry, disciple, Mugung, step forward. Mujin sees Mugung's mass body shaking with nerves and calls out to his friend, Hey, Rotten Wood. Mugung snaps back tensely. What is it now? Are you actually trying to cheer me on? No, I just mean don't be so nervous. The muscular Mugong steps onto the stage, both shy and anxious, muttering that he's not nervous at all. As soon as they see him, the crowd erupts into gossip. Wait, is that kid for real? Did he lie about his age to get in? Is that guy really just an entry disciple? Even the second generation Shaolin monks conducting the test are absolutely stunned by Mugong's massive and incredibly imposing stature. An entry disciple that is this huge. He is over 6 feet 2 inches tall, which is about 186 centimeters of pure muscle. Despite all the noise from the crowd, Mugong is feeling pretty gloomy and anxious on the inside, though he's still full of determination. I've endured 2 years of hellish, brutal training just for this moment, so I refuse to lose. Let's get this fight started. The moment the instructor stops speaking, Mu Gung charges forward like a beast. Down below, Mu Gyong walks over to Mu Jin to ask a question. Mujin, how do you think Mu Gung will perform? Mujin is surprised by the question but answers calmly. Mugung's massive size is a huge advantage, but in exchange, his body is incredibly stiff. So I only gave him the bare minimum flexibility training and focused almost entirely on building raw strength, which worked perfectly thanks to Mugung's extraordinary hard work and effort. You and I can see Mugung has become an absolute tank. But don't underestimate his offensive power either, because even a glancing blow from Mugung is enough to seriously rattle a veteran second generation Shaolin monk. The monk starts seeing red, thinking that even if this is just an entry test, he is going to be in big trouble if he keeps dodging without using his internal energy. Putting his thoughts into action, the monk funnels internal energy into his fist and swings hard, but Mugung reacts instantly, swatting the powerful strike away with his own hand. They're locked in a fierce battle. Mugung throws punches, while the monk blocks and counters, and with his massive towering frame, he is putting an incredible amount of pressure on his much more experienced opponent. Mugung delivers a heavy chop down at the monk, making everyone sweat as they watch this intense exchange. Wow, that kid doesn't just have insane strength. He clearly knows how to combine his movements, making him the only entry disciple who can actually go toe to toe with a second generation monk. Suddenly, a tall man steps out from the back with a smirk, muttering that it is not bad at all. Another monk asks, Senior Tedam, are you actually interested in that boy? That is Taidam, the successor of the diamond indestructible art and the legendary Buddha's palm technique. Taidam comments with interest, noting how the boy has successfully minimized all unnecessary movements, which proves just how much brutal training he has put himself through lately. With that level of skill, he definitely has the potential to inherit the main Shaolin sect. Down in the arena, Mukong is getting more excited as he feels the atmosphere heating up and sees everyone's eyes fixed squarely on him. He thinks, everyone is watching me now, so I need to look as cool and powerful as possible. In that exact moment of distraction, the monk catches an opening and lunges forward, landing a heavy blow right to the gut that makes Mugung wheeze out in pure pain. Taigun and the other monks are left speechless. Cough, maybe it's because he is still young that he feels the need to show off like that. Taigun grinds his teeth, muttering that this kid needs more discipline, and he will teach him personally, while Mugung walks off, feeling totally defeated and confused by what happened. Mujin laughs while teasing him, telling him that a little failure is okay, and not to be sad, even though it was actually pretty hilarious to watch. Mugyong steps up next, saying it's his turn now and telling Mujin he is heading out. Mujin watches him go, thinking, is it finally Mugyong's turn? Though he still hasn't fully overcome his past trauma, he must learn to control his inner madness if he wants to avoid becoming one of those dreaded blood monk. Trust me, Mugyong is more dangerous than both his friends combined. As the match goes on, you can clearly see with your own eyes that the second generation monk is being completely pushed back into a very difficult corner. Six young palms, diamond fist. Madness. Immovable step rock, smashing finger, he is cycling through techniques like crazy. Just how many martial arts has this kid mastered? It looks like he's learned absolutely everything. Let's dive in because this kid is a total genius. Vochan is standing there sweating buckets from pure fear while watching this unfold. He just hopes it keeps going like this. Aside from some early nerves, Vokin is doing great, but the fight is dragging on and he's getting way too hyped up. Is he about to lose control? And just like that, Vochan's worst fears come to life. The instructor screams for them to stop, but Vokin does not listen. Instead, he just starts punching even faster and harder than before. Everyone else joins in shouting for him to quit, stop the fight, but Vokin is too far gone, drowning in his own adrenaline and trance. The more he fights, the more ecstatic he gets. Why in the world does he look so terrifyingly happy right now? This feeling is pure bliss, joy upon joy. Is Vochan right to worry that the kid's inner madness is finally exploding out? Suddenly, Vokin snaps back to reality. High above the arena, a mysterious figure is casually watching the whole spectacle from a distance. He thought the abbot was throwing another rowdy party with how much noise was coming from down there. Turns out it is just the entrance exam. He chuckles to himself, seeing the kid dodging around as slippery as a loach. He figures the boy fits brother Tuedam, but wait, look at that face. This is getting interesting. That kid belongs to me. Like a predator, he leaps down. Even with everyone trying to intervene, Vokin is still lost in his own dark pleasure. One monk's foot catches on the uneven ground and he accidentally slips to the floor. Vokin sees the opening and pounces instantly. This is the perfect moment to finish the strike. Now pay attention because this is where things get truly dangerous. He preps the 18 Arhat hand while Vochan screams in terror. Everyone is frozen in shock. Right as a life is about to be lost, boom, a loud sound echoes as Vokin's arm is caught in a vice like grip. The monk on the ground gasps for Master Tuekwan. The master just sips his drink and smiles like an idiot. What is up? You need something. Tudam sees him and starts losing his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs. Tukan, you dare drink in the temple. You want to be locked in the repentance cave. Tukan just tosses his bottle up to him. Brother, you are overreacting. I would never drink alcohol here. Tuedam realizes it is just water and calms down, warning him not to cross the line. Suddenly, Tuekwan shouts out to every monk and disciple in the temple, Masters and brothers, sorry for the interruption, but I have decided this child is coming with me. Just as he expected, the entire crowd starts whispering and gossiping immediately about the decision. You and I both know this kid is a loose cannon. Only the leader of the demon slaying squad can handle him, the only monks allowed to kill. They are the ones who walk the path of the Asura. These men carry the burden of destroying ultimate evil that cannot be saved, all to protect every living being. Hien Tien realizes this might be for the best. Training under a demon hunter could finally help the boy control his inner madness. Tuquen pats the boy's head, claiming his prize. You are mine now, kid. Vokin suddenly remembers how insane he just looked. He collapses to the ground in fear of his own power while Tuequan's laughter rings in his ears. I actually scared myself. I never thought I would find a disciple even crazier than I am. With a wild laugh, Tuequan claims his new student and disappears over the wall, bored with the rest of the exam. Even with all that drama, things slowly start to settle back into a normal rhythm. The exam goes on, but one second generation disciple is looking pale, questioning his whole life. A slippery loach, a mountain of a man, and a crazy kid. He wonders what kind of monster is coming out next. Finally, the last battle arrives. The instructor calls out for entrance disciple Wo-chan to step forward. The monk sizes him up instantly. Another big healthy kid. He looks pretty average on the outside. But up high, Hien Tan is honest. If I had to pick the absolute best student in this class, it is him. Hien Tien is shocked. That kid Wai Hien Tang does not even hesitate with his answer. If Vokin is the one who gathers Shaolin's essence, then Vochan is the one who will lead us into a new era. In the arena, Vochan locks in. Every painful lesson he has learned starts flashing through his mind. I have gone through hell to get here. I was training hard before I even had hair on my head. He remembers sitting on a rock in meditation when Fab Kung walked up to find him. Vochan admitted he was struggling with internal cultivation, so he came out to clear his head with physical training. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see how this training pays off. Had he not mastered the autumn wind kick already? Alright, you and I are seeing how basic moves become legendary. Footwork is key, but Vochan admits his cultivation has a flaw. Fabkeung wonders if he actually mastered the Buddhist heart gong. It is not perfect yet, and my energy flow keeps stopping when while sleeping or holding my breath, brother. Fabkeung is stunned. Isn't that just common sense for everyone? But Vochan is serious. He even holds his breath while eating. So, you want to build power while sleeping or eating food. Fab Kung sighs. Even for a genius, this kid is a weirdo. Watch closely as Fab Kung suggests the legendary iron cloth technique. Vochan cringes thinking of the low-level skill bandits use for bullying. Give us all your money or get crushed by iron cloth. Actually, iron cloth is a famous and a basic Shaolin technique. It hardens the body against weapons. It fell out of fashion. It's now silly fashion because it is useless against masters. It cannot stop sword ki, so why mention it now, brother? Fabkeung explains it carefully. Most people think it just hardens the skin, but that is wrong. True iron cloth absorbs energy through the skin. He is stunned. Fabkeung continues on. The banded version came from a student who left too early. Imagine that he could cultivate while sleeping or even during a meal. However, Fabkeung's next sentence immediately crushes all of his hopes. The secret technique only absorbs energy to make the skin harder. Chen is bummed, but then he realizes he could combine this with modern bodybuilding. He masters every technique in record time. To become a third generation disciple, one must reach level 7 in three basic arts within a single year. But Chen already reached a level 10 in all three. He already surpasses most of the senior disciples. Because he learned so fast, his choices became very limited. He realized he needed to create his own unique martial art. Fab Kung sees that mischievous smile and knows his plan. Chen excitedly begs his senior to teach him iron cloth. One day Kung asks why he is torturing himself like that. Chen beats himself up just like Fab Kung suggested. He must master the pain to turn absorbed energy into power. The big battle finally begins now. Chen focuses and his energy explodes, shocking all the masters. Behold the power of the unique martial art he created. He charges forward as Hien Tien remembers an old prophecy. Chen is destined to take Shaolin further just like him. A monk carries a frail old man to the Arhat hall. The old man wants to see the entrance exam for himself. Trust me, you and I are about to see something legendary. All right, you and I are about to see a tired old man reveal a shocking secret. Haha, let us just say I was out for a stroll. Why do we not head inside? If we stay out here, Fap Kong will never see you. The monk replies softly to him. My martial arts are still lacking, master. I cannot properly judge these disciples yet. So instead of me, please watch and decide for yourself. Just then, a shout from the stands catches the old man's attention. Fo Chan steps forward. He stares in shock at the aura radiating from the boy. So young, yet his balance is already flawless. Could that energy mean he actually succeeded? Get ready, begin. The match has not even lasted a second, but Vo Chan is already closing in on the second level Shaolin monk. He is caught off guard, unable to process the situation. What an explosive attack! What kind of technique is he using? Before he can analyze the nine palace steps, Vo Chan lands another powerful blow. I am attacking now. Even though the monk is starting to realize what is happening, Vo Chan's posture is so perfect he cannot take his eyes away. The Avalokitesvara hand combined with the first form of continuous fist, the heart weight strike. A single simple strike from Vo Chan pushes the second level monk back, forcing him to use every bit of strength just to stay balanced. He is combining the essence of nine palace steps and autumn wind kicks to drive all his power into his lower body. He uses the sixth form of the hand technique to stabilize his center of gravity and increase his power. Finally, he blends it with the first form of continuous fist to maximize the strength in his shoulders. This is truly a style that combines the best parts of many different arts, a hybrid martial art that is exactly what the monk realizes while facing Vo Chan. But wait, watch closely here. Vo Chan charges forward with excitement. Next is the second move. The monk is already struggling after just one exchange. His forearm, which he used to block the attack, has already started to swell up. Even using 10 years of internal energy, I can only barely block him. Here he comes again, the second strike. The monk flinches as he watches Vo Chan's low level attack coming in fast. If I dodge this way without thinking, he leans to the side. But he immediately realizes it was a feint forcing him into a direct brawl with Vo Chan. I cannot hold back against this kid. The old man and his disciples stand there, their faces turning pale from pure shock. How can someone with such a small amount of internal energy create such terrifying power? Fist palms, kicks fingers, and steps. You and I saw that too, right? Aside from the continuous fist, he is only using basic techniques, kicks and steps meant for beginners. In other words, he is completely overwhelming his opponent using nothing but the absolute fundamentals. Even more impressive, instead of learning advanced arts, he combined basic skills to create something entirely new. This is the aura of a great grandmaster. Is this child really walking the same path as I am? After a long pause, the old master calls out, Fap Kwong. He answers obediently, Yes, master. The master signals to him, Can I move to the center of the training ground right now? Vo Chan is completely lost in the heat of battle. This is the real martial world. I have trained my body and my arts for nearly 2 years, but I have never had the chance to show my full strength. Now I can finally go all out without worrying about accidentally hurting my opponent. A real duel. The tension of facing a strong foe, the pure joy of unleashing everything I have to see who is superior. For a moment, the world slows down. Vo Chan is laser focused on his target, but suddenly his opponent jumps back in a panic, leaving the boy confused. Huh, why are you retreating? I have already found your weakness. So why stop now? Why? But why is everyone being so loud? Suddenly his eyes widen as he looks down at the field. Everyone is clearing a path for that old master from before. Could it be, did he personally come here? Who is that? Vochan asks himself, completely bewildered. Why is everyone scattering like that? Even high ranking people like Hien Tien look absolutely terrified. Great Grandmaster Huyen Kwang. This disciple greets Great Grandmaster Huyen Kwang. They all jump down to bow before the eldest brother. Vo Chan gasps as he sees everyone kneeling on the ground in prayer. Is this man really so powerful that everyone must show him such absolute silence and respect? Fab Kuong steps forward on behalf of Master Huyen Kwang and bows to apologize to Hien Tien first. Forgive us for interrupting the entrance exam. The sect leader Hien Tien clasps his hands respectfully. There must be a reason why you have come here, senior. Amitabha. Huyen Guang looks over at Vochan and speaks. Actually, I would like to ask this child a few questions. He whips around surprised. Did you ask me? Then, the great grandmaster makes a request. If possible, could you take off your shirt for me? Vochan's eyes widen. Oh, you want to see my body? Well, it is not perfect yet, but I have nothing to be ashamed of. With that, Vochan immediately strikes a pose, flexing his muscles to show off his incredibly well built physique. Just as expected, after seeing every single muscle on Vochan's body, everyone in the crowd is left speechless. That boy has a heavenly martial body, perfect proportions and solid bones, the ultimate physique. You and I definitely need to see what happens next. Let's dive in as the master asks about the mystery he noticed. In that fight, you combined 6 basic techniques. Did you train your body specifically just to pull that off? Vochan is completely stunned, wondering exactly how the Grandmaster could have possibly seen through his secret training method. Seeing the Grandmaster so curious, every other teacher leaned in, dying to hear the answer. Hien asks with a nervous breath, Shaolin has countless arts, so could this boy really be following the exact same path as the legendary Grandmaster? Why choose this rough path instead of the standard arts? Go on, explain your reasoning to us right now. Surrounded by the masters, Vo Chan has no choice but to be honest. He admits his natural talent and comprehension are pretty low. So instead of struggling with complex techniques, he decided to fuse the basic moves that actually fit his own style. This was the solution Vo Chan finally reached after 18 months of pure struggle and constant doubt. He knows he's not the original hero from the story, so he wasn't sure he could ever master high level skills like the Void Sutra. That's why he focused on blending basic skills into his own unique hybrid martial art. It's efficient, but using internal energy this way requires him to balance his chi across his entire body with perfect precision. Plus, combining multiple arts amplifies his internal power so much that it almost tears his physical body apart. So, he pushed his physical training to the limit to endure the surge. A strong body keeps the mind at ease. The Grandmaster watches him closely before speaking. It seems you've already mastered the iron shirt technique as well. Now pay attention, this old man sees right through him. He's controlling explosive energy with just his skin and muscle. You saw that too. Who on earth is this old man really? Huyen Kwang looks at him kindly and confirms he's made something unique. Then he tells the abbot, I want to take Vo Chan as my disciple. Hien Tien is shocked. Are you saying you want to personally train this boy yourself, brother? What is even happening right now that night Vo Chan can't stop pacing? Is that old man actually some kind of hidden powerhouse or what? He looks so frail and sickly, nothing like the elite masters you'd expect at Shaolin. His name wasn't even mentioned in the original novel lore. Suddenly, someone walks in with a heavy, dry cough. Vochan jumps up in surprise. Abbot, you're here at this late hour. He asks if he truly knows who that senior was from the training grounds today. Vochan can only guess. There's no way he came all this way just for small talk. Stick with me here because the abbot is about to reveal a legendary past that is going to change everything for our hero. His voice turns heavy with sorrow. He explains that back then Huyen Kwang was known as the world's greatest genius. When they were just young disciples, Huyen Kwang had already achieved legendary status by the age of 32. At that time, he had already surpassed the older generation's masters. Simply put, he was in a realm far beyond anyone his age. Everyone believed that within 10 years, he would be the number one fighter on earth. Vochan listens, breathless. But why is he so broken now? With deep regret, the abbot reveals it was the demonic cult's brutal attack. The demonic cult. He nods, remembering when the era of peace was shattered by the cult's sudden and violent invasion. To save the innocent, Shaolin joined the war, but the battlefield is a place where anything can go wrong. The elders wanted to protect Huyen Kwang as Shaolin's future, so they forbade him from entering the fight. But instead, only the older masters and the first generation disciples were sent to the battlefield, but that one choice became the start of a horrific tragedy. The cult took advantage of the empty temple and sent a specialized squad to wipe Shaolin off the map. Only Huyen Kwang and the junior disciples were left behind. As one of the top 10 experts in the world, the cult squad shouldn't have stood a chance against him. But the young disciples, the ones from our current generation, were far too weak to defend themselves back then. They had no power to resist the cult's cruelty. The enemies exploited that weakness, slaughtering the juniors to bait him into a trap. Huyen Guang only realized the absolute horror when he heard their screams echoing. He immediately used his movement technique to launch himself high into the air. Spotting the massacre, he threw his entire body into the fray to protect his younger brothers, his voice roaring with an intensity that truly shook the very ground beneath them. You demonic bastards. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a hero's birth. He vowed none would leave Shaolin alive that day. All right, you and I are about to witness the moment a legend's life hangs by a thread. Hien Tien can't stand to remember that day. His chest tightens every single time it's mentioned. If only they could have traded their lives for his safety, back then everything would be different today. Vo Chan summarizes the tragedy. So the great master Huayan Kuang's current state is from those old injuries. Hien Tien nods. Vo Chan's face suddenly brightens as he says casually, well, then we just need to treat him. I can help. Hien Tien jumps up, screaming in shock. What did you just say? You can actually heal him. Even legendary pills and famous doctors failed completely. And yet you're telling me you can pull this off? Vo Chan lays out the reality piece by piece. First, I cannot fully restore the great master's internal power. Second, those old scars won't heal completely either. But at least I can get him walking like a normal person. Vo Chan notices Hien Tan waiting at the door and asks if he knows about Master Fab Kuang's knee injury. Hien Tang swallows hard and enters the room looking skeptical. Can the method used on Fab Kuang really work for the eldest brother? Hien Tien asks, sounding surprised. Responding to Hien Tien's question, Hien Tan begins to recount every detail that happened. He explains how Fab Kuang was healed and how Vo Chan's training methods significantly leveled up the new disciple's skills. Hien Tien's shock grows even deeper. Is all of that actually true? Now pay attention here because this is where all that hope finally transforms into a concrete plan. Vo Chan adds a warning. However, the great master's condition is far worse. Compared to Pap Kwong, my current method isn't enough. I'm going to need a few specific conditions met. Before he can even finish, the abbot slams the table hard. He shouts with pure excitement. Just name them anything to save the eldest brother, we will do. Shaolin will move mountains for this. Hien Tien is dead serious. After all, everyone in this world wants a stronger bones, which is why every martial sect and family hunts for ways to force the body to evolve. From basic methods like using acupuncture, salad to medicinal herbs, mysterious spells, and even cruel methods that force children's bones to change before they have finished growing properly. Shaolin Temple tried everything to heal Huyan Kuang over the many years. But every single attempt failed, sometimes even causing severe side effects that made things worse. But Vo Chan's method is different. It stabilizes the bone structure through steady time and real effort. Anyone who saw the entrance exam had to admit how effective this truly is. Having seen the results himself, Hien Tien believes this child might actually be the one to save Huyen Kuang. Hien Tien's mind races through every possibility. If you need the Great Restoration pill or any sacrifice, just say it. Like the second ancestor Hueka, I'd even give an arm. But Vo Chan's condition is nothing like what he imagined. But wait for it, the condition he asks for isn't what any of us expected. Does Shaolin have any techniques that control lightning energy or any that utilize the power of the extreme sun? Both of them freeze in place, wondering the exact same thing. Why are you asking? Soon Hien Tien summons two experts, the master of law Hien Kong, Fab Kuang's teacher, and Tue Dam, successor of the indestructible Vajra mind. Vo Chan narrows his eyes, recognizing the big guy who definitely took Vo Kung away earlier. Is the master of law really Fab Kong's teacher? Hien Kong cuts in. I've heard everything already. Tuedam and Hien Kong are fired up. Just tell us what's needed. We'll do anything for brother Huyen Kuang. Vo Chan gets straight to work. He rolls up his sleeve and turns to Hien Kong. First, please use your lightning god palm at its absolute weakest setting and strike my arm directly. Hien Kong is baffled. What are you saying? Why such a bizarre request? I thought you'd want Tudam to use solar energy while I used lightning to clear the master's blocked meridians by burning away the impurities. Vo Chan is confused. Is that not possible? I don't want my arm shredded, just a tiny bit of lightning to pass through. Hien Kong nervously moves forward to touch the boy's arm. I'll try the weakest level of the lightning palm. Even though it's weak, the current still sends a sharp, numbing pain. And trust me, you and I just realized this treatment is going to be way more dangerous than imagined. You and I are about to see modern science meet ancient martial arts as Vo Chan warns that too much power will kill the Grandmaster. You have to cut the intensity in half. Hien Kong's mind suddenly flashes with a very bold and dangerous idea. This young kid still trusts him blindly. Cough, cough, I can do this, the elder monk insists. Vo Chan encourages him, saying there's no need to force it, since the Grandmaster's life is on the line. This makes the monk realize the gravity of the situation, shouting back that he can definitely handle it to actually treat Huyen Kwang's condition. Vo Chen needs a specialized physical therapy equipment, but those things don't exist in this martial arts world. Fab Kuang's treatment was easy because he's young, but Huyen Kwang is old and frail, making his situation much more complicated. So, Fo-chan creates a simple alternative. After practicing a super weak lightning palm, Hien Kong asks if this low power level is finally enough. He feels the energy for a moment and replies, yes, this level is perfect. Watch closely because Vo Chan is turning the monk into a human electrical stimulation machine while the monk wonders if he's really just sending lightning into muscles. Vochan grabs his own wrist and explains. Exactly, by sending tiny amounts of lightning into the muscle, it boosts metabolism and blood flow. This helps increase muscle contraction and makes the fibers grow larger. Hin Kong follows up, asking if simply moving lightning into muscles can really achieve such a result. And how long will it take to see the effects of this method? Vo Chan answers carefully, saying he needs to check the Grandmaster directly to be sure, but positive changes should be visible in about 1 month. He turns to Tuedam and says, next is the task for great uncle Tuedam. Just like the hall leader, please channel your extreme yang chi into my body. Tuedam hesitates while reaching out, wondering if his martial arts can truly help with the medical treatment. The extreme yang chi of the Tathagata palm burns his hand as Vo Chan screams, it's too hot, you cannot do that. He patiently instructs Tuedam, further saying there is no need for direct contact. He asks the elder to lower the power significantly. Go even weaker. Great uncle, just circulate the extreme yang chi and keep it near your palm like a sun shining in the sky. Don't release it, just keep it close. Don't fire it out, just hold it there. Vo Chan carefully senses the temperature. This temperature is just right. Now that Hien Kong is the stimulation machine, Tuedam's job is to act as an infrared lamp providing the heat needed for recovery. Please maintain this exact state for the time it takes to finish a single cup of tea, roughly the time it takes to drain a tea bowl. Vo Chan explains that when the warm chi touches the skin, it creates a heat effect that reduces muscle pain and promotes better blood circulation. Furthermore, the sunlight effect helps disinfect the muscles and the joints. So, projecting warm light similar to the sun onto the injury is very helpful. Suddenly, Tuedam mumbles to himself, is this method really effective? Vochan looks up and asks if he heard that correctly. Tuedam doesn't hold back his doubts, asking out loud if these strange techniques can truly cure his eldest brother. Even though what happened with Pap Kuang and the progress of the Arhat Hall disciples is incredible, the Grandmaster's condition is totally different, so we must be extremely cautious. You and I can feel the doubt here. He's asking them to trust techniques that only a kid like him knows. Their concerns make sense, but I am the expert here, trying my best to help them. Vo Chan's original name was Choi Kang Húc. Back when he was a fitness trainer, he held state certified physical therapy and rehabilitation massage licenses. Plus, while studying bodybuilding and yoga, he also did deep research into nutrition. He learned all of that just to understand and heal his own broken body. In the end, those efforts helped tremendously with his own rehabilitation and daily life. Knowledge of bodybuilding, nutrition, yoga, and ballet. With expertise in rehab and physical therapy, Vo Chan is the only person in this era who can diagnose and treat Huyen Kwang without any hesitation. He shares his thoughts honestly, admitting that after seeing the Grandmaster's frail body, he was shocked but because the situation is much worse than he imagined. But as someone who understands medicine, I want to give my everything to cure the Grandmaster. If you don't trust my methods, just say so, and I will find another way. They have tried everything, yet they still cannot help the eldest brother stand up. Trust me, this new method is their only shot. Even if it's just a tiny spark of hope, Tuadam knows he can't let this chance slip away. Stick with me because this kid just promised a miracle in only 1 month. Vochan remains firm. Yes, finally, Tuadam decides to put all his faith in the boy. But before agreeing, he issues a stern threat. I will follow your plan for exactly 30 days, but if the senior master shows no improvement, I will punish you severely for your absolute disrespect. Vo Chan knows his very life is now on the line, yet he accepts without a single doubt. I understand. Thankfully, the heavy atmosphere finally starts to feel normal again. Vo Chan playfully teases them. To start, shouldn't we focus on sharpening the accuracy of your Thunder God palm and your extreme Yang Chi? Let's try it one more time. Seniors, please show me the true extent of your martial power. Tuedam slowly releases a gentle warmth. He thinks to himself that despite his doubts, This kid's knowledge seems solid. Perhaps every word he says is actually the truth. 2 hours later, Hien Kong and Tuedam are covered in sweat, gasping for air. Meanwhile, Hien Tien is in high spirits as he sees Vo Chan off. All right, Vo Chan, go rest. We continue tomorrow. The boy bows politely. Yes, master. He waits for the boy to leave before turning back to the others. The abbot asks the two, well, what do you think? Pay attention here, because even for these masters, channeling weak energy is way harder than they imagined. But beyond just healing, this method is actually incredible for our own cultivation. Tuedam agrees, exhausted. I never thought I would use the Thunder God palm and the Buddha palm in such a way. Hien joins in feeling extremely excited about the progress. Plus, this technique works for almost any martial art using extreme yang qi. You see, the type of power someone cultivates always ends up shaping their entire personality and character. Those who practice ice arts or heavy yin energy usually have a cold appearance and a distant personality. On the flip side, those using extreme yang or fire energy tend to be aggressive and hot tempered. Shaolin arts use yang energy to destroy evil. To reach the peak, a warrior must perfectly balance their fire energy with the hardness of metal. However, to handle that intense fire, a practitioner must use metal to keep it in check. In other words, they need an iron will to suppress the burning flames inside, forcing them into balance. But Vochan's healing method helps them master that power by maintaining a tiny, steady stream of energy. It actually leads them to a state of absolute and true inner peace. Tuedam stands up, looking at his progress, and starts to realize something much deeper. At our level, one mistake is a disaster. You and I can see why they usually stay so disciplined. That is why we always chant sutras to restrain ourselves. I never expected that we could train our patience just by using our inner energy like this. I think we should keep practicing this even when we go back to our rooms. Hien Kong agrees. I will do the same. Abbot, once we master this, we can teach it to the disciples. The three of them continue to chat happily about the new possibilities. Exactly, this will be incredibly useful for anyone training in fire based martial arts. I will do it, brother. This is just the beginning of mass producing electric pulses and infrared style therapy right here inside the Shaolin Temple. The next day, outside the Pentagonal Pavilion, the resident monk sees them and comes out to greet them. You all have worked hard, but what brings you here? Hien Tien walks forward slowly. We are here to visit senior brother Huyen Kwang. In fact, this kid here might be able to help our master recover. Fap Kwang shouts in shock. Wochan seriously Hien Tien then starts explaining everything that happened at the Arhat Hall and the strange things the boy had said. The boy quickly gets to work. If that is the case, I will first examine your condition. Then we can begin the treatment. Everything is set. It is time to start the healing process. After checking, Huyen Kwang Fo Chan realizes the truth. Damn, this is way worse than I thought. How long have you been bedridden? The leg muscles are almost completely atrophied, and whatever is left is in a truly terrible state. After inspecting him further, he places his hands on the man's back. Ancestor, if this hurts, please feel free to scream. Despite the intense pressure, the master does not make a single sound. Vochan is annoyed. Is everyone in this Shaolin temple just obsessed with suffering in complete silence? Even Master Fap Kwong is like this. Why does everyone hide their pain? Vochan shouts, all right, I am starting the treatment now. Vochan uses a warm towel to heat the body, then applies massage techniques to relieve the extreme tension in the muscles. Once the body is relaxed, Vochan begins the bone setting treatment to realign the master's joints. Huyen Kwang's body is so fragile that even a little too much force could snap his bones like a brittle antique. Vo Chan must be incredibly careful. Trust me, you and I are about to see if his precision pays off. However, alright, you and I are about to see just how deep our main character's focus goes during this intense hour of treatment. Everyone is stunned. His gaze is unwavering, focused entirely on the healing process. But behind that calm exterior lies a desperate, unspoken vow. Grandpa, I promise I will save you no matter what. Grandmaster Huyen Kwang observes him closely. What kind of secret burden is this child carrying to make him look so incredibly sad? After a long moment, our hero finally lets out a sigh of relief. Master, I'm stopping the treatment for today, he reports. Hin Kong and Tuedam step forward nervously. Is it finally our turn to start the treatment? Thanks to last night's practice, the infrared and electric pulse therapy sessions go off without a single hitch. That night, after becoming Fabkian's disciple, he moves his belongings from the Arhat Hall to the Grandmaster's private pavilion. He tosses and turns, unable to sleep. Finally, he's away from those smelly monks. But why does he have to share a room? Well, he's here to look after the Grandmaster, so there's really no other choice. He grumbles internally and tries to close his eyes. Man, I really wanted my own room. just sleep. But the Grandmaster's worsening condition keeps playing on a loop in his mind. Master, your condition is truly dire. Have you really been enduring this level of agony all this time? He sighs and gives a bitter laugh. I'm thinking about the old days again. Their faces are haunting me. I miss them. Back then, his grandfather's legs were always in constant pain, so he would spend every single night massaging them. He'd ask worriedly if his grandpa felt better, and the old man's answer was always the same loving response. The pain is all gone, grandson. I'm feeling strong now, so go and get some rest. But one look at him told the truth. In reality, he wasn't getting better at all. He was just lying because he was worried. The young Chang Huk vowed to change things. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll study harder than anyone else, so I can eventually cure whatever is hurting you. Hearing that his grandfather beamed with pure happiness. Oh, what a good boy. Study hard, and one day I'll be in your debt. But pay attention because here's where his life takes a tragic turn. His dreams were shattered before they could even begin. His grandfather passed away before he even grew up. At the funeral, he could do nothing but bury his face and cry. Grandpa, all I could do was help you walk and rub your legs. I'm so sorry. I'm so incredibly sorry. He felt useless. As he grew, only his grandmother remained by his side. One night she asked which university he'd choose, but his answer broke her heart. I'm sorry, Grandma, but I don't want to go to college. I have something else in mind that I need to do. Then he saw a military recruitment poster on a wall, and his dreams suddenly took on a whole new direction. A soldier that looks so cool. And being in the special forces, that's the ultimate goal. He eventually made it and rushed home to tell her. Grandma, I finally did it. I'm a soldier now with a stable job. From now on, I'll protect you just like Grandpa would have. But life rarely goes as planned. He slowly forgot his original purpose and became completely buried in his military duties. Lunar New Year came, but his grandmother was all alone at a table full of food, waiting for a grandson who never came. Kang Huk, are you really not coming home today either? At the time, he actually thought what he was doing was right. I'm sorry I have training today, so I can't make it. I promise I'm doing this to protect you for Grandpa. But one day his superior approached him with a cold question. Are you Choi Chang-hook? You and I can feel the weight of that crushing silence. His world shatters as the news hits him. His grandmother has passed away. Tragedy strikes when you least expect it, and unfortunately, there is nothing more that can be done for her. You only have 3 days of leave. After all, they're just grandparents, not your parents. Once the funeral is over, get back to your unit immediately. We have a top secret mission that needs you. He hated himself. He had given his all to his career, but the result was losing every single person he loved. I just wanted to be good to them. So why was it so hard? Damn it. He spiraled into despair as those vivid memories haunted him. In his dream, he's a child again, trembling while rubbing his grandpa's legs. Grandpa, do you feel any better now? I'll keep massaging them for you. I'm so sorry I didn't do this more when I had the chance. As always, his grandfather's gentle words save him. You have such skilled hands, Kang Hook. You're working so hard for me. Poor boy. Chang Hook can't hold back his tears as their warm conversation continues in his sleep. I'm just happy to be by your side like this, but look at you, why are you suddenly crying? This dream has him sobbing throughout the night. Even when morning comes and everyone else wakes up, he stays under the covers crying out. Grandpa, I'm not crying. Master Fab Keung asks what they should do, but Grandmaster Huyen Kwang tells them to just let him be. The old man wonders if the boy feels guilty toward him, which is why he's pushing himself so hard to help. And trust me, you and I are about to see the Grandmaster make a move that leaves every single monk there in total shock. Alright, you and I are starting with a moment that leaves our main character completely stunned. The elder asks, Wo-chan, can you call me Grandpa? Huyen Kwang repeats it, immediately telling him to just try calling him that. Wo-chan is now officially questioning his entire existence. What is this old man talking about? Is he losing it? Why is he suddenly acting so close and affectionate with me? Well, might as well listen to his elders. Wo-chan blushes, looks away, and whispers, Yes, grandfather. Immediately, Hien Ko and Tuedam scream in absolute rage. What did you just call him? How dare you be so bold? Wo-chan looks awkward since he was told it was fine, but Huyen Kwang is just enjoying himself. It is really no big deal, is it? Still flustered and confused, Wo-chan calls out one more time, Grandfather. Huyen Kwang cannot help but burst into laughter. It has been ages since he felt this happy. The sight reminds Wo-chan of his own late grandfather. He smiles softly but quickly shifts back to the main issue. Should we not be staying focused on your medical treatment instead? Despite being a bit confused by the sudden request from Huyen Kwang Fo Chan, feels an unusually warm sensation in his heart. Then one day, the voice of Hien Tan rings out. Wo Chan, I think your hair is getting a bit too long. He jumps in surprise and looks up. The abbot sitting nearby agrees as well. It is not as long as a commoner's, but you should still trim it to keep things neat and tidy. I apologize for not giving you time to care for your appearance while you were busy treating ancestor Huyen Kwang and training so hard. Now leave everything to me and go get some rest. I will continue the ancestors' treatment following the old methods while you are away. Do not worry. But that night, Vochan is desperately tearing through every book in the study, trying to find some kind of loophole. Now pay attention because here is where he hits a wall. Damn it, there is no reason to refuse. I have tried every excuse from Buddhist history to trivial nonsense. But absolutely none of it is convincing enough to protect his precious hair from the razor. Damn it, I put so much effort into growing this out. Do I really have to cut it all off now? Vo Chan remembers a conversation with the monk Hien Tien. It was just one simple question that ended up sparking this whole mess. But why do all the monks shave their heads? Hien Tien explains happily that cutting hair is to completely sever ties with the secular world. Frequent cutting helps us remember we have taken refuge in the Buddha. In other words, it is a symbolic act of leaving the mundane world behind. Exactly. The great ancestor Bodhidharma did the same, and even the Buddha himself followed this very path of renunciation. So we follow their will. It is the first step to cleansing ourselves and becoming true practitioners. Truly, those are very wise and profound teachings. Vo Chan continues digging through books, cursing under his breath. Why is my foot? These are just old conservative and stubborn teachings. I never wanted to come to Shaolin. I was just reading a novel and fell asleep. When I woke up, I was here. Wait, the novel. What on earth did I even do to get sucked into this world? Bochan slowly starts to retrace his steps. Let's see. I went for a checkup, then to the gym for a live stream, home scrolling through my phone, reading a novel, then falling asleep. A terrifying reminder echoes this is just hair loss caused by extreme stress. Careful, or you will be a bald monk with no girlfriend. Hehe. Fochan screams in pure agony while clutching his head. Man, the provocation from that doctor made me super sensitive about hair. I am like a soldier about to be discharged, protecting every strand. What kind of joke am I even playing here? This is honestly getting so frustrating and annoying. Suddenly, he remembers his senior's words. If it grows, you must cut it off. It is an act to show your detachment from the world. You and I both know where this is going, detaching from the world. Then I do not necessarily have to go bald. Since it is this era, they surely will not object to this. I just need to sever ties with the secular world of this time, right? I am a total genius. The next day, Vo Chan walks into the room and announces that he is back from training. Fab Keen is delighted to see him back, but the moment they lay eyes on Vo Chan's head, all three of them instantly freeze. What is this? Fap Kien, did you not prepare the razor and scissors for him? Yes, master, I gave them to him already. Then why has he not cut his hair? Vo-chan giggles confidently and says he already did it. Hien Tien just screams. You call that a haircut? He mischievously explains that since cutting hair shows devotion to the Buddha, he found a much more effective way than shaving. I think this way is far more effective than just going bald. Hien Tien narrows his eyes in pure disapproval. That hairstyle, Vo-chan shows it off, proudly asking who would dare say he is still worldly. Not only that, I even carved a sacred swastika symbol onto my head. A stylish way to show my loyalty to the Buddha. Do you not agree? In reality, he just looks like a total street thug. Hien Tien and Fap Keen are completely speechless. But unlike them, Huyen Kwang actually seems very interested in this wild and creative idea. Yes, the meaning behind it is what truly matters. Fap Kien stares at the ancestor in disbelief until someone suddenly opens the door and enters. And that is where we leave it for now. Hien Ko walks in to greet his senior but screams the moment he sees Vo Chan. Alright, you and I are about to see how our main character cons his way into keeping a mohawk in a temple. Mujin stays stubborn, as always, claiming this style shows his devotion to Buddha by severing ties with the worldly life. Grandpa agreed too. Hien Hien manages to hold back his rage, asking if he really thinks that look is appropriate. Hair is just the grass of ignorance and desire. Shaving it off is supposed to show you have truly converted. He looks confused and fires back, but I did cut it. This leftover bit just represents my lingering worldly regrets. This is where Mujin starts playing his cards. Humph. From what I know, the great Buddha did not just cut his hair. Hien Tien and Hien Kong suddenly flinch and Mujin keeps going. If the goal is removing vanity, then we should shave all our facial hair too. Brows, mustaches, and beards, everything must go. Well, if that is the case, then many people here are in big trouble. Mujin loves teasing them, ignoring his masters turning pale. Watch closely because his logic is actually working. In the paintings of Bodhidharma, the founder only shaves the top of his head. His sideburns, back hair, and long beard are all left alone. In short, the key is severing worldly ties, not the specific physical form. Mu Jin's deceptive words actually work. Hien Tian and Hien Kong buy into his nonsense almost immediately. Is that really so? He only shaved the top, and while not totally bald, he kept the sides short with a sacred symbol carved in. That hairstyle definitely looks unique compared to everyone else. Naturally, because the undercut or mohawk styles do not exist in this era yet. Huyen Guang asks the legal hall master for his thoughts. Hien Kong rubs his head helplessly. It looks neat enough, so I will allow it. Mujin is celebrating inside. Yes, sir, I understand. To save his own beard, Hien Kong had no choice but to accept Mujin's wild style. After treating Hoyen Kwang, Mujin shows up to training the next morning, leaving Fap Kwong and the others screaming in shock. Mujin, what on earth is that hairstyle? He calmly replies that the legal hall master gave permission, making everyone even more confused. The master allowed this. Fap Kwong remembers his master's strict face and cannot believe it. Did he really say yes to that look? He looks like he just barely survived a deadly encounter. Well, if the master agreed, then I guess it is fine. Now get to training. Now I know what you are thinking. If he can do it, why not the others? And they are thinking the same. Even though they have converted to Buddha, these kids are still young and clearly going through their rebellious phases of self expression. Mu Jin's unique look starts a massive new trend in the Shaolin temple. Even Wokung wants to copy him and starts pestering him for advice. My hair is getting long too, Mujin. What excuse did you use to get permission? Please tell me. Mujin looks away, feeling nervous. Even if I told you Wokung, you would not be able to pull it off. Because of your master and grandmaster. But Wokung does not care. He excitedly goes to repeat Mujin's logic to the two of them. So as long as we show true devotion, we do not actually need to be bald. Wokung is thrilled, completely ignoring Tuedam's terrifying expression. Which style should I pick? Tuedam cannot take it anymore and growls for his disciple. Both of them glare at Wokung and grab him. Faphi moves like lightning to lock him down. Master Tuedam raises his hand angrily. Let me cut your hair myself using the great Yang Chi blade. All that is left is Wokung's scream echoing through the air as his plan is easily crushed. While Mujin's style will eventually become a fever in Shaolin, that is a story for the future. Mujin continues with his medical treatments. Huyen Kuang's body is incredibly weak and needs total care, but doing everything at once would be too much. So Mujin plans to treat the body in stages, dividing it into sections. Legs and feet today, knees and thighs tomorrow, followed by the pelvis and waist, and then finally the shoulders and arms later. Of course, he still combines electrical and heat therapy with the help of Hien Kong and Tuedam. However, his main job is being a third generation Shaolin disciple. Goodbye, everyone. I am off to train now. Be careful. Just leave the master to me. Do not worry about a thing. Besides the treatment, as Mujin heads to the Arhat Hall every single day looking just like a student with his packed lunch. So, what do you and I take from this? Even in Shaolin, a good mohawk takes some serious effort to keep. Alright, you and I are diving into a huge moment here. Thanks to the abbot's help, the Arhat Hall just got a massive budget boost. Are you actually surprised? Now we can finally buy some real training equipment. Hientang nods. Exactly. The reason the elders agreed to the extra funds is because they finally recognize your unique training methods. In other words, from this point forward, all physical training at the Arhat Hall will be replaced by Wo-chan's specific system. Wo-chan is absolutely thrilled. The training method that everyone mocked and laughed at in the beginning is finally being hailed as the gold standard. He's feeling incredibly proud of himself, but then a sudden thought hits him. He stammers nervously. Wait, if my methods are taking over, does that mean I have to personally teach every single person in the Arhat Hall? Hien Tan shakes his head with a chuckle. No, no, I can't keep bothering you like that all the time. That would be too much. You just need to show the second generation disciples how to use the gear. Wo-chan feels way better. Oh, if that's all, I can definitely help. Suddenly, Hien Tan places a stack of paper and a pen in front of him. Why are you suddenly handing me all this paper and ink? Hien Tan instructs him, write down every piece of equipment we need and exactly how to use them. Fo-chan nods. Oh, I understand now. He chuckles to himself. With new gear, I can train everyone in a much more modern style. Then another brilliant idea strikes him. Can I order some extra equipment to be used somewhere else? Hien Tan is curious. Somewhere else? Where exactly are you thinking? Wo-chan speaks honestly. I want to get some gear for my grandfather to use. Hien Tan is shocked. Are you talking about Master Huyen Kwang? His body hasn't fully recovered yet. If he pushes himself too hard with intense training right now, he could end up with even worse injuries. Vo Chan carefully explains. It's not training gear, it's therapy equipment. The entire design and structure are completely different from what you're thinking. Now pay attention because the exercise Wo-chan has in mind for Huyen Kwang is actually Pilates. Trust me, it's a total game changer for recovery. These days, people think of Pilates as a fitness trend for staying in shape, but it was actually created to help war prisoners and injured soldiers with their physical rehab. Hien Thang strokes his beard for a long moment before finally giving the green light. Since it's for Master Huyen Kwang, the elders won't say no, just go ahead and do it. Vo-chan happily starts scribbling away on the paper. This is great. I'll order the Pilates equipment, but wait, you and I are probably wondering if this stuff can even be built in this era. Ab rollers, resistance bands, yoga mats, reformers, most Pilates gear relies on things like rubber foam and plastic. But those materials are incredibly rare right now, so he has to get creative and improvise with whatever he can find. He can make springs and replace foam or plastic with iron frames wrapped in thick leather. He's literally adapting modern gym gear for this ancient world. The only issue is the high cost for all this custom gear, but whatever, he just keeps on writing anyway. Wo-chan, we're going broke at this rate. 2 hours later, Wo-chan finally wraps up his long meeting with Hien Tan. As he opens the door to leave, someone is already standing there waiting. Finally, come on, Wo-chan, let's go eat. Bro, why are you so late today? He happily greets his bros, but then his eyes land on Wo-kung's completely shaved head. Wait, why in the world did you go bald? He bites his lip, trying to hold back his utter disappointment, his voice trembling as he speaks. That that whole situation. Remember that useful information you gave me last time? Wo-chan realizes the guy has become Tue Dam's disciple. Fokung just hides his face in total shame. I feel so suffocated. Wo-chan doesn't know what to do except give him a little pat on the back to cheer him up. Hang in there, buddy. Then he turns to his other senior with a smile. Voluat, how have you been doing lately? Voluat nestles closer. I'm doing great, but for some reason, every time I practice, my master just lets out this long, soul crushing sigh. Hearing that, Vo-chan immediately realizes what's up. But before he can say a word, Vo-Luat drops some massive, shocking news. Oh, by the way, my master said he's coming to see you today. Vo-chan is totally stunned. Why would he want to see me? Okay, let's pivot and look at the real situation here. Tue, can the Vice Master has been sighing in total despair since taking Voluat in as a disciple. He looks at his adorable disciple, feeling completely helpless. What am I supposed to do? I thought I found a prodigy, but he's just special. If I teach him one thing, he forgets two. If I teach two, he forgets 10. This kid is a walking miracle of forgetfulness. I can't let this go on. If I do, the secret techniques of the five fists will literally disappear from the face of the earth. But whenever the kid calls out master and flashes that incredibly bright, radiant smile, well, it's blinding. He might be slow, but he's so obedient that I just can't be mean. So he finally decided to sit him down and ask the question. Tell me, when you were just an initiate, how did you manage to learn any martial arts at all? Voluat says, Vochan helped me. At the mention of that name, Tuokan freezes. Vochan Voluat nods eagerly. Yeah, and Vokung and Vokin helped a little bit too. Tuokan quickly remembers. Vochan is that kid Master Huyen Kwang took in as his nephew, isn't he? He actually helped this hopeless kid improve that much. I have to find out what his secret is. He turns to Voluat immediately. So you and I just saw Master reach his absolute limit. He asks, I'm going to see Vochan want to come, and the kid happily agrees. You and I are diving back into the story as Tuekan finally meets Vochan. Are you Vochan? Seeing his Uncle Master, the boy panics and screams, Tuekan, great Uncle Master, why are you here? The old man gets straight to the point. Just as Vo Luat said, I came for a favor from you and great Master Huyen Kwang. Let us go see him after we finish eating. The happy atmosphere suddenly turns heavy and serious. Vo-chan is worried. Do you really have something you need from me? I get why you need Grandpa, but why do you need me? After dinner in Huyen Kwang's room, Tuekan enters with a serious expression. Voluat immediately rushes toward Huyen Kwang like an excited little puppy to pay his respects. Haha, so you are Voluat, Huyen Kwang laughs. What a truly lively child you are. Meanwhile, Vo-chan is sweating under Tuekan's intense gaze. Why is he staring at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Huyen Kwang speaks up. I always welcome guests, but you have a specific reason for coming all this way, do you not? Tuekan snaps back to reality and remembers his goal. My apologies. I am actually here to ask for Vo-chan's help. Huyen Kwang is surprised. Help from Vo-chan to keep Vo-lot from feeling left out. Tuekan leans in and whispers, Truth is, I am having a very hard time teaching this kid. I heard Vo-chan helped Vo-lot a lot in the past, so I want to learn from his methods. He cannot even grasp crane style, the most basic part of Shaolin Five Fists. I need Wo Chan's assistance. Now pay attention here. Huyen Kwang calls Wo Chan to verify why he was chosen as his grandson. Wo Chan responds instantly. Yes, Grandpa. Tukan is totally shocked. Did he just say Grandpa? Huyen Kwang asks if they can spar together. Wo Chan happily agrees to the match right away. We used to spar back as disciples, but with Wo Luat, let us just have some fun. He tells Wo Luat to head outside and follow his lead. Tuekan is totally lost, having fun. Training while having fun, I do not get it. Wo Chan just smiles and gives his instructions. Just treat it like we are playing. Wo Luat nods. Tuekan still cannot wrap his head around it. Huyen Kwang tells him to just watch. Wo Chan and Wo Luat get into their fighting stances. Ready, senior. Of course. Now let us have ourselves a match. Stick with me here. Both clash instantly as they demonstrate the Shaolin Five Fists, a style that mimics five animals: the dragon, tiger, leopard, snake, and crane. It is one of the most iconic Shaolin martial arts. While other arts focus on heavy endurance, Five Fists is all about freedom and free flow. It actually feels more like Taoism than typical Buddhism. But at the peak of Buddhist enlightenment, one finds true absolute freedom from all worldly attachments. So it does align with Buddhist teachings. Still, this art is currently at risk of being lost forever. Tukan is the last successor and feels the heavy burden of preserving this legacy. Suddenly, Huyen Kwang speaks up. You seem to be very anxious. Vo Lord has the perfect natural talent for this style, but his eccentric personality and unique movements have you deeply worried that you picked the wrong disciple. You fear the legacy will end with him. The two clash with everything they have until the master stops the fight. That is enough. The brothers fist bump. It has been a while since we moved like that. That was refreshing. Thanks, it was fun. Huyen Kwang finally gives his approval. Tuikan, take Wo Chan with you. It is my job to help my disciples with their problems. He is stunned and thanks the master. You must teach the Shaolin Five Fists to Wo Chan exactly like you are teaching it to Foluat. I am fully entrusting his training to you. Both of them are completely shocked. Only Voluat is happy. We get to learn together. Tuikan tries to explain that this art is different from others. Huyen Kwang tells him not to worry. This will be very good for Wo Chan too. And as for Wo Chan, inner essence matters more than appearance. Fab Kwong leads the master inside while Wo Chan bows, deeply promising to remember every single word of his master's teaching. The next day, following his grandpa's orders, Wo Chan arrives at the field to begin training. Wo Lot is hyped. This is our first time training alone since those stretching sessions, right? You and I just witnessed a new beginning. Stick around for what happens next. You and I are about to see if our hero can survive a teacher who feels like he just jumped from a bear den into a tiger pit. Vo Chan wonders why great uncle Huyen Kwang wants him to learn the Five Fists, sighing as he says, I understand. Uncle Tuekan is clearly stressed out suddenly being forced to teach a student from an entirely different class. Well, Grandpa was a martial arts master, so he must have a plan. I will give it a shot. Without wasting time, Tuesday can start the lesson. Fine, I will teach you. The Shaolin Five Animal Fists were originally created by the great founder Bodhidharma himself. Vochan, watch closely. First, I will show you the simplest style. We begin with the crane fist. He turns and calls out, Fap Huyen, come demonstrate. He steps forward, having heard about yesterday's events, and stands ready before his master. Pay attention, Vochan. Let us begin. Pap Huyen takes a deep breath and prepares his mind for the movement. Now watch this. He regulates his breath. His hands move with fluid grace. Then he fires a strike like a crane's head, catching everyone in total shock. Wow, this is completely different from other Shaolin arts. By mimicking a crane, the movements become incredibly smooth and flexible. Fab Huyen explains that the Five Fists are not just about the hands, but also involve footwork and body positioning. I have shown you the way now, try it yourself. Vochan agrees, while Tuekan sighs at Volwat's clumsy, meaningless motions. That stubborn disciple is still at it again. Master, what am I supposed to do with someone like this? For a moment, Vochan feels their pain. I get it, Master Tuekan. He watches Vo Luat and begins to think. He clearly has the flexibility and body control needed for the Five Fists. So what exactly is the problem here? Vo Chan asks Voluat what is wrong and he just laughs it off, saying the whole thing feels a bit strange. Is it the movement or the stance? Why is it so hard to put these two things together? He is totally confused. Why can't he remember the sequence? Why can't he just link one move to the next? Tuekan rubs his head in frustration. That is why I came to you. I heard Voluat learned his basics from you. Vochan watches his friend closely. I honestly do not have a solution for this problem just yet. What is the real issue? I still do not know why Grandpa sent me here. He must have had a reason. But what was it? Wo-chan remembers a night he showed his skills to Huyen Kwang, showcasing his own unique style. I see you have blended various basic arts together. It is a truly impressive performance, my boy. Wo-chan gasps for air, happy with the praise. However, Huyen Kwang's expression quickly turns into one of deep concern. If you keep pushing this power, your body will eventually break. You will hit your limit much sooner than you think. Let's break this down together. The technique our hero uses is actually a hybrid style and it's crazier than it looks. Instead of mastering high level arts, he combined the very best parts of many different basic techniques into one. Constantly amping up his internal energy could overload his system, so he trained his body to withstand that massive pressure. A strong body keeps the mind sharp. But Grandpa was right, eventually, this method will stop working in this high level world. He racks his brain, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Grandpa was right. I cannot rely on this forever. I need to find a new path to true power. Right then, Huyen Kwang offered a solution. If I were you, I would start practicing the Diamond Fist immediately. Just like the lesser Red Fist, you know this relies on the Diamond Sutra to help you control your hidden strength. Focus your mind on the secrets hidden within the third, sixth, and eighth forms of this technique. He quotes the scripture talking about dreams and lightning, leaving Vo Chan completely baffled by the sudden change in topic. Realizing his master is rambling, Fap Kwong quickly interrupts to remind him of the time. Look, just study the core of what helps you. External appearance does not matter nearly as much as the internal essence. Back in the present, Vo Chan replays every single word his master taught him in his mind. He told me that the essence is everything. So, what exactly is the true essence of the crane fist? He pictures a crane spreading its wings, soaring through the sky. That is it. Just like a real bird. He ponders the essence of the style, and suddenly you and I are witnessing a massive breakthrough. Vo Chan asks, Folot, have you ever actually seen a crane before? His friend looks back, totally curious. Never. But what is a crane anyway? Does it taste good? Suddenly it all makes sense. These five fists are based on animals moving naturally. No wonder a physical monster like Foluat can't mimic them. So that is how it is. Alright, you and I are about to see a training method. So crazy it just might work. Woojan speaks his mind, making the masters ask if their moves are too weird. He quickly tries to explain. No, that is not what I meant. Basically, crane style is supposed to be based on the natural movements of a bird, right? But our brother Wu Lu has no idea what a crane even looks like. He is just blindly trying to copy your movements without any context. The real issue isn't with Master Fa Xuan's specific techniques at all. Think about it, people say animal movements are natural, but that is only because those movements perfectly fit their physical animal bodies. As humans, we are just mimicking them. You have spent years of intense training to make these moves look fluid, but Wu Lu does not have that time. The master nods, looking a bit confused. I guess you are right. Getting the green light, he points at Wu Lu and shouts, But Wu Lu cannot do that because he is a total dummy. Just teach him the basics and let his instincts take over. Both masters look skeptical. Let him move freely based on nothing but his own gut. Now, here is the part you and I need to watch. Wu Lu cannot learn the rigid forms, but he can definitely mimic the spirit of a crane. This realization shocks them both. Wait, he can do it himself! Tuikan finally understands why the Grandmaster sent this boy here. He is a child who is not bound by any rules or common martial arts logic. Why have we been so obsessed with these strict forms and secret formulas? I am the successor of the five styles, the most liberating martial art in Shaolin. Why was I chasing shadows instead of the true essence created by the great ancestor? After thinking it over, Tuichan finally gives the order to change the training. You have a point. If we want him to learn, we have to show Wu Lu a real crane. The masters immediately start planning. They heard of a nesting ground nearby, but now they have a new problem. How are they going to bring a live bird back to the temple? The next day, Wu Jun arrives for training. He opens the door and calls out for permission. Sorry I am late. Grandpa's treatment took longer than expected. But as the door swings open, the entire training hall is completely empty. Not a soul in sight. Confused, Wu Jun starts searching everywhere for the group. Masters Wulu, why is the training yard so quiet and empty today? Where on earth did everyone go? Did he get the day off? Suddenly he hears familiar voices coming from around the corner. They're making strange squawking noises. All right, Wulu, do you see this bird? Wulu sounds amazed. Wujun creeps behind a wall to see what on earth is going on. Why do they sound so ridiculous? He watches as the masters continue their bizarre demonstration. Wu Lu is watching them with wide, sparkling eyes. Look closely, this is a crane, the most magnificent and magical bird of all. Let us pause here. You and I are watching two legendary masters acting like playful children just to show Wulu how a real bird moves. And this is the martial art born from its grace, one of the legendary five styles of the Shaolin Temple. Wulu has never been this excited for a lesson. He screams with joy. The flower crane style is the coolest thing ever. Wujun finally steps out confused. So, no actual training today? Wulu turns around beaming. Oh, Wujun, you finally made it. The masters don't say a word. They just stare him down with dark expressions and growl his name, Wujun, Wujun. Their faces are straining with effort as they try to embody the full soul of Shaolin. Wulu's innocent joy only makes things harder for Wuchen. Look at this! Isn't it strange? Wuchen sighs, thinking this is a huge pain, but he has no choice but to join the masters in their bird dance. This is the crane style Wulu cheers, absolutely loving every second of it. Long live the five styles. From that day on, Wulu spent 15 days just watching the crane, learning its every move, shape, and unique habit. The masters demonstrated the techniques while explaining exactly how a crane moves and breathes in the wild. Wujen finally asks, "Where did you even find a crane?" The master simply replies, "I caught it." Interestingly, Wulu's crane style is totally different from the master's. He observed the birds and felt their natural rhythm, turning those instincts into a style that belongs only to him. These were moves that didn't exist in any manual. Using pure animal instinct, Wulu's body began performing motions that seemed to go way beyond normal human limits. He was becoming the crane itself. The witnesses could only stand there in stunned silence as they watched him transcend the technique. Of course, since it was brand new, his movements lacked some stability. But the masters were there to help him refine the rough edges. Tweaken rushes over thrilled. Wait, Wulu, lower your arm slightly and stretch that leg. Perfect, just like that. He looks at his favorite disciple with such pride. Do you see? The greatest strength of our style is how these moves can link together freely. I will help you turn your version of the crane into something truly flawless. It might be different from the original scrolls, but trust me, you and I know that this kind of freedom will never lead him astray. Alright, stick with me because you and I are about to watch one of the smartest main characters ever make his next move. He tightens his belt and bows deeply. Martial uncle and great uncle, I believe my task here is finally finished. Tukan looks surprised. Wait, does that mean you are not coming back tomorrow? Vochan just nods. Yes, exactly. It seems you have truly learned what you needed. You may head back now. Vochan bows full of gratitude. Thank you both for teaching me. Tuekan smiles, telling Voluad to walk Vochan out. The boy happily obeys. Once they leave, Fap Huyen asks if letting him go is okay. Master just replies calmly that everything is fine. See, Crane Fist was never the goal. Vochan realized that continuing this specific training was pointless for his true objective. Even back as a beginner disciple, Vochan was already busy forging his very own style. The real wall he hit was mastering new secrets and blending them perfectly into his personal combat style. But he finally found the answer while watching Tue Khan adjust the crane fist specifically for young Vo Luat. Walking away, he starts refining his style, beginning with small red fist and weaving in secrets of the diamond fist. By shifting into hand spear and arhat palm, he can boost his power while cutting down that nasty recoil. His grandfather always said the outer form does not matter nearly as much as the essence hidden deep inside. He wants me to find the soul of my own style. I need the way everything connects together. Wait, here is where it gets really interesting for us. Shaolin has five animals: crane, leopard, tiger, and dragon. Tigers are normal, but in this world, maybe dragons are actually real. That is a problem for the masters, not him. Tuekan stares into the distance, telling Fap Huyen he is heading back. When Vo Loat returns, just tell him to go and get some well deserved rest. Then a sudden realization hits them both at the same time. Wait, all of this was part of Huyen Kwang's master plan. Did grandfather really see all this coming, and did Vo Chan actually understand his hidden intent? It is absolutely mind blowing. You really are something else? Vo-chan sits alone reflecting. It has been 1 month since he started treating his grandfather. The pain from moving has definitely faded, but the old man still has not made a full recovery. I know there is a better way, but using that specific method might cause some very serious issues. I know what you are thinking. Is he really going to risk it? Well, he has no choice. It is time for drastic measures. Just outside the temple walls, Hien Kong and Tuedam are talking. Even with all that effort, the master has not recovered, though his complexion looks better. Hin Kong teases him, asking if he still plans to punish Vo Chan since a full month has already passed by. The master looks flustered. I only said that to push the boy to work even harder, that is all. Anyway, we should hurry to Huyen Kwang's room. Hien Tien pushes the door open. Vo Chan, what is going on? Why did you summon me here? Vo Chan stays focused on his task. Sec leader, please, just give me a moment. I just need to finish adjusting my grandfather's joints. Suddenly, Hien Tian's entire expression shifts into total shock. He watches Vo Chan carefully help the old man sit up. Wait, he did the legs yesterday, so now the waist. That is right. Hien Tian practically screams out, Great senior brother, is it really okay for you to move? Huyen Quang just smiles, trying to calm his junior down. I feel much better. It is just a little movement, sect leader. Hearing that only makes Hien Tian more emotional. A simple turn might seem small, but for Huyen Quang, this is miraculous. Before this, even lying still made it hard to breathe. His body was completely paralyzed and he could not move. Huyen Quang, you used to need someone to carry you everywhere, suffering through constant pain. Now you can actually move on your own. Back near the sect leader's quarters, he and Thien shares the news. The others shout in disbelief. Is that treatment actually working? Even with help, seeing the master move is insane. Hien Thien is beyond excited that the boy's methods are working. Yes, the treatment is finally showing results. Just like Vo Chan promised, we are seeing real progress within a single month. Even Tu Dam is getting emotional now. He admits he doubted those strange theories at first, but the results are undeniable. The three of them chat excitedly, having no idea that something even more intense is about to go down inside. I told Vochan to see me after treatment. Let us just wait for him to arrive and explain everything. Trust in the boy is skyrocketing after this miracle. But stick around, you and I are about to see he is far from finished. Alright, let's see why this monk is about to risk everything. Beside the medical treatment, Vo Chan is guiding Huyen Quang through intense physical therapy sessions to restore his grandfather's ability to walk. He assists with core exercises, helping the old man lift and lower himself while supporting every shaky step forward. It looks exactly like a patient struggling through rehab at a modern center after a severe leg injury. Huyen Quang's joints are healing, but after decades of being carried by others, his body has forgotten how to stand. Simply put, the muscles in his legs have withered away to almost nothing. Vo Chan steals his heart knowing that if they stop now, all their previous medical work will be useless. He must build muscle before the joints take more damage. There is no other choice but to move forward. Taking a deep breath, he swings the door open. I am Vo Chan, and I have urgent news regarding grandfather's treatment. The elders look up in panic. Eldest brother, is something going wrong with the recovery process? We thought he was getting better. He was finally starting to move on his own again. Vochan speaks truthfully, stating that while things are fine now, the next phase of treatment faces a massive hurdle. Hien Tien demands an answer. Vochan explains that while the body heals, the underlying foundation is still far too weak. The grandfather's joint cartilage has worn down due to old age and decades of neglect, leaving it in terrible condition. Normally, the solution is simple. We must build muscle to support and protect the weakened joints. But the catch is that if he tries to exercise while this weak, the strain will crush his joints, causing permanent damage. Now pay attention here. They have no clue what is coming next. They try to reassure him, assuming the young prodigy has already figured out a clever solution. You have performed miracles already, so just tell us your plan. We trust your judgment completely after everything you managed for our brother. If you have a method in mind, say it. We will follow your lead without question. Vo Chan listens to the kind words of his elders with a heavy heart. Never in his life has a decision felt this difficult. Finally, gathering his courage, he drops the bombshell grandfather needs to start eating meat. Now, you and I know that in Shaolin, this is the ultimate sin. Watch the tension explode. They all scream the word meat in unison. Whether meat is actually necessary for muscle growth is a debate that still rages today. Vegetarians and some athletes argue that a plant based diet is more than enough to maintain a powerful physique. Our protagonist, Choi Kang Húc, had researched this extensively back in his previous life. Building muscle on plants requires specific conditions. While both sources provide amino acids, animal protein is far easier to process. For someone like Huyen Quang, an aging digestive system cannot handle the massive volume of plants needed for recovery. Meat is a necessity, but this is the Shaolin Temple, a thousand-year-old pillar of Buddhist law. Meat is forbidden. Hien Hong and Tuedam explode in pure rage. How dare you to even suggest eating flesh within these sacred walls is an act of insanity. Wochan covers his ears, bracing for the storm. He knew their reaction would be bad, but this is worse. Hintian tries to stay calm. He asks why meat is required when Vochan himself is strong without it. The truth is, Vochan secretly ate meat before, but he can't exactly admit to his past rebellious behavior. He stammers, explaining that while beans and mushrooms help, they are just temporary substitutes and cannot match real protein. My situation is completely different from his. My brother and I are young and healthy, but grandfather is in a critical state where every single second counts. He asks why Shaolin actually bans meat at all. Is it not to overcome worldly temptations and greed? I would gladly give up meat myself if it meant saving him. But discipline only matters if the person survives it. Is letting someone die for a rule truly what Buddha intended for us? His voice rises with frustration as his internal anger starts to boil over. And that is where you and I see the real conflict. Is a life worth more than a law? Hien Kong snaps. Veins pop on his forehead as he lunges toward Vo Chan before anyone can even realize what is happening. Crackling with lightning energy, he towers over the boy. You dare use your elder's name to justify this heresy. You think you can lecture me on the sacred laws of Shaolin? Suddenly, a heavy hand grips his shoulder. All right, you and I are about to watch a young monk challenge 1,000 years of sacred tradition. Wo Chan collapsed in shock. Did you really just shatter that massive wall of inner energy with a single touch? Hien Tian thought it through. Even if he hated it, he could not ignore the logic. Fo Chan was making sense. The abbot struggled between keeping the sacred rules and saving his brother. Does he really need meat to recover? Why exactly would eating meat help a person rebuild their muscles? Bochan looked worried. In the modern world, he could explain protein and muscle recovery, but these monks would not understand. I have no choice. I have to use another way to convince them. Bochan explained that reincarnation is not just about life and death. Everything in this world is in a constant cycle. Rain falls and then evaporates. Animals and humans are the same. To nourish the body, humans must consume meat. The cycle of life and death is nature's law. Humans eating both plants and meat is part of that natural order. Killing just to satisfy a greedy appetite is a sin, he admitted. But if we eat animals for survival, is it truly wrong? Vo Chan used simple metaphors to win them over. Humans are animals too, so consuming animal protein is the only way for a body to truly grow. His relentless persuasion finally started to sway Hien Tian's stubborn and traditionalist mindset. He sighed and the others seemed to understand. But Hien Tian said your logic is good, but not quite enough. I cannot break 1,000-year-old Shaolin law based solely on that single reason. Now pay attention because this is where the abbot makes a move that shocks the entire temple. However, if keeping the law means losing our brother who protected Shaolin for years, I cannot accept that either. He thought of the great elder and turned to the disciplinarian. As the abbot of the Shaolin temple, as the holder of the Emerald Buddha staff, I am changing one of the sacred Shaolin laws. Both monks froze. Hien Tian did not hesitate. I will add an exception. The sick are now permitted to eat meat for their recovery. Tuedam and Hien Kong were speechless. Their jaws literally dropped in pure, unadulterated shock. Vo Chan was overjoyed. He did it. He finally found a way to save his beloved grandfather. The abbot reminded him that there are ways to eat meat while still respecting the core essence of Shaolin. You must eat the meat but still accept the proper punishment. Vo Chan agreed. What is the penalty? I will accept anything he said. Hien Tian threatened him with 1 month of solitary confinement for eating meat. You stood on the wall for 7 days and nights and you still want more punishment, Vo Chan. Everyone went quiet. Vo Chan smirked. Did they think 1 month of isolation would actually scare a guy like him? You saw that smirk, right? He is basically getting a vacation while everyone else is stressing out. But the abbot shut them down instantly. He knew exactly what he was doing with this sentence, and so the meeting ended. The next day, the news reached the great elder Huyen Kuang in his quarters. Is that true? Did that really happen yesterday? Hien Tian confirmed that Vo Chan had successfully broken the rule. I am the future of the martial world, and I will personally teach Vo Chan, the abbot declared solemnly. Perhaps we in Shaolin have been too obsessed with just preserving our old traditions and nothing else. It makes me wonder if we have been left behind over the last millennium. Since the elder is sick, I will speak. With my limited abilities, I will focus entirely on protecting our most sacred traditions for the future. Despite his great family, he lost his title as the best, causing Shaolin to lose its former glory and prestige. At least that is what I believe. Huyen Kuang's face darkened as he spoke softly. Things do not always go well, Hien Tian admitted. That is exactly why I chose to follow Vo Chan. I expect that boy to bring a fresh breeze to Shaolin. I want to try trusting him one more time. He called the boy in. Huyen Kuang felt something shift deep inside him through his martial artist instincts. Vo Chan brought a bowl of meat porridge for the elder, a man who had not touched meat in his life. Huyen Kuang was stunned. Vo Chan, what is this? He sat there agonizing over the bowl. The elder had no choice but to accept. Regret and determination filled his eyes as he looked at the food. You and I just witnessed a monk risk everything for family. Trust me, Shaolin will never be the same. All right, you and I are about to see how a little bit of forbidden meat changes everything at Shaolin. Over 7 days, Vo Chan handed the entire medical treatment process over to his junior Bao Dian. Using electricity and heat was his senior's specialty, so they watched every move carefully. There would come a day when Bao Dian would finally reach a level where he could truly master Vo Chan's methods. By now, even Huyen Kwang could handle eating plain boiled meat without any trouble at all. Progress is finally real. Huyen Kwang's recovery was purely thanks to Vo Chan's dedication and the power of protein. His condition finally improved. The treatment window passed, but Vo Chan's punishment was just beginning. He headed to the sacred cave hidden deep behind the Shaolin temple. Whew, what a drag. I really do not want to be here. He wondered what he should do, but he knew there was no way to disobey the direct orders of the high ranking abbot monks. Suddenly, Hien Tian's voice echoed through the cave where Vochan once finished his entry trials, leaving him in total despair. Time to go inside. Vochan grit his teeth in frustration, wondering why his master showed up right now. The reason Huyan Chan came along goes back to the day the four senior monks decided to feed Huyan Kwang meat. Hien Tian had explained that since Huyan Chan was involved, he would share the same punishment as young Vo Chan. Vo Chan just stood there with a blank face. Wait, so you are actually staying here with me? Exactly. The rules changed, and that is just how things are going to be from now on. Now Vochan is stuck in the cave with the high pressure Hien Tian, his relaxing picnic plans totally ruined. The old man immediately sat cross legged and began chanting. He even started taunting me while reciting the Mahayana Buddhist sutras. Vochan's actual realization was this after studying for a while, he noticed the master was mixing up all the verses. He jumped from the Diamond Sutra to the Lotus Sutra, then the Flower Ornament Sutra, and back to Diamond again. What kind of messy, chaotic chanting is this supposed to be? I never learned this. Every Shaolin scripture I studied was just a summary of the Bodhisattva's main phrases. This is weird. Watch closely here. This is where Vo Chan realizes this isn't just a boring punishment. He focuses. Following Huyen Chan's rhythm, he tried to visualize the future of the martial arts world inside his own mind. Vo Chan reconstructed the images to make them clearer. Every single sentence was a direct path to finding the Tathagata. Next came a visualization of a sharp right hook kick. There had to be a link between these verses. He tried sliding the diamond fist technique into the gaps to see if he could solve the master's puzzle. Using his insane imagination, Vochan summarized everything in 30 minutes, but he was starting to hit his limit. I have to do this. I have to master these images, but am I even allowed to open my eyes? He was terrified, but peeked with one eye at Hien Tien, who was still eyes closed, focused on his prayer. Mahavanyan Bala Matta Vochan suddenly calmed down. He could finally hear the hidden melody. Could it be no way? He pushed himself up. This time he had to treat this like a gamble. He had to break even. When Huayan Chan finished, Vo Chan stood there processing the silence with no outward emotion. He understood. This chanting had a secret meaning. He closed his eyes and began moving his limbs. The start of the sutra described a martial style where you combine strikes during an attack, finishing with a heavy kick. You see it too, right? This isn't prayer, it's a battle plan. Because Huyen Thien added a melody to the verses, Vo Chan found his own movements becoming much smoother and more fluid. But why does he keep repeating this one line? Did I mess up? His voice feels like he's saying something important. Good, let's try it again. This was Huyen Chan's clever way of indirectly teaching the kid. The parts where he cleared his throat were the vital strikes, while the smooth parts were for relaxing the body. Shaolin's ultimate secret was understanding that Buddhist scriptures are actually the rhythm for high level martial arts, just like ancient yoga. Every note was perfectly coordinated. Suddenly, Vo Chan's time in confinement was becoming a lot more interesting. Time flew by until the sun began to set. Vo Chan started wondering why his master was training him now. He would never truly understand the deep, hidden thoughts of his master and the other senior monks. You used up too much energy healing Huyen Kwang. For that effort alone, you should not have to suffer this confinement. Could you actually regain all that lost training time during this 1 month of punishment? Every day at the same time, a monk arrives to deliver their meals. He coughs outside to announce himself, sets the food down, and trust me, you and I are about to see this kid's real power. You and I are diving back in as a disciple brings some food over. They wait in silence until he is gone, and then Vochan finally exhales. That was a close call. He could not believe an expert arrived without him sensing a thing, but luckily Master Hien Tien gave him a heads up. The master must be testing him, but Vochan is at his limit. He needs to get out and train. Vochan bolts out of there immediately, leaving Hien Tien to chuckle at how restless the kid has clearly become. The cave is way too cramped for a real workout anyway, but little does Hien Tien know Vochun is just looking for meat. Meanwhile, Huyen Kwang Fap Kien is stunned watching his grandmaster actually lifting weights all by himself. Grandmaster, you were unconscious during the whole treatment, but the change in you now is absolutely incredible. Thanks to Fortune's crazy idea of mixing meat with physical therapy, the old man's recovery is officially underway. That once frail and skinny body is finally starting to pack on some lean muscle. Because of that new strength, Huyen Kwang can now move around freely without any help from his disciple. Suddenly, a monk rushes in. It is time. Fabkian realizes he needs to go and start prepping for lunch. As the room falls into a deep silence, Huyen Kwang stands alone reflecting on the words of his disciple, while a powerful spark of inner energy suddenly begins to roar back to life inside him. He finally sees it now. His own stubbornness was the only thing holding him back all this time. He begins to walk. The abbot always blamed himself for being too traditional, thinking Shaolin would be different under someone else. He steps outside, finally understanding why his brother carried so much guilt, even if he did not always agree. In that moment, everything becomes clear. Now pay attention, because as he looks out over Shaolin, he realizes that the true meaning of the path is far more important than any rigid rules or appearances. It sounds poetic, but looking back at his old self, it is almost hilarious. Just days ago, he could not even move without help, and now the rain begins to fall like the world is weeping with him. Right now. Standing here with his body finally recovering, he sees how his obsession with tradition only led to endless suffering. He thinks back to the day the demon cult army attacked, the day he lost his martial arts and became a Fenyan who could no longer walk even as others tried to comfort him. He told everyone he was fine, but deep down a heavy sadness was consuming his soul. His mind understood the heavens, but his heart was too full of hatred to let any of that wisdom in. His Dantian was shattered, unable to hold any energy, but now he realizes that too was just another mental block. Even if this place disappears one day, the scenery within his mind will remain eternal and unchanged. Invisible yet present, non existent yet clear. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. Truly profound. Allah Ake Bagya Ake. Hien Tien sits in the pouring rain chanting the sacred Buddhist sutras with absolute focus. His vast wisdom finally connects with his heart's awakening, allowing him to reach the state of Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, that ultimate supreme enlightenment that few ever hope to achieve. The world's energy is so vast, how could a tiny human body ever hope to contain it all? Hin Kong is walking through the temple when he suddenly senses this massive aura and rushes toward the source. You and I both sense it. Huyen Guang's energy is surging, but it has changed. What is this strange and powerful energy? Hien Kong leaps down to investigate, and he and all the disciples are left staring in total amazement at what they see. Is the Grandmaster's energy really surging like this? It is impossible. Could he truly be reaching enlightenment and entering nirvana right before their eyes? A massive pillar of light pierces the heavens, scattering the dark clouds and bringing a peaceful blue sky back to all living beings, while the disciples stand there in absolute shock. The rain has stopped, and that light, it is definitely him. There is no mistaking the Grandmaster's presence. Even those who haven't mastered sensing energy can feel it now, a brilliant, warm, and merciful light that feels like it is from another realm, yet it carries no fear at all. Huyen Kwang has reached nirvana, and the disciples begin their prayers. Ake ake paga ake. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. They chant the holy words together into the sky. Hin Kong looks up at the sky in awe. Brother, have you finally achieved the ultimate truth? Suddenly, Huyen Kwang coughs, admitting he's finally feeling what he once only knew with his mind, leaving Hien Kong absolutely stunned. Wait, if you reach Nirvana, why are you still here? Well, he still has some unfinished business to handle. It is all thanks to Vochan now. Where did that kid go? Diving straight back in, you and I find a monk reporting the brother entered meditation 18 days ago. Huyen Kwang finally remembers. He realizes the boy is stuck in meditation. His cold gaze suddenly shifts, sending a wave of terror through his young disciples. Annoyed, he orders his men to immediately bring Huyen Tien and Vochan back from their grueling punishment in the mountain caves. The abbot tells them to end their meditation right now. Both monks are stunned since 12 days of penance still remain. The messenger panics, explaining that the Grand Master himself has commanded their immediate and extremely urgent return to the temple. Huyen Tien is baffled. Who would dare to interrupt a sacred punishment like this before the time was actually finished? The monk nervously reveals it was an order from great ancestor Hien Kwang. Hearing that name, they both spin around in shock. Why would the senior brother stop our penance halfway? Something must be wrong. Could he have faced some kind of disaster? Before even stepping inside the room, Hien Kong's voice thunders through the hall. Senior brother, what on earth are you doing? Huyen Kwang just chuckles. Ha ha, no need for all that shouting. My ears are working perfectly fine, you know. Hien Kong is completely lost. Why is his respected senior brother sitting there eating something so strictly forbidden by their laws? The great ancestor ignores the worry, laughing as he claims he heard this food is great for health and wants a taste. Thanks to the abbot, the rules have changed. Shouldn't the weak be allowed some nourishment? Hien Kong questions his own sanity. You have attained nirvana, yet you still need snacks. Huyen Kwang teases back, asking if Hien Kong is jealous of his meal. Not at all, but why lock Vo Chan in a cave after he worked so hard just to save your life? Just then, a monk enters to announce the arrival of Vo Chan and the abbot. Huyen Kwang beams with genuine delight. Oh, finally they arrive. Bring them in. Vo-chan is surprised to hear the old man sounding so energetic and lively. He turns to Haiyan Tian and says, seeing how fast we were called, I feared the worst, but it seems like I was just worrying over nothing after all. Now here is where things get weird. As the doors open, a mouth-watering aroma hits them. You and I know that smell. The great ancestors' laughter echoes. With such delicacies in this world, how could I ever leave for the Buddha realm just yet? Hin Kong just turns away in total defeat. Senior brother, I give up. I will not say another word about this. Huyen Kwang laughs, thanking him for the understanding. Now, Vo-chan, come over here and join us for a moment. Both the monk and the abbot stare in disbelief. Ancestor, what is happening? Huyen Kwang simply grins, saying it is obvious. I am just rebuilding my strength. Vo-chan watches the ancestor's creepy smile and feels a sudden strange chill down his spine. Why does this feel so wrong? Both of them turn to look at the man who actually allowed this chaos to happen. Master Hien Kong is disallowed, but even the legendary keeper of the law is too ashamed to look them in the eye. He claims he didn't give permission, but Huyen Kwang is already proudly showing off his plate of juicy meat. Let's be real, you and I see the results. He went from death's door to standing tall after just one meal. He declares that heroes shouldn't rot in caves, so he officially pardoned them both for their great service to the temple. Everyone is still skeptical. Is that so? Huyen Kwang remains excited, inviting everyone to settle in and talk for a while. Vo Chan, go back to your training. Abbott, stay here with me. But Hien Kong clearly wants no part of this conversation. He quickly makes an excuse about piles of work. Vo Chan is even faster, vanishing before anyone can even blink an eye. I will take my leave first. The poor abbot is left behind, feeling totally abandoned by his own young disciple. Vo Chan later hears the full, ridiculous story from Fap Kwong. Every detail of the great ancestor's bizarre behavior is finally revealed. He is shocked. The man attained nirvana, yet still craves the taste of meat. This is beyond anything he ever expected to hear. I can't even think about this anymore. Some things are better left forgotten, even if the memory keeps haunting his mind. Fab Kuang Ten delivers a message along with some heavy equipment Vo Chan had previously requested from the hall of our huts. Really thank you, Master. Fab Kuang nods, confirming that physical training can now finally begin right here on the practice grounds. Vo Chan is thrilled. He never imagined he would actually see a modern gym set up inside the ancient Shaolin temple walls. This is great. Before leaving, Fab Kuang asks him to guide the others, as no one knows how to use these strange tools. He agrees immediately. Of course, I will handle it. Vochan starts thinking back to his past life and training days. It is not exactly a high tech fitness center, but the old school atmosphere of hard work is exactly what he needs right now. Amidst the smell of sweat and iron, a voice calls out, how do we even lift this heavy piece of metal here? And that's where we leave it for now. Trust me, you and I need to find out where that last brother went. All right, you and I are heading back to Shaolin to see Vochan shake things up. Vokung is panting from hard training while Volot rushes over, absolutely thrilled to see him. Vochan, you finally got out of prison, he shouts. But the main character just sighs, telling him not to call it an escape. Looking at the equipment, Vochan keeps Voluat at arm's length while checking on Vokong. So this is for training. How exactly do we use it? Vochan starts explaining the massive tire he picked out, calling it the Kyaolun statue. He decides to give his brothers a live demonstration of how it works. You guys want to see how to use this for training, alright? Just keep your eyes on me. The frame is steel and wood with natural rubber on top. It is perfect for this drill. Vo-chan grunts as he flips the massive tire with all his might. He explains the routine. Lift it, flip it, and repeat that all the way around the yard. When you first pick it up, it will feel like it weighs about 250 pounds. This doesn't just hit your legs and core, it trains you to distribute your total power evenly across your entire body. Vo Chan challenges Vo Kung to try it. The big guy steps up, acting confident. You really think I cannot handle this? But as he starts to lift, Vo Chan adds a catch. Use any inner power and you get 10 strikes to the back of the neck. Vo Kung is startled, asking if he thinks he is that cheap. Then Vo Luat chimes in, curious about what the other tools are for. Vo Chan notices his interest immediately. Oh, you want to join too? Vo Luat runs over to the pull up bar, deciding to just use it in his own unique way. Is this how you do it? He takes a flying leap and flips backward, hanging effortlessly from the high bar. Vo Chan just stands there, stunned, clearing a 3-meter bar that easily now watch closely here. Vo Luat's flexibility is absolutely on another level. The successor of the Shaolin 5 styles makes these pull ups look like a walk in the park as if he has done this for years. His movements are like flowing spirit. Is there a monkey style alongside crane and dragon hanging there? Vo Luat asks Vo Chan if he is doing the exercise correctly. The main character is speechless at the display. He just gives a simple thumbs up to move on. Sure, that works too. Vo Chan realizes Vo Luat might just invent his own training style. Besides the bars and tires, he has brought plenty of other modern tools. These items are usually found in cross training gyms rather than standard bodybuilding spots, but they are perfect for martial artists. Vo Chan doesn't want to become some muscle bound meathead whose bulk ruins his techniques. Maintaining current strength and flexibility is the real goal for his journey. Slowly but surely, he is building his legacy at Shaolin. He will become a true master and reach the ending of this novel story before he knows it. But this career is not just about physical training. That night, Vo Chan introduces a new tool to his grandmaster. Today, I'm going to use this equipment I brought back to help treat you. The old man is intrigued. The item you asked Na Han to prepare? Yes, it is called the Hiefeng. Grandmaster's treatment is changing too. He is curious. But I know what you're thinking. Foam rollers in this world, it is a firm cylindrical tube for muscle therapy. This is a tool used in Pilates. You place it under your body and roll to help relax deep muscles. Vochan guides him to place it under his shoulder blades, ribs, thighs, or armpits. All you have to do is roll over it. Want to try, but the moment Huyen Kwang gives it a go, he slips and his heart nearly jumps out of his chest. Huh. Vo Chan quickly explains. Grandmaster, this is intense stimulation. You should not completely relax your body while you are using it like this. It will be quite painful, since your muscles are still tight. But if you do this regularly, they will relax and your whole body will eventually feel much lighter. Huyen Kwang listens and tries again. That's right. I think I will have everyone in the sect to give this tool a try once. Shaolin disciples have endured enough pointless suffering. Fo Chan watches the old man's expression and starts to feel a bit worried. Wait, if he starts rejecting the core Shaolin teachings, what happens then? He is practically becoming a rogue monk. At this rate, isn't he? Suddenly, the Grandmaster speaks up. By the way, Vochan, how is your own cultivation progressing lately? Caught off guard, Vochan asks if he means his martial arts. Huyen Kwang nods, praising him. Even though we haven't met for a while, your internal energy is much more stable. Vochan looks down at his own hands. Is that really true? He wonders. It makes sense. The abbot was always guiding him back in that cave. Vochan bursts into a happy, satisfied laugh. Ha ha, that is great news. All those long days of hard work and struggle are finally paying off. Huyen Kwang looks at him with very kind eyes before reaching deep into his pocket. Vochan asks what he is trying to find in there. What is it? I anticipated this, so I got it ready. He hands over a map and a handwritten letter. Vochan is completely taken aback. Wait, why is there a letter? The Grandmaster asks if he still remembers his lessons on the 5 styles. That was when he learned how to connect and coordinate different moves. The old monk giggles, his voice sounding raspy due to his age. He shoves the paper toward Vochan. Heh heh, this time there is a specific place that will be very useful for your growth. That smile is actually terrifying. How did his personality change so much in such a short time? Could it be the power of all that meat he ate? Heh heh heh, you will understand once you get there. And trust me, you and I need to see where this map leads next. Meanwhile, Tuekan is happily enjoying his wine. Alright, you and I are about to see a training session. So brutal, these disciples can't even catch a fly. Vokin desperately begs for a mercy, but Master Tuakwan shuts him down with a cold refusal. No can do, kid. If I'm easy on you, you'll just get lazy. Vokin can only tremble in protest. The master doesn't care, chugging his wine with a wild laugh. Now come and get some Meanwhile, after endless rounds of grueling trials, Vo Chun's internal energy has finally started to stabilize. Following the abbot's orders, he sets off toward Mindang, the next site for his hellish training. Vo Chun has survived every crazy test so far, but today his gut is telling him something is wrong. His new instructor is Master Tu Quan, the legendary leader of the elite Demon Slayer Corps. Vo Chun remembers him from the exams. The man is a complete freak of nature. What kind of person is he? Over at the training field, Tue Kwan mocks his own squad. Is that all? Give it your all, boys. You think I brought you here to slack off, keep going, or I might just eat you alive? Watch this! Fear is a great motivator, and these disciples are officially terrified for their lives. Tu Quan chuckles, tosses his wine jug into the air, and casually drops two attackers with ease. Can't you move with any style? He swings his staff like the Monkey King, beating them half to death. One disciple takes a direct hit to the skull, but they keep charging in waves, refusing to quit. A sneak attack from behind Tue Kwan senses it instantly, crouching low and pointing his staff at the guy's face. Trying to pull a fast one on me, he unleashes a brutal barrage of strikes on the kid. The man is a literal demon in combat, laughing like a maniac while he dismantles his own students. He catches his wine jug as everyone collapses. If you just rush in blindly, this training is useless. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunges with a celestial finger strike, but Tue Kwan leaps away effortlessly. Whoa, now that is the kind of thrill he was looking for. He zips behind the disciple, delivering a sharp blow to the waist as a painful lesson in humility. Vochen finally steps forward to report, Master, I have arrived with a letter for you. Tu Quan turns with a massive mischievous grin. Well, look who finally showed up. Greetings, Master. I am the third generation disciple known as Vochen. But as he speaks, he notices Tu Quan shaking with the laughter. What is up with that ridiculous hair of yours, kid? Vochen realizes he hasn't looked in a mirror for ages. His hair is a complete disaster. Does the Shaolin abbot really let you walk around like that? Vochen can only nod sheepishly. I was watching your progress from the shadows while you were locked in that cave for a month. Did you ever peek at the contents of this letter? Vochen shakes his head. Never. Tuquan's eyes light up with excitement. It says I can train you however the hell I want. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Vochen is in for a world of pain. Voken waves weakly from the ground, basically telling him to run. Tuekwan just nods along. To put it simply, my teaching method is just one long, realistic death match. As you've probably figured out by now, Sam, this unit exists to create monsters capable of slaughtering demons and dealing with the threat of Maudat. If you don't fight with the intent to kill, then the only thing waiting for you is death. Even the abbot's recommendation won't save him. This training starts right now. Before Vochan can even blink, a staff is flying at his head. He barely manages to dodge. Don't just stand there. Focus and watch every single movement I make. Vochan is pushed to the limit immediately. He's really trying to kill me. Do you think the enemy will wait for you to talk? Vochan finally locks in. He throws a punch with everything he's got, but Tuekwan is still much faster. A slap to the face sends him reeling. Good speed, but you're still way too slow. Wait, Tuekwan just sensed it. You and I are about to see Vochan's real potential. Let's dive in and see if this kid's grit can actually survive a master's mockery. Pretty impressive now. You're mixing up your strikes. That weird diamond fist style has some decent chi control. Ha ha. But in reality, using too many techniques just leaves you with a ton of openings. Suddenly, Tuekwan kicks sand right into his face. Vochan screams, Hey, that's cheating. Throwing sand is a dirty move. Tuekwan doesn't care. In a real fight, kid, an enemy will do absolutely anything to win. Stop being so naive. Are you going to whine every time someone plays dirty? Why don't you try it yourself? He delivers a sharp smack to the kid's head and chuckles. Honestly, this brat is starting to grow on me. I still can't believe the abbot allowed that haircut. Haha. When she grows up, I'll have to fix it personally. 4 hours into this brutal session, Vochan is still standing, forcing even Tuekwan to feel some respect. I'll give it to him. This kid just doesn't know when to quit. I've seen every move he has. Even after all my dirty tricks, he hasn't complained once. He's got way more raw experience than the other disciples. Of course, Tuekwan's words don't match his thoughts. Pay attention here, even while covered in bruises, our hero still has enough spirit to fire back at his master's insults. Heh, you're really underestimating me. But immediately after saying that, his body gives out and he hits the dirt. Exhausted, Tuekwan finally leaves. Fine, take a break. Vochan opens his eyes and stares at the person nearby. Hey, how long are you going to keep playing dead Vokin jumps? Wait, how'd you know? Obviously, I knew. Just a hunch. Vokin whispers his plan. I was waiting for the master to lower his guard for a sneak attack. Not a bad idea, Vochan curiously asks. How many days have you actually been training out here? Seriously, though, I have no idea why I can't land a single hit on that guy. You and I both know power isn't everything. He realizes that obsessing over technique made him ignore the most vital thing combat experience. My biggest problem right now is that I simply haven't fought enough real battles. He quickly turns to Vokin. Let's plan our move. Vokin looks totally confused at his brother's sudden energy. What's with that face? You gonna lie there like a coward? I've got a brilliant idea. Meanwhile, a subordinate whispers a warning. Master, they're aiming for you, but Tuekwan ignores it. Why is that guy even coming here anyway? Our unit is supposed to attend a meeting about donating funds and supplies to struggling Shaolin Shrim branches. Wait, food for kids and construction money. Aren't we the ones who are struggling for cash? Chungdang isn't coming alone, though. Unless he's bringing Buddha himself, why should we be worried? Vochun drags himself up. No matter what, I'm going to land one good hit on that drunken monk. Even a monster like him has to have a weakness. But how do you plan on even getting close? We don't need to create an opening. I have a secret. When I charge, you need to hit me as hard as you can. Voking is worried. I don't know the plan, but I don't think it'll work on someone that terrifying. Vochan turns back confidently. It'll work as long as he still has a shred of gratitude left in his soul. Vokin is lost. What does that mean? Meanwhile, Tuekwan keeps chatting with his junior. Who did Hall Master Chubo bring with him to cause such a massive stir like this? He stammers a reply until a voice cuts through. Am I causing trouble? Tuekwan snaps back before realizing who it is. Huin Kwang walks in slowly. Maybe I shouldn't have come. Have you forgotten me after all this time? It's a bit hurtful. Is that you, Tuekwan? Tuekwan's face instantly pales as his world flips. Great Uncle Huyen Kwang Yu. You can actually stand up now. The moment he processes it, he shoots forward like an arrow. It is an honor to see you again, great uncle. His longtime junior watches in total shock. I've never seen Master act like that in my entire life. He never even showed the abbot that much respect. Vochan grabs his shoulder and lets out a smirk. Of course, an impulsive guy like him doesn't bow easily. Seeing the opening, he quickly calls out to Vokin. Vokin, it's time to move. Vokin sits up fast. Wait, is the secret plan starting right now? Vochan nods. He understands this better than anyone. Trust me, you and I are about to see if this crazy gamble actually pays off. That great uncle is the founder of the Chuma team, right? During the entrance exam, he looked incredibly dangerous. Huyen Kwang laughs loudly, explaining that the guy only looks scary because of his job, but to me, he's basically just a cute little puppy. Anyway, I should go see him. It's been a long time since we last met face to face. Vochan is surprised. It seems like you know Master Tue Kwan very well, uncle. Huyen Kwang sighs. The guy used to follow him everywhere, claiming I saved his life, though I barely helped. Now pay attention to this transition back to the present, because this is where the action really starts heating up. I don't know how he acted as a kid, but running toward my grandfather like that, just like me. Tuquen shouts happily, asking if his senior's body has fully recovered yet. But in that excitement, there's a gap. Vochan and Vokin strike, but Tuekwan is already alert. Right side. Left side Vokin joins in as they both launch a full-scale assault on Tuekwan. Too bad it failed. Damn, he actually blocked that. Is this the power of the Demon Slayer leader? Tuekwan tanks the hit, looking annoyed at his shattered wine jar. That surprise attack was actually pretty good. I have to give you kids some credit. But listen, kids. He grabs both their heads from behind and slams them straight into the dirt. You're still way too green. He warns them not to slack off and to keep training together. They both agree. Later, Tuekwan, Huyen Kwang, and Chubo sit together in the wooden hut. Huyen Kwang just laughs. Come on, they're just kids. Was there really a need to be that serious? Tuekwan rubs his bruised arm. Kids, if I'm too easy on them, it'll only lead to more danger. They'll lose their edge. You never know when war will strike, so we must always stay battle ready. Now pay attention here, because we're about to see what truly drives his heart. A memory flashes back, a younger Tuekwan running to his senior smiling and calling out to Huyen Kwang. I finally became an official disciple of the master. Huyen Kwang is thrilled for him. Oh, you finally made it into the sect officially. Tuekwan nods happily and Huyen Kwang pats his head saying he knew he could do it. He told me to be a pillar of Shaolin. I trained so hard, but then that day happened. When the demonic cult invaded Shaolin, they threatened me asking if I really thought I could escape. I was just a kid crying in fear. That day, Huyen Kwang saved so many people, including me. But his power center was destroyed, leaving him a broken man forever. I swore I'd never let those cult bastards get away with it. I'll destroy every last one of them. That's why I chose the path of the Demon Slayer, and I don't regret it. Huyen Kwang watches his brother's expression, asking if he's okay. Tuekwan snaps out of it surprised. Whatever happens, I can handle the weight of it for now. Huyen Kwang asks him to keep an eye on that child, suggesting he'd be the better teacher anyway. And that's where we leave it for now. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens next. Stick with me, we're about to see a master whose power is now completely off the charts. Suddenly, he turns and asks, Tuikwan, could you spare me a cup of that for once? At first, he happily agrees, but then he immediately realizes something is very wrong. Anything for my master. Wait, what is that wine? The elder is totally messing with him now. I honestly thought it was just water. Tuikwan hesitates to hand it over. No, really, I've cleared the alcohol out. It's just water. Seeing Huyen Kwang actually drink makes him even more nervous. He's really doing it. Is he okay? But witnessing Huyen Kwang's joyful smile as he calls it a delicacy, well, something in Tue Kwan's heart finally starts to break through. Tu Quan watches his master with deep emotion. When exactly did he become this person again? It makes sense. His master is healthy again, truly healthy. What a relief. He joins in asking, Can I get a cup too? I would be honored. Out in the courtyard, the disciples continue their spar, while Tue Quan and Huyen Kwang pass the bottle back and forth. It might not look like your typical Shaolin scene, but honestly, the whole view is like a masterpiece. Everyone is happy except for Hui and me. He's the guy managing Shaolin's money, and he's currently sitting there with a massive headache. This budget is a disaster. If this keeps up, we won't have enough food for the disciples this winter. Alright, you and I are looking at the worst case. Shaolin might not take new disciples next year. Chubo does not even hide his disgust, glaring at Mujin and Woken, blaming them for the whole mess. Woken is shocked by Mujin's power and says, Mujin, you have gotten so much stronger. Mujin just shrugs it off. Well, I have been training like a maniac since I got here, Woken replies, patting his own shoulder proudly. Mujin looks up and sighs. It makes sense. If you train like it is a real fight, you will get strong. Suddenly, he notices something. Wait, why does Leader Chubo look so stressed? Is something wrong? He immediately recognizes that heavy sigh and the desperate face of a man who manages a dying budget. Chubo grips his ledger, worrying about how he will even feed the children. Suddenly, Mujin has a flashback. In his past life, Choi Kang Huk ran several gyms, but he remembers being pale while staring at business papers. Another month in the red. How could he afford new equipment? He knows this exact feeling of despair. Now, pay attention here, because Mujin recognizes this look perfectly. Looks like things are starting to get difficult. Woking is confused, but they have no idea that the Shaolin Temple is currently facing a massive financial crisis. You would think a famous sect like Shaolin, known as the North Star of martial arts, would be above money. However, even if they cut ties with the secular world, they still need to eat and wear clothes. Luckily, they usually have donation money from visitors and secular sects to keep the lights on. Until a few problems have popped up. Suddenly, a coin drops near two monks, and the handsome one shouts out. The monk with thick eyebrows snaps back, Pick that up, every penny is precious to Chubo right now. The handsome monk bends down, wondering how bad the situation is if they have to fight over a single coin. Suddenly, the thick browed monk looks ahead in surprise. Oh, look, it is that guy over there. The handsome monk smirks at his friend, mocking Mujin, who is nearby. Is it his fault we are all so poor? His companion nods. Yeah, something's happened, and honestly, it is hard to say the rumors are wrong. The current mess started 2 years ago when Mujin saved Wokin from being bullied by secular disciples. Back then, Shaolin strictly punished the Wo Tai gang who had been bullying kids and local villagers. After their martial arts were stripped away, their stolen wealth was returned to the common people. And that was the start of the problem. Shady secular sects saw the gang get crushed and panicked. They used to pay Shaolin a lot of money, but now they were terrified of being the next target. The owner of that gang was trampled by Shaolin for no reason. If we are next leaving is the best move. Instead of submitting to Shaolin again, these secular groups decided to run away with their stolen goods. Angry at how Shaolin handled things, they joined other sects and stopped sending any donation money. Shaolin had no way to stop them. In the end, nearly half of their secular supporting sects just vanished. Add to that the expensive yoga and Pilates gear made for Mujin plus all the new training equipment. Chubo had to pay for all of it, making Mujin look like a money-eating monster in his eyes. Let's pause for a second. Mujin hears everything they are saying while he sweeps, and his face turns grey. He thinks it is fair they are mad, but at least the other disciples are stronger and healthier now. Still being treated like this hurts, even if he is just following the wishes of his masters. Mujin remembers when Master Hyunjin sat him down and spoke to him with a calm voice. Mujin, your medicine is enough. You should live a normal life like other kids. The other monk agreed. Early morning is for physical training, then studying the classics, and finally practicing martial arts. While he is lost in thought, two other monks approach him. Mujin, are you done cleaning yet? After training is over, his job is to clean the grounds and welcome the many visitors. It feels like going from a doctor back to a normal person. Mujin calmly says, I'm all done. Time to prepare for the visitors. The gates are about to open. The other monk says, let's go. Mujin watches them, realizing he used to be so isolated. The monks are shocked he is working with them. One of them jokes, is the sun going to rise in the west tomorrow or something? You and I just saw a huge shift in his life, but trust me, he only cares about his three friends. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when a monster of a main character tries to play nice at a temple. The guests start pouring in, and Vochan and his brothers are there to give them a warm welcome. This way, please. Welcome to the temple. Thank you all for traveling such a long distance to join us today. Adida Fat. The senior monks are greeting everyone with deep respect. Vochan just smiles and turns to his junior, asking, see, hosting these guests isn't as hard as it looks, right? His junior just grins back, wondering if he is being serious. Vochan is feeling pretty confident, thinking this is just like his old days working at the gym front desk. But as people pass by, they can't help but stare at Vochan in total disbelief. They're all thinking, why does a monk have hair like that? Suddenly, Vochan spots something off in the distance. He turns his head confused. Wait, what? His junior calls out, lost. Vochan quickly tells him, I'm heading down for a bit. Vokin asks if something is wrong on the stairs, but Vochan is already moving. Yeah, I think I should help out a little. He spots an elderly woman struggling to climb the massive stone steps, gasping for breath with every difficult move. Hello, Grandma. Are you doing all right? Hearing his voice, she looks up, her face covered in sweat and looking completely exhausted from the long climb. The old woman suddenly lets out a laugh. Oh ho ho, well hello there, young monk. Vochan scratches his neck, worried. You don't look so good. Why did you come all this way? She replies, I had to come. I'm here to offer prayers to the Buddha. Vochan gives her a bright, genuine smile. Oh, you're headed to the main hall then? Here, let me carry you the rest of the way on my back. She laughs again. Ho ho, I appreciate the kind heart, but a tired old lady like me doesn't want to be a burden. Now watch this, even as a monk, our guy can't help showing off those gains. He flexes his muscles and says, don't worry, I train hard. Just let me carry you. Without waiting, he hoists her onto his back and starts walking up the stairs, introducing himself as they go. Actually, I'm just a little monk in training, so you can just call me Vochan. The old lady is shocked. But you are already a strong young man. For Vochan, respecting elders isn't just about morals. It's an instinct, something deep in his soul that feels like a debt he has to repay. Growing up without parents, his grandparents were the ones who truly raised him because of their deep influence. Just looking at an elderly person struggling makes his heart ache with a physical pain. As he carries her, he realizes how light she is. Her knees and back are clearly in bad shape, yet she still pushed herself to climb these stairs. You and I know helping a random grandma is never just a coincidence. She finished her prayer and suddenly said she was leaving, catching Vochan completely off guard. She smiles warmly. Thank you so much for the ride today, young man. Then she turns and starts walking away, leaving Vochan standing there. Vochan suddenly calls out, Grandma, do you have any other plans for the day? She looks back completely confused by his question. Meanwhile, in Jingfeng district, Henan, a place controlled by Shaolin and a massive power player in the region. The area is filled with grand villas, but the most magnificent of them all belongs to one group, the Tianliu Merchant Guild. Inside a private study, a man is buried under a mountain of paperwork looking stressed out. He's worried about the local branches acting up, while outside the servants are rushing around complaining about how busy they are. He sighs, thinking that being the head of such a massive guild is a nightmare. Maybe it is time to hire more help. This man is Liu Zhichuang, the leader of the Tianliu Guild and one of the 5 most powerful merchants in the land. He slams the table in frustration. Ugh, just looking at these reports makes me sick. I need a break. Just then a servant bows outside the door. Master Elder Lian Jiaxi has returned. Liu Zhichuang is surprised. My mother went out again. The servant confirms. Yes, she just arrived back in an 8-person litter. Liu nods. Understood. I'll go greet her. Liu Zhiquang walks out to meet her. Mother, did you really go all the way to Shaolin Temple again today? The old lady just chuckles at him. Oh ho ho, look at the big guild master so busy, yet you still found time to visit me. Liu Zhiquang gently reminds her that her health isn't great and she shouldn't travel. Mother, please, you need to take care of yourself. The old woman gives him a reassuring smile. This is Lian Jiaxi, the mother of the powerful merchant king. She tells him, you don't need to worry today. I actually got some treatment there. Liu is genuinely confused. Treatment, what do you mean? She starts praising a pair of magical hands. She describes how someone worked on her knees, applying pressure and rotating her feet. She insists it was way more effective than all the boring acupuncture and herbal medicines she has grown tired of. Lian Jiaxi can't stop raving about the incredible way the young monk massaged her joints. Liu is stunned. He asks skeptically, "You're saying you were cured just like that?" But then he notices her face is glowing and that the chronic tremors in her legs have completely vanished. He realizes her condition is better than it was this morning. Lian Jiaxi keeps going on and on about what a talented and kind little monk he was. Liu Zhiquang finally relents. "In that case, I think I will make a trip to Shaolin with you tomorrow. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see this meeting." He's determined to find that monk. Meanwhile, Vo Chun is back at the temple, lost in deep thought. The old lady's health was looking up, but trust me, Vo Chun was anything but relaxed right now. It wasn't just because she reminded him of his grandma, it's because she's actually a filthy, rich noblewoman. That eight-man carriage from earlier clearly displayed the name of the Tianlu Merchant Group. No way. The Tianlu Merchant Group is one of the top 5 guilds and a massive villain organization in the story. The next day, Vochan greets his high status guests politely as a humble third generation disciple. He tells them they can just call him Vochan and thanks them for making the long trip. Lin Jiahai laughs elegantly, noting how the young monk's face looks like he has aged backward. Lucci speaks up, mentioning he heard the boy spent yesterday treating his mother's condition. Vochan acts humble, saying he only spent time with her, then asks why they have returned. Lin Jiahai wants to thank him again and see if she can get another one of his massages. She jokes that if he weren't a monk, she'd introduce him to her granddaughter immediately. Vo Chun laughs along, suggesting they can get to know each other and chant some sutras together. Wouldn't that be a great plan? The old lady says she can't wait to get started. Lucci watches them, realizing even his own children aren't this affectionate or close to his mother. Vochan glances at Lucci, knowing he's the powerful current leader of the entire merchant group. Stick with me here. The Tianlu merchant group in the novel was pure evil, doing dirty work like drug smuggling. Vochan wonders nervously if they have already turned to the dark side at this point in time. If he builds a relationship now, he might uncover the truth about the secret mastermind behind them. For now, he decides to just monitor their every move. Feeling the intense stare, Lucci asks if there's something stuck on his face or his clothes. Vochan explains that he just noticed the leader looks like he sits too much for his work. Lucci is stunned. How could a kid possibly know about his daily work habits? He admits he spends all day reading letters and that the mountain climb was exhausting for him. Vochan notes his misaligned hips and the way his back is slightly hunched from sitting. You and I know the strategy: keep friends close and enemies closer. Time to start the treatment. Lucci agrees to try it, curious to see what kind of unique therapy this boy uses. But deep down, he is analyzing everything, ready to test the young disciple's actual healing skills. Vochan leads the way, noting there is another patient who needs treatment along with them. At Huyen Kwang's private residence, the old master looks up and asks who the new visitors are. Vochan introduces them as special guests who dropped by for a visit today. Since everyone is feeling unwell, he suggests a group therapy session to save some time and effort. Huyen Kwang grunts an agreement, letting the boy do whatever he thinks is best for the guests. Vochan asks Master Fap Keung to assist with treating the merchant leader during the session. Fap Keung agrees and prepares to explain the basics of their unique muscle therapy method. Vochan tells everyone that while it looks like acupressure, the technique is actually much deeper. It focuses on muscle improvement using specialized tools to directly stimulate the various body parts. Today, he will be using these muscle correction tools to treat the grandfather first. Huyen Kwang grips the handles firmly and lets out a heavy, focused grunt as he prepares. He follows the instructions step by step, rolling the wheel until he feels an incredible rush of relief he never expected. Vochan tells him to speak up immediately if his lower body starts feeling tight or tense. Next, he moves over to use the specialized orthopedic tool on the lady for her treatment. Lam Jia-hee is excited, sitting down slowly as Vochan guides her through the process. He tells her to place her hips in the groove and lay back slowly while relaxing. A strange sensation washes over her body and she admits even lying down feels painful now. And that's where we leave it. Will this treatment actually change their fate? You and I will find out. It looks light on the surface, but this is actually getting pretty serious. Lian Jiahai stays confident, saying she knows Vochan would never hurt her. After all, he's been her therapist for quite some time. She sounds genuinely surprised. You still look so strong. Why on earth would you need a medical treatment? The two of them keep chatting away right in Vochan's ear. I feel much better now. Things were terrible before. Our disciple Vochan really does have golden hands. Ha ha ha, oh ho ho. Vochan can't help but wonder, is this Shaolin or just a high-end retirement home? A bit later, Lauchi finishes his session with Pap Kwong. He stands up, stretching and feeling every muscle in his body. Yeah, it definitely hurt like crazy at the start, but now the pain is gone and I feel absolutely refreshed. He bows deeply to Fap Kwong. Thank you for this incredible healing method. Fap Kwong stays humble. It was nothing. I'm just glad the treatment was actually useful for you. He admits he learned it from Vochan. I actually learned this technique from Vochan to help others. I wasn't even sure if I'd do it well. Look at this, Lauchi is stunned. This technique came from Vochan. Wait a second. Did he just call that elder Huyen Kwang that name? It sounds so familiar. Lao Chi shifts his gaze toward Vo Chan and Huyen Kwang, who are laughing together. I can tell exactly what you're planning just by looking at your worried face. Yes, even though I'm feeling better, we still need to soften those stiff muscles. Huyen Kwang reaches out. You use heat and lightning chi for your treatments, don't you, Vo Chan? Since I'm better, I can do it myself now. Watch. Using lightning and heat chi from his palms, he leaves Vo Chan completely speechless. You can generate those chi types just with your palm. How is that even possible? He's a true master. Lin Jiahai speaks up saying she finally understands that he is truly an extraordinary person. Huyen Kwang just laughs. It's just a minor skill. They chat comfortably, not noticing the man behind them is breaking out in a cold sweat. Lao Chi leans in and whispers to Fap Kwong, You called him Huyen Kwang, right? He nods. That's right. With that confirmation, Lao Chi realizes these techniques are things even martial arts masters struggle to reach. I know what you're thinking. This is the man who single handedly crushed the demonic cult 30 years ago, the legendary Shaolin divine monk Huyen Kwang. The legends of Shaolin's divine monk are stories that every regular person out there knows by heart. But since Lao Chi passed 40, the stories from after the demonic cult invasion just stopped being told. They said he became a cripple who lost all his martial arts, but here he is healing himself with this muscle technique. This is unbelievable. What an incredible twist of fate we have here. Lao Chi sighs in shock. The man everyone thought was powerless is displaying this kind of overwhelming strength right now. This muscle treatment I experienced today is the real deal, and it definitely belongs to our disciple Vo Chan. He looks toward Vo Chan. This kid has talent. This is my chance. Soon the session is over and everyone shares their thanks. Thank you for the treatment today, Vochan. You're very welcome. I am just happy to help. So tell me, is Vochan just a healer or something much more? All right, you and I are diving into a story that starts out surprisingly sweet, like a senior romance film. Vo Chan tells Liu Guangqi to head home before it gets too dark, but the old man turns back with a look of pure steel. Listen, I have one more thing to say. Expect to see me first thing tomorrow morning, disciple Vo Chan. Can you lead me to the Chuipu Hall? Vo Chan is stunned. Why would you want to go there? Liu cannot explain yet. He needs to prepare first, but promises to explain everything tomorrow. This is important for you as well, so please lead the way. Vochan just watches them leave totally lost. I will report this later. Seriously, what is that man actually planning? Huyen Kwang gives the green light, and the next day, Vo Chan leads the guild leader straight to the hall. This is the Chuipu Hall, the place responsible for managing all of Shaolin finances and budgets. Inside, things are getting intense. The hall master narrows his eyes and asks them to repeat that. What was that? Liu takes a sip of tea and gets straight to the point. Here is my proposal. Allow my merchant guild and disciple Vo Chan to open a medical clinic together. Alright, you and I are about to watch a main character school, a greedy merchant, and a stubborn monk. Xuan Mei looks suspiciously at the pile of 100 gold taels meant for his mother's cure, wondering if he'd really give it all to Shaolin. What kind of scheme is this man actually plotting? Before Xuan Mei can even finish doubting him, Liu Zhiguang speaks up, saying he actually regrets that he cannot offer an even larger amount of money. For someone capable of curing a terminal illness that even the most famous doctors couldn't touch, he believes this price is more than fair. Xuan Mei asks for a clearer explanation regarding his earlier mention of opening a medical clinic together with Wu Chen. Liu Zhiguang doesn't hesitate to share that Wu Chen's healing methods are unlike anything ever seen before on this entire continent. He knows there are countless patients out there suffering just like his mother who simply cannot be saved by any current medical methods. Because of that, he wants to use Wu Chen's power to establish a clinic. And hearing this, Xuan Mei finally understands the whole situation. Shaolin hasn't ever run a business using its disciples' skills. And with those high prices, it seems this clinic in Dengfeng would only be for the rich. Amitabha! Now watch this. Liu Jiguang is feeling the pressure as his secret plan starts to unravel. Was he really caught this easily? But he has a much deeper goal than just making a simple profit. As the leader of one of the world's 5 great merchant groups, he has many connections with wealthy people who are terrified of old age and sickness. Introducing Wu Zhen's treatments to them would bring in endless wealth. And while that's his merchant logic, he has another reason as well. Since it's not the right time to reveal it, he takes a slow sip of tea to buy himself a few moments to think. First, he needs to build a strong relationship with Shaolin, so he asks why they immediately assume this is just a business. He suggests they could use half the profits to help the poor, but Xuan Mei remains stubborn and refuses to agree. If we only treat the rich for gold, the rest of the world will look at Shaolin as nothing more than greedy money grubbers. Building trust takes a long time and true sincerity, but even a small misunderstanding can make it all collapse in a single heartbeat. Wuzhen is standing right there, and he's getting seriously annoyed because this monk is rejecting a fortune for no good reason. We're already broke, so why is he wasting time overthinking all of this? The answer is obvious if you just use your brain for a second. It's time to apply some of that old gym management experience. Wuzhen clears his throat and asks to speak, which surprises both of them, but they decide to wait and hear him out. He asks if the only problem is that they are making money by only treating the wealthy. The monk gives a small, hesitant nod. Exactly. So Wuzhen calmly suggests they simply treat both the poor and the rich at the same time. Both men are stunned. Both of them Wuzhen, what exactly do you mean by that? He explains his method, noting that if the price is fixed, the poor obviously won't have access, making the whole clinic pointless for them. Here's the twist: you and I are about to see him pitch a two-tier system. Both men are stunned as he explains the split. Divide the facilities. How would that work? One side would be free for everyone, while the other is strictly for the rich. Jigwang is shocked. Wait, so only the wealthy have to pay? Xuanmei cuts him off, telling Wu Zhen to keep explaining his plan. He points out that the rich will eventually notice and demand to know why only they are being forced to pay for their treatment. Why are they free while we have to pay? If we have money, do we really have to pay even more? So, at the free facility, we only apply basic therapy methods and conduct the treatments on a day to day basis. For example, today we treat the legs and tomorrow we focus on the hips. It's a gradual process like that. The premium clinic, however, combines basic care with advanced medicine and professional grade heat and brain key therapies for a high end experience. This is based on how modern gyms work. You pay a low fee just to use the equipment or pay extra for a personal trainer. Chigwang listens in absolute awe as he realizes that a system like this is actually possible. Can a mere disciple really have thoughts this advanced? Wuzhen turns his attention back to the merchant. He mentions that the merchant surely knows that wealthy people always have a taste for luxury and status. Instead of cheap tea, they'll choose expensive Longjing just for the prestige. Chigwang nods along. He totally gets it now. A general free area for the public and a private paid facility meant specifically for the elite. The rich will choose the paid side just to satisfy their own vanity and pride. After all, wealthy people love feeling special. Wu Zhen keeps talking, completely missing the fact that Xuan Mei is absolutely fuming. The monk is about to explode. He finally reaches his breaking point. Xuan Mei roars, asking how a Shaolin disciple dares to use worldly vanity to chase profits. Wu Zhen just looks at him, confused why he's so scared. And that's the end, trust me. You and I need to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to watch a student stare down an elder and win. When I suggested using the rich's money for the poor, you feared Shaolin would look greedy. Even with a plan for everyone, you still worry about public image. Are you really that afraid? Huyen Mi gnashes his teeth, glaring at Vochan. You dare look down on our temple? Vochan stays calm, explaining himself. No, that is not it at all. You honestly believe taking money from the rich will ruin our reputation? He responds bluntly, yes. So Vochan continues. I care about our name too, but it hurts more to ignore those who desperately need help. The misunderstanding doesn't matter. What counts is that Shaolin is saving lives, meaning is always above rules. In that moment, Huyen Mi sees a vivid shadow of his grandmaster in this young boy. He accidentally calls out a name, Huyen Guang. Fo Chan jumps. Huh, what did you say? Huyen Mi turns away embarrassed, but his heart has clearly softened. Fine, Vo Chan, perhaps you're right. We still need the abbot's permission. We will discuss this and give you an answer later. Lu Chi Kwang is thrilled. Thank you for your decision, Master. Vochan feels a wave of relief. Finally, they're convinced. Now, pay attention because this is where his secret mission truly begins. Whether it's the darkness of the Emperor's path or what lies in the future, I'll use this business to dig into their secrets and find the darkness hiding in their branches. They part ways quickly. I will be in touch soon, he promises before heading out. That night, Hui and Mi reports to the elders, and surprisingly, they all happily agree. The abbot is delighted, believing Vo Chan will guide Shaolin in the right direction. We will be top tier saviors. Huyen Quang catches on immediately. Then he deserves a reward for his hard work, right? The innocent abbot doesn't see the trap. He asks blankly, "What kind of reward?" Huyen Quang says it without blinking. "Elixir. But which kind are we talking about here? If it's a reward, it has to be the best." The abbot's face goes pale instantly. Is he serious? Did he really just say that? There's no way he's actually doing this. Next afternoon, after training, Vochan is shocked. "Grandfather, why are you here? What's in the box?" Huyen Quang presents the chest. "I'm giving you this for your incredible service to the temple. This is Shaolin cycle pill. Don't worry, I got it legally, no stealing involved this time. Now look at the insane light radiating from that pill. You and I both know this is huge. A cycle pill. This is the stuff of legends, a pill containing a massive amount of energy that can instantly boost internal power. Shaolin's version is the absolute peak of the martial world. Seeing one is a miracle. Yet here is Huyen Quang casually handing it over like it's just a piece of candy. Take this as your reward. Honestly, I wanted the greater version, but the abbot was being tight fisted. Stingy old man. Oh, wait, I shouldn't say that. This is still a massive win. Vochan breaks into a cold sweat, forcing a smile. He decides to ignore that first part. Huyen Quang is ready. Once you take this, you'll feel the effects. Let me help you guide the power. Want to try it? Vochan doesn't hesitate for a second. Yes, absolutely. Why wait? When a rare treasure practically falls into your lap, you use it. They move to a secluded spot in the manor. The energy here is thick and pure. Vo Chan looks around, amazed. I didn't know such a quiet place existed deep in here. They sit and Vo Chan listens closely. Normal breathing and elixir absorption are two different beasts. Breath moves slowly through the nose, but this pill hits your stomach like a lightning bolt. So I should focus on the pill's energy inside me instead of my regular breathing. Huyen Quang nods sternly. Exactly. One wrong move and your mind shatters. Trust me, you don't want to miss what happens next. You and I are watching him take a massive risk right now. He gets the master's point. He has never seen him this serious, so he knows he must be careful. Focus time. He swallows the pill whole. Immediately he feels it, the small restoration pill's power beginning to absorb all that shimmering radiant light. That is it. I will use the mental art I learned before to settle this. The great success heart method. Energy slides down his throat and into his stomach, exploding through every pressure point in his body. No wonder martial arts protagonists risk everything for this. His ancestors' advice was clear: absorb as much as possible and then lock it deep inside. 30 minutes later, and he is still absorbing. He is hitting his limit fast. Damn it, his grandfather warned him that being greedy would be his downfall. Even with breathing and heart methods, way too much energy from the small restoration pill is starting to leak out of him. My vessel is just too small to hold this massive surge. I have to stop right here before I break. He remembers Huyen Kuang's teaching. Every exhale releases medicinal energy. When you cannot hold any more, you must simply breathe it out. One deep breath in to take the air, then a sharp exhale to push the gathered energy away from his center, repeating the cycle in and out, in and out. I have absorbed about 30% of the total power right. Certain of his choice, Vo Chan snaps his eyes open as power begins racing through his entire body like lightning. He feels every single spark of it. This is plenty. There is no need to regret the energy that got away. Vo Chan gasps, "Grandfather, I tried so hard not to be greedy, but it seems I still subconsciously wanted way too much for myself. I never imagined the pill's power would be this massive." Huyen Guang stays silent, just watching him with those deep, knowing eyes. "Of course you did. You absorbed every single drop of that power, but how did that even happen?" Now watch closely. This is a miracle where Huyen Guang used his own natural energy to wrap and trap every single bit of that leaking pill gas for him. He kept it from scattering, then slowly forced it back into Vochan's body with every single breath the boy took. It is unthinkable. A technique so difficult and advanced, it borders on the divine. Defying logic, Huyen Quang thinks to himself that letting a hard earned pill go to waste like that would have been a total tragedy. He warns him, "In your current state, using any martial arts will shatter your physical body instantly." Vo Chan's eyes are bulging out, his breath is heavy, and his entire body is drenched in cold, terrified sweat. "Grandfather, is all this energy really from that one pill? My body just will not calm down no matter what I do." But this was the plan. He approaches, instructing him, "Let us handle this situation first. Do exactly as I say." Vo Chan struggles to stand. "Can this really be fixed, master?" Huyen Quang says there is an exercise for this. The best way to tame raging energy is by finding inner peace. Only a mind that stays unmoved can truly quiet the violent storm inside you. I will teach you the immovable mind, a heart that does not waver, shake, or ever lose its focus. Huyen Kuang brought him here to control that erupting internal energy and help him reach a state of perfect psychological stability. This training was originally meant for those using extreme Yang Qi warriors like Tuedam and his top disciples to master wild Yang energy without losing control. They use specific exercises to cool their boiling blood and calm their racing hearts, like counting prayer beads or constantly recalling their happiest memories from the past. Simply put, the immovable mind keeps your body and soul dead calm. Huyen Kuang commands now use that continuous punch technique you have been obsessing over for 2 hours. Standing under the waterfall, he throws a basic continuous punch. The move looks the same as before, but the raw power is on a different level. After 2 hours of training under the crushing waterfall, he finally settles his restless mind. He stabilizes that massive internal power and fixes the flow of his energy once and for all. With that explosive surge of power, he actually forces the massive waterfall to split right in two. He just hit a new level. You feel that too, right? Vo Chan looks at Huyen Kuang. Seeing the boy's growth brings the old man a sense of pride and a new enlightenment. They just stare at each other in silence, understanding everything through a single simple nod of respect. The day has finally come for Vo Chan's group to head out. Everyone gathers to see them off. Are you all ready to go? Leaving the mountain already, you 5 disciples. Better take very good care of Vo Chan while you are out there. The business plan with the Tianlu merchant group is set. Now they just need to head to the county to finalize everything. They must go to Dangfong County for the remaining work. The abbot and Huyen Kuang come out to say goodbye to the group. He thanks his master for the trust and heads out. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens next. All right, you and I are watching them join the merchant guild to save lives and overcome the crisis threatening Shaolin itself. Master Xuan Guang looks at him with pure pride. Go and make sure you all return safely from this mission. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, a young lady sits alone until her servant suddenly calls out to her. My lady, shall we depart? Lady Tuithua then begins her long journey down the rugged slopes of Mount Thongson. As she enters Dangfong County, the scenery shifts into something incredibly peaceful and serene. It looks exactly like a martial arts film, coming to life bandits on the roads and lively taverns at every turn. Savoring tavern life, getting caught in roadside scuffles, saving masked beauties, and finally hunting down the masterminds lurking in the dark. This is a real martial arts world. Finally, I have actually left the temple behind. Now pay attention because rumors about this monk are about to spread across the entire village like wildfire. Hey, have you heard the news yet? What news are you talking about? The man with the top knot asks. I heard some Shaolin masters came down the mountain to open a medical clinic right here in town. He gasps. Monks running a clinic. In this county, it sounds like those monks are just looking for a way to make some quick cash. His friend quickly corrects him. No, they are not doing it for the money. The man's eyes immediately light up. What in that case, we need to go check it out right now. His friend just gives him a playful nudge. Of course, you hear free and you are ready to run, but you are not even sick, so why go? What are you saying? A checkup is good for prevention? I carry heavy loads every single day, you know. My limbs are constantly numb. I need some acupuncture. His friend laughs. Then that clinic is the perfect place for you. I heard they treat different parts of the body every day on a rotating schedule. Today is specifically for back and limb pain. The man is stunned. Daily specialized treatment? That is unusual. Oh, that is not even the half of it. Everything about that place is completely unique. They use secret acupuncture and herbal methods. As the clinic finally opens, Vo Chan looks on with total satisfaction. Running a free clinic like this was never going to be an easy task to pull off. I know what you're thinking. How does a monk afford this? Well, check out Shaolin's massive investment in these two plots. They call this the muscle clinic. Each building has its own very specific purpose and function. The left wing is the free zone for the poor, fully equipped with everything needed for treatment and recovery. There is even a quiet space for the senior monks to rest and chant after a long day of work. The right wing is the VIP section for the wealthy who want private high-end service. Beyond the standard care, they offer special internal energy and heat therapies using the most expensive tools. Every single instrument in there is plated in gold and silver or wrapped in the finest silks. It looks stunning. Vo Chan heads out with a bright smile to greet the clinic's very first patients. The clinic is ready, so I have to give it my all. I am Vo Chan, a third generation Shaolin disciple. The two men immediately start whispering. Is that really a Shaolin monk? Look at him. But wait, what is up with that hairstyle? I thought all Shaolin monks were supposed to be completely bald. I can hear you, gentlemen. Now, you mentioned coming here for your leg pain, correct? Let us start your treatment right away. The man sits down, watching Vo Chan's every move with intense curiosity. This does not look like a normal acupuncture. Is he using some kind of ancient movement therapy? He wonders if this will take days, but suddenly Vo Chan grabs his joint, sending a sharp jolt through him. The man yelps in pain, but Vo Chan just calmly explains a little pain is perfectly normal here. Normal, you call that normal? Vo Chan continues to work with careful, steady precision. Your muscles have been stiff for years. Stretching them out is going to hurt, but leaving it will be worse. We will go slowly to ease the pain. Eventually, I will use special techniques to help you walk properly again. You will need a deep massage for an hour, and then you will see the results for yourself. At first, the man really doubted if this young monk actually knew what he was doing, but Vochan stays focused on the task. Just relax your leg for me, and the pain will start to fade. There, the pain is fading. Trust me, you and I are watching this monk change the martial arts world one patient at a time. You and I are about to see a miracle. After 13 minutes, the sharp pain fades and the man finally starts to relax. After 20 minutes, he was feeling a level of comfort he had never experienced before in his life. 27 minutes later, the man realized this unique therapy was actually working. It is truly a blessing to be treated by such a master. My legs used to feel like they were being pierced by needles every time I tried to take a step. I do not know how long it has been since I felt this relaxed. This master is truly effective. It is like the holy masters descended from the mountain just to bless common people like us. He looked at Vochan with pure gratitude. Their kindness makes my heart feel warm. Such compassion for the common people is truly a beautiful thing to witness. As the satisfied patient left, rumors about the incredible clinic began spreading like wildfire through the entire town. Now pay attention, because this is where things get crowded. Word even reaches the wealthy nobles and local officials. Suddenly, many people with money were lining up more than willing to pay for this legendary Shaolin treatment. While there was a paid and free section, the quality of care stayed the same, except for urgent emergencies. Since I have the money, I deserve a premium mat like this. He seems very pleased with himself. Even with the two different zones, not a single patient felt neglected or inconvenienced by the setup. Besides meeting every request, the monks gave their all to care for them. Senior uncle, come quickly. We have a patient with severe leg pain. Please use heat therapy on the old man by the door. I will handle the muscle work for the gentleman over here. No matter who they were, everyone received Vochan's full attention and his most sincere help. This moved the hearts of everyone deeply. People started calling him the Buddha hand boy. Switching scenes, Vochan and another man discuss their progress as the clinic finally begins to stabilize. Things have finally stabilized after a while. It was difficult, but we have managed to make the work flow smoothly. The man across from him bowed deeply. This is all thanks to the hard work of you monks. The Thien Lu Merchant Guild is deeply grateful. This man is Tuong Tran Bin, the guild's general manager. Vochan replied humbly, saying that no, it is actually us who should be thanking you for everything. Let's pause here. Vochan knows that without their immense help, they never could have opened this clinic. He is truly grateful to them from his heart. This was massive. Without this guild, Shaolin might have actually run out of money and resources completely. Fojochan quickly changed the subject. From here, you can see just how many people are coming to the resort area. I honestly never expected the people to support our little clinic this much. He stretched his neck, tired. Time to swap shifts with senior uncle Fap Kwong. Tranbin looked up, surprised. Is that him? Fap Kwong approached with a smile. Vochan, let us switch. I have arrived, disciple. Suddenly, Tranbin greeted him warmly. I did not expect to run into you here of all places. Oh, it has been a long time. Vochan wondered if they were already acquainted, and Fap Kwong shyly admitted he had received much help. Senior brother, remember when you were stuck at the back of the mountain? Vochan felt a bit guilty hearing that. The merchant guild master's daughter got lost in the deep mountains. I found her and brought her back safely to the manager. Ah, that story. Then it clicked. I only saw one little girl in the forest that day. Could that child really be the daughter of the merchant guild? What a strange coincidence. Tranbin smiled, mentioning that the young lady was actually visiting the clinic today. Just then, voices outside started shouting her name. The young lady has arrived. Welcome, lady Tuyet Hua. Tranbing turned his head. Oh, she is here. Vochan felt a bit excited to see her again. Years have passed, so she must have grown up. Wait, his expression shifted. She looks quite tall now. Everyone in the guild bowed deeply to her. Vochan asked doubtfully, is that really the same young lady? Tranbin confirmed it. Yes, that is the daughter of the merchant guild master, Lady Lu Taet Hua. Even though he suspected it, hearing the truth directly from Tranbin left Vochan in total shock. Wait, is that really her? Is that really the same little girl? The servants kept bowing as Tu Yethua walked closer to the group. Greetings, Lady Tu Yethua. Welcome. The crowd nearby began whispering about who she was to receive such an incredibly respectful greeting from the Merchant Guild. Are you serious? How can you not know who she is? She is a very important person. You and I just witnessed the real legend behind this place. She is the youngest daughter of the Tianlu Merchant Guild who funded this entire clinic. Stick with me. Is this lady really the famous Liu Shuihua? She looks totally different than I imagined. What exactly is different? As the leader's daughter, shouldn't she be more elegant? Well, fair point. Just then, an old man approaches from behind. Wu Zhen starts eavesdropping. You and I are about to see if appearances truly deceive here. Lady Suehua looks chubby. Transitioning to the clinic, everyone beams. The monk is here. You must be exhausted. Please come inside and rest. Wu Zhen presses his palms together, radiating a holy, peaceful light and smiling. Ha ha, don't worry. I'm just happy to see everyone doing well and recovering. Please just call me Wu Chen. That title is way too flashy for me. Everyone laughs. You're always so kind. How can we just use your name? You deserve more respect than that. Our young benefactor is still so youthful and full of life. He's kind, strong, and handsome. I really should introduce my granddaughter to him. His friend nudges him. Hey, watch what you say in front of a monk. Ignore him, disciple. Meet my granddaughter instead. The race is on, and he is already starting his own pitch. The man laughs. See? Here he goes again. Wuzhen just smiles to himself. Honestly, a free facility like this really should prioritize serving the elderly first. Finding a professional clinic that doesn't charge fees these days is definitely not simple. I wish my own grandparents had a place like this. Wuzhen greets them. Bring your granddaughter. Stretching early keeps you healthy even in old age. It is all about long-term health. One man gasps. Oh wow, how does he think so far ahead? Inside, Wuchen is shaking. His uncles will kill him for this act. He has to keep up the facade for now, obviously. I need to get stronger so I can finally leave on my own terms. A shy voice outside the window catches his attention. Watch closely, things are about to get dark. Oh, young master, slow down. Destiny. Liu Shuehua. That's her name, isn't it? It feels so familiar. She's nothing like the novel character. She was in Record of the Defeated Demon. She was deeply tied to human trafficking within the Tianlu merchant group. Specifically, she ran illegal drugs and was a major player in the slave trade. In the novel's pages, she was described as mysterious and totally unpredictable. Her body was horrifically tortured. Maybe she had a twisted obsession with physical beauty. She targeted beautiful people, kidnapping them just to enjoy their slow, agonizing murder. Trust me, you're wondering how this shy girl becomes a monster too. It's chilling. That's unacceptable. I know the author made the villain extreme, but this is different. This Liu Shuihua right here is nothing like that terrifying villain from the book. Right now, she just looks like a shy, slightly overweight teenage girl. He frowns. Unlike Wu Qing, she's not hiding some massive inner power. Did some tragic event change her? He needs the truth. Suddenly, voices call from behind. Oh, look, you have come to visit us again. Aren't you the merchant leader? You're busy. No, I'm just visiting everyone today. Is he actually here for the clinic? Wujen's mind starts racing again. This leader isn't decisive. Things are changing both inside the group and out. This is worth investigating. I think it is finally time to head inside. So she's our first suspect. Stick with me because this investigation is just getting started. Outside, Liu Shuehua is already exhausted. All this walking is pure hell for her. She tucks a sleeve. Sister Hongzi, please. Can't we go just a bit slower? The maid panics. Miss, people are watching. Watch your words, please. She's terrified. All right, you and I are about to see how a simple word can trigger a deadly plot. People are whispering. Can a servant really be called sister in this guild? Shh, keep it down. Hongtu pulls her away. This way, my lady. Tuethua follows her gentle lead, barely whispering a soft okay in return. Once hidden, Hongtu warns her, you will lead this guild one day, so you must be careful with your words. Tuethua sighs heavily. You are right. I'm sorry, I'm okay now. She pulls her arms around herself, trembling. Is it really all right for me to be wandering around like this? I am still afraid of large crowds and my father. Seeing her distress, the young man speaks up. Lady, even if this work was my idea, helping the leader might finally make him feel at peace with you. In the end, this guild belongs to you. You must work harder to support the leader, do you understand? Tuethua can only nod along. You are right, father. Memories of her lonely childhood start to surface. No matter how many things she brought him, father, look at this beautiful flower I just picked, it never seemed to matter at all. But her efforts were always met with cold rejections and stern warnings from the man she loved. I am working right now. Tuethua, there are eyes everywhere. You must address me as guild leader. Those moments forced Tuyet Hua to close her heart, never daring to be herself around anyone again. My heart is heavy because father is always so busy and never looks at me. If he saw me working hard, maybe he would notice me, but I am still so afraid. Suddenly, Hong Tu places a hand on her shoulder, offering the young lady some gentle comfort. I understand your fear better than anyone. It will take a long time for the guild leader to truly see you. But remember, you are the noble heir to the great Heavenly Flow Merchant Guild. Do not worry about what others think. Just walk with confidence. She pulls Tuyet Hua into a warm embrace. No matter what, I will always be by your side. Touched by this kindness, Tuyet Hua vows to change for her sake. Yes, Sister Hongtu has done so much for me. I cannot let her expectations down. They embrace tightly, unaware that Vochan is watching from the shadows. He stares silently before turning to leave. That night, while Tuyet Hua is deep in sleep, Hongtu whispers by her side, My lady, are you sleeping well? Now pay attention, because this is where the mask finally slips. Her gaze turns sharp and devious as she steps outside to plan her next move. She helped at the clinic just to get her distant father to finally look her way. Even if this was my plan, stop acting. Do you really think a little work makes you interested in everything? This is her true face. Hongtu stretches, letting out a dark, mocking laugh at the situation. That girl is so stupid and shameless. It makes it easy for me to continue my secret and hidden work here. Her weight gain being abandoned on the mountain, I planned it all. Suddenly, a crow lands nearby, just as she expected. Oh, are you finally here? I want to see her face when she learns the truth. But it is not time yet. She opens the secret letter and reads. She opens the letter, her wicked smile growing wider with every word, leading the lady into the darkness in the middle of the night. How entertaining. I need to report this back to them immediately. It seems a new obstacle has appeared for them. Meanwhile, a silent hand grips the edge of the roof above. A figure in black leaps up and slowly removes his mask, so it turns out she was one of us. I know what you are thinking, and yeah, the plot just got way deeper. Vo-chun smirks. She is Banker. Earlier, Vo-chun had asked Ranbin about the girl's past. The old man hesitated, sharing her sad history. She is the youngest daughter of Lu Chi-kwang, yet she has lived a life of complete isolation. Her mother fell ill during the pregnancy and passed away immediately after giving birth to her. Her father was always buried in work, so the young lady grew up in the care of guild servants. He is less cold now, but back then the guild leader was so consumed by the grief of losing his beloved wife that he buried himself in his work. Being young and sensitive, Tuyet Hua became far too dependent on the servants who raised her. She viewed her nurse as a mother, asking for advice and following every word the maid said. Eventually, the leader feared this would ruin her education and decided to replace her nurse. But even so what do you and I take from this? Her deep seated loneliness and dependence never faded, especially as she watched those she loved get sent away every few years. Stick up with me. We're about to see how a simple maid hides a truly deadly secret. After 6 staff changes, Hong To-hee has finally taken her place beside the lady. She served the Thien Lu merchant group for over 10 years and even cared for the lady as a child, making her the perfect candidate. Tranbin wonders how long it'll take before this one is replaced too, but he doesn't know the full story. Wo-chan looks on with a grim expression, knowing the truth. Replaced? No, you don't need to worry about that. Hong To-hai will be her maid forever. It turns out Lu Tuet-hua is a fallen villain, the hidden hand behind a slave trade ring. Driven by deep insecurity over her looks, she kidnaps beautiful women to torture and murder them. Because she's too morbidly obese to move, she forces her servants to do all the dirty work for her. That killer is actually Hong To-hai. Now pay attention because Vochan finally realizes why he smelled something so foul. It's the scent of death coming from the lady's own maid. Smirking at his discovery, he begins to shadow her as she heads deep into the forest. Suddenly, a cold, deep voice rings out, making her jump. Why are you so late today? She quickly regains her cool. Just some business. The masked man asks if it's new business for the merchant group. Yes. He warns her that she's been pushing herself a bit too hard lately. She calmly replies that she's just doing what's necessary. He tells her to stay healthy and keep her cover. I'll update you on what to watch for. And be careful of those Shaolin monks. They might not know the world well, but their martial arts are incredibly powerful. He vanishes into the wind without a trace. Only then does she finally dare to speak her mind. Why am I even looking out for him? This is so annoying. Is that old man afraid I'll take his spot? Why fear some bald monks who just chant on a mountain? Just wait. I'll use those stupid monks and the lady to steal that old man's position. She rants to herself, totally unaware she's being followed. I've been hidden for 10 years. Nobody knows who I really am. Without me, the Tianlu merchant group would have collapsed a long time ago. Bo-chan smirks from the trees. You and I both know her time is finally up. The next day, while walking with the lady, some kids call out to her. Pretty sister, she's stunned. Me. One kid fumbles around. Yes, sister, I have something for you. Just wait a second. He pulls out a letter in a red bag. She freezes. Where did you get this? The kids answer honestly. Some uncle in black gave it to us to give to you. His face was covered and we can't read, so we have no idea what's written inside. She reads it and lets out a wicked smile. Thank you for bringing this to me. She gives them 2 gold coins and they practically glow with joy. Oh, thank you so much, sister. The lady asks curiously. What is that, Sister Tohai? She quickly hides it with a shy smile and makes up a lie. Oh, just a love letter. Nothing to worry about. Inside, she's celebrating as she remembers the message. You've worked hard for the merchant group. I value your skills and want to give you a new opportunity. This is about the situation between the Shaolin temple and our group. I want to meet you personally. While you're at it, write a brief report on your work and come to the abandoned house at 11 p.m. tonight. Don't be late. She follows the instructions, giggling with anticipation. I didn't expect this chance to come so soon. This is my perfect shot to take that old man down. Suddenly, a man appears. I've been waiting for you, Hong To-hai. She acts grateful. It's truly an honor to meet you. Of course, this masked man is actually Vo-chan. He asks about Lu Tuyethua's status. She's resting in her room. I should leave soon to avoid suspicion, so tell me my next task. Vo-chan pauses before reaching out. First, let me see that report of yours. She remembers and searches her clothes. Yes, it's hard to get out while tied to that lady. Please tell me how we'll stay in touch. Vo-chan is thrilled to have the evidence. I'll join the group soon. We can speak directly then. I'll let you know the details later. Wait, didn't you say more people only meant more trouble? Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me as we dive into this. After 10 years in the Merchant Guild, she just cannot accept they are bringing in someone new. Why her? Why now? Right then, Wu Jin realized he might have said way too much. Her expression shifted into something truly dark and dangerous. Is it possible? Am I really being replaced? I have worked so hard for you all. Before she can even finish, Wu Zhen sends a brutal punch right to her face, sending her flying. But she is not weak at all. Hong Soo-hee grit her teeth, stabilizing herself and flaring a purple aura that shreds Wu Zhen's mask instantly. Once his face is clear, she gasps, You, that monk! How did you find me here? Was this a trap? How did you know this place? Wu Zhen just smiles and says, Close enough. Hong Suryon screams about the letter being in their organization's secret code. How could a monk decode that? He just chuckles at her confusion. Decode, please. I already knew every single little thing that was going to happen here. Since he read the Demonic Emperor story, he knows the future, but obviously he cannot say that out loud. Since I know your identity and your secrets, I cannot let you leave this place alive. I will rip you apart. Wu Zhen looks genuinely entertained by her threat as he shifts into a combat stance of his own. Now pay attention here because this is where she realizes he's no ordinary monk. You think I am just some priest? Come and show me everything. You think I am scared of a rookie like you? Let me see just how much skill you actually have. Consumed by pure rage, Hong Suryan screams and lunges straight for Wu Chen. You will pay for this with your life. I am not losing to some brat. He just grins in anticipation. His master's words echo in his head. If you do not go all out against those who want you dead, you will not survive. He steadies his breathing, focusing his mind. As she lunges to pierce him, the real battle finally begins. He blocks her strike, instantly grabs her collar, and uses a judo-style throw to slam her into the dirt. She hits the ground hard, coughing up blood in shock. What just happened to me? She has never seen martial arts like this before. Since when does Shaolin teach such brutal grappling techniques? Shaking off the pain, she rolls away from his follow-up punch, desperate to put some safe distance between them. Wu Zhen hears his master's voice again, a reminder of the harsh reality of their world. Enemies will use every dirty trick to win. Will you cry about it then? His master was right. She throws a handful of sand to blind him, but Wu Zhen uses his mask to swat the sand away instantly. She can't believe it. He used my own mask to block. How is he moving so fast while covering his face? But then she smirks. In that one moment of blocking, he has left himself wide open. Wujin sees it coming. He knows she's about to bet everything on this next attack. As the mask falls, she strikes like a wild animal, laughing as her fist connects with Wujin's stomach. You and I both saw that hit land, right? But watch what happens next. Her nails literally shatter against his skin. She screams in agony, collapsing. Wujin used the iron shirt technique, making his body harder than steel. She wails about her broken hand. You bastard. What kind of monster are you? Done with the talking, Wujin grabs her by the head. How dare you try those claws on me? Calling her a venomous snake, he slams her down. Boom. Later, the sound of an argument wakes her up. What happened? Did that monk really knock me out? Wait, why is it so noisy out there? Just as suspected, the Merchant Guild and Shaolin monks are at each other's throats. One guild member is desperately trying to defend her. You expect us to believe this leader Wu Zhen has clearly misunderstood the entire situation. She has been a loyal worker for 10 years. There is no way she is a spy. Liu Guang tries to keep the peace, but the Shaolin monks aren't backing down. Are you saying Wu Zhen is a liar? Are you actually questioning the honor of Shaolin? When the noise wakes her, every single eye in the room turns toward Hong Su-hee, who is now tied up. Wu Zhen just smiles. Finally awake, let us have a talk. She glares at his face, swearing a silent vow to kill him. Wu Zhen begins his detailed report to Guang. Last night, after leaving the clinic, I saw her wandering alone. Since the lady's maid was out late without her master, I found it suspicious and decided to follow. Trust me, we won't believe what he saw. You and I are about to witness a masterclass in deception. Near an abandoned house, a man in black and a woman plot their medical business and a secret spy mission. I waited until that woman was finally alone before making my move with a sudden sneak attack. But she's a top tier expert. Can you see it? Vochan strips off his shirt to show the crowd his injuries. If she's just a simple servant, how could she leave a deep mark like this? Without my Tietbo Sam technique, I'd be dead. Plus, I have the evidence a letter exchange between her and that man in black. Check the handwriting and the truth will be clear. Hong To-hee finally realizes she's fallen right into Vochan's trap. That letter, the one he tricked me into rewriting before stealing it away. Her mind is spinning in total shock. Vochan calmly explains the situation and presents his physical proof. As for why this woman can use such deadly techniques, I'll leave that for everyone else to judge. Confusion fills the air, but they quickly realize he's telling the truth. One check confirms the handwriting belongs to that maid. His wounds and her nails match perfectly. Hong To-hee can only cry that she's being framed, but the crowd's trust has already shifted. I'm innocent. It's all a lie made up by that wicked monk. Watch closely because the attention shifts to Fortune and the heavy suspicion starts to feel real. The evidence is undeniable. Why would a maid of 10 years do this? Liu Guang, the merchant leader, finally speak. I know this is a rude request, but could you hand that woman over to our merchant guild? Since this is an internal guild matter, I'd prefer to handle her punishment myself. Seeing his cold expression, Hong To-hee begins to tremble. Fortune drags her right in front of Liu Guang. I'm the one who should apologize for interfering. The leader growls his thanks, promising he won't forget this massive favor. Fortune let out a long breath of relief. Phew, the spy is finally caught, making the guild much safer. As the leader orders her away, her hateful screams echo through the estate. That little monk set me up. Why don't you believe me? Vochan, battered and exhausted after a long day, finally drags his broken body back to his room. At least it's all over now. Time to rest. Suddenly, Fapkung's voice booms. Vochan freezes. He slowly turns to see his senior brother standing there. Fapkung is absolutely livid, his fury radiating. We need to talk right now. Vochan, tell me, why did you act alone without reporting any of this to us first? He gives a weak, pale smile. If I told you the man in black gathering evidence was actually me, would you even believe it? Case closed, or so it should have been. You might think it's over, but you and I know better. The real nightmare is just starting in that cell tonight. As she wakes up, Hong To-hee starts trembling, her mouth instantly spewing blame at everyone else. Master, it wasn't me. Vochan is a demon who tricked us all. The leader just stares down at her with pure disgust. But sir, the man in black, was he? Cuts her off, his patience gone. Time for a new plan. Fine, let's change the question. Why did you give Vochan that letter? Hong To-hee's heart skips a beat. I never gave him anything. The man sneers. Did you really think I was just a merchant? Tell me, what are the 3 iron rules of a spy? The air in the room turns freezing. A terrifying dark aura erupts from him. Terrified Hong To-hee begins to recite the rules from memory. First, always follow orders. Second, if you are ever compromised, you must commit suicide immediately. Third, we are everywhere. He slowly circles her like a predator. Could you remember them well? His voice turns cold. He glares down. So tell me, why are you still alive? A thick, suffocating pressure crushes her. She can't utter a word. Her soul is being drained as her life is snuffed out in that dark, screaming cell. That night, Vochan's words keep echoing through Liu Tuithua's mind. Do you want to join Shaolin to help the poor and sick? It won't be easy, but I'll support you. She sits alone, wondering if she has what it takes. She barely knows anything about the temple. You and I will see if she makes it in the next chapter. All right, you and I are about to see if a master can truly transform a broken heiress as we watch a concerned father spy on his daughter. I fear this might be too much for Tuiethua right now. Fochan just flashes a confident grin. She is the daughter of the Heaven Flow merchant master. She will definitely pull through. He knows the timing is perfect. Right now, Tuyet Hua is drowning in self doubt because of that brainwashing and forced overeating from Hong To Hai. If she masters fitness theory and techniques, that feeling of success will finally bring her confidence back. Plus, befriending a wealthy lady is a total win win. On day one, I teach her basic nutrition and how meat builds muscle with protein. We start with a simple diet, something you definitely cannot find back at Shaolin Temple. We cover nutrients and their effects on the body. If you eat meat, your body absorbs a nutrient called protein. And those nutrients are refined into power through consistent and focused exercise. I use simple comparisons and vivid examples to make sure she never gets bored with the theory. Unlike those stubborn Shaolin elders, she learns incredibly fast. She even realizes that is why I was secretly eating meat before. I freeze looking at her in shock. Please, lady, just forget you ever saw that. By day 5, we move to stretching and the batted technique. Since we are studying, I take her to the medical clinic for practice. Mrs. Lianjia Hai is there too, gently reassuring the nervous girl before we begin our session. She says she is fine and tells Tuyet Hua to relax. She is there to help since Vo Chan cannot touch the young lady. Now pay attention because this is where the training gets intense. She quickly moves on to bone adjustment and acupressure. Linja Hai lets out a relaxed sigh of relief. I praise the girl. Tuyet Hua is a natural. She timidly asks if her technique is correct. Vochanha gives her a big thumbs up. Excellent lady Tuyet Hua. She's a fast learner. That feeling of accomplishment when your hard work is recognized, it is truly indescribable. By day 9, she has a new goal, not for her father or the guild, but for herself and her own future. I know what she wants, but mentioning weight to a woman is suicide. I just observe and support her. She must be furious about that spy's brainwashing and how it ruined her body. Even though I use therapy as an excuse for exercise, she never complains. Her determination to lose weight is real. I am rooting for her. I want her to become the version of herself she chooses, not the novel's version. On day 20, she masters all the basic stretching and batted techniques. She knows fewer moves than Fab Kien, but once she polishes them, I will let her treat real patients. Of course, I never skip my own training sessions either. With my professional trainer's eye, I can see she has massive potential. She is still in her growing phase. If she persists, she will definitely succeed in her weight loss journey. You and I both know how hard losing weight is, but her transformation is absolutely staggering. I am not the only one impressed. Liu Chiguang watches from the shadows, bursting with pride at how much his shy daughter has changed. Moved by her positive growth, the merchant master secretly hands me a heavy bag of coins. I try to refuse at first. Is he trying to bribe me to dishonor the Shaolin temple? But for a broke guy like me, it is way too much money to ignore. I am definitely buying meat. Training is going well, but my real mission starts now. Finally, Vo Chan and Liu Jiguang sit down for business. I believe everything is ready, Merchant Master. Does Vo Chan think so too? Vo Chan slams the table, boldly declaring we should open branches in other provinces. You surely do not plan on only having one clinic in this small district, right? Expansion is key. More branches mean more money, I mean helping more people. Naturally, that is just one side of it. The real plan. Use this chance to investigate and deal with those suspicious branches. A perfect 2-for-1 deal. Liu Jiguang agrees and asks where we should start. Vo Chan thinks for a moment before suggesting Nanchang Jiangxi as the first major step. Liu Jiguang is shocked. Nanchang, why there instead of closer places like Luoyang or Zhengzhou? This district is under Shaolin's shadow, but the real challenge is out there. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens in Nanchang. All right, you and I are about to see how our hero makes his next big move. He decides to target Nanchang, which is currently a neutral territory. It is outside their influence and free from other powers, meaning they can actually save more lives there. After hearing the explanation, Liu Zhuguang is absolutely stunned by his foresight. He opens the map to show that starting in a free zone is much better than a controlled one. Even better, Nanchang is the closest neutral spot on the map, but his real goal is something else entirely. Wu Zhen calculates every step, knowing that just removing pawns like Hong To Hai won't save the future. He hasn't met the real boss yet, and he remembers that Nanchang eventually falls to a dark organization. The Tyrant Gang is the evil group pulling the strings behind the corrupt merchants. They are neck deep in human trafficking and drug trades, which fuels the merchant group's wealth. Watch closely because this journey to stop them before they grow is about to change everything. Hearing the plan, Uyen, my worry is about who will manage the business while he is gone. Wujan quickly answers that Master Fapkien will take over. The master spent his time caring for the grandfather, but he understands the techniques better than anyone. Grandpa felt guilty about the master's hard work, so it's finally time for him to show his talent. But secretly, Wu Zhen is thinking about the freedom of traveling alone to Nanchang. He's dreaming of eating meat, but Uyen Mai's next words crush that plan instantly. She refuses to let him go alone and promises to find him the perfect companion. After hearing the details, the abbot smiles and gives his full blessing. With everyone's approval, Wu Chen uses his past management skills to handle all the complex preparations for the trip. Once the paperwork is settled, Wu Chen finally starts packing his bag. Late at night, he takes a walk through the monastery with the young Miss Liu Xuehua. That's enough for today, Brother Wu Chen, she says with a bright smile. He apologizes for the stretching lessons, but she reassures him that he is a natural teacher. Thanks to him, her time under house arrest was actually fun, but her eyes turn sad. You're really leaving for Nanchang tomorrow, he nods, confirming his departure at dawn. He keeps talking, totally missing the heartbroken look on the young lady's face. She looks at him and realizes how much she's grown attached to this place and him. He saved her life as a child, and now he saved her entire merchant group. You and I can feel her heartbreak here as she worries about everyone leaving her again. Suddenly, Wu Zhen's voice snaps her out of her dark thoughts. She turns and sees his handsome, glowing face looking right at her. He promises to be back soon and warns her not to slack off on her training. When he returns, he will be checking her progress, so she better be ready. He jokes that he won't go easy on her, successfully cheering her up. With everything set, the carriage journey to Nanchang finally begins. The driver estimates that if the roads stay clear, they will arrive in 4 days. He tells the young master to leave it to him, but Wu Zhen still feels uneasy. After taking out Hong To Hai, he knows the enemies won't stay quiet. He plans to use this chance to deal with the tyrant gang and find the mastermind. In a dimly lit room, a mysterious man sits silently at his desk. A servant reports a visitor from the headquarters, making the man ask who it is. It's someone from Shaolin. He turns around, revealing a pale, menacing face with dark energy. Trust me, you're going to want to see how Liu Ziguang, the second son, becomes the ultimate villain. Meanwhile, outside the carriage, Wu Shen gets the alert from the coachman. They're almost there. He peeks out, curious. Is that really Nanshuang in Jiangxi province? He wonders. The coachman, beaming, replies, That's right, little master, time to get your things ready to disembark. Wu Zhen stares into the distance, a silent moment. This is the second place Nanshuang camp wishes he could explore alone this time. He turns, calling over his shoulder. We're here. Martial uncle, grandmaster, time to wake up. But Wu Zhen's good intentions are instantly repaid with a whack to the head and a sharp rebuke from his uncle. You annoying brat. Didn't you hear the coachman? He said, preparing to arrive, not already here. I told you to only wake me when we actually arrived. Do you not understand my words? Or do you just love poking others? Wu Zhen cries out in frustration, Martial uncle, grandmaster! Tukwan is already drifting back to sleep, leaving Vochan fuming. He struggles to keep his temper under control. Why am I stuck dragging this old man around? Let us look back to when the order was first given. Wait, Uncle Tuekwan is the one coming with me. Exactly. Huyen Mi starts explaining the situation. Now pay attention, there are rumors that dark and evil factions are swarming all over Namswang. Even if it is just gossip, you are still young. I cannot let you head there alone. Chukwan is an expert at dealing with demons. It is better to have him by your side. Thinking back on those words, Vo Chan cools off. Maybe this trip actually has some perks. The goal is the Ba Daogang. With the merchant guild on the verge of collapse, a powerhouse ally is a blessing. Right on cue, Tue Kwan senses something and smirks. It looks like things are about to get very interesting. Did those little punks actually decide to show their faces on their own? This is going to be a blast. We now shift over to the Nam Suong branch office. Liu Tuet Ho, the second son, asks for confirmation. His subordinate nods with total certainty. Shaolin actually sent a disciple all the way out here. The guests have arrived, sir. Very well, bring them in at once. Wochan walks in, but wait you, and I can see he has sensed something strange. Is this a strange aura, or just an illusion? He shakes it off and greets the branch leader. My name is Vochan, a third-generation disciple of the Shaolin Temple. Greetings to you, branch leader Amitabha. Liu Tuet Ho takes a long puff of smoke, clearly wanting this meeting to end quickly. I am Liu Tuet Ho, the branch leader. I'm sure you are exhausted after such a long journey here. If your clinic requires any supplies, the Namsong workshops will handle the rest. Talk to the general manager if you need anything else. Vochan just stands there completely stunned. Excuse me, this guy is nothing like the others. He is pure arrogance. I am only here today out of basic etiquette. To be honest, I am a very busy man. In that moment, Vochan realizes exactly what kind of person he is dealing with. He forced a smile while sweating from the cold aura. This guy is definitely the one who ruins the guild. What an absolute jerk. Well, then I will take my leave now, branch leader. Liu Tuit Ho just keeps puffing out smoke, his face twisted into a bizarre expression. I appreciate it, but I still have work to do. Vochan turns and leaves immediately. The room is empty now, or so it seems. Suddenly, a hidden subordinate drops down and warns his master. He could not find me, but he definitely felt my presence. He is a dangerous one. He is definitely a capable one. Liu Tuyetho picks up his brush to write. We should not underestimate him. My father must have had a reason for sending him here. You and I are going to see him test our hero now. All right, let's dive into a dark request. What kind of experiment, the underling asks as medicinal fumes swirl around Liu Shuehu, whose ruthless eyes flash with absolute malice before he issues a cold command. Watch what happened recently. A few Shaolin lay disciples left the temple. You and I both know that common people are basically the same, no matter where they live. All right, you and I are about to see how a little local gossip can spark an absolute firestorm in this town. A week later, Vo Chan arrives at the base in Nam Suong where a kind man helps him carry all his gear. The man waves it off politely, saying he was actually a layman disciple of Shaolin in his younger days. Since they are both from Shaolin, helping out with a small chore like this is really no trouble at all. This man is Makchi Hach, the leader of the Buddha Fist sect right here in the Jiangxi province. He continues explaining that back when he was a student at the temple, his Buddhist name was actually Tue Tan. Master He and Mai had been worried about the local safety, fearing they would run into trouble opening a new clinic. Suddenly, Votran whispers that this Buddha Fist sect leader seems to be a little too gentle for this place. Mark Chi looks at the pile of equipment and asks if these tools are used to heal and save the sick. Vo Chan confirms these are precious medical tools, and Shaolin believes such good things should be shared with everyone in the world. Suddenly, shouting erupts from outside the door. Hey, sect leader, are you inside the house or what? Now, pay attention because it looks like we have some uninvited guests about to crash this meeting. He opens the door to a massive crowd who immediately demand to know if the Shaolin disciples have finally arrived in town. We just heard some very bad news about the monks staying in this town. Vo Chan studies the angry mob. Are these really the people who represent the righteous martial arts sects in this region? To be honest, they look completely ordinary with nothing impressive about their skills or their presence at all. Kang Taikao, the leader of the Jiangxi Taikim sect, screams that Shaolin monks should be detached from the world instead of opening a business right here. The others charge forward. What do you think you are doing? You are only doing this to make money, but you are stealing the livelihoods of the local hard-working people. It is a disgrace that Shaolin monks would abandon their vows just to act like greedy businessmen for a profit. Makchi awkwardly explains that this is just a normal clinic that treats the poor without taking any money. They only take small donations from the rich to stay open, but the insults just keep ringing in his ears. If you are truly healing people, why not make it all free? Shaolin is supposed to be righteous, so go back to your mountain and repent. Vochan is furious. Are they accusing Shaolin of only caring about profit? You people are taking this too far. Your insults are impossible to ignore. Finally, snapping, Vo Chan interrupts to say they have only just arrived and finished unpacking their bags. How can you say we are greedy and throwing away Shaolin's honor when we have only just arrived to share our medical skills? The crowd starts to stutter and whisper, wondering if everything they said was just a lie based on rumors. It turns out this whole mess started with the leader of the Thai Kiem sect, and they just followed along blindly. You and I both know these idiots are being led by the nose by that coward Liu Huet Ho, right? He is clearly causing trouble, so Wo-chan decides to confront him right here and now. It is time to fight back. He tries to control his anger and explains the situation to the martial artists. He makes it clear that their only work here is to open a clinic and help the people who are sick. Of course, this work might affect the interests of certain selfish people. They slander us for working for money and ruining Shaolin's honor, but we are honest people who are ready to face any difficulty or challenge you throw at us. Tai Kao is terrified, but he still tries to argue. Before he can, Wo-chan blurs forward with incredible speed and looms over the older man. So what if we do? Do you really not want the people of this town to be healthy? Someone still tries to argue with him. Wo-chan immediately releases a heavy crushing pressure on them. Do not start. You can say whatever you want, but what right do you have to stop Shaolin from opening a clinic? Are you looking down on our temple? Speak up if you have something to say. He thinks they will just run away in fear now. Suddenly, an arrogant voice rings out from the distance, accusing Shaolin disciples of being nothing but fast-talking liars who hide the truth. This is Kang Ku Oan, the young leader of the South Gate, and the son of Kang Tai Kao. He looks at Wo-chan with pure annoyance and tells his father to let him handle this himself. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see this duel where you face me like a real man. Alright, you and I are about to watch a monk who is definitely not your average holy man. Come at me. After a brief clash, it is clear he is no match for Wo-chan. Kangku Wan looks at him in pure terror. Is this kid really a monk? Word is, he is just a third generation disciple. a nobody from Tangfong County. Now, pay attention here because this is where the real power starts to overflow. Here he comes. It is some kind of bizarre technique. Vo Chan grabs his leg, snatches his collar, and sweeps him right off his feet. After the win, he just scoffs at him. An attack with openings this big. Even a kid could dodge that, but I guess it is too much for a loser like you. By the way, I won, so stay quiet. You are supposed to be righteous sects. If you lose, do not be sore losers. While the crowd is buzzing, Tuekwan is chilling. He is watching from the rooftop. Maybe I do not even need to step in after all. His moves are wild, but at least he handled the situation. Though honestly, it was still pretty stupid of him. What is your plan now, kid? Well, it looks like night is finally starting to fall on this city. Suddenly, someone appears and has all the ladies swooning. Oh my god, look at that handsome guy over there. Check out those muscles, his shirt can barely hold them in. And that flowing hair is just perfect. Hey, handsome, want to hang out today? How can you say something so embarrassing? Turns out it is just Vo-chan in disguise. He is nervously checking his surroundings to make sure no one sees him. Lord, I cannot believe I am wearing a wig. Damn it. Well, at least nobody realizes I am actually a monk. The Tyrant Gang has not fully taken over yet. I need to gather every scrap of information I can possibly find. Suddenly, a familiar scent hits him. The tavern. Fo Chan's cravings hit him like a freight train right then. He watches those men eating and drinking their fill and gets jealous. He is sweating, trying to hold himself back. No, I worked way too hard on this disguise, just to sneak into the city like this. Stay calm. Find the Tyrant Gang and give Liu Shuihu and his thugs the beating they deserve. I have been eating nothing but mushrooms and tofu for months. Wake up, Fo Chan. Focus on information, not meat mission first. I know what you are thinking, and yeah, his stomach just blew his entire secret mission. Everyone starts whispering around him. Wait, did I just hear a clap of thunder? Hold on, was that actually his stomach? Shh, how embarrassing for him. Bochan's face goes dark, so he just orders everything. Plates piled with meat. He is eating with tears of pure joy. Even at Diamond Mountain, you need a full stomach to enjoy the view. Gift money is meant for times like this. It has been forever since I had real protein. I do not know when I will eat like this again, so I am stuffing my face. I worked my soul off, so Shaolin would not starve and took care of the Heavenly Flow Trading Company. I deserve this reward. Wow, this is exactly what the old master used to love back then. This Dongpo pork smells heavenly. You are about to become the best fuel for my body right now. Just as he is about to take a bite, Tuekwan is already at the window watching him with a grin. Wait, stop right there. Fochan is so scared he drops his chopsticks. Tue, Grandmaster Tuekwan. Tuekwan gives him a wicked smile. Found a little beast here. Having a good time, are we? Enjoying yourself. Are you the one who has been tempting the other Shaolin monks lately? So, this is why you insisted on staying at the South Factory. You fought that big idiot just for this. Fine, Wo-chan freezes. He realizes if he plays this right, he can lure the Tyrant Gang out. Tuekwan jumps down. Consider this a hush money fee. You are paying for my meal as well. A bit later, Wo-chan orders more wine and explains the whole situation to his master. According to Liu Chuang, the gangs occupying the South Factory are kidnapping women and children. Truly evil stuff. So you are saying you are in disguise and having a feast just to gather intel on them. Wo-chan nods frantically. Is that right? Yes, exactly. Tuekwan listens while chugging a whole bottle. So they call themselves the Tyrant Gang. He keeps drinking, ignoring the hungry eyes of Wo-chan. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me because our main character is finally piecing the clues together about this mysterious Tyrant Gang. It is strange. They should have sensed my overwhelming aura by now. Yet they do not even flinch. Facing the Demon Slayer himself and still acting out, these guys must be insane. Suddenly, he calls out to a young worker who steps inside. To Wochan's shock, our hero pulls out a silver coin. Wait, that silver belongs to me. He swiped it the second I looked away. Since it is not his own money, our hero is spending it without a single care. Hey, what do you know about the Tyrant Gang? Tell me everything, and another silver coin is yours. The kid starts talking. He mentions a group called the Black Death Gang. I have never heard of a Tyrant Gang around here, but in Namseung there is a notorious underworld group called the Black Death Room. They have been active for years and have deep ties to the criminal shadows. That might be the gang you are looking for. Wo-chan sighs, wondering if that is even possible. The Tyrant Gang should not be this weak. That guy I fought yesterday, named Jiangku Huan, was way stronger than these petty thugs. Our main character casually slaps a nearby thug awake. The guy opens his eyes to see a very annoyed hero staring back. He asks, "You wouldn't happen to know anything about this Tyrant Gang, would you? Any new factions taking over your turf lately, or maybe some powerful outsiders pulling the strings from the shadows?" Now watch this, because if his answer isn't good enough, our hero is going to rip him apart. Terrified, the thug finally starts spilling everything he knows. Lately, a lot of strangers have gathered at a spot in Namseong. People go in, but nobody comes out. Even we stay away from there. Grabbing him by the throat, he demands to know the exact location right now. Shaking, the thug begs for his life while promising to reveal the hideout location. They finally have a lead, but a sense of dread starts creeping in. Wochan warns that going alone is too risky. Why not call the elders for backup? Our hero just cleans his ear, totally uninterested. Backup, please. My kids are more than enough to handle this. As he finishes, the squad appears instantly, leaving Wochan in total shock. Could every hidden aura in this area actually belong to the legendary demon slayers? He explains they are his night walkers. They track his scent and the stench of evil wherever they go. Looks like we have more than enough power to crush that gang today. With a wicked grin, he gives the order. Everyone listen up, the demon slaying squad is moving out. You and I need to see exactly who they are up against. The corrupt Wei gang is pure evil, backed by the shady and incredibly powerful Heavenly Flow merchant group. They are a treacherous underworld power mentioned in the novels. From forbidden drugs to human trafficking, they have done it all. They kidnap, imprison, and sell lives without a second thought. To hide their filthy business and storage, they have built their hideout in a remote area far away from any village. The news finally reaches the leader. We failed, yes, unfortunately so. Following the branch master's orders. We tried using local sects to kick Shaolin out, but that stubborn Taoist ruined everything. The boss downs his wine furious, beaten by a little monk. This is why I hate those self righteous sects. Those useless hypocrites do not even deserve to breathe. His subordinate quickly chimes in with a warning. But boss, aren't you even a little bit worried? If the demon slayer is really with that Taoist? The boss slams his weapon against the man's throat. So what, you think I will lose? People say he has killed countless warriors. Aren't you curious who would win in a real fight? If it is a battle to the death between me and the demon slayer, who comes out alive? Outside, a guard hears a strange noise coming from the wall. What is going on over there? Heat is radiating from the stone wall. Wait, looking closely, it looks just like a giant handprint. Boom, the Shaolin thousand hand divine strike shatters the entire wall into pieces. An ambush. It is coming from the east, get everyone over there now. But right then another side gets hit. It is coming from the west too. A sea of bald heads, Shaolin is attacking from both sides at once. One monk grabs a thug, warning him to stay down if he wants to live. Our hero joins the fray, kicking a guy right in the face. We're charging straight through the front. Trust me, you and I are about to see a massacre. North, south, east, or west, your response is pathetic and disappointing. You lot are absolutely worthless. Let's dive into a story where these wicked sects finally face the demon slayers. Your crimes end today, Amitabha. Within minutes, the Shaolin monks completely overwhelm the corrupt sect. Before Wo-chan can react, his masters have cleared everything in sight. He runs thinking to himself, I never realized how terrifyingly strong these uncles were until they started moving like gods. Is this the true power of the North Star, the absolute peak of Shaolin martial arts? Fapkung shouts. Wo-chan Master Tue Quan went ahead. We will handle things here. Go catch up to him now. He charges forward immediately. Up ahead, a massive collision of energy ripples through the air as Wo-chan races toward the source. Grandmaster, are you all right, Grandmaster? Now here is where it gets crazy. Pay attention to what's behind that door as Wo-chan freezes in shock. This is madness. Never has he seen a clash this insane. Is that man actually keeping up with Tuekwan? That must be the sect leader? He leaps up, swinging a massive mace down at Tuekwan, but the monk is faster, dodging and shouting for a counterattack. All demon slayers. Search the interior, rescue the prisoners, and find every scrap of evidence we can use against these criminals. Tuekwan and the sect leader engage in a brutal high-speed duel. Tuekwan kicks off a wall, leaping forward with a staff strike. Wood meets iron, and the monk's staff shatters into splinters. Both men are blown back by the force. The sect leader laughs wildly. Interesting. This is truly interesting. He's as strong as the rumors say. Wo-chan watches in a daze. Is this psychopath actually enjoying this life or death battle? Should he jump in and help across the room? Tu Quan sighs at his broken weapon. Is this all it could take? But honestly, calling for reinforcements was definitely the right move. Tu Quan looks at his trembling hands. I really thought you guys were just a bunch of low-level trash. The leader stands up, smirking. To be acknowledged by the great drunken Buddha himself, I am almost honored. Tuquen snaps back instantly. Don't get too excited. That's not exactly something to celebrate. Every wicked soul I have ever acknowledged is currently rotting in hell, probably waiting for me to join them. The leader sneers. Your weapon is gone. How much longer can you keep up this act? Tuequan just laughs. An act. You and I both know a monk without a weapon is dangerous, but watch this. The fools I send to hell are all the same. They always think that just because I have lost my weapon, the victory is somehow theirs. But never forget my roots are Shaolin. I do not need a broken stick to handle someone like you. This is as easy as eating porridge. The leader thinks he's bluffing, but in a flash, Tuikwan lunges forward, burying a heavy fist right into his face. Vajra subduing fist. The leader staggers, his vision blurring. What the hell just hit me? This power Tuekwan roars, I told you my bare fists are deadlier than any weapon. You're finished. The leader trembles before the monk's sheer aura. What is this? Is this monk actually insane? But suddenly Tuekwan pivots and runs the other way. Actually, I have a better idea. He grabs Vochan. Time for a lesson. I've weakened him enough now. It's your turn. Take him down. Vochan is stunned. What? But Tuekwan grabs him by the collar and hurls him toward the villain. True power blooms in danger. Go. Vochan is panicking. Why would he just toss me into the middle of a battle like this? Just like that, the fight between Vochan and the sect leader begins. The leader is fuming. How dare he look down on me, handing the fight over to a mere rookie? Am I the sect leader really considered that pathetic in the face of the great drunken Buddha? It's a cheap provocation. But if you wanted to piss me off, congratulations, it worked. I will turn this little brat into paste before I deal with you. He screams, charging straight at Vochan. Tu Quan just sighs. You've misunderstood the situation. Let me kindly point out your fatal mistake. That kid isn't just some rookie. Underestimate him, and you're going to pay a heavy price. The warning barely ends before Vochan lunges, slamming the leader face first into the dirt. Vochan locks his legs around him, frustrated. So still think you can look down on me? And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see how he survives being pinned like this. You won't be getting up soon. Alright, stick with me because this villain is about to try and shatter our hero's legs forever. Suddenly, the gang leader's eyes glow purple as he absorbs a massive release of energy, blasting Vochan backward. The leader recovers instantly. He sneers, asking what kind of weird trick he just witnessed. He eyes Vochan closely, a young monk with a sacred mark on his forehead using a bizarre mix of techniques. He wonders if this is the legendary, indestructible, infinite boy. It seems he is meeting many famous figures today. Without wasting a second, he turns and barks orders at his group of underlings. He tells them to wear down the monk's power while he fights the boy. Tuekwan just laughs at them. It does not matter to him. The gang leader looks at Vochan with a twisted, hungry expression. He mocks Vochan's healing skills, daring him to try and survive before he becomes a cold corpse. With that, he charges toward Vochan, radiating a terrifying, murderous intent that fills the entire area. On the other side, the minions are absolutely no match for Tuekwan's overwhelming strength. He easily blasts them away, but keeps a very sharp eye on his junior brother's struggle. Pay attention here. Tuekwan starts barking orders, guiding Vochan through every single move. The gang leader is knocked back, roaring in fury as he lunges at the boy again. Vochan is fast dodging the punch and locking the leader's arm in a brutal shoulder hold. The villain screams in frustration, claiming that these weird tricks will never be enough to stop him. He mocks Vochan, asking if he has any real combat skills besides these petty little maneuvers. Vochan is sent flying by the sheer force of the villain's rage. How many times is this? Every time he locks the leader down, he gets tossed away. The power gap is just too massive. He will run out of energy soon. Does he really have to use forbidden martial arts to win? Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. The two clash violently, a brutal dance of steel versus iron. The leader slams a mace into Vochan, but the monk fires back a punch straight to his face. Losing his patience, the leader grabs Vochan's shoulder, screaming that it is time for the boy to die. But you and I know he is not done. Vochan counters the grab and throws the leader away. He flips through the air, delivering a kick to the jaw even as the leader's fist comes flying back. The villain punches Vochan away and pursues him, determined to end this fight once and for all. Vochan is stunned that the man still has this much strength. This has to be his final attack. He decides to pour every ounce of his inner power into one last strike. He has to make it count. Vochan gathers all his remaining energy into his fist, focusing everything on a single point. He unleashes the first move of his continuous fist technique, shattering the leader's heavy weapon into pieces. The leader is shocked, but his combat instincts drive him to strike Vochan's chest with a broken mace. But he hesitates. Suddenly, Tuekwan appears right behind him with a truly terrifying and demonic grin. Vochan delivers the final blow alongside his senior, unleashing the Vajra subduing demon fist. Hit from both sides, the leader's brain shuts down completely as he collapses. Vochan is shocked by the speed. Tuekwan casually cleans his ear, complaining that those guys should have been a little bit weaker. Vochan clenches his fist with pride. The mission was sudden, but they finally managed to get it done. Victory goes to our hero. It was a long, hard-fought battle, but Wo Chan came out on top. Once the dust settles, Tue Kwan nonchalantly takes a silver coin from Wo Chan's pocket for some wine. He acts more like a street thug than a monk. Meanwhile, the remaining gang members suddenly commit suicide. They knew they had no chance left, but there seemed to be a deeper, darker rule at play. You and I just saw his hunch pay off. The monks found the hidden room he predicted. The demon extermination team shouts as they find the hostages, reporting that the rescue is a success. The specialized team members take over the scene, preparing to care for all the people they just saved. Luckily, the ledgers contain everyone's information, so returning them to their families will be quite easy. However, alright, you and I are diving into a story where our hero hunts a monster hidden in plain sight. Deep in the piles of evidence, there is nothing on Liu Shuehu. He is clearly the mastermind. He is terrifyingly careful, Vochen muttered to himself. How is it possible there is not a single document connecting Liu Shuehu to these crimes? Suddenly, something slips from between the pages. Fortune reaches out, his curiosity piqued by this hidden scrap of paper. Wait, what is this? Now pay attention, this one discovery is about to change everything. Two children, one woman recipient, Chuge Shen, a secret transaction at the back gate. That name Chuge. Why does that sound so familiar? Wait, isn't that one of the dark organizations from the evil emperor legends? I thought they only existed in that martial arts world, but they are here too. Same old story, colluding with criminals and playing dirty. He curses under his breath. These people are nothing but pure trash. The Kongming clan is a major powerhouse in Nanchang, famous across the land for their legendary wisdom. True to their reputation, their intellect has birthed countless techniques and strategies, making their name resonate throughout the entire martial arts world. While Shaolin might have the most divine powers, the Kongming family are the true scholars, researching every martial art in existence. But despite their genius, they have always lived in the shadow of one giant, the thousand-year-old Shaolin temple. Being second best has left a bitter taste in their mouths for centuries. They see Shaolin as their ultimate rival. Wochen reads the secret letter again, a cold sweat breaking out. If I remember correctly. In the original story, the Kongming clan was just a minor footnote. The hero crushed their conspiracy before they could even make a real move. After that defeat, they completely vanished from the historical records. I thought they were wiped out. Wochen is reeling. How did such a forgotten force become so important here? His disgust for them only grows. These nobodies were just side characters before, and now they are trafficking humans. The nerve of these people. Scum. That same day, a secret meeting takes place. You and I are about to see how deep this rot goes. Why did you call me here so urgently just to make me wait? Speak up. Forgive me, but treating the young master took longer than expected. Remember him, he is the one Wo Chun recently humbled. This man is Chu Gishwan, a high ranking elder of the prestigious Kongming family. Finally, Kang Tai Ko leads his son into the room, bowing deeply. I am truly sorry for the delay, elder. It is fine. Chu Xuan eyes the boy's brutal injuries. To do this to a child, is this how the so called righteous Shaolin temple behaves? Taiko nods frantically. Exactly. It is a disgrace. The son whispers to his father, wait, aren't we supposed to be allies? Why are you complaining? Taiko snaps back. Shut your mouth. If you had not lost, we would not be here. Chu Xuan looks at them with pure contempt. So you have come to beg for my assistance. Taiko is terrified, but he knows he has won. Exactly, he says before starting to twist the truth. We only wanted them to see reason, but those monks claimed they can do as they please, then challenged us to a duel. They used bizarre, forbidden techniques to mangle my son. Look at what they did to him. His jaw is shattered. He might never speak again. This is not just a fight, it is a declaration of war. Chu Ge Xuan huffs in annoyance. Pathetic. You cannot even handle a single boy without coming to me for help. What would you fools do without me? Your son lost a fair fight and now I have to clean up your mess. Every sect is the same, money, greed, and power. He begins to calculate his next move. They are nothing without my guidance. I will let these idiots destroy each other, then I will strike. But this time it is different. I will use this excessive violence against civilians as an excuse to crush Shaolin. I will drive them out and put my own puppets in power. Bit by bit, they will all become my playthings. Nanchang will be mine. And that monk who fought your son, Fo Chun was it. This is the perfect chance to see who is truly stronger, Shaolin or my family. I cannot let this big fish escape. A dark, twisted plan forms in his mind. He smiles and gives his final answer. Fine, I will help you. I cannot ignore the plight of those who have served my family so faithfully. I am sending the Black Sword Squad, my most elite warriors. Go and send a formal challenge to that young monk. Taiko is shocked. Challenge him. Trust me, you and I need to see this. Alright, you and I are about to see Jugeshwan scheme a way to crush Shaolin's reputation by picking an opponent of the same age to dominate them publicly. Perfect timing, he sends Janshi to settle the score. We cut to the Fokwan sect, the Shaolin temple's current base in the Nam Suang region. A sleepy Wo Chan yawns as he opens the door to find Kang Tai Kao causing a scene at dawn. So you're claiming our last fight wasn't official and just one-sided violence. You actually want a rematch after your son got his butt kicked. Fuming with rage, the old man points a finger right in Wo Chan's face. Exactly, it was just a street brawl with no rules. And how dare you yawn while your elders are speaking? Have you no manners? Wo Chan just sighs. Everyone was cheering back then, didn't that count as an unofficial agreement to fight? Now you're changing your tune. Besides showing up unannounced before sunrise is the real height of rudeness here. The two bicker endlessly until Wo-chan snaps, telling him to stop making excuses. He won fair and square, so just drop it already. Furious, Kang Tai Kao uses his son as a shield, claiming the boy was so badly hurt he can't even speak now. Do you really think you can walk away after leaving my son in such a pathetic state? Suddenly, the hooded girl behind him, Janshi, speaks up. She tells them both to calm down, admitting the fight was indeed one-sided and brutal. She drops a threat: if this goes public, it will ruin the reputation and business of Wo-chan's medical clinic. Imagine the scandal if rumors spread that a place meant for healing people is actually out there breaking them instead. Wo-chan scoffed. He only aimed for the legs, yet the guy's jaw broke. That is suspicious as hell. Zhenji proposes a final rematch to settle the score once and for all. If they lose, they will never bother him again. Annoyed, Wo-chan pushes back. If the last one was violence, why should he trust her enough to do it again? What is stopping you from demanding a third round after I beat you again? Check this out. She reaches into her robe and tosses him a formal contract signed by every major sect to force a rematch. She demands the rematch, but Wo-chan just grips the scroll in frustration, telling her to stop wasting his damn time. He is still recovering from his brutal clash with the Badaogang just a few days ago. Suddenly, Master Tuekwan's voice echoes in his head. Scared to lose, Wo-chan jumps out of his skin, totally spooked. Wait, is this telepathy? It feels like Master Tuekwan is whispering right into his ear. It is incredibly annoying. Tuekwan keeps poking the bear. Of course, they are stronger than you, so it is natural for a coward to be afraid. Fed up, he stops thinking and snaps, Fine, I accept. Tuekwan grins, You actually have the guts. Who is scared? You think a petty fight like this bothers me? Across from him, the girl flashes a mysterious, chilling smile. I will fight fair, she promises. Tuekwan realizes Wo-chan is missing the big picture and gives him a heads up. Pay attention here, because Wo-chan is about to learn that girl's energy belongs to the legendary Kongmin clan, and you and I know that means trouble. They are the ones who claim to be the ultimate rivals of our Shaolin temple. Wo-chan's eyes light up. They came straight to his door. Perfect. Time to see if the Kongmin name is just hype. Before long, both fighters take the stage under the watchful eyes of the entire crowd. Wo-chan warns her to ditch the mask so she cannot use it as an excuse when she loses. She calmly agrees. She finally drops her a cloak, and trust me, you will be just as shocked as the crowd by who she really is. I will give it my all. I understand your frustration, but please watch your tone and speak with some respect. I am Jugajan Shi of the Kongmin clan's Black Sword team and the Patriarch's granddaughter, a girl. The referee shouts for the match to start. Janshi lunges with blinding speed, forcing Wo-chan to activate his iron cloth technique. But this time his legendary defense is completely shattered by her power. Wo-chan breaks into a cold sweat. How is she this strong? Then Tuekwan's voice rings out again. Look closer, kid. She is a total beauty, right? She might look delicate, but her martial arts skills far exceed yours. Wo-chan snaps back, but his master just offers a useless good luck. The momentum is completely in her favor. The crowd goes wild as the tension peaks. Wo-chan is trapped, doing nothing but dodging her relentless strikes. He has never seen a fan used as a lethal weapon like this before. Suddenly, Tuekwan speaks up. I will tell you how to win. Stick to her like a total creep. Just glue yourself to her body. Wo-chan is horrified. What kind of advice is that? He ignores it and counters with a powerful spinning kick. And that is where we leave it. She blocked his best move and sent him flying. What a cliffhanger, right? Alright, you and I are about to witness one of the most intense and oddly romantic fights ever. Chun-Hee scowls and leaps back to find safety before soaring high into the air. She unleashes her thousand-blade wind slash, sending out countless razor-sharp gusts that cut through everything. The ground shatters under the impact while Wo-chan scrambles to avoid getting sliced. Can she really do all that with just a fan? It is unbelievable. Sword, shield, and projectiles, she can use all of them perfectly with a single fan. Master Tu Quan was right, her martial arts are incredible. Luckily, I managed to knock her back with that kick earlier. I might not have her skill, but my raw power is definitely superior. Besides, compared to that gang leader, she is much easier to handle. Maybe I should try Master Tu Quan's advice and stick to her like glue until I win. Without a second thought, Wo-chan decides to risk it all. He rushes toward Chan He, mentally prepping his counterattack. I was caught off guard by that strange weapon at first, but now I know the trick. First, I will stop her from using that skill. Watch carefully, our hero is about to do something wild. Chan He is shocked as Wo-chan dodges every wind blade. Wo-chan channels his inner energy and roars, "Are you just going to stay up there? Is the air up there that good?" He reaches out and grabs her ankle, shouting with joy, "Caught you! Let's go down and roll around on the ground together." Going down, he shows zero mercy to the beauty, slamming her into the dirt so hard she nearly loses consciousness. Wo-chan throws a rapid punch, and although Chan-hai tries to dodge, he is simply too fast for her. He stays right on her, refusing to give her an inch. Chan-hee stays silent, taking his hits as her inner fury and spirit begin to boil. Why does this guy keep sticking to me like this? I clearly had the advantage in close combat before, so did he see through my moves? Or does he have some other plan? And what was with those things? He said, "I caught you. Let's roll around on the ground together." This guy is definitely not normal. Where does this persistence come from? I have never met anyone who fights like this. While she is distracted, Wo-chan finds an opening and grabs her weapon hand. He places his other hand on her head while she watches in confusion. I know what you're thinking, but watch how this head-on collision actually ends. Wo-chan gives a gentle smile and headbutts her. Her vision fades to black as she collapses. Wo-chan stands over her and declares, "Did everyone see that I won again? I have proven my point, so I hope there will be no more conflict between us." Jia Cat Huyen stands there trembling with rage as he watches his family lose. How is it possible? Did our Kongming family really just lose to the Shaolin Temple? Why can we never beat them? Not even once. The rematch is finally over. From that day on, the local sects stop interfering with the clinic. With an overwhelming victory and a signed contract in hand, the Kongming family is now forced to assist our operations. They claim they misunderstood Shaolin's actions and are now purging the troublemakers within their own ranks to save face. They are clearly just trying to win us over to restore their honor, but we know the truth. You cannot hide the fact that you were involved in human trafficking right in front of us. Wo-chan will accept your help, but do not expect him to ever trust you again. Finally, after so many delays, the Namshong branch of the clinic is ready to open. Wo-chan is busy preparing for day one. Repairs and cleaning are done. Once the medical equipment is set up, we can open. Let's get this place started. Makchi and Fapkong feel relieved. Yes. 1 month after arriving in Nam Shuong, the clinic finally opens for business. But suddenly, a familiar figure peeks through the entrance. It is Jia Cat Chan He. She secretly watches Wo-chan from the shadows. "I finally found you again." Master Wo-chan is my savior. He is just so powerful, he caught me and said we must never let go of each other. He wants us to walk together. He said that even if we fall into the mud, he would be happy if I am right there with him. This is basically a public confession, Chan He whispers happily while blushing like crazy. He is so strong and so serious. Can I talk to him just one more time? She continues to stare at him. Someone interrupts her, saying they are busy and she should leave. The romantic atmosphere around Chan He instantly vanishes into thin air. She glares fiercely at the man. "What do you want? Who do you think you are?" But when she sees his face, she freezes up. "Wait, are you actually his master?" Tuquan brings her over to Wo-chan with a devious smirk. "This girl says she needs to see you." And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see the fallout of this reunion. Everyone is totally stunned. All right, you and I are jumping right into the middle of some awkward monk business. I'm not even dressed yet. "Oh, I am so sorry for intruding." He quickly pulls his shirt on, while Janshi looks away completely red. "My bad, it is usually just guys here, so I got a bit comfortable. Let me get changed properly." "Oh, it is totally fine, master. Honestly, you really do not even have to put a shirt on." She quietly eyes his physique. At first he looked like a slab of rock, but now she finally gets it. That body was forged through countless hours of brutal training. That is the true secret behind his insane power. I trained like a demon for my clan, but I only chased techniques and ignored my own body. I was just a frog in a well. Suddenly she asks him a heavy question. "As a monk, tell me, what do you really think of me?" Wochan tightens his belt and looks back. "Are you asking about yourself as a person or something else?" She panics and starts explaining. No, I meant my martial arts, not me personally, definitely not me." To be honest, I was actually pretty overwhelmed by the way you used those iron fans. In terms of pure skill, I think you have already surpassed me. But hearing that only makes her look more depressed. She looks down at the floor. If that is true, it just proves my actual combat experience is totally pathetic. Now pay attention to his response. It is exactly what she needed to hear. Not necessarily. You might think you lack experience, but your ability to adapt in a fight is actually top tier. You countered my strikes in so many ways. Your combat sense and skills are better than mine, so I have no right to judge. She immediately covers her mouth, trying to hide the massive blush spreading across her face. Did he just praise me? He gives her a weird look. One second she is brooding, the next she is beaming like a flower. She really wears her heart on her sleeve, but why is someone this strong missing from the original novel? If my memory is right, the Juke family joined the villains later, just like the Dragon Spear group. What exactly happened during that timeline to change everything? Maybe she is just an original person in this world. Then he remembers her comment about lacking combat experience. You and I both know that unease usually means trouble. Did she die in the original story? Panicking, Wo Chan starts explaining everything again to make sure she stays safe. Listen, do not just go rushing into battles for experience. The martial world is a place where you can die any second. You cannot use such a reckless method just to get a bit of practice. It is just not worth it. Watching him get worked up, she falls even deeper into her crush. Wait, is he actually worried about me? I'm so happy she is glowing, but her words stay sharp. I'm not so weak that you need to worry. He just stares at her, totally helpless. Her words and her actions are literally polar opposites right now. He sighs in relief. At least this gives him a chance to get close to the Juge family. With this connection, he can track their future moves. He decides to keep the conversation going with a smile. So, was this really the only reason you came to see me today? I just wanted to learn why I lost. I am pretty busy, so another duel is tough, but I am actually really impressed by your passion for martial arts. Vo Chan makes a sincere offer. If you do not mind, why don't we train together while I am still here? I have been practicing alone lately, and honestly, it gets a little bit lonely sometimes. His words hit her like a romantic breeze. In her head, she is already imagining 77 different happy endings. This is a confession. He wants us to be together. She screams out, I will do it! I will definitely do it! He is taken aback by the energy. How interesting. Instead, I will show you my own special training methods. She loves it. She absolutely loves everything about this plan. And just like that, the tension with the Juga family is settled. Vo Chan starts coaching her personally. Her body is flexible and well trained, so the physical part of the training is actually going pretty smooth. But something is still nagging at him and making it hard to focus. He just hopes this all ends well. Meanwhile, the clinics are booming. From commoners to officials, everyone is loving the new treatment centers. Thanks to this success, Shaolin is finally going to have more than enough money to thrive. But as we both know, the journey never stops. We cannot stay in this city forever. Even so, this level of medical expertise must be maintained exactly like it was before. All right, you and I are about to see how high the stakes are. Makchi nods, promising to train his medical skills daily but asks how they will handle internal injuries later. Vo Chan confidently taps his chest. No need to worry, we will pass down the techniques to ensure everything stays stable after we leave. Though these are not the ultimate secret arts of Shaolin, they are powerful early stage techniques. Master Fab Kwong will teach internal therapy while Master Fab Hui assists with the heat treatments. No matter what, Vo Chan is trying to maintain the balance, but even this might not be enough. He ponders alone, wondering if continuing like this is truly the right path for him. Information on Liu Toit Ho, his main target in Nam Suong, is still incredibly scarce. Suspicion is everywhere, yet solid evidence is nowhere to be found. I cannot believe they are being this cautious. I cannot stay here forever. I'm losing my mind. What should I do? But one man is completely losing it. Liu Tuyet Ho is in a pathetic state, smashing everything in his room. These useless pieces of garbage. How could they fail to handle one Shaolin monk and ruin everything? Nobody acts for the honor of our family. His subordinate calmly reports that other sects failed to intervene and the defeated Dao Gang has been wiped out. Even the Jiaket family was no help. It seems Shaolin knows something and is watching us closely. Liu Tuit Ho flings a wine cup at his head, growling in a trembling rage. What are you saying? They knew our plan all along. Did they really come all the way to Namswang just to stop me? If this continues, I will never surpass my older brother or gain control of the merchant group. Is there really no other way to eliminate those pests once and for all? Suddenly, the subordinate pulls a letter from his robe, a message from headquarters. Liu is shocked. Why would that even matter in a desperate situation like this? Now pay attention, because everything changes here. As the subordinate explains the new plan, Liu's face freezes. There is always a way out of the abyss. He reads every word carefully. Other sects in Nam Swang are involved. You mentioned a connection there, right? Yes, bring everyone together here. I heard that as Long Da grows older, he has become soft and weak. It seems the current merchant leader is no longer fit for the role. The letter fills Liu with joy. That old man's birthday feast. This is my perfect opportunity. He laughs like a madman, as if there is no tomorrow. To the supreme leader of Tianlu Merchant Group, Liu Chukwang. Our group stands strong thanks to you all, and for that I am grateful. May our mutual bond remain eternal and our friendship grow even deeper. This is no grand matter, but the birthday of the Lean family matriarch is fast approaching. I intend to hold a small banquet to show my filial respect. This invitation is for those I trust most to strengthen our ties. We are all brothers under the four seas, and it would be a great honor to have you join us. Bo-chan reads Liu Zhiquang's letter with a growing sense of dread. You and I both know this isn't just a party, it's a trap. They want to eliminate everyone during the feast, so Liu can seize control. I cannot let the Tianlu merchant group fall into corruption. This tragedy must be stopped at all costs. Fortunately, I have prepared everything possible here in Namsuang. Now it is time to return to Dangfong County and prepare for the coming storm. Suddenly, Chanhe interrupts his thoughts. She has finished 2 sets of push ups and asks if it is time for the third. He quickly hides the letter to answer her. Ah, yes, you remembered correctly. But what about the long range technique? Chanhai's hand glows with light as she considers it. The physical training helps clear all distracting thoughts. I believe this is the best method to cultivate both body and mind. Fo-chan replies happily that is one of its greatest strengths. I knew you would grow to like it. He praises her endlessly. To reach this level in just 1 month is unheard of, truly extraordinary. But her expression turns sad. Fo-chan awkwardly adds, I have nothing left to teach you. He turns away and asks if she is leaving soon. Chan He sadly replies that the elders say her work in Nam Swang is done. Hearing this, Wo Chan's heart skips a beat. Of course, I have destroyed everything she worked for in Nam Swang over the years. Suddenly, Chan He whispers, wait for it, here comes the moment we have been dreading. I have something to say. He looks at her nervously, wondering if she finally figured it out. All right, you and I are about to see a classic awkward confession. Chen-hee shuts her eyes and screams, I will become stronger and come back, duel me once more. She used every bit of energy for that outburst. Now Chen-hee is just left gasping for air. Wo-chan sees her fire and welcomes it. Of course, unlike before, you see this match as a target, now not just an end. That makes me very happy. I will also become stronger while I wait for you, Seeker. Until we meet again. As they shake hands, this moment feels like the whole world to Chen-hee. Wo-chan's words repeat in her head. He said he would wait with the expectation, holding hands, and saying that doesn't it feel exactly like a marriage proposal? Wo-chan feels a bit of lingering regret as the Chuge family finally departs from the Jiangxi region. Separation is usually sad, but Chen-hee looks brighter than ever now that she has a goal. Full of hope, she says her goodbyes. Shaolin, I am heading out now. Fap Kuang and Wo-chan wave to her while chatting about their next move. Our work here is finished, so we should prepare to return. I still have some business to hand over, but once I am done, I will head straight to the Heaven Flow Merchant Group. Is that so? It has been many long years. You have worked hard. Fap Kuang tells Wo Chan he will head to Shaolin first with the other brothers. Since I can't leave you alone, I will leave Han Luan behind to assist you. He happily accepts the arrangement. Understood. I wonder how my friends and my grandfather are doing lately. Speaking of which, Wo Chan asks Fap Kuang, how is Grandpa's health? Do you mean the great grandmaster? Fap Kuang reports excitedly that he is not just healthy, but absolutely bursting with energy. He's practicing longevity techniques and eating a full nutritious diet, so his body is much stronger than before. Looking at him now, you'd never imagine how weak he used to be. Wo Chan is relieved to hear his grandfather has recovered. Recovered enough to jump around like that. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashes through Fo Chan's mind. My grandfather was once known as the world's greatest talent, a legendary master whose fame was well earned. If he attends the banquet, he would be a massive asset. Now watch this. Wo Chan takes action. Uncle, if possible, can I ask a favor? He hands a letter to Pap Kwang with careful instructions. Uncle, if you reach Shaolin first, please deliver this letter to my grandfather. I cannot go see him personally right now, so I have to rely on you, Uncle. I have a bad feeling, but once Grandpa reads the letter, he will understand immediately. All right, I will do it. Days later at Shaolin Temple, Fap Kuang enters Huyen Kuang's quarters to deliver Wo Chan's letter. Forgive my rudeness for interrupting your longevity training, Master. But the old man immediately waves the apology away. It is fine. If it is a letter from Wo-chan training, does not matter. Ho ho ho. So that is it. Fapkong is curious. The master asks if Wo-chan is going straight to the merchant group. Yes, he is heading there without stopping at Shaolin, Fapkong replies. Then I must attend this banquet too. We will meet there. It has been a long time since I saw Wo-chan. I am truly looking forward to it. After memorizing every word of the message, Hoyen Kwang immediately burns the letter to ashes. You and I can already guess what happens when these two reunite. Grandpa laughs, hearing that Wo-chan has gained quite a bit of muscle. Meanwhile, Wo-chan is busy preparing for the battle ahead. The letter should be in his hands by now, right? I must also hurry on my way to prepare our response. Suddenly, Makchi slowly approaches from behind. You have worked very hard. Wo-chan kindly reminds her that even though he is leaving, he will visit often. I am truly grateful for all the help everyone gave me during my time here. Makchi shyly bows and thanks him repeatedly. Not at all. On the contrary, we were the ones who felt joy just having you by our side. You didn't just stop the local tyrants, you destroyed the dark sects and taught us technique that saved so many lives. Because of you, there was never a dull moment. It was truly a chaotic but very interesting period of time for everyone here. Please rest easy. The will of our unyielding fist sect will be firmly carried on by all of us. Everyone comes out for a tearful goodbye. Keep helping people with all your heart. Thank you, we will miss you. Bochan bows respectfully in farewell. Until next time, Amitabha. Soon the carriage carrying the Shaolin group pulls away. Tuekwan sits on the roof looking back. No real experts here, but it was fun. Wo-chan seems to agree with that sentiment. He looks back at the city of Namshuang with a hint of nostalgia. Thank you, Namshuang and Jiangxi, for the great experiences. Now he's rushing off to stop the threat of Lu Tuitho. So that's where we leave our hero for now. Even the sun seems to follow them, shining bright as a final farewell. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, let's see if Wo-chan's insane preparation pays off. Even in his dreams, he is constantly planning for the absolute worst. He needs to make sure his grandfather can keep casualties down to an absolute minimum when the time comes. If the old man recovers his full power, his seniors will be the ones suffering. They even beg him to just get some sleep. After traveling for 3 days and nights without a single break, Chen and his crew finally reach their home base in Dongfeng County. Without wasting a second, he heads straight for the Tianliu merchant group. Finally, the day of Grandma Lian Jiaxi's grand birthday banquet arrives. Seeing Chen, Liu Jiguang beams with a huge smile and invites him inside. Our hero greets him respectfully with a traditional polite gesture. It has been a while, but you look even stronger and more robust than before, sir. Liu Zhiguang laughs, saying he simply never neglects his hard training. He thanks Wu Chen for coming to celebrate his mother's longevity and mentions that Master Xuan Guang is waiting inside. Wu Chen is stunned. His grandfather is already here. This is getting interesting. Wu Chen scans the crowd. Every single person here seems to have deep and personal ties to the Tianliu merchant group. Pay attention here, because if Liu Xuehu sees this, it is the perfect chance for a total massacre. We have to stop this tragedy. While he is lost in thought, a voice suddenly calls out, Hey, isn't that Vochan over there? Vochan looks up and nearly jumps out of his skin when he sees a familiar face. Huh, what? Grandfather, you look so healthy, I almost did not recognize you. Master Xuan Guang approaches, saying it is only thanks to everyone's help. Vochan bows deeply to Grandma Lien. It has been a long time, ma'am, and she is thrilled to welcome him back. Come on in, Vochan. Xuan Guang takes one look and realizes that his student has definitely been through a lot lately. You seem even more powerful than before. Vochan just scratches his head awkwardly, admitting that things have been quite wild. Suddenly, Grandma Lian mentions her granddaughter and bursts out laughing. Vochan, you have really grown up quite a bit too. The same goes for Tuyet Hua. Seeing you both making such progress makes me truly happy, and Xuan Guang couldn't agree more. After all, the potential of youngsters like Vochan is limitless, but Vochan is confused. Wait, did something happen to Lady Tuet Hua? Oh, something big definitely happened. Right now, our Tuet Hua is busy getting ready in her private room. Her maid sees her in such high spirits and feels her own mood improving as well. Goodness, it is the elder's birthday, yet you are the one who looks happiest. Is there some good news? Tuyet Hua confesses he returns today. The maid is curious. Who is this person? Suddenly, Wo Chun's words of encouragement echo clearly in Tuyet Hua's mind. Do not you dare get lazy just because I am not around. When I return, I will see if you have progressed or just stayed the same, so get ready. Even with you, I won't go easy. Got it, Tuyet Hua excitedly gets up to meet her crush. Vo-chan, she whispers, I have finally kept the promise I made that day. You and I both knew she was working hard, but this transformation unreal. Tuet Hua lost 17 kilograms and looks absolutely stunning. Vo-chan is speechless. Is this lady really the same Tuet Hua I knew? She hasn't just changed a bit. She is a completely different person. It seems you worked incredibly hard while I was away, didn't you? Tuidhua shyly hides her smile behind her hand. It is all thanks to your strict guidance before you left Vochan. Vochan replies that it was her own determination that did it. He jokes that he is worried every man in the county will fall for her. Hearing that, Tuidhua looks up shyly. Is that really all you have to say to me after seeing me like this? She's basically asking what he thinks of her beauty, but Vochan is clueless. I said you changed so much, I barely recognized you. Suddenly, Tuithua's maid jumps out, grabbing her in a tight hug and shouting with excitement. Lady Tuithua, your clothes are so vibrant and your face is so radiant today. Why are you all dressed up? Is there a special reason? Tuithua blushes and stammers out a clumsy excuse. It is just because today is my grandmother's 70th birthday celebration. The maid teases her even more. Just a birthday for an elder, yet you did your makeup this much. Vochan stands there awkwardly, listening to them. He's wondering if this is even the right time to be saying things like that. The maid keeps teasing, saying people will think it is Tuyethua's birthday instead. Oh, please stop it already, Tuyethua begs. Suddenly, Vochan calls her name, Lady Tuyethua. Since we last met, you have become truly, he is about to say beautiful, but Grandma Lian suddenly calls out, asking Vochan for some help. He leaves awkwardly while Tuyethua and her maid just stare in confusion. I will be right back, he says, leaving them both alone. Poor Lady Tuethua. They were finally talking, but then Grandma had to interrupt. I really hate her timing right now. Night falls and the banquet finally begins. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. All right, you and I are heading into a lively banquet where everyone's laughing and drinking. But Vochan is working hard, managing the entire feast and keeping an eye on every single guest. He doesn't know which of them is dangerous, but memorizing their faces is definitely a good move. Still, with such a massive crowd, identifying everyone is going to take a lot of time. Once again, he truly feels the immense power of the Liu Merchant Guild, one of the five greatest and most influential merchant guilds in the entire world. He's working hard while secretly hoping that everything goes smoothly. If this night passes without any trouble or bloodshed, he'll finally be able to breathe a sigh of relief. Besides, he's here with the strongest person in the world, right? That has to count for something. Meanwhile, Lady Lian Jiahi and Master Huyen Kwang are enjoying their meal together. She curiously asks where Vochan went. Is the master startled and trying to make up an excuse for him? I think he's still in the restroom, he says. Jiahi smiles hopefully. I really wanted to hear more stories about his recent trip to Namshuang. Hehe, she can just ask him once he finally gets back. In a quiet corner of the party, Liu Tuitho is puffing away on a cigarette when someone suddenly approaches him. What are you so worried about? You look tense. It is written all over your face. Tuitho looks up at the man. Oh no, young master, not at all. I was just thinking about some business matters, that is all. Hearing this, the man gives a hearty laugh and shakes his head. Even on a celebratory day like this, you can't stop working for even a second. This man is none other than Liu Tanlong. He is the eldest son of Liu Chi Kuang, the Grand Guild Master of the Heavenly Flow Guild, and he heads the entire branch in Xi'an. With his senior brother nearby, Tuyetho takes the chance to ask who that old monk sitting beside the patriarch is. Tanglong recalls the name and answers immediately. My father told me he is Master Huyen Kuang. Long ago, he was praised as the world's greatest genius and the divine monk of Shaolin. Tuitho is surprised. Wait, he was praised. Is he not famous anymore? He lost all his martial arts while risking his life to defend Shaolin from the demonic cult, and his body was crippled in the process. Now he's just an ordinary old monk, and it is a mystery how those two became such close friends. He is a very dear friend of my grandmother, so we still owe him our deepest respect and gratitude, don't we? After finishing the story, Tan Long says goodbye. I need to go greet the rest of the guests now, and hey, try not to smoke so much. Now pay attention here as Tan Long walks away, a seed of doubt starts growing. That smoke smells incredibly strange. Is it new or is there a darker reason for his unease? But the second Thunderlong is out of sight, another mysterious figure approaches Tuyet Ho from the shadows. The man's voice is enough to give Tuyet Ho goosebumps, so our little plan won't run into any unexpected obstacles, will it? The man reminds the guild successor that those are special goods, so he really shouldn't be using them in front of a crowd like this. When Tuyet Ho finally sees the man's face, he's absolutely stunned. What is it really you? The head of internal affairs for the Cam Tube Bureau. What on earth are you talking about? But then he quickly realizes the situation and wears a twisted grin, so it turns out he's connected to that place too. The internal affairs chief has served this guild for 40 long years. To think he's a spy, if the guildmaster ever found out, he would literally cry tears of blood. The chief mutters that the whole situation with Hong Tohi was a real shame. If they had handled it better, they could have turned a Lady Tuyet Hua into their personal puppet. Tuyet Ho then asks him, "So, what is the current status of the plan?" The chief confirms with absolute confidence that everything is proceeding smoothly. He's already sent the final orders out using a secret sound transmission technique. A single cough and 4 taps on the table, that is the signal to begin. Tuyet Ho is satisfied and dismisses him. "Very well, you have done an excellent job so far. You are dismissed now." The man simply bows and leaves the room. Mocking Vo Chan's worries, Tuyet Ho's mind is completely consumed by a single dark obsession, a brutal, bloody massacre. He struggles with everything he has to contain the twisted, overwhelming joy rising deep within his heart. I know what you're thinking, he's insane. He wants them to enjoy their last meal because today he'll finally become the new master of the guild. At that exact moment, Master Huyen Kwang seems to sense a sinister evil force lurking just beyond the edges of the banquet. Vo-chan, your dark premonition. It seems like it's finally about to become a terrifying reality. Meanwhile, Liu Tuethua is sitting alone by the lake, sighing to herself. She just wanted Vo-chan to tell her she'd worked hard and say that she'd finally become more beautiful. It was such a simple compliment, but even though she's changed so much for him, he still hasn't said a single word. He probably never had any interest in me from the very beginning, she mutters sadly. I should probably head back. My sister is likely searching everywhere for me, and I'll get scolded if she catches me sneaking out like this. Suddenly, she hears a noise and carefully peeks out to see what's happening. What was that sound? There shouldn't be anyone else in this secluded part of the estate. She definitely hears voices now and ducks down to listen to their conversation. They're talking about someone being so infatuated that they've completely lost all sense of self control. Suddenly, Tuyet feels a wave of fear wash over her. Infatuated with what? As she peeks out again, she hears the two men mention her crush. Does that Vo-chan guy actually make you feel uneasy? Yeah, every time he acts, it feels as though he already knows every single thing we're doing. Every incident in Namshuang had his fingerprints all over it at this point. It's far too much to be called a mere coincidence. Even Hong To-hee said the exact same thing about him. She warned us he was on to us long ago. Since we were planning to kill him anyway, why not just finish him off tonight? Trust me, you and I are about to see things get real. Agreed. We will take out those Shaolin pests tagging along with him too. Lu Tuithua freezes. Did she hear that right? The internal affairs manager is planning a massacre. She has to warn her father. Stick with me. But just as she turns, a single loose stone gives her away to Kambyukok and his men here. Her face goes pale. She has been spotted. If she does not run right now, she is a dead woman. Before she can move, a thug blocks her path. Going somewhere miss, has something gone wrong. Doesn't matter, we're killing everyone anyway. And with that cold goodbye, he strikes. Without hesitation, he lunges with a blade aimed straight for her heart. She lets out a terrified scream as death approaches. Suddenly, a loud metallic clang rings out as the assassin's knife is knocked far aside. Tuethua opens her eyes to see Vo-chan. His arm is trembling, but he glares at the killers. "So you plan on murdering everyone?" "Quite the ambitious plan, wouldn't you say? If you want them, you will have to go through me first. Now watch closely because Vo-chan is in for a fight. Even with his iron shirt active, he is on high alert. He is talking big, but he is cautious. This guy is on a whole different level compared to someone like Hong To-hai. In that split second, the enemy unleashed a killing slash. One mistake here means a certain and painful death. This guy is a professional assassin. Realizing the danger, Vo-chan does not hesitate to shield Tuyet Hua from the threat. "Miss Tuyet Hua, I will hold him here. Run to Grandmaster Huyen Kwang and you will be safe there." But Tuyet Hua hesitates, unable to just leave him behind to face this monster alone. The assassin moves to strike again. She realizes staying only makes it harder for Vo-chan to fight properly, but she hates leaving. He spots the danger and jumps up, kicking the assassin's blade back to catch him off guard. He immediately follows up with a strike to the eye. "Go now," he yells. Just then her maid, Ahwan, arrives and pulls her away, telling the lady she must hurry up right now. Vo-chan looks back one last time. "Please take care of the lady for me." The moment she is gone, a thick suffocating wave of killing intent locks onto Vo-chan's position. He spins around to block with his bare hands, but the assassin's blades are too fast, leaving deep gashes across his body. The killer sneers, "Are you that eager to die first?" Vo-chan just scoffs. "You didn't even let me say a proper goodbye." "So much for your grand massacre. Your plan isn't looking so great now, is it? Resorting to cheap tricks against a simple monk like me. Come on, show me what you've really got if you can." Provoked by the monk's words, the assassin tosses his cloak aside and enters his full killing mode right now. Fine, I will send you to the afterlife right now. Prepare yourself for a world of absolute agony and pain. With a single draw of his sword, he leaves agonizing wounds. Vochan waits for an opening, lunging forward with a heavy punch, but it is just an afterimage. The assassin has already vanished behind him, preparing to strike. Vochan flinches. When did he get there? He barely ducks under the lethal blade, his heart racing in panic. You and I can see he is struggling. This guy is way too fast. He throws a punch to create space. You're jumping around like a grasshopper. Is fighting me really that terrifying? Stop running and get down here to fight. Shut up. The assassin ignores the taunts, his aura growing darker. Stop wasting your breath. You are only making it more painful. Vo-chan realizes the truth. This guy knows his techniques inside and out. He's using ranged attacks and pulling back the moment things get close. He's trying to drain Vo-chan's stamina. This is the worst possible opponent to face right now. But he pushes through the fatigue. He has to hold him here, or Tuyet Hua is as good as dead. He tries to widen the gap again, but as they clash, a sharp pain shoots through his leg. They continue fighting for several seconds. Vo Chan looks down in shock. Did that really happen in the blink of an eye? There is no time to pull the knife out. He growls in anger, damn it. The assassin lunges again. Vo Chan immediately activates his iron shirt to harden his body and prepare for the strike. He fires back with a barrage of chain punches, using his defense to tank the lethal strikes. But the assassin draws 4 more knives, throwing them mid-clash while locking Vochan's arms with his own blade. The blades sink in. Blood splatters everywhere. The assassin leans in with a cold whisper that blade is poisoned, it will slowly paralyze you. Vochan collapses, coughing up blood. Wild right. All right, let's dive into one of the most intense survival battles ever. Vochan's head is spinning as the assassin strikes with a relentless multi-hit blade technique. He loses consciousness, his body on the verge of collapsing. The assassin, thinking it is all over, calmly sheathes his sword back into the scabbard. May you find peace on your way back to the Buddha. But Vochan's fierce survival instinct erupts, teeth clenched, forcing his entire body to stand firm. Hey! The assassin hears him call and spins around only to realize he has already been marked by Vochan using the man's very own knife. Vochan is shaking, but pure determination keeps him from falling. He gives a wicked grin. That cheap anesthetic does not work on a guy like me. The Buddha sent me back. The assassin's face turns dark. He is truly furious now. How did he use inner power to block the poison orchid? Then I will send you straight to paradise myself. Drawing his sword again, he lunges toward Vochan like a ravenous wild beast. This will be even more intense than that drug. A blade technique follows, but this time Vochan has a clear combat plan. He traps the sword tightly under his arm, making it impossible for the assassin to pull the weapon back. Vochan mocks him. This does not look much like paradise to me. It seems I am not the one going there after all. Vochan uses the Nahan palm to strike the man's sword hand. The assassin's eyes bulge in pain. Vochan lunges forward. Eat this and get out. He pins the assassin's neck to the ground. The strike landed, but his physical strength and internal energy are both running dangerously low. If this drags on too long, he will lose the advantage. I have to finish you right here and now. Pay attention here. This is where Vochan's resolve truly shines as he tightens his grip on the killer's neck. He isn't letting this man escape alive. The killer screams in agony, still putting up a desperate and difficult fight against Vochan's iron grip. His resistance is fading. Vochan needs to knock him out immediately. The man tries one last desperate threat to break his focus. Too late, the feast is crawling with assassins. You cannot stop it. Vochan roars in anger, putting every last bit of strength into the choke. That bastard gets what he deserves as a sickening crack echoes and blood sprays everywhere. The assassin falls motionless. Vochan finally pulls away. Since that move hit a vital point perfectly, the man will not be able to move his body for a very long time. Is there no way to stop those killers? Even with an army like yours, you will never be able to subdue my grandfather. Clutching his bleeding wounds, he forces himself to stand and move toward the others as fast as possible. No time to waste standing here. He has to reach his grandfather quickly to warn everyone and help them before the chaos starts. Meanwhile, Lu Tuyet Ho is nervously biting his nails. I know what you're thinking. Where's the backup? The assassins around him begin to exchange glances. Everything is ready. With just one signal, the entire Tianlu merchant group will belong to the young master Lu Tuyet Ho. The hounds have been released everywhere. They are communicating with each other through secret internal transmissions to coordinate the strike. Just a soft cough and 4 taps on the table. He bites his nail off, muttering, just do that and it will all be over. Suddenly a voice cuts in. and asks, "What exactly did you say would be over?" "If I am not mistaken, you are Branch Master Lu Tuyet Ho. I have heard Wo-chan mention you many times before." Lu Tuyet Ho glares at Huyen Kwang furious. "That damn old monk dared to interrupt my thoughts. What is he even playing at?" Huyen Kwang continues speaking. "In the city of Namshong, your grandson apparently received a lot of help from you on many big issues. He's totally confused. Me, I helped that brat. Since they first met, they have never had a decent conversation. What could Vochan possibly be thinking saying those things about him?" Then he remembers a subordinate's report. Shaolin seems to have caught on to something and they are already making their move. Lu Tuit Ho breaks into a cold sweat. Could they really have discovered our secret plans and movements? But his anxiety quickly vanishes, replaced by a twisted smile. So what? What can you even do now? What could that kid Vochan possibly do in this situation? Lu Tuyet Ho hardens his heart and finally starts the plan. He lets out a loud cough. The assassins quickly move into their assigned positions and wait. He puts his hands behind his back, smiling at Huyen Kwang. "I also received great help from Vochan. This long standing mess ends today." Huyen Kwang senses the shift, immediately his eyes sharpening. "What exactly are you referring to, young friend?" Lu Tuit Ho drops the act, answering coldly, "Even if you know everything, what can you possibly do? It is time for a change. Out with the old in, with the new." At the same time, his hand touches the wooden surface of the hallway. Killing everyone is the only way to bring back peace. He taps 4 times. The assassins receive the order and strike. Everything suddenly goes pitch black. People scream in terror. What is happening? Why did all the lanterns go out? You can't see a thing. The sound of weapons is followed by agonizing screams. What is happening? Trust me, you'll want to see what is next. All right, you and I are about to see a betrayal that turns a celebration into a bloodbath. In the total darkness, the only sound is Lu Toyet Ho's chilling laughter as he watches the chaos with satisfaction. "Yes, die, every last one of you. From now on, the Tien Lu Merchant Guild belongs only to me." Huyen Kwang looks at Lu Tuit Ho with deep sadness. "Finally, you have truly walked down into the dark path of evil. From this moment on, you have no right to repent or ask for mercy. A man acting only for personal gain is the purest form of evil. Without Vochan, a great disaster would have surely fallen upon us." The old monk flicks his finger, and in an instant, every lantern in the hall flickers back to life. Lu Tuitho's smile freezes as a massive dragon appears before him, its glowing body coiled to protect everyone at the feast. Huyen Kwang speaks up to teach him a lesson. Huan Ku Taktan is not a technique to be played with. Did you think this old monk lacked the power to stop your filthy schemes and your underhanded dirty tricks? Now pay attention because here's the absolute power of a master. Lu Tuyet Ho watches in horror as a giant glowing hand crushes his assassins into the ground. Huyen Kwang confidently declares, "You brought quite a few assassins, didn't you? They have all been subdued. Just give up." The killers struggle under the weight of the Buddha's palm technique, crying out in pain that they cannot even move. Lu Chi Kwang looks around in shock, wondering what on earth is happening. Tuit Ho clenches his fist in fury, refusing to quit. His life's ambition was only one step away, and now they want him to surrender. He pulls a sharp pin from his hair and lunges forward, desperate to kill Huyen Kwang himself. Damn it! But the monk is on a different level. With a single roar, he blasts Tuyet Ho back, knocking him out instantly. Everyone saw it, how he laughed like a maniac the moment the lights went out. The man named Lu Tuyet Ho, the one who just screamed that the merchant guild was his. The monk Huyen Kwang, usually the picture of peace and kindness, now stands before the fallen traitor with a face of righteous thunder. Those suppressed by Huyen Kwang's inner energy now grip their weapons, radiating thick killing intent. The image of Lu Tuyet Ho losing his mind and trying to massacre the innocent is burned into their brains. This horrific scene will stay with everyone here forever. Lu Tuyet Ho really intended to kill them all. No one dares to speak as they watch the reactions of Huyen Kwang and Lu Chi Kwang just as the tension reaches its peak. Breaking the heavy silence, Tuit Hua finally comes running back into the hall. Panting heavily alongside Ah Huang, she manages to gasp out, "Master, Master, Vochan is in terrible danger, please save him." The leader of one of the world's 5 great merchant groups, the Tien Lu Merchant Guild, the guild master himself, Lu Chi Kwang. He calms himself, focusing on the most important task at hand. Keeping a cold, clear head, Lu Chi Kwang orders the Golden Shield Squad to capture all surviving assassins and Lu Tuyet Ho. "The rest of you follow me to rescue the boy Vochan immediately. Move fast, we cannot lose any more lives." And just like that, the Yen family's 70th anniversary feast comes to a dark end. You and I both saw this coming, but look at him. Right then, a trembling Wo-chan stumbles into the room. Wait, Guildmaster. He points with a shaking hand. It is Wo-chan, his clothes torn and body covered in wounds, barely standing as he asks if everyone is safe. He warns them that they are all in grave danger. The assassins, they have been taken care of, as expected of the grandfather I trusted. Having said his piece, he finally faints from exhaustion. Tuethua rushes to his side, sobbing. Teacher Vochan, please wake up. You cannot die here. She desperately calls for help. Get a doctor. Call the medical officer here now. We cannot let him slip away like this. Lu Chi Kwang is just as frantic, shouting orders to bring the doctors and every rare medicinal herb they have prepared. Then he coughs blood. The servants scream in worry for the guildmaster's health, but Lu Chi Kwang ignores them. We must save the young Vo Chan first, no matter what. Even a veteran like Lu Chi Kwang cannot help but feel lost in a situation like this. It is a moment of total chaos and despair for the old man. Because this entire nightmare was orchestrated by his own flesh and blood, his second son. The son set a massive fire, and now the father must use his own scorched hands to shoulder the responsibility and put it all out. Dawn eventually breaks over the tragic end of the feast. The next day, Lu Chi Kwang sends his men to raid Lu Tuyet Ho's residence. But when they arrive, everyone involved is already dead. The servants report that by the time they reached the hideout, it was too late. It seems he took poison to end his own life. Lu Chi Kwang holds his head in grief, realizing the man chose death over facing his sins. What a mess. He set up such a blatant ambush with those assassins, clearly aiming for a total extermination of everyone here. Was that man from the Cambio Valley really a secret spy? Suddenly, a soldier brings a small box over to Lu Chi Kwang. They found this item there. It looks exactly like something the branch master Lu Tuyet Ho used to carry with him everywhere. There is a very strange scent coming from it. You should probably examine it yourself. Lu Chi Shuang picks up the smoking pipe, his hands trembling. And that's where we leave it. Those who touch opium will face a terrible punishment. All right, you and I are diving back into a story where the past hits like a freight train. Liu Ziquang collapses as memories of the opium haunt him. Was the stuff Snow Tiger smoked really his downfall? He sits there, spirit broken pipe in hand. I have no idea what to tell Zen Master Huyen Kwang or Young Wuchen. Huyen Kwang feels the weight in the air and tries to comfort Liu Ziquang. Please do not let this trouble your heart. I am the one who could not contain my anger, ruining the entire banquet. I can only offer you my deepest apologies for my behavior. He just laughs bitterly at his own misery. Ruined the banquet, I am the one who destroyed everything. This is nothing but my own karma. I failed to protect my own family. I might not be able to save my addicted son, but the people who lured him into this, I will never forgive them. I am truly sorry to Wu Chen and Zen Master Huyen Kwang for dragging you both into my family mess. Huyen Kwang feels for him and offers a gentle word. If this is for the sake of all living beings, please do not carry this heavy burden alone. Besides, my nephew was injured, but how could that ever compare to the soul crushing pain of losing a child? Huyen Kwang looks back at the massacre and realizes something much deeper is going on here. Now pay attention because these assassins were not just random thugs. Each one matched our second generation disciples, making them a massive, dangerous threat. No matter how special Wu Chen's talent might be, this situation was beyond anything we expected. A child who has only trained for 3 years should not have been able to stand against killers like that. I wanted to protect him until his foundation was stronger, even just a little bit. I just did not realize my attachment to him would grow this much. For Wu Chen's sake, it looks like this old man needs to pick up the pace. After all, my remaining time in this world is running out. Every branch leader in Nam Shuang who played a part in this mess has been captured and tied up. They were just hoping to ride Snow Tiger's coattails to power once he took over the merchant group. As for the actual assassins, every single one of them bit their tongues and chose death, even the one Wu Chen faced directly. Because of that, Wu Chen has no way to track down the true mastermind lurking in the shadows behind this plot. After receiving something from Liu Ziquang, Huyen Kwang heads back to Shaolin. He leaves a message saying he will return soon and to look after Wu Zhen. 5 days pass since Huyen Kwang left, and Wu Zhen's recovery is going better than anyone imagined. You and I both know Shaolin rules are strict, but Wu Zhen is shattering them. The monks are terrified, warning him that eating so much meat is dangerous. Tuet Hua is also worried, but in a totally different way. She rushes over to Wu Zhen with a cup of water in her hand. You should really have some water with all that food, right? Wu Zhen does not care, stuffing his face with the meat and using his master's logic as an excuse. I am a patient. The abbot himself changed the rules for me, Po. He specifically said that only those with serious illnesses are allowed to eat meat, did he not? Tuet Hua jumps in to defend him with everything she has, which just makes Wu Chen grin like a maniac. Exactly, Master Wu Chen is a patient right now, so stop bothering him and get back to work. She literally pushes the other monks out. Come on, hurry up! Other patients are waiting. She slams the door shut and turns back to Wu Chen with a bright, caring smile. Just eat as much as you want and get some proper rest. He chuckles, thanking the young lady for her kindness. But the second the door closes, it swings open again. Tu Yethua is annoyed, yelling at whoever it is to leave so Wu Chen can recover in peace. But the moment she sees who it is, she nearly jumps out of her skin. Oh, I am so sorry, Zen Master Huyen Kwang. He just beams at her, laughing it off. Wu Chen leaps out of bed in shock. Grandpa Huyen Kwang smiles and checks in on him. Ha ha ha, you look like you are in high spirits. So, Wu Chen, how is the recovery coming along? Well, besides some lingering poison, everything is fine. Except Tuyet Hua stares at me like she wants to set me on fire and will not let me lift weights. She screams in embarrassment. Of course not. You cannot even lie still, let alone go out and train. Huyen Kwang suddenly gets serious. Now that you are recovered, let us try to break past your limits one more time. I have prepared a very special gift for you. Wu Chen is confused. Limits a gift. What are you talking about? It is the Great Soul Pill. The name Great Soul Pill sends Wu Chen into a total panic. What a great soul pill! Huyen Kwang continues saying the abbot saw how hard he worked and decided to give it to him as a reward. Of course, Wu Chen does not buy it for a second. Liar, he definitely stole it. How am I supposed to eat this with a clear conscience? The scene shifts to a dark manor somewhere far away. News of the merchant group disaster has finally arrived. The plan for the Heavenly Flow merchant group has hit a massive wall. A man sitting on a throne looks incredibly irritated. It seems this blow was much heavier than we expected, a subordinate said, truthfully. Recovery will take years. All our moles are dead. And that is where we leave it. You and I know the storm is just beginning. All right, you and I are diving into a world where the Tien Lu 1 plan just failed. Their leader is furious this deal was supposed to hand him the entire merchant group. But a report from his subordinate reveals that an unexpected variable has ruined everything. On the scene was a Shaolin monk who, against all odds, has somehow recovered his legendary and lost martial arts. The leader taps his chair, realizing the monk hid his recovery, a frustrating but dangerous truth he must now accept. He orders his men to verify the monk's power and drop their interest in the Tianlu merchant group. The other groups are fine, so the plan proceeds as the subordinate bows and accepts his master's order. The return of the Shaolin great monk Huyen Guang is shaking things up after he spent years like the dead. How is it possible? His body was once completely crushed, so how did he actually manage to fully recover? Over at the Nam Shong Bone Clinic, Chanhi finally hears the news while Makchi treats a patient. Yes, it has been 10 days since that man headed back to the district of Dangfeng. He said he was going to the Tran Tri clinic. But why would a lady like you go looking for him? Hearing Makchi Chanhai feels her heart sink. How could he leave her without saying a single word? They had promised each other a future together, so why would he treat her with such cold indifference? Abandoning her to go home without a goodbye, she decides she must leave immediately to find that man. Watch closely here. We shift to the training hall of the merchant group. There, Vo-chan stares at the Great Restoration pill in total shock. Can I really eat this? To me, this feels like a reward that is far too generous for my level. Huyen Kwang strokes his chin, admitting he defied the abbot and faced the merchant leader just to get it. But listen, big brother, it is still a great restoration pill, and even if Vo-chan did well, a third-generation disciple has never received one. Huyen Kwang just flares his energy, acting more like a rogue than a peaceful monk. He basically snatched it for Vo-chan, and now the helpless abbot can only pray the boy is ready. But since it is, Vo-chan things are different though. They wonder if he even dares to accept it. The abbot was right, and Huyen Kwang tells the boy he better thank the grandmaster later. That is enough for now. You get what I mean, right? Vo-chan feels helpless with his grandfather and decides to avoid him for a while. After accepting the situation, Vo-chan looks down at the pill with a heavy and worried expression. You know as well as I do, grandfather, small pills are easy to find, but great restoration pills are legendary. Only 2 or 3 exist in a generation because they require rare herbs that take decades to grow. Without a place overflowing with intense spiritual energy, these plants will not even take root in the soil. Only the future abbots or the strongest pillars of Shaolin are ever granted such a powerful and sacred treasure. As a martial arts fanatic, Vo-chan is nervous watching the pill float. The pressure is almost too much. He wonders if giving it to someone else might actually save many more lives in the end. You and I both saw that coming. Huyen Kwang just points at him and says that is exactly why he deserves it. What did you say? Before he can react, Huyen Kwang shoves the pill straight into his mouth. Vo-chan is stunned as he swallows it. Huyen Kwang tells him to breathe and absorb it like before. He chews, remembering how the last pill caused his internal energy to go completely wild and chaotic. But this one tastes different. There is no murderous intent or violent surge like there was last time. While the small pill just boosted power, this one feels like it is changing his entire being. Something inside him that was blocked is now being forced open. What in the world is this incredible sensation? As the pill takes effect, Wo-chan begins coughing out thick clouds of purple smoke. It is a terrifying sight. Huyen Kwang explains calmly that these are just toxins being neutralized and expelled from his entire body. Wo-chan is amazed. Is it really removing every impurity and healing him from the inside out? No, the power of this pill is even greater, so he quickly enters a meditative state to stay calm. Waves of energy flood his body, filling his dantians until they feel like they might actually explode. Is this chi deviation stick with me? Trust me. You are going to want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to watch him smash through the wall of his limits and clear his long blocked energy center, breaking those limits. Xuanguang says with pride, "Congratulations on your recovery. So, are you ready to start training tomorrow?" With a body now overflowing with a new vitality, I do not want to wait. I want to start training right now. Father, even Miss Shuehua or anyone else cannot stop me now. I have something I have wanted to try for a long time, but even with these big words, the path ahead still looks dark. Where exactly do I even begin? Thanks to the great pill, I have more than enough power, but I do not know the right path. I have learned the old moves, but for these new ones, I have no idea where to start. The goal that Wuchen wants to reach right now is the ability to release his internal energy, the realm of energy emission. It is known as one of the highest realms of martial arts. Usually, you gather energy in your body or weapon and release it as a slash, making it easy to suppress enemies at both close and long range. The ultimate moves we often see in stories are like this. For Wujen, who mostly fights in close quarters, this is the stage he absolutely needs to master the most. In every battle, he has to put his life on the line. That is truly dangerous. He looks at his hands and whispers, "Did my grandfather not say it already? Just keep training your own martial arts as you usually do." Just imagine the image of the internal energy flow leaving your body, and that scene will soon become a reality as you finally step into a completely new realm. Now, pay attention here. This is the moment he tries to focus all that power into one strike. Let's see if it works. First strike of the continuous fist, but Wu Chen's expectations were not going to be met that quickly. He failed on his very first attempt. Is just gathering the energy really not enough? It turns out that this so called energy emission is not easy at all. Did that young lady Juge Genshi really pull off something this difficult so easily? Honestly, it is an incredibly powerful move that deserves respect. Feeling discouraged, he lies on the ground and complains. My grandfather gave detailed advice, but I am too embarrassed to ask for more. If only I could learn a few secrets from someone like Lady Genshi. Suddenly, he remembers something important. Wait, here's some secrets from Lady Chuge Genshi. Hang on now that I think about it. Did I not promise to duel her any time? I wonder if she even remembers that promise. Now would be the perfect time, but I have no idea where Lady Genshi is. Oh, right, I think I heard that she already went back to her own family clan. Meanwhile, at the Bone and Muscle Treatment Center in Dangfeng District, Genshi is sitting in the women's private room, waiting impatiently. So is the young Wuchen actually here? From my sect to Namsung then to Dangfeng District, I have traveled all over the place. After all this hard work, how can I leave empty handed without seeing him? The more she thinks about it, the angrier she gets. Wait, did you say he is treating women? Even if he is a Buddhist disciple, he cannot use medical treatment as an excuse to perform those body strengthening arts. Those techniques require a lot of physical contact. What Genshi does not know is that the women's room is not actually under his management. Kuewa quickly receives the message as well. She enters the room to see who it is. A special guest has arrived. I will check it out. Suehua greets her politely. Excuse me, may I ask why you have come here? I am the one in charge of the treatments at this bone and muscle center. My name is Liu Xuehua. Seeing another woman, Genshi shows zero respect. She glares at Xuehua and arrogantly crosses her legs. You are in charge for my treatment, only Wu Chen is good enough. Hearing her crush's name mentioned, Xuehua immediately freezes. Oh, have you come to see Master Wu Chen? Genshi asks back. I am here to see Wu Chen. Is there a problem with Master Wu Chen? Right then, they both realize they are looking at a love rival. You and I know this is about to get very messy. Who is this girl acting so close to him? Meanwhile, Wu Chen is in the backyard, casually picking his nose. He thinks to himself, she is probably doing just fine back with her family, right? The shouting match between the two creates a heavy atmosphere. People passing by are too scared to say a single word. So, why exactly can I not see him? Master Wu Zhen is currently recovering from serious injuries, so he is in the middle of resting. Who are you to know so much about him? Are you perhaps the personal disciple of Elder Jin Yuan? I see you have a good eye. I am the direct disciple who was personally taught medical arts by Master Wu Zhen himself. Liu Shuihua does not back down against Zhenxi. And who are you to be in such a hurry to find him? If you have a message, I will personally deliver it for you. But Zhenxi is not an easy opponent to deal with. She arrogantly brags, I am the one who has promised a future with him. She is talking about a duel, of course, but she does not say that. So let me see him. Kuehua continues to refuse strictly. I cannot let you see him based on vague information from a stranger with an unknown background, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens when these two finally clash. Alright, you and I are about to see just how much trouble a determined woman can cause. Jinhee snaps. The guild said he was here. Do you know how hard I've searched for Wujin? Actually, Wujin rarely visits this place. It's a medical clinic reserved strictly for women. Meanwhile, Wujin rushes over as soon as he hears the news. Seolhwa's maid quickly informed him, someone claiming to be Juge Jinhee. Yes, she doesn't seem sick at all. She just keeps shouting for Wujin over and over. Lady Seolhwa is trying to keep her busy for now, but it'll take you a while to reach them. Oh, excuse me. I'm Wujin. I've only survived lately thanks to this clinic. Praise be to Buddha. Praise Buddha. Wujin, if you have time, please join us for a meal. I am a monk, after all. Yes. Is there a reason you're here? Someone is looking for you. Ah, is that lady here to see you? Wujin hurries to her. Excuse me, I heard Patron Juge Jinhee has arrived. He greets her with a bright, welcoming smile. It's been a while, Jinhee. You've come at the perfect time. Seolhwa turns relieved. Master Wujin, are you fully recovered? So lucky, but before she can even finish, he brushes right past her to greet Jinhee with pure excitement. You're here right when I need you most, Jinhee. I actually really need your help with something. The two laugh and chat away, completely ignoring Seolhwa's pale face. Jinhee pouts. You left Namchang without a word, that's so mean. Do you know how much I struggled just to find you? Wujin scratches his head, looking embarrassed. Ah, sorry I didn't tell you. After our duel, I realized some things and needed to focus on my training back home. He asks curiously, wait, did you actually come all the way to Namseong just to find me? Jinhee flinches and denies it instantly. No, not at all. Is that so? We'll come this way then. The chatter around them feels like salt being rubbed into Seolhwa's heart. Oh wow, he's gone. Too bad. Those two really do look like they're incredibly close, don't they? Woo Jin and Jinhee walk away laughing. Have you been keeping up with your muscle relaxation techniques? Of course, I haven't missed a single day. Even Seolhwa's maid notices it. Woo Jin really is quite popular, isn't he? Now watch closely because Seolhwa's heart is sinking. What is this? Why does my chest feel so tight and restless? Later, Jinhee listens to the situation. So you have plenty of internal power, but you don't know how to project it properly. Exactly. I didn't expect so much to happen during this time away. Namchang was a while ago, but I didn't think you'd grow this fast. Fine, I'll teach you right now, no delays. We can catch up later. Wujin looks confused. Catch up? Oh, I get it. Jinhee continues. First, your foundation for reaching the chi projection stage is already solid enough. To go higher, you need massive internal power and a body that can handle it. You've already achieved that likely thanks to that great restoration pill. Now you need to start training in high tier martial arts. He's puzzled. High tier martial arts? What's that? Jinhee explains. Simply put, it's the technique used to release and manipulate your internal energy. Normally, chi flows through your body or is gathered to explode outward in various ways. You and I are probably thinking the same thing. Is this like a Super Saiyan transformation from Dragon Ball? Wujin wonders exactly that. She continues, if you train hard and master the essence, your chi will naturally manifest outside your body. The core of this martial art is getting used to moving chi through the smaller meridians in your body. Start with your hands and fingertips. You must break the habit of only moving chi through major pathways like when we fought. Once you're skilled, you can even channel chi into objects like this, just like a steel wire. As she speaks, she uses her fan to slice through a steel cable. The more you use it, the more expert you'll become. I'll pass this high tier skill to you. Wujin stares in awe at the severed wire. Even having felt her power before this is incredible. Long range combat skills. Wujin offers a trade. Then I'll show you some training methods too. Strengthening the body makes controlling internal chi much easier. Jinhee laughs, delighted. Oh, I'd love that. Teach me like you did last time. Thinking about sparring again makes my heart race. I keep remembering Namchang. Suddenly, Wu Jin spots someone hiding. It's Seolhwa following them anxiously. As soon as he sees her, she ducks away. He's speechless. Wait, wasn't that Lady Seolhwa? Why is she peeking at us like that? Well, a young woman's heart really is a mystery. Suddenly, he realizes something and turns to Jinhee. And here's where we leave it. Wujin asks, Jinhee, could I ask you to teach me one more thing about women? Trust me, things are about to get complicated. All right, you and I are about to see a martial arts legend try to act smooth. So, what is it? He stammers, scratching his head. Well, I have been researching something and I think I might need your help, but it's not for combat. Chan Hai is curious, wondering what kind of favor could possibly make him act this way. That night, once the work is finally done, Tuethua quickly sends everyone home. Great job today, everyone. After they leave, Wo-chan suddenly appears out of nowhere and asks if she is finished. Still dazed, Tuethua replies that yes, today was quite exhausting. Realizing who it is, she starts stuttering in embarrassment. Wo-chan, senior, what are you doing here so late at night? He steps closer and answers, I have a small gift I wanted to give you. Please accept this. Tuethua looks down at the book in his hands, completely confused. This is a martial arts manual. Why are you giving this to me? Wo-chan calmly explains the situation to her. This is a manual called the Jade Maiden Technique. It is said to improve a woman's skin elasticity rather than being for combat. I thought it might be useful. Touched and curious, she asks, Why give me this? He speaks honestly. You have been working so hard, so I wanted to give you a memento. I hope you will continue to help me in the future. Vo Chan thinks to himself that he is glad he found a suitable reward, as a good prize will surely motivate her to keep practicing later. He stammers a bit more. Also, well, a lot has happened during this time, even if it is a bit late for me to say this. As he says those words, Vo Chan instinctively turns his head away, overcome with shyness. But seeing you again, you have become so beautiful. I will leave now. See you tomorrow. Pay attention, it's getting good. He leaves her there, and Tuyet Hua is absolutely overwhelmed with pure happiness. Her heart beats like never before, her eyes sparkling with a new light. This feeling is definitely love. But love, she watches Vochan's back as he walks away, her mind spinning with a million thoughts. What is this? Why is her heart thumping non-stop? It is so embarrassing, yet she does not hate the feeling at all. She never felt this way whenever she saw Vochan before. Or did she? Actually, maybe she did. Had she just not realized it? He is so steady and reliable when he is by her side, but seeing him with other women makes her heart ache. Up until the moment he returned, why else was she so desperate to groom herself while waiting for him? Now it all makes sense. She loves him. She loves Senior Vochan. Meanwhile, Vochan is alone, completely focused on his training. The Jade Maiden technique is for skin tempering, so could it be combined with the iron cloth style to absorb external energy into the body? He needs to research this. And so a new chapter of Wo-chan's life begins, though he remains completely oblivious to her feelings. After finishing his duties at the clinic, he continues his high-level training with the patron Jia Chan-hee to master energy discharge. Once training ends, he visits Lady Tuit Hua to learn the Jade Maiden technique, which supports his physical beauty and health. Perhaps it was thanks to the gift, but the awkward atmosphere between them from before has completely vanished. The problem is a new worry is growing. You and I know the truth. A woman's heart is the hardest technique to master. Of course, his training results are showing clear progress. Vochan is gradually becoming much more familiar with utilizing his internal energy. He practices tirelessly, and he has finally reached this stage. If he continues like this, he will definitely be able to project his energy properly. Chan Hai praises his effort. You've trained enough to actually dent that wooden post. Your progress is truly impressive. Once your foundations are stable, you will be able to perform even better techniques. Vochan turns and asks, Oh, really? In truth, he might have to stay here a little longer because there is still work to do, leaving him with limited training time. Chan He shrugs and says, Then I might return to my family soon. I cannot stay away too long as my elders and friends are waiting. Hearing that, Vo Chan remembers his own situation. Thinking of the brothers waiting for him, he realizes he has been away from Shaolin for quite a while. No one knows how they are doing. Over at the Shaolin Temple, we can already hear the shouts of Wokung and Voluat. Senior Wokung, let's go together. Junior Voluat, it is too hard, stop clinging to me. Voluat is acting more like a monkey every day. I wonder how much stronger that kid has become during all this time. It has been 1 week since I started training with Jia Kat Chanhai to learn advanced martial arts. Chanhai attacks and guides him steadily. That's it. Imagine the energy radiating from each of your knuckles. Visualize the moment the energy is finally released. If you are ready, let's do it like before. Try to block this. Vochan closes his eyes, focusing with intense concentration. The image of projecting energy, absorbing it through internal breath, condensing, preparing. He locks the bolt and loads a magazine with one bullet. Set to semi auto, he opens fire. Vochan imagines his punch as a gun firing against Shanhee's sharp blade, creating a massive shockwave that rattles the entire area. Vochan has reached the state of infinite energy discharge. He shouts with joy. Even if it is only a few shots, I can finally fire at will. I finally did it. I can fire rapid shots soon, right? You and I will find out next time. Alright, you and I are about to see if our main character is actually human or just a straight up monster. Jugejin, she is terrified. Mastering this in 7 days when it takes years, he is a beast. Plus, Vo Chan once said instead of just learning the 72 arts, I combine different styles to create my own unique path. I hate complicated things. Maybe if the body is strong enough, the mind can finally just relax, right? Shen Shi is impressed. This is truly the mindset of a great grandmaster in the making. Lady Tu Wu, he smiles. Training is over. I have nothing left to teach you. Coming to Vo Chan was the best choice ever. Now she understands why his growth was so explosive in such a short amount of time. It was all about pushing himself to the absolute limit. He pushed his external foundation to the max. A stronger body means fewer side effects and a massive increase in internal energy capacity. That is why he obsesses over his physique. Once I get home, I really need to start hitting the weights too. She is totally sold on his muscle doctrine now. Later, Vo Chan heads to the branch office to report his progress. The training phase is officially complete. I have finished the handover process with the medical hall as well. Time to head back to my beloved Shaolin temple. Liu Ziquang and the others come out to give him a warm farewell. We are forever in your debt, young master. We hope to see more of your help in the near future. Please give our regards to Senior Huyen Quang. Vo Chan puts his hands together and bows to everyone. I will. See you later. Then he turns back. Oh, Lady Tuyethua, I am looking forward to our next meeting. Tuyethua's heart skips a beat as she watches him walk away. Until we meet again, then. She feels a sense of peace. Partings are always sad, but she trusts him. After all, Vo-chan always keeps his promises. Night falls. Vo-chan stands before the gates of the Shaolin temple, feeling completely at ease. I am back. Finally home at the temple. Before leaving, Junshi gave me some great news. All disciples will gather for a massive tournament. That grand event is known as the Dragon Phoenix Gathering. Do you know when it starts? Let's see. From today, we should meet again in about 2.5 years. Now, pay attention. The main plot is finally starting. Is it really time? The second work of the Jiakin Tu Dai Ba Huang legend is right before my eyes. I have to train like crazy in the time I have left. He is hyped for the new content, but it is not long before he faces a completely different kind of problem. The trio of Volwat Vokung and Vokin immediately catches scent. What Vochan is back, that lunatic finally showed his face. It has been way too long, easy there, Senior Volwat. You're always getting way too ahead of yourself. Meanwhile, Vochan is walking back, letting out a massive yawn as he trudges along. Alright, greetings are done. Time to rest. Suddenly, Volwat lunges out and tackles him, sending them both crashing to the ground. The other two join in. Welcome back, kid. How was life out there in the big world? Tell us everything. It really has been forever. Seeing his best brother's Vo-chan shouts out in pure joy. Is that you guys? How have you been? Everyone looks so much bigger. You guys haven't just been slackers, have you? Vokin acts shy. Well, we just clicked together. Vochan praises them. Senior Volwat, you have been training hard, haven't you? Your attack speed and grip are no joke. And wait, I have never seen those prayer beads before. Volot holds them up. An heir to the Shaolin Five Fists must always carry these beads with them. The master drew a crane because I mastered the crane style. If I finish the snake style next, I get a snake too. Then he turns to Vokin. What happened to your head? Is that a tattoo or a stamp? Vokin stammers back. It is a lotus, a symbol of Buddha. The master drew it. If it fades during training, I have to run 200 laps. Looks like Uncle Tuekwan's style, right? Finally, he looks at Vokung. How did you get so tall in just a few months? At least your hair stayed the same. Vokung snaps back. Like you are one to talk about how people look. You and I can clearly see how much they have matured. Everyone looks so much sharper and more grown up now. All right, work is done for the day. Let's have a quick sparring session. Everyone gets fired up immediately. Wow, it has been ages since we played like this. Since you are back, let me slam you into the dirt. You okay though? You look tired. Oh, definitely. Wo-chan didn't realize it then, but to survive that Dragon Phoenix event, he needs way more power than he has now. But the real urgent matter, his friends have been left in the dust when it comes to their development. It is 3 against 1, but Wo-chan dominates. Trust me, we just saw who the real boss is. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when a main character gets way too overpowered for his own good. He crushed all 3 of them without breaking a sweat. He tells them to rest, but they just stare at this monster in shock. Huffing and puffing, Wo Chan stands frozen as he looks at his fallen brothers. He is left wondering what on earth just happened here. Before he left Shaolin, this was just a standard warm up. But now they are all wiped out after just one single clash. How is that even possible? Their bodies are clearly tougher than before and they have mastered many techniques. So why can't any of them even lay a finger on me? He is standing right there, and that is when it finally clicks for Wo Chan. He realizes the massive gap between himself and his friends. See, before coming down the mountain, he had already absorbed powerful summon pills. Since then, he has survived countless battles that would have killed anyone else. Not only did he survive brutal fights, but he also had one on one training with Jia Kachan Hai and consumed the legendary Great Pill. To put it simply, his power balance is totally broken. He has moved way too far ahead. Now he is just standing there feeling guilty about how strong he has become. He thinks, oh no, I am way too powerful. I can't be a one man army forever if you're going to survive what is coming. Now, here is where it gets interesting. We're about to see if he can fix his team before the main event, the Dragon Phoenix conference, actually kicks off. Their bodies are strong, but their internal energy just can't keep up. In the original novel, the Blood Monk uses the star absorbing art to steal power. If we stay like this, we will get crushed by the Blood Monk. What should I do? Maybe I should just give them some pills. That is it. I will just boost their internal energy with some high grade medicine. With that settled, Wo Chan heads off to find Huyen Kwang to pitch his next plan. He asks about opening a third clinic, suggesting Luoyang since it is the closest city. It seems like a perfect spot, right? Well, not so fast. The old man just looks at him and shuts it down immediately. Even if the research is solid, he simply cannot approve it. Wo Chan is totally confused and asks why. Huyen Kwang looks him right in the eye and hits him with the hard truth. Want to know the reason. You just got back to Shaolin. If you disappear again so soon, people will start talking. Right now, focusing on your training is way more important than running a business. Besides, even though it's close, 100 Li is 40 kilometers. That's quite a long trip for a monk in training. Do you really think you can travel that far and still train properly? Ochan sighs and admits it would be difficult. He's feeling pretty bummed out about it, seeing his favorite grandson looking so miserable. Huyen Kwang's heart immediately starts to soften up. He makes a deal: if you can make the round trip in just half an hour, I'll allow it. Is that even possible? Oh, you bet it is. If you master the Shaolin lightness skill, also known as Kin Kong, it's a martial art that focuses entirely on making your physical body feel light as a feather. Once you have mastered that lightness, you can achieve explosive bursts of speed, depending on how much skill and effort you put in. Those high speed movements and flying tricks you see in all the classic martial arts stories, yeah, this is exactly what they are talking about. You see what he did there? He's not just thinking about himself, and that is why we love this guy. If he masters this 40 kilometers is nothing, but Vochan has one more request. Grandfather, can my brothers and sisters learn this with me? When the news reaches the other three, their jaws literally hit the floor. Wait for real, Vochan happily announces that they are all learning lightness together. But first, there is one other thing they have to master before that. The old man gave orders to the masters to sharpen their basic foundations first. No shortcuts are allowed here. A full month of hellish training follows. Vo Chan and Vo Luat don't seem to mind at all. They figure that learning anything new is always a plus. But Vokin, his face is looking pretty dark. He's thinking the training is already brutal enough, and now you're adding more. Vo Chan definitely notices the bad mood. He asks if something is wrong, but gets told it is nothing. 1 month later, deep behind the Shaolin temple, Huyen Kwang checks in on their progress. So, how is it going? Have you four been studying hard this past month? Voluat jumps in to answer immediately. Yes. During that time, we have been practicing basic breathing techniques to prepare ourselves for the real deal. We are ready to go. Then, Vokin asks, wait, I have a question. Why are we learning the 1,000 pound drop before the actual lightness skill? It seems backwards. Huyen Kwang explains that the 1,000 pound drop allows you to control your body's weight. By adjusting that weight, you can actually move much faster and more efficiently. Vo Chan clarifies, so using this technique to shift our weight around will make it easier to move at high speeds, right? He is catching on. Volo turns to him, still curious. Why do we need to decrease our weight though? Is it just to make us faster? Huyen Kwang just lets out a big laugh. You are half right, kid, but you're also half wrong. It is more complex than that. Wait, what does that mean? The old man just tosses four wooden tags into the air and starts laying down the new rules. Alright, we're starting the real practice now. Since we are training anyway, shouldn't we make it a little fun? I have turned this into a game for you boys. You will use everything you have learned so far to find the items I have hidden across the mountain. Think you can handle the challenge. You just need to find these wooden tags. Each one has a specific name carved into it. No helping your teammates and definitely no stealing from each other allowed. Good luck. Everyone is pumped up and ready. It honestly feels like a giant treasure hunt in the middle of a boot camp, doesn't it? Huyen Kwang shouts for them to get ready and go immediately. All four of them explode forward at top speed. Then Vo Chan throws out a bet. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see who loses the bet and ends up cleaning the temple for 7 days. All right, stick with me. You and I are about to see how a simple training session turns into a legendary awakening for these young monks. Huyen Kwang watched them, his gaze deep with worry. He had to see if these children could become the pillars Shaolin needed. 10 minutes later, the scenery shifts into a chaotic environment where trees, bushes, and wild animals suddenly appear in a volatile terrain. Volot expertly manipulates the elements around him, using every branch and stone to his absolute advantage. He moves with a fluid, effortless grace, looking exactly like a nimble monkey swinging through the forest canopy. Vokin pulls from every footwork and light body technique he has ever read, adapting them perfectly to each shifting situation. With the highest speed of the four, his acceleration and split second judgment are nothing short of extraordinary. Because of his massive frame, Vo Kung's impact zone is huge. He accelerates slowly, but minor scratches he does not care at all. What is a little collision? As long as he is charging down the path he is meant to take, nothing stops him. The three of them using their master's basics and the 1,000 pound drop surge forward with their own light body arts to find the tags. But trust me, there is always that one person who struggles, and Volwat and Wokin can only watch in total confusion. Was that an earthquake? A massive explosion just echoed. Maybe it is just the mountain beasts tearing each other apart. Vo Chan is completely lost, slamming into a massive tree before hitting the dirt. His body feels light, so why is balance this hard? It feels like his body is not even his own anymore. Mastering this light body technique is way harder than it looks. Suddenly, a branch snaps from above and drops right onto Vochan's stomach, making him let out a pathetic yelp. That branch felt more like a heavy log. How is it this heavy? If he had not blocked it, he would be severely bruised. Just then, a single leaf drifts down, landing right on his nose, and that is when it finally clicks for Vochan. Exactly. Light things like feathers can't move fast with just force. But what if you temporarily added massive weight before throwing it would create incredible speed? He recalls his master's words, reducing body weight is the key to moving much faster through the air. Master was only half right. It is not just about being light, the real secret is the shift between heavy and weightless. It is actually a technique to manipulate weight for speed. First step, he needs to lock in his center of gravity. Increase weight right before takeoff to launch, then become as light as a feather to soar as far as possible. Vo Chan immediately starts putting this new theory into practice, testing the physics of his movement. Fixate on the target, then snap the body back to heavy. It creates maximum velocity. This is the true light body art. Exactly. Now let's pause. This is the moment he realizes the 1,000 pound drop is the engine for speed through weight control. Light body art isn't just a martial art, it's a movement technique, and that's why he had to learn the foundation first. Mastering weight control turns movement into a signature weapon. Just thinking about his unique light body method makes his heart race. He looks back at the trail he left behind. His failed attempts have literally carved a path through the forest. It is a bit pathetic, but it sparks a wild new idea. Wochan drops down onto one knee. From now on, he will call this the mountain breaking god step. He charges like a ferocious beast, smashing every obstacle without even noticing. And the whole time, Huyen Kwang has been watching his spectacular awakening. It seems he has finally grasped the essence of the technique. Well done. It looks like the others have found their own ways too. These kids are definitely something else. It is clear now that our intuition about their potential was spot on from the start. How many summoning pills do we have left? Huyen Kwang is already planning to let the children take them. He looks up at the vast sky. He must pray for these four. They truly are the future of Shaolin. But looking at the wrecked mountain, yeah, the abbot is definitely going to give him an earful for this mess. 3 hours later, Vo Chan finally makes it back to the starting point, shouting at the top of his lungs. Grandfather, he pouts like a kid complaining that the wooden tag was hidden way too well. How could he possibly stash it deep inside the very cave where Vochan trains? He is convinced he is the first one back, but before he can finish, his three brothers peek out from behind Huyen Kwang. The old man just chuckles. Is that so? Vochan jumps out of his skin. When did they get here? The three of them immediately start teasing him. Hey, slowpoke. We almost fell asleep, waiting for you to show up. Now you have got 7 days of cleaning duty for all of us. Master Huyen Kwang really is the absolute best. Sorry, Vochan. And just like that, the boys begin sharpening their light body techniques even further than before. Only when they reach absolute perfection will they finally be granted permission to travel to the city of Luoyang. And that's where we leave them with Vo Chan back at the merchant group, focused on work and making that money. You and I just witnessed a wild ride, right? All right, you and I are diving back into a story where success brings even bigger headaches for our main character. Even with the guildmaster's approval, managing Luoyang isn't as simple as Nanchang was. He needs someone reliable to run the Luoyang branch in his place. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off. There's one person perfect for the job. Fo-chun turns to Lu Tuethua, catching her off guard when he asks if she'll come along. To Luoyang, he answers her question with total honesty. Yes, he truly needs her skills as her muscle relaxing techniques have improved massively since Nanchang. He simply can't handle this Luoyang expansion alone. So for this journey to succeed, Tuethua's help is absolutely non-negotiable. The guildmaster already gave the green light, but as Tuethua listens, her heart feels heavy with disappointment. Since he asked for a private meeting, she hoped for something romantic, classic mistake, right? But then she starts cooking up a new plan. Wait, if she accepts, she still gets to travel side by side with Vochan no matter what. Isn't this the perfect chance? But she worries Vochan is a monk after all. Is it really okay for her to feel this way? Is her affection wrong? Seeing her lost in thought, a confused Vochan tries to snap her out of it. Lady Tuyat Hua, are you all right? But she's still miles away, stuck deep in her own head. She remembers Chun Hee's provocation and realizes she's the one supposedly promised to Fo Chun for the future. No more hesitating, Tuyat Hua looks at him with eyes full of pure determination. Fine, I'll go, but if I leave the women here, we'll lose their healer. So if I do this, can you help me with a special request? Her plan is set into motion. Vochan asks nervously if it's really okay, thanking her 1,000 times for agreeing to help. Just like that, she's now officially in charge of the entire medical clinic. Standing tall, she tells him this is what she truly loves doing and to leave it all to her. He bows, grateful for her support. So, Tuyet Hua doesn't just take over Luoyang, she becomes the head of every clinic they open from here on out. You and I can see she has hidden motives, but hey, a win is a win, right? Oblivious as ever, Vochan just looks at her like a sister who's finally growing up. Taking charge has given her a newfound aura of confidence. She's brighter and more open than ever, and honestly, it's great to see. Isn't her growth enough to bring a tear to your eye? Even the guildmaster is left speechless by her transformation. From then on, Vochan starts commuting 80 miles every single day for work. Since they built the Nanchang branch from scratch, the Loyang opening goes off without a hitch. This time, no one dares to stand in their way. News of their bone and muscle therapy spreads like wildfire, bringing in waves of support for the new branch. Vochan loses count of his trips between Dongfeng and Luoyang, backed by the support of both the Tian Luan Temple and Shaolin elders. Within just 2.5 months, the clinic is a massive hit. Patients are flooding in from everywhere seeking treatment. Word travels fast. The Luoyang branch quickly becomes a household name, all thanks to this successful new opening. People swear by it, one man's knee was cured, and rumors say even a dying monk was brought back to life. Every day is now non stop business. The fame of the Loyang Clinic continues to ripple across the entire land. Rumors really do have wings, and this time they've reached the ears of someone truly dangerous. Far from Shaolin at Wudang Mountain in Hubei, a white haired immortal floating in midair is stunned by the news brought by his disciple. The Shaolin divine monk has been resurrected, yes, master, and he's backed by the powerful Tian Lu Merchant Guild. They're opening clinics everywhere, and word is they're even treating people for free. The old master reaches for something his interest piqued. Is he doing this out of kindness, because of his own past pain? No, it's his sword. He prepares to take flight, shocking his disciple. You're going yourself, Master Van Hu, of course. People always sing the praises of whoever they claim is the strongest under heaven. In a world this vast and dangerous, how can there be only one humans just love ranking things? That's one thing that never changes. The world usually picks out the 10 most famous warriors, calling them the 10 great masters. Out of those 10, 3 stand above the rest. Masters of the blade, known as the 3 greatest swordsmen, the heaven-shattering Sword King and the legendary master of the Nam Kung family. And finally, this man, the Taiji sword immortal Wanhu of Wudang, one of the legendary three. You and I are witnessing the beginning of a new legend as a panicked monk rushes in. Master, are you there? All right, you and I are witnessing an epic reunion between two martial arts legends. No need to shout, I hear you, he yells back regardless. Wait, has that person finally arrived? Yeah, it is finally time. Chen looks at Huyen Kuang, totally lost. Who exactly are we talking about? Huyen Kuang laughs, greeting his old friend. Long time no see, you dry faced old Taoist. After some small talk, he notes how much things have changed. Young Chen watches still in disbelief. Good heavens, is that really the legendary Wanhu? There is just no way. Who knew the Taiji sword immortal was friends with the Grandmaster? Their auras clash. Are they really just here to chat? Now pay attention, because we are about to see a clash decades in the making. Huyen Kuang doesn't want the temple destroyed. If we fight here, Shaolin will be reduced to rubble. New spot. Wen Hu scoffs, fine, have it your way. Suddenly, Huyen Kuang uses a technique to hoist Vo Chen into the air. Vo Chen, you're coming with me. In a flash, they vanish, leaving the abbot and disciples standing there stunned. Uncle Vo Chen, please come back alive. The trio arrives at a remote area with Vo Chen tagging along, terrified. Where on earth are we? Vo Chen's head is still spinning from the flight. Just how big is this fight going to be? As things are about to kick off, Vo Chen can't help but ask the Grandmaster a curious question. Grandpa, have you two known each other for a long time? Huyen Kuang is actually startled by the boy's voice. Oh, have you already mastered the art of sound transmission? Vo Chen just nods nervously. He explains they only sparred a few times as youths, so sound transmission isn't necessary. Vo Chen is confused. Wait, what do you mean? That old Taoist can eavesdrop on transmissions like it's nothing. Vo Chen is shocked. Suddenly, Wen Hu glares right at him. I can hear the brat clearly, but I can't hear a single word from that foolish monk. Has he mastered the wisdom light heart language? He isn't just recovering his Dantian, you and I can see he's in the state of nature. Huyen Kuang is eager for his prize student to witness true power. He asks, shall we get this started? Wen Hu doesn't hesitate. Fine by me. He draws his blade, making three simple, flowing strikes in the air. Even from a distance, Vo Chun can feel the crushing weight of that technique. His eyes widen in pure terror. What on earth is this? This is insane. That power is enough to level an entire mountain range. Yet Huyen Kuang remains completely untouched. As Vo Chun shouts in worry, the Grandmaster just teases his old friend's progress. Your last defeat ended so abruptly. I bet that really hurt your pride, didn't it? Seeing his old rival in top form is a thrill. It has been ages since one who felt this excited. A foolish monk dares to challenge me today. I will show you who truly stands at the peak. We jump back to years ago when they constantly argued. To one who a righteous spirit was the only way to build strength. But Huyen Kuang He completely disagreed with that philosophy. Humph. What is the point of only focusing on the spirit? Shouldn't a powerful body be the priority? The spirit will naturally follow once the vessel is strong. Refusing to back down, Van He retorts that a weak will can never harbor great power. A strong spirit is the foundation. Huyen Kuang firmly disagrees. You can realize the highest truths and have the grandest ambitions, but without the physical power to back them up, everything is just a delusional dream. Shouldn't we focus on raw power first? Losing his patience, Van Hu snaps. Are you going to keep disrespecting the sacred teachings of Wudang like this? Huyen Kuang just laughs and walks away, suggesting that the Taoist master should try a real workout for a change. Working up a sweat clears the mind perfectly. And so the legendary lifelong rivalry between these two future masters truly began. You bald monk, I will prove my philosophy is right and show you who is truly the greatest under heaven. Let's settle this. You really want to see which of us is superior. It might go against Shaolin teachings, but fine. Show me what you've got. To Wen Hu, Huyen Kuang was a true warrior. When news hit that the demonic cult had crippled Huyen Kuang, Wen Hu was devastated for a long, long time. No way the legend of the divine monk can't end like this. You're the only one worthy of being my rival. He has spent his entire life waiting for the chance to have this rematch. And that's why we're here with the Shaolin Divine Monk finally reborn. You and I are about to see this legendary rivalry reach its absolute peak. Alright, you and I are about to witness a legendary duel, tens of years in the making as one who goes all out with his sword. Thousands of spiritual blades rain down on Huyen Kuang. But the old monk counters with total calm using his Buddha palm technique. Giant hands manifest to crush him, but the Taoist dodges with lightning speed, immediately unleashing his sharp sword chi to counter the strike with everything he has. The great Huyen Kuang is out of breath after years away from battle. huffing and cursing his aging body for losing strength so fast. Light flashes as Van Hu laughs, shouting that the bald monk's power level is truly bottomless and impossible to see through. He humbly replies that his mind and heart are finally one, then manifests his thousand hand spirit shield to protect himself from the blast. Van Hu mocks him, annoyed as always by that arrogant, above it all attitude that has rubbed him the wrong way for years. Huyen Kwang just shrugs it off. Hey, it is what it is. Right, you have lost 5 times already, yet here you are asking for more. Is not that a bit strange? You never cared for numbers, old friend. Let us just fight to the end and see who is truly superior. Your obsession with winning has not changed one bit. So let us see this through. Even if we fight forever, I will be the winner. And with that, they clash once again. Massive shock waves and explosions erupt everywhere. You and I see everything being destroyed as animals flee in terror. Vochan is shaking. This is a battle between two absolute monsters. A clash of the world's strongest swordchi mastery and supreme techniques colliding at once. Vochan watches the energy of nature itself. He clenches his fists, knowing he must reach this godlike level if he wants to survive. The master wanted him to see this fight, but then Vochan notices something strange as the Taoist raises his blade. Wait just a second. I swear I saw his wrist tremble for a moment. His complexion looks terrible. Is he hiding some kind of illness, just like my grandfather did? Right then, one who winces in pain, his face contorting as a groan escapes his lips. Both masters stop. Vo Chun was right. The Taoist's body is at its absolute limit. Huyen Kuang looks on with pity and respect. How could you fight like that in such a broken state? Van Hu is stubborn and insists on continuing the fight. He claims he is fine and that the numbness in his hand is nothing. Huyen Kuang sympathizes with his old friend, gently reminding him that they are both in the same boat. Only the broken can truly understand the broken. I know what it is like to lose all your strength and feel your body rot, but you are not like me. It is not too late. Stop hiding and get treated. Van Hu freezes, remembering why Huyen Kuang lost his power and wondering how he can get help now. You annoying bald monk. Huyen Kuang smiles. Do not worry, Vo Chan. Over there is the one who actually healed me. Van Hu is shocked to hear that. Vo Chan steps up, offering his medical help. Huyen Kuang nods and calls the young doctor over to take a closer look at his friend. Come check on the Taoist. Vo Chan feels relieved for a second, but then a terrifying thought crosses his mind that makes him shudder. Even if he is the world's strongest, his human anatomy should still be the same, right? Let's pause here. The legendary battle between these two masters is suddenly being put on hold. Vo Chan presses on the trembling palm. So, besides the pain, your fingertips have been going numb and sluggish. Exactly. Vo Chan instructs him to hold his hand out and flex his wrist downward for a test. Instantly, a sharp jolt of pain shoots through him, making the old master's face twist in agony. Vo Chan sighs. Yep, just as he thought, it is carpal tunnel syndrome and severe tendon inflammation. He explains that decades of sword fighting have put too much pressure on the wrist, causing permanent damage. You must have been in hellish pain, yet you still forced yourself to keep training through it. It is not terminal, so we can fix it, but it will take some time. Let us start emergency treatment. Van Hu watches Vo Chan's precise, skillful movements with absolute amazement. He heard Huyen Kuang recovered, and now he sees why the divine healer's reputation is so legendary. Shaolin failed to heal the monk so many times, yet this kid managed to pull it off. If it is him, Van Hu pauses, then asks if the healer could help with one more thing. And then that is where we leave it. What do you think the legendary master will ask for in return? Alright, you and I are about to watch Wu Zhen pull off a legendary scam. Wait, what? Is this some equivalent exchange? Or is he an alchemist? Even without knowing the favor, this feels like a total trap. He is one of the three legendary swordsmen, so it is time to set a high price. Suddenly, a dark figure flashes through Wu Zhen's mind. Hold on, he is one of the three swords of the martial world, specifically the most toxic and dangerous one among them. That mastermind behind the scenes must be stopped. Wu Zhen looks Yun, her dead in the eye, and speaks up. The heaven-shattering sword, he, Zhen Qiang. Can you take my place and deliver some divine punishment to that man? Hearing that name, Yun her gasps in shock. That is impossible. It would drown the entire martial world in blood once again. You are a Buddhist, so why do you wish for that villain's death? Wu Zhen bows his head with a frown. He needs a perfect excuse to sell this. Trust me, he is about to tell the lie of a lifetime. Wu Zhen smirks internally. Oh, I have it. Truth is that monster actually slaughtered my entire beloved family. And just like that, the heartbreaking story of Wu Zhen's life is revealed. He claims he was born to a poor family of doctors in a remote, lonely village far from the rest of the world. Their medical methods were very different from the norm, so most people did not really accept them. But his family was famous for never turning away a single patient. Even though it was a long time ago and his memories are fading, he still remembers the clinic being busy day and night. Then one day, a warrior covered head to toe in blood suddenly appeared in their peaceful village. The entire village joined hands to heal his life threatening wounds. Nobody realized that the simple act of kindness was the beginning of a total nightmare. As soon as the warrior recovered, the enemies finally tracked him down and arrived. The leader was He Chun Chiang, the head of the evil alliance and the feared master of the heaven shattering sword pavilion. Turns out the warrior they saved was a defector from the alliance because the village showed him mercy. Every single person there was brutally slaughtered. A small boat from the village was pushed away at the very last second. It eventually drifted far out to sea. Port workers checked the cargo and find an extra crate they did not expect. They decide to report it to the trade group immediately. Suddenly, a child cries out for help from inside. The workers nervously open the crate and scream when they find a sick little boy. Quick, get some water and food. We have to get this kid to a clinic right away. Woojan finishes his story with a look of pure sorrow. You and I know he is totally lying right. He continues saying he was too young to remember how he escaped. His parents must have found a way to hide him. Yunhe hangs on every word. That is a truly tragic story. But tell me, how exactly did you get to Shaolin? Woojan panics at the unexpected follow-up question. Oh, that, well, you see. Xuan Guang immediately jumps in to help. I heard about that. Nobody was willing to take the poor child in. Luckily, a senior Shaolin disciple found him while on a nearby mission and brought him back to the temple out of pure pity. I never knew you had suffered such a massive disaster. Wu Zhen stares at Xuan Guang in shock. Did it work? How did he manage to improvise so perfectly? Xuan Guang looks at him with sad eyes. I understand. Losing your entire family and hometown is enough to fill anyone with deep hatred. Even though you joined Shaolin, nobody expects you to suppress all that pain inside your heart. Wuzhen, do not worry. Yun He agrees with a dark expression. Even if I do not act, that man carries countless grudges. The net of heaven is vast. He will face his karma eventually. Xuanguang clicks his tongue and teases Yun He. Wow, it is not often I hear a stubborn old swordsman like you say something so reasonable. Yun, he refuses to back down. Hey, now I am not some dry, boring monk living in the mountains like you am I. The two of them start bickering back and forth right in front of the confused Wu Chen. You remind me of an old acquaintance who also used a sword. He's living somewhere now, I think. Are you talking about me? Wu Hen regains his focus and grabs Yun He's hand. I feel much better now, so let us start the treatment. He thinks that talking too much will only lead to trouble. Xuan Guang clears his throat and starts bickering again. You worry too much. This old man is annoying my student. They just keep going back and forth. I might be old, but I still have style, unlike a certain horse-nosed monk over there. Wujin tries to stop the argument. Please, stop fighting, both of you. Grandfather, please just give me a hand and help me out here. Xuanguang gives a little laugh. Fine, fine. You old fossil, just lie down already, Wujin screams in fear. Master, please put the sword down first. Finally, Yun, his wounds are bandaged. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens. All right, you and I are diving into a moment where two legends finally sit down to talk. He looks at his trembling hands and sighs, admitting he expected a fight, not a recovery session. Master Huyen Guang just laughs, saying that is simply how life goes. He offers a drink, mentioning it is a special red wine from Master Tue Kwan's husband. Master Van Hu just looks away, completely done with Huyen Guang's nonsense. He calls him an old ball prankster, but wonders why he let the young boy leave so soon. Huyen Guang explains the kid is still growing and needs his rest, plus he probably needs some anti-nausea medicine after everything that happened. Van Hu scoffs, warning him that if he keeps dragging the boy everywhere, the kid will start to hate him. Huyen Guang is not worried. He believes the boy just needs to see the path and he will understand it himself. Today was a massive lesson for young Bo Chan. Suddenly, Huyen Guang asks why he did not bring the other child he mentioned earlier. Van Hu smiles with pure pride, asking if he means Tantu. He claims nobody will be strong enough to face his Tantu. Hearing that, Huyen Guang just bursts out laughing. He teases him, asking if he is trying to push his own unfulfilled dreams onto his grandson. He calls it the most embarrassing thing an old man can do. Van Hu grinds his teeth in annoyance, asking if he wants a beating, but his gaze softens immediately after. He cuts right to the chase, asking if Huyen Guang is pretending to be a monk on purpose. Is there something weighing on his mind that is making him hesitate to take a golden opportunity? Huyen Guang stops hiding and opens his heart. He says it is not his time to become a Buddha, yet predicting it will take another 5 years. Van Hu tells him straight up that he knows him too well. They have known each other for a lifetime. He asks if there is something else happening besides just watching the children grow up. Now, pay attention here because a dark shadow is starting to creep back into their world. Huyen Kwang admits the scent of blood is getting stronger, even more intense than when he first fell years ago. He can feel it in his bones. The enemy is gathering their strength once again. Because he is so worried about the future of the children, he simply cannot bring himself to leave yet. It is not the time. He wants to do everything he can to make sure the next generation can handle any challenge. Building a better world is their mission. Their job is to build a foundation so the kids can walk steady. He asks if that is not the same for his Tantu. Mentioning Tantu makes Van Hu feel a heavy weight. He looks at his own trembling, sick hand and asks the old monk for a huge favor. He asks to borrow some Shaolin disciples. Huyen Kwang is genuinely shocked, asking if he really wants their students. It seems he realized something. Van Hu says they have a duty to pass the martial arts world to the next generation, so they must be strong. His Wudang sect needs to keep growing. You saw that coming, right? An epic crossover between the two biggest sects is officially happening. The abbot agrees to a martial arts exchange, insisting that Vo-chan must be part of it. The boy will need companions, just like his trip to Nam Swang. Huyen Kwang nods, stroking his beard. An exchange is perfect for the young disciples to broaden their horizons. He already has 3 people in mind. The abbot is surprised. He chooses Master Tua Khan to lead along with 3 third-generation disciples, Fo Luat, Vo Kung, and Vo Kin. The abbot agrees immediately. He had already been keeping an eye on those 3 after their recent soul cleansing training. With them on the team, he can finally rest easy. Suddenly, Huyen Kwang reaches his hand out to Hien Tien. Sensing something is wrong, Hien Tien asks what the hand is for. The monk just says he is asking for something. He tells him not to play dumb. Since the 3 boys are going to Wudang, they obviously need some little pills to boost their strength. They have been training so hard. He asks what would happen if they looked weak in front of the Wudang disciples. Hien Tien gives up, trying to imagine a more peaceful world where he's not being robbed. He tells himself his brother must have a good reason. After losing the great pills before he has decided to stop overthinking things. A bit later, the 4 of them walk out from the inner palace. Vo-chan asks if everyone has finished absorbing the little pills yet. Vo-Lut runs over happily, saying it went well thanks to the Grandmaster's help. Vo-chan is thrilled to hear that Tue-kan will be their leader this time. He has not seen him since that crane fist session. He steps forward to give a respectful greeting to great uncle Tue-kan. Tue-kan looks at his students with excitement, feeling like this trip is going to be something special. He reminds them that Wudang and Shaolin are the 2 giants of the martial world. They are going there to learn, so they must not shame the Shaolin name. Vo-chan shouts as soon as he sees the carriage. A group of people arrives, rushing to unload a pile of boxes for him. They are from the Tien Lu trading group, confirming they have brought everything the young master requested. He thanks them profusely. Vo-chan checks the cargo, saying that while the focus is on martial arts, these items will definitely come in handy. He believes daily exercise routines are a vital part of Shaolin martial arts. Since they are currently short on equipment, he made sure to prepare a massive amount to take with them. You and I just witnessed a training maniac in action. Trust me, the Wudang trip is going to be wild. Everyone is shocked, calling him a muscle-obsessed freak who cannot stand losing any gains. Tuekan is instantly thrilled. To be a true Shaolin disciple, he knows you must train relentlessly and without rest. Vo Chan finally understands. Was this not the same man who once kidnapped cranes just for his artistic rule breaking law? If it involves training, he will love it since he is quite the romantic. On our way to Wudang, we might as well do something fun. Stick with me because everyone except Vo Luat can feel the absolute nightmare of a training session approaching. Meanwhile, Tuit Hua sits in her study, sadly organizing training gear to send away, having missed her chance to see her crush. That evening, 2 monks stand guard at the Wudang gates, chatting as the sun begins to set. What time is it now? It is almost the hour of the monkey, sir. They should have arrived yesterday, even with delays. Could something have happened? Suddenly, Tuesday, Ken shouts for the carriage to stop. Did you come to greet us? Sorry for the delay. The monk is shocked. You are covered in dust. Was there an accident? Toucan just laughs it off. What accident? We were simply getting some training in on the way here. The Wudang monks are stunned. You pulled the cart yourselves, that is reckless. Why take the long road to Wudang like that? Tugan ignores them with a laugh. That path had the perfect terrain for training, so we just pushed through it. Vo Chan calls it a forced march. Exhausted, he adds that if they had not mastered light footwork, they would be dead. Can we go inside now? The Wudang monks look at the Shaolin group with pure terror. Please come right in. Now watch this. They expected quiet monks, but these guys are acting like absolute madmen with zero fear. A moment later, the guy leads them inside. You have all worked hard. The guest quarters are close, so please rest up. Suddenly, Tuekan spots something and asks, "What is that area over there?" That is the self training zone for basic physical conditioning, martial arts practice, and general study sessions. You will be training and sparring with us there later. Fokung is startled. We have to train there. It is so crowded. Wo Chan stares intensely at the training ground. So that is the Wudang gym. He turns and asks, "Is everyone recovered yet?" "My upper body is feeling a bit stiff." Fokung just looks at him confused. "Is that so?" "Makes sense. The march only used our legs and internal energy. Our muscles are still fresh. This was just a warm up. There is a perfect stage right there. Should we do that today?" The guide is baffled by their strange conversation. Vo Chan shouts for everyone to drop their luggage. Instantly, the four of them dive into the courtyard to assemble their gear. They shout together with high spirits. "Everything is ready. We are from Shaolin and we look forward to your help." The guide looks down in total shock. What on earth is that, and when did they even get down there? Tuakan smiles with pride. "For us, this is what resting looks like. It is just basic Shaolin conditioning. You and I see the Wuddang disciples whispering. They are already starting to mock the newcomers. Wait, they actually call that training. Is that scrap metal supposed to be a training tool and not a weapon?" Fo-chan just smirks to himself. "It has been a long time since I have seen a reaction like this. Ever since my gym routine was accepted back home, the mocking stopped. But now harsh comments make his face darken. Is it really that bad over here? I expected more from guests invited by Elder Van Hu. Are we really supposed to compare our martial arts to those trifles? It feels like a joke. It does not look impressive at all. Let us just be polite and send them on their way." Vokung and Wokin are furious. How dare they call our training trivial? Do they not know how effective this is? Vochan signals them to stay calm, just focus on the weights. Our own elders reacted the same way at first. Wokin stops and turns around. "You are right. That is exactly how it happened back then. Do not react to every single person. Just like before, we only need to prove ourselves. Vokung, help me with these plates." Vokung relaxes and complains, "Not again. Can you stop using those weird words I do not understand?" High above, two Wudang members watch the commotion around Wo-chan. That equipment certainly looks strange, does it not? Indeed, those are the monks from Shaolin Temple who are here to exchange martial arts techniques with us as planned. The man holding a sword speaks leisurely. "Is that so? I am quite curious to see what they are made of." That is Chintu, the Wudang sword dragon, and a third generation disciple. That night, after losing a bet, Wo-chan was left alone. "Clean this up for us, Wo-chan. We are heading in. A promise is a promise, so we will see you inside." He grumbles while wiping the weights. "If I had figured out the light footwork principle faster, I would not be stuck cleaning." Footsteps catch his attention. Someone approaches in the dark. "Trust me, you and I are going to want to see who this is. You and I are about to see a clash of egos. Sorry, am I in the way?" Fo-chan turns. "Oh no, but who are you?" The boy bows. "I'm Trin Tu from Wudang, happy to help." Since we're both third generation disciples, let's just keep things casual. Fo-chan stands up quickly. "Ah, I see. Actually, I think I'm the one who needs a hand here." But inside, he recognizes that name. This Trintu is a character he's seen before in the Ganon universe. Trintu, a figure from that specific Ganon story world. From Return of the Demon, Master Nam Gung Chantian's rival, a genius who fought alongside the demonic main character. This Trintu was his right-hand man. He didn't have much screen time there. I wonder if this Shaolin monk version gives him more room to shine. Wo-chan reaches out with a smile. Even if he came for a stiff martial arts exchange, making a friend is much better. Tringtu shakes back, feeling Wo-chan's internal energy. He compares it to his own. Same level, huh? Is that all? Let's see. Thinking that he finally opens his mouth to speak. "Now pay attention here. By the way, I saw your workout." He wipes his hands, acting disgusted. "It's all totally useless, isn't it?" Fochan is stunned. "What?" "Excuse me," Trintu gets even harsher. "Is lifting these heavy blocks of iron and stone even necessary?" "No, it's not just the weights. Compared to our training, this all seems incredibly crude and primitive." "Does this really help? Oh wow, sorry, it's a lot lighter than I thought." He intentionally drops the weight, making Vochan furious. This kid actually dared to insult his sacred training gear. Tringtu acts high and mighty. "What's the first principle of Wudang, do you even know? A strong spirit creates a strong body. Honestly, I don't see any value in these primitive movements." "What about mental cultivation?" Fo-chan strokes his chin, finally starting to fire back. "It seems like you've got the wrong idea, so let me set you straight. We train both body and mind. We believe a powerful body builds a much healthier soul. No matter how sharp your spirit is, without a strong body to support it, it's useless. Trin too just mocks him. Ha, you don't get it. For someone with a truly strong spirit, nothing is impossible. Vochan shuts that down instantly. Even if your mind gets it, if your body can't keep up, you'll just get lazy and quit. Trintu gets annoyed. Isn't that laziness just a sign that your mental state is garbage? A refined spirit leads to enlightenment and great righteousness. Vochan won't back down. What? Righteousness without power is just a fantasy. You need real strength. They keep bickering back and forth. You need a fierce determination to get stronger for training to even work. Talk is cheap, but you still need force to back it up. All this training needs a purpose, either as a catalyst for enlightenment or a body that empowers the spirit. Morning breaks, leaving Vochan exhausted. What is even going on? How did a talk turn into a duel? I've got no clue. Apparently, Trintu was the one who challenged him. What's that weirdo up to? Well, at least they can test each other's limits. The crowd is buzzing. This is a fight that even Van Hu can't afford to miss. He sits up, high, watching these young talents. Fo Chan, the new pillar of Shaolin, chosen by Huyen Kwang himself. Let's find out together who's right, who will lead the next era Wudang's top genius or the future of Shaolin. Tuekan is full of anticipation. Today we finally see the power of the legendary Wudang Dragon Sword. Wokung and Wokin are curious about that title. The Dragon Sword, both sides are cheering like crazy. Trintu, since you started this, make it worth the hype. Suddenly, someone notices something. Wait, isn't that a real blade? What, seriously? And just like that, the duel begins. Facing a sword barehanded, you'd usually charge in or try to dodge and counter from another angle. But this fight is different. The moment Wo-chan's hand hits Trintu's sword, people actually cover their ears. A real blade hitting bare skin, yet it makes a loud metallic clanging sound. What on earth is happening? Someone spots the truth while looking at Wo-chan. Wait, that's the steel cloth technique. The crowd screams in disbelief. With that internal energy, he's taking a real blade head on. Trust me, you and I are witnessing something insane. Van Hu watches the battle unfold with intense focus from his seat. All right, you and I are about to see if this Shaolin monk is actually the real deal. It has been a while since Chintu faced a true swordsman, and he is already judging Wo-chan's skills. Huh, looks like that old monk was not talking nonsense. Now I am truly curious about how this ends. The second Wo-chan throws a punch, Chintu uses an afterimage to trick him and slips underneath. He aims a slash right at Wo-chan's waist, but the monk is too quick and catches the bare blade with his other hand. He is fast, but this is not over yet. With a grunt, Wo-chan immediately hurls both Chintu and his sword across the arena. Chin digs his blade into the dirt to stop his slide, while Wo-chan wastes zero time and launches a long-range strike. Are you done warming up? He charges straight at Chintu. Just as the swordsman looks up, boom! A massive explosion of sound. The crowd is horrified. Did he just use raw internal force? No way is he not just a junior three-leaf disciple. Nobody expected Shaolin's strength to be at this level. Even his closest brothers are stunned by Wo-chan's true power. As expected of Wo-chan, he is just too strong. But suddenly Hue Khan says something that flips the whole situation. A sharp sword light flies out from the smoke, grazing Wo-chan's cheek and drawing blood. The Wudang sword dragon knows how to use sword energy too, so this fight is far from over. Hue Khan starts reminiscing about the past. When was the last time I saw a duel like this? Right after joining Shaolin, I witnessed two geniuses fighting to a total standstill. This feeling, it is just like watching the legendary battle between Master Huyen Guang and Master Wan Hu back in the day. As Hue Khan's memories fade, the brutal clash between Wo Chan and Chintu continues to escalate. Facing Wo Chan's swift wind technique, Chintu counters with his sword rain, but the monk is faster and lands another heavy punch. Chintu manages to react and block just in time, and both fighters are blown back in opposite directions. Now pay attention, because as soon as Chintu lands, Wo Chan uses the god-killing step to lunge forward like a starving beast. Chintu is shocked. Is he really going all out now? He snaps his sword up to block as Wo-chan lunges past. Wo-chan is surprised. Wait, he actually blocked that. Since this is a friendly match between disciples, grappling is forbidden, only martial arts and internal energy are allowed. But man, this is getting interesting. Suddenly, Chintu's foot catches on a loose floor tile and panic hits his face. Damn it, the ground cracked. Wo-chan notices the mistake instantly. Before the shocked eyes of both Shaolin and Wudang, Wo-chan gently catches Chintu in his arms. Are you okay? The referee immediately calls a timeout. Chintu looks at Wo-chan in pure disbelief. What? He pushes the monk away confused. Why did you not finish me? That was a golden opportunity, but Vo Chan just calmly replies, what is the point of beating someone who tripped by accident? Besides, as you know, Shaolin techniques are fundamentally based on control and restraint. I know what you are thinking, control. Chintu's face goes dark. Is that what you call control? But then Vochan adds, I have noticed your interest in muscles for a long time. Hearing that, Chintu's face turns bright red as he stammers in pure embarrassment. What on earth are you talking about? Vochan scratches his head. Honestly, I have been thinking about this since yesterday, but I was not sure if I should bring it up. That night when you spoke to me, I thought you were just provoking me, but you wiped your other hand, not the one we shook, and your acting was pretty bad. Chintu awkwardly tries to change the subject. Ahem, did that really happen? Vochan continues, before you approached us, you were quietly watching us train with a very intense look on your face. It was like you had some kind of enlightenment while watching us do our muscle stretching routine. It makes sense that a young guy would be impressed by well trained muscles. Chintu stays quiet for a moment, then whispers, the truth is, I was fascinated by those strange tools. Where do you use them? How do they work? And what is the name of this training method? Those bulging muscles under the Shaolin robes, their arms, backs, and thighs look thick enough to stop a blade. The more he talks, the clearer Chintu's passion becomes, the strange equipment and the creative way they use it. It is all so amazing. I wanted to try it all myself to spar and learn from you guys. That is why I rushed to ask for this duel. Thank you for accepting. Now that we have faced off, I am even more sure. I want a powerful body like that. If you do not mind, can we have a rematch next time? Vo Chan smiles and happily reaches out for a handshake. Of course, it is rare to meet someone so enthusiastic. From now on, you should come train with us. We will support you as much as we can. The two become sworn brothers, shaking hands firmly. I would be honored. The winner of this match is Vo Chan. Well done, the referee's voice echoes. And trust me, we can definitely see why he won. Van Hu looks down at them as old memories return. He remembers how he and his rival once fought and became friends, just like this. Still the same. All right, you and I are back. Whether in the past or present, Wokung is still an absolute beast, easily crushing his opponent in arm wrestling. He confidently asks how his muscles look, while his rival just groans that he is no match for him. The Wudang disciples start arguing among themselves, asking him why he seems to lose every single match lately. He is supposed to be the strongest among them, so he tries to explain that Wokung is just too powerful and his own body would not listen. He prepared as much as possible, but once Wokung found an opening, his power was overwhelming. He swears it is all thanks to Shaolin training and their secret muscle building techniques. He even promises to do his absolute best to help the Wudang disciples get as shredded as he is. Bochan cheers from the sidelines while the Wudang disciples get excited, wondering if they can really become just like Vochung. They wonder if they can actually get that ripped, but Vo Chan gets distracted by Chintu's voice nearby. He asks Senior Wokin what this strange tool is, and it turns out to be a wheel roller. You just grab the handles and roll it back and forth. Chintu excitedly shouts that it looks just like a barbell he saw once before. Vokin clarifies it is for ups, not lifting like a barbell, but Vochan just tells everyone to relax. He says Shaolin has plenty of cool gear and invites the Wudang guys to try them all out. Watching them together makes Vochan feel relieved. Ever since Shaolin proved their strength, the massive gap between the two sects finally seems like it is starting to narrow. That awkward tension from the beginning, yeah, it is finally starting to fade away. It is definitely a good sign for the future, but he knows the higher ranking or more conservative masters will probably take a lot longer to accept their presence. Now pay attention here, the grumpy elders are already gossiping, hating on the new gear and complaining about Vo Chan's influence. Vo Chan stays calm, knowing that despite the haters, Shaolin's reputation is actually on the rise. Ignoring all that, as the gap between them narrows, Vo Chan starts to see things much more clearly. He starts noticing things he never saw before, a common issue among the people here. It seems like something is very, very wrong with their physical health. It is exactly like ancestor Huyan Kwang's condition, but it has not been treated properly at all. Suddenly, a man walks up and tells Vo Chan he needs to come with him. Startled, he asks, wait me, Senior Vanhu is looking for you and Chintu, and he wants a meeting right now. Vo Chan does not hesitate for a second and agrees to head over immediately. A little later, Vo Chan and Chintu arrive at Vanhu's quarters after hearing they were summoned. Vo Chan cannot help but be impressed as he stands before him. I know what you're thinking. He looks like a legendary sage, and trust me, he is the strongest man alive. Suddenly, Van Hu asks Vo Chan if he knows why he was called in privately, but the kid is not quite sure. Wan Hu explains that it is all because of a promise he made to Huyen Kwang. He vowed to take special care of Wo Chan while he stayed here at Wudang. He says if Wo Chan's skills were just average, he would let the senior disciples handle the teaching. But since he has seen his true power, he has to train him personally. Wo Chan is shocked. Did the elder actually see his fight against Chintu with his own eyes? The thought of direct training from a legend is wild, but Wan Hu has one more thing to say. He asks if Wo Chan remembers that special request he mentioned before. Wo Chan recalls it, the favor mentioned during the battle with his ancestor. The very next second, Wan Hu drops a question that makes him jump. He asks if Wo Chan has noticed anything strange during his time staying here. Wo Chan takes a deep breath and decides to speak his mind completely honestly. He admits things do not look good for Wudang right now, and Wan Hu tells him to keep going. He gathers his courage and points out that everyone's arms, and especially their wrists, seem to be in absolutely terrible condition. This could be Wudang's greatest crisis and their biggest weakness. Fan Hu looks genuinely sad that the kid hit the nail right on the head. He is right. Wudang's true sword style is built entirely on the principles of being soft and flexible. They train to unleash incredible power through very gentle movements. But that style puts an absolutely massive amount of pressure on their wrists every single day. Yes, it is, because they have to use their arms and hands far too often in all their techniques. Most of the disciples here are suffering from the same condition, which is the root of their weakness. Wo-chan starts to get worried, realizing why everyone looked so unhealthy. Wan Hu looks at Wo-chan with complete trust. He says that because he has healed so many people, they call him the immortal with the divine still hands. The real issue is right here to fix Wudang's most urgent problem with these wrist injuries. Would you be willing to teach everyone your healing secrets? He wants that same miraculous technique Wo-chan used to heal him back then. If you help us, I will grant you any one request within my power. Suddenly, the air goes dead silent as Wo-chan feels the weight of the moment. A moment later, the old man sighs and the heavy atmosphere finally starts to lift. He knows Wo-chan has a deal with the merchant group, so teaching Wudang is off the table for now. Apparently, that annoying monk already told him everything. It is a real shame, but there is nothing they can do. It is time to train, but Wo-chan asks if it is really necessary, which immediately makes the elder furious. The elder snaps at him, and you and I are definitely going to want to see how he explains this one without getting into even more trouble. Wait, you're saying you can fulfill my request without breaking that vow? Yunshu asks, totally confused. What? How is that even possible? All right, stick with me here. Wu Jun suggests opening a clinic in nearby Guehyun, just 200 li away from here. Being so close makes commuting easy. Yunshu nods along, finally realizing there actually is a clever way to make this work. Honestly, this was all part of Wu Jun's plan. After all, isn't Deong Mountain the home of the troublesome Juk clan? This is the perfect legal excuse to plant roots in their territory and keep an eye on the Demon Emperor's coming war. I'll notify the main hall and the Heavenly Flow Merchant Group myself, Wu Zhen says, while Yunshu voices his anxiety. I truly appreciate the sentiment, but are you sure they will actually agree to something like this? Wu Zhen tilts his head. Who would oppose healing people on our side? Never turn away a chance to save a life. Strong or weak, once you are in pain, everyone is just another patient who needs help. Hearing this, Yunshu is moved by his lack of prejudice. No wonder Hyun Guang chose this kid. Too bad he's not mine. Accepting the situation, the old man gets back to the main point. You've got one incredibly stubborn spirit, kid. Did you know Wudang's first lesson is having a strong mind for you? That'll be easy. Ready to start the real lesson? Now pay attention because he's about to teach him Tai Chi. Wuzhen is stunned. Wait, Tai Chi. Exactly. You've seen the basics during sparring sessions, but that was just the surface level of the art. A sect's core technique isn't easily mastered even if it's palm arts instead of swordplay. Wu Zhen flinches, he knew all along. He wasn't just watching the match, he was analyzing everything. Yunshu takes a stance. I'll teach you through direct combat sparring. Wu Zhen gets hyped. Being taught by the strongest master in the world is definitely going to be useful for him. I'll give it my absolute best, he shouts. The three of them exchange a few quick words before starting. Chengxiu, I called you here for the experience too, since you wanted a rematch with Wu Zhen anyway. Master knows him well. But Wu Zhen is curious. You're one of the three great sword masters. Why would you teach me Tai Chi instead? Yunshu sighs. Wudang isn't just about swords, but don't expect me to be gentle like that wandering little monk. You know what that means, right? Don't hold back and attack me with everything you've got. Wu Zhen and Zhengxiu take their stances ready to face Yunshu. All right then, here we come. The sparring match drags on, but in the end, neither of them can even graze the old man. Wu Chen collapses totally exhausted. This is just insane. It's completely impossible. Against great uncle Hyun Guang, he at least landed a touch. Here it's like trying to grab a wet bar of soap. You and I can see it. He's completely outclassed. Everything is dodged, countered, and read. It's like Yunshu is looking several steps ahead. Yunshu rests his sword on his shoulder. Well, feels like you're fighting against a gentle flowing stream, doesn't it? When neutralizing an attack, observation is key. First, you must be able to read your opponent's every movement. Second, feel their chi. Third, read their intent. That's why your actions were completely transparent to me. While talking, Yunshu casually hops onto Zhengshu's head as he tries a sneak attack from behind. He pushes off, landing lightly while sending Zhengshu tumbling. The final step is learning to read the entire world. Even I haven't fully mastered this realm. The world is vast beyond imagination, so you must experience it all. Even if the world you know changes, you must have the ability to adapt and respond. Because no one knows when or where something will happen. Knowing the future is great, but not everyone is an enlightened monk. So while you're here at Wudang, I'll put my heart into teaching you Tai Chi, the spirit and the essence of Wudang, using your softness to overcome the hardness of your foe. Seeing Yunshu's overwhelming aura, Wuchen has no choice but to agree. I'll learn everything I can. Wuchen learns Tai Chi from the master, while the others study the philosophy of soft overcoming hard. Then one day, a group of Wudang disciples approaches them looking incredibly shy and Muru and awkward about something. What are you guys practicing right now? Can we join in too? Wujen is absolutely thrilled to help. 10 days pass since Shaolin and Wudang started training together, successfully waking up the athletic cells of the Wudang sect. Wujen watches with the mixed feelings of joy and worry. Why does this whole scene feel so familiar to him? Why has martial arts practice suddenly turned into a hardcore gym session? This is getting weird. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a total sect transformation. It's wild, but even the high level masters are starting to truly acknowledge us now. Alright, you and I are about to see how proving your strength and fixing wrists can win over every heart in the martial world. That trio who hated Shaolin, yeah, their attitude has completely flipped now. They are huddled together talking. All we need to do is focus on the orthopedic treatment and the heat therapy. Wait, there is something else too. It looks like those techniques must be combined together perfectly. Word is that technique is part of the legendary medical arts. Once the clinic opens, things get serious. Either way, it is clear that Shaolin's medical skills are anything but useless. Vo Chan is secretly thrilled. If he finishes their treatment at the clinic, their bond will be unbreakable. 10 days of training between Shaolin and Wudang fly by, giving both sides plenty of time to truly understand each other. Finally, the day for Shaolin to leave Wudang has officially arrived. It is hard to say goodbye. Tuekan stands forward to represent Shaolin and take his leave from Wudang. Ha ha ha. We feel the same. They say every parting leads to a reunion. We will meet again soon. If there is a meeting, there is a parting. But Vochan reminds them that his new clinic opens next week. For those with unfinished treatments, just come by the new facility to complete your healing process. Tringtu laughs and thanks him. He wishes he had asked for more tools while they still had time. There is still so much to learn and so many things left to teach each other. Now pay attention here. Vochan and Chintu stand face to face, agreeing to settle their score in 18 months at the Great Dragon and Phoenix Gathering. You're going to want to see that showdown, right? If Vochan goes, then I am definitely in. Let's both get stronger so we can have a real showdown. Vochan does not hesitate. Trintu, you better train hard, then I will see you at the gathering. The Wudang disciples watch them leave in shock. Do they really have to head back home like that? That is definitely a unique way to train. And just like that, the group finally returns to Shaolin Temple. After coming home from the exchange, the four guardians find their masters waiting with special tests for their growth. Fapuin sees Tuekan and immediately greets his master. Oh, everyone is back already. Is that thing I asked for? Reddy Voluat is looking at something in front of him with pure excitement. But in the end, I actually pulled it off. Tuekan and Fap Huyen tell them to look closely. Voluat, this is what you call a leopard? He screams out in excitement. Wow, a real leopard is amazing. Over at Master Tu Dam's place, he is busy training Wokung. You've done an incredible job so far. You have learned the Buddha's palm. A firm will and an unshakable heart are the foundation of our arhats. Using softness to overcome strength at Wudang helped you awaken. Now stay steady and keep becoming even more powerful. Hard work will never betray you. Go and become the strongest. Meanwhile, we shift over to the exorcism team base. Tukwan is giving Vulcan his usual brutal beating. You're lasting longer than before. Not bad at all. This is one of the 72 supreme arts I have been practicing. The Vajra demon subduing fist, remember it. He basically just admitted he's been spying on the technique. Why are your actions more devious than mine, huh? Fine, since you have the basics down from now on, we start combat training using the Vajra fist. Tukan shouts and jumps right back into the training session. Vokin lets out a shocked, loud scream. Let's pause for a second. While the others struggle with the basics, Wo-chan is already off on his own, meditating deeply in high places. He focuses on his entire body, his own martial arts, iron claw, tai chi, and his newly enhanced physical strength. Everything is progressing smoothly, but in his mind, it is still just not enough. He cannot be satisfied yet. No matter where he goes, he keeps meeting these incredibly talented and powerful experts. The members of the Heavenly Flow Merchant Group are definitely no pushovers either. To stop the dark forces coming in the future, he must win that item at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. Suddenly, Huyan Kuang's voice rings out, making Wo-chan jump. It sounds like you have a lot on your mind. I might have a very interesting supreme technique to teach you. Wo-chan stumbles as he tries to stand. Grandfather, when did you get here? Haha, since your friends are all learning secret skills, I am here. When you release power, if the distance is too great, the energy weakens and loses its form halfway there. There is a technique that lets you keep the exact shape you want even from a very long distance. Huyen Kuang points one finger forward. A beam of light shoots out, piercing through the forest and soaring high into the sky, and that's where we leave it. You and I just witnessed the legendary 100-step divine punch. Grandfather is about to teach the secret, and trust me, you don't want to miss it. With this in hand, the Dragon Phoenix Assembly should definitely help you achieve whatever you are planning, shouldn't it? Stick with me, you are about to see Wo-chan's eyes light up like a happy puppy. Master, please teach me martial arts. But then he stops and thinks, wait a second, did I ever actually mention anything about the Dragon Phoenix Assembly to Grandpa before? I never said I wanted to join. How does he know, just like Van Hu mentioned, did Grandpa also transmigrate here to Bauke? Cut to the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters inside a room packed with high ranking officials and powerful leaders. They are catching up, noting how long it has been since everyone gathered like this. Is everyone doing well these days? So, what is the reason for this emergency meeting? Asks a familiar man standing at the head of the long table. Now, watch closely. He has news about the upcoming assembly and some very suspicious moves recently coming from the Shaolin monks. This is Elder Jia Cat from the famous Jia Cat family. He is dead serious, and honestly, the rumors are already spreading. If Shaolin keeps acting out of line, the Central Plains will fall into chaos. We must find a way to restrain them. 38 years ago, when the demon cult invaded the righteous sects, formed this martial arts alliance to fight back against them. After nearly a year of brutal and bloody warfare, they finally drove the cult forces out and kept the alliance active to handle any similar threats in the future. Luckily, nothing major has happened since then, so they rarely gather outside of the massive Dragon Phoenix assembly events. But after getting an urgent message from the Jiakat family, every major player has come out of hiding once again. Jiakat Hien signals the start. We need to wake up and stay sharp. Watch every single move Shaolin makes on their own. The crowd looks skeptical. We heard they are just opening some medical clinics for basic physical therapy. Are you really worried about Shaolin doing charity work? Don't most of those profits go straight to helping the poor and needy? Jia Cat Hien shuts that down fast. Shaolin is expanding their business everywhere, and they are partnering with the Tien Lu Merchant Group. That sends a shockwave through the room. What, they are working with the Tien Lu Merchant Group? Wait, isn't the Tien Lu Merchant Group one of the five biggest merchant groups in the entire world? Shaolin is also getting cozy with the Wudang sect, even opening a clinic in Ko County, right in the Wudang sect's backyard. A medical clinic as part of a secret alliance. They're all members here. Yet, they didn't say a single word to us. You and I see the doubt growing, and Jia Kathian is ready to pour fuel on the fire. Surely many of you in this alliance feel something is wrong with the way Shaolin has been behaving lately. I believe Shaolin is building a new power center with themselves at the middle. We need a counter strategy ready to go. If the nine great sects are teaming up, then we should form our own union of the five great families instead. Switching gears to the younger generation's meetup, Chan Hai is enjoying the view when someone suddenly calls out her name, Jia Cat Sister. An adorable girl in blue tackles her from behind, giving Chan Hai a massive heart attack. What is going on here? It is little sister Duong. She is pouting, complaining about how boring it is and how she just wants to stay with her. The alliance hasn't met in ages, and everyone is just busy sucking up to that famous genius Nam Kung Trantien. I can't stand these losers. I wish they would all just explode and die. Good thing you don't care about him at all, sister. In my eyes, you are way better anyway. Is brother Namkung really the only favorite to win the whole thing? Chan Hai just gently pats the little girl's head with a knowing smile. To me, Namkung is just a stepping stone. For this assembly, I've got my eyes on a different opponent. Her gaze turns soft. Little Duong starts thinking hard. If it's someone on Namkung's level, could it be the Wudang sword dragon or maybe Priest Rintu, but Chan He just walks off. Seeing that strange reaction, Duong goes full detective mode. It's not Namkung and it's not Priest Rintu either. That look in her eyes, it is how a girl looks when she is head over heels. Who is the guy who turned our cold sister into a smitten teenager? I have to know his name. Meanwhile, let's head back to the Shaolin temple. Late at night, Wo-chan is deep in thought about Wan Hu's prophecy. If only we could all see the future like that enlightened monk. This world is much bigger and more incredible than I ever imagined. We have to experience more to be ready even when the world we know starts to shift beneath our very feet. He starts writing furiously. Wan Hu might not have known what I'd do, but he gave me the push I needed to decide. Trust me, you and I are about to see Wo-chan stop just surviving and start chasing his own destiny. Alright, you and I are watching our main character grow fast. But now he has to worry about the butterfly effect and making this reality even better than the novel. From the records of the Demon Lord to the Chronicles of Shaolin, he has every major martial arts manual right here in his hands. He has gathered every single piece of crucial information and plot detail from the novel that he can remember. Even though his memories are starting to fade, they still serve as a perfect guide for what comes next. Being in this world was no accident, and he must use his future knowledge to save as many people as he can. As the assembly nears, he is lost in thought until he suddenly notices a presence nearby and jumps, asking his grandfather just how long he has been standing there. Huyen Kwang slowly approaches with a chuckle, saying he came out for fresh air since he could not sleep, and asks if the boy has finally made his big decision. He tells him that as long as there are no regrets, it is fine, making Wo-chan realize that his master knew the truth all along. The old man gives him one last instruction to return to the Shaolin Temple once this entire mission is finally over. He has so much more to share with him, and Wo-chan respectfully promises to visit as soon as his work is done. The white ancestor remains firm, saying he is eagerly awaiting the results. Now pay attention because the sects are finally heading out to the legendary Dragon Phoenix Assembly and everyone is buzzing with excitement. This place is absolutely packed with people, and Wokung curiously asks Wo-chan why he decided to sign up for the Junior Rising Star category instead of something higher. Wokung acts like it is no big deal, claiming he just wants everyone to witness his true strength during the tournament. He tells Wo-chan to hit the gym if he is jealous, which immediately makes Wo-chan snap back, asking if his physique is really that bad. Wokung jokes that it definitely is not better than his, while their leading master just laughs and tells them both to knock it off. Usually this place is pretty quiet, but the martial arts competition has brought in massive crowds from every corner of the land. This prestigious monk is Master Hien Huyen, the Shaolin representative and the man in charge of running the entire Dragon Phoenix Assembly. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out, saying there is no better time than now for everyone to show what they are truly capable of. He tells them to give it their all before heading to the manor, but Wo-chan spots a familiar face. Is that Taoist Chintu? Hearing his name, Chintu spins around and beams with joy the moment he realizes exactly who is calling out to him. He greets Wo-chan, warmly noting how long it has been, while Wo-chan asks the master for a moment to go speak with his friend. The master agrees and tells him to catch up later, allowing Wo-chan to walk over and ask his friend how he has been lately. Wo-chan can sense that his friend has made massive progress, and Chintu is more than happy to return the greeting. He says he is fine, but notes that Wo-chan looks way stronger, barely recognizing Volot Vokin and Vokung since he has no idea what they did. Wo-chan just gives a small smile, mentioning that they happen to run into quite a few special circumstances during their recent travels. Suddenly, Chintu awkwardly points to the side, asking if Wo-chan knows the person who has been staring at them this entire time. Wo-chan realizes it is Lady Chun-hai and wonders why she looks so familiar as he prepares to greet her properly. He asks if she has been doing well, and Chun-hee is secretly screaming inside because he was the one who approached her first. She struggles to keep her cool while telling Wo-chan that he seems to have become much more powerful since they last saw each other. I know what you are thinking. Girls can be a real mystery, especially when he notices Lady Tuyet Hua hiding behind a wall and asks where her companions are. Chen Hai gives him a slightly forced and awkward response. She claims her sect went ahead to the manor while she just wanted to stop and see some friends, insisting she is not actually close with those people. The people following her begin to whisper, wondering if that guy in the orange robes is from Shaolin and how he knows Chintu. They notice how close Lady Gia Cat seems to be with that strange looking monk, and they are starting to get really worried about it. It seems she prefers those monks over them, which is bad news for their senior Hongso Nut, who is completely obsessed with her. Hongso Nyat thinks back to a conversation he had with Dung Teo Mui, remembering the day she came to find him with some news. She called out to him. She tells him she has something to discuss, asking who finally stole the heart of the icy Lady Gia Cat, though she won't know for sure until the assembly. Word is that the mysterious man will be competing this time, and everyone is dying to know who this guy actually is. Remembering those words, a wave of pure jealousy washes over him as he wonders who could possibly catch her eye like that. He glares at the monk, wondering if this bald guy really thinks he can make a move on the woman belonging to the Manhwa divine dragon. He cannot take it anymore and steps forward to ask what kind of interesting conversation the famous heroes are having without him. The moment Junhee sees him, her expression turns cold as ice, and she asks with clear annoyance why he is even showing his face around here. Poor guy, you and I see is heartbreaking as he wonders why the monk gets a warm welcome while he gets only a cold shoulder. All right, you and I are about to dive into a story where an arrogant genius meets a monster in disguise. He hides his sadness, walking up with a fake grin. Greetings, I am Hong Soil, the divine dragon of Mount Hua. Jongsu looks surprised. Oh, so you are the famous divine dragon of Mount Hua? Vochan introduces himself awkwardly. It is truly an honor to finally meet someone of your status. I am Vochan, a humble disciple of the Shaolin Temple. The world usually refers to me by the nickname the Handless Boy. Hearing that name, Hong So Il immediately radiates mocking bloodlust. So your name is Vochan, well, that is certainly something. But honestly, I have never heard of that name or that title before. It looks like the great Shaolin has truly fallen into decline these days. Vochan is startled by the sudden insult. The followers behind Hong So-il start appearing one by one, joining in to ridicule the monk. Wait, isn't the handless boy just some medic who travels around? Why would a mere doctor show up at the Dragon Phoenix Assembly? Shouldn't he be busy treating poor people who can't afford real medicine? What is a healer doing at a martial arts gathering? Maybe there was an emergency and he just came to work. Ha ha. The leader looks down at Vochan with pure contempt. So you didn't come here to compete, did you? Vochan stands frozen, not understanding the sudden hostility as more people gather around to watch the spectacle. Judging by the uniforms, they are definitely from the Mount Hua sect. I try to search my memory, but I have never heard of this Hong Soil in the novel. Why is this random jerk starting trouble with me? What could he possibly gain from causing such a scene in a crowded place like this? Suddenly, a bright light erupts from his right. Vo Chan turns to see Jin Hee, who is currently boiling with intense murderous intent. Jin Hee, please calm down, he thinks to himself. She is desperately trying to suppress her rage. At that moment, he feels the same reaction from Jongsu on his left. Vo Chan realizes their loyalty and feels grateful. They are holding back because so many people are watching. She knows if she uses her power here, my reputation would be ruined too. I am lucky to have such good friends. He lets out a confident smirk, making the Mount Hua group jump in surprise. Wait, is he actually laughing right now? Vo Chan covers his mouth, trying to stifle a giggle. Oh, I am so sorry. I just suddenly remembered something really funny. Since this is near the Mount Hua quarters, I apologize for the noise, but to answer your question, yes, I am here to compete. He warmly extends his hand. Names don't really matter until after we fight in the ring, right? Just like you Hong So Il, this lowly, handless boy will do his absolute best. Hong So Il takes his hand, looking confused. What is this weird monk thinking? Doesn't he know that direct physical contact makes it easier for an opponent to read his internal energy? He must be a rookie who doesn't know any better. Feeling smug, he happily grips Vo Chan's hand as a challenge. Pay attention here. This is the exact second this bully realizes he messed with the wrong monk. The moment they touch, he feels it. It is the aura of a violent monster. Terrified Hong So Il pulls his hand away. He quickly turns to leave with Jongsu and Jin Hee. I will be going now. The Mount Hua disciples follow their leader laughing. Senior, he must have run away because he was scared of you. You were so cool, boss. You definitely impressed Lady Jin Hee. She might even be the one to confess her feelings to you first. Hong So Il ignores them, still shaken by what he felt. No, you guys don't understand. That was not a monk. That kind of a monster cannot be a simple priest. That density of energy is equal to Namgong Tran Tien, the greatest genius of our time. Meanwhile, Jin Hee and Jong Su follow Wo Chan, realizing that the previous interaction was completely one sided. That guy wasn't the type to just offer a handshake for no reason. Vo Chan mutters to himself that he couldn't use grappling because too many people were watching. Jongsu and Jinhee look confused. What is this grappling you mention? Realizing he slipped up, he quickly corrects himself. Oh, it's nothing. Just like you two, I am just keeping my word. They both look even more puzzled. Let's pause for a second, look at this place. Talk about a major housing downgrade, right? Wo-chan looks at the dilapidated building and sighs. Wait, is this really the Shaolin Temple's hall? Jongsu and Jin-hee try to comfort him with kind words so he doesn't feel bad. It is very quiet and peaceful, as expected of the simple and humble Shaolin style. Wo-chan doesn't even know what to say. He stands there trying to think of something positive, but it just feels sadder. The two friends awkwardly teleport away to avoid making things worse for him. Well, we will head out first. Now he is left all alone. Wo-chan racks his brain trying to remember the history of this place. If my memory serves me correctly, this place was built by founder Kong Tu-bai after the martial arts alliance was formed. Has it really not been repaired once since then? Even from afar, the Manhwa halls look magnificent. Just you wait. Once this assembly is over, I am going to convince everyone to do a massive deep cleaning of this place. Suddenly, the group of Voluat returns and spots him. Oh, Vochan, you're here? I already finished unpacking all of your luggage. What are you doing? Hin Huin smiles and says, Haha, now that we are ready, let's head to the preliminary rounds. It is time for the grand festival. Everyone, including Vochan, shouts in excitement. Wow, the scale of this event is absolutely massive. Vokung asks what scale even means. Trust me, you and I are just getting started. The real tournament chaos is finally about to begin. The stage is huge, the crowd is wild, and the hype is real. Stick with me because this bet is wild. Vochan speaks up. Everyone, how about another wager? Why is Vokung making that face? What now? Vochan clenches his fist, laying down the terms. For this preliminary round, who can get the most points without using any internal power? Look around, everyone is relying on internal power to pass. Even a dog could do that. Won't using it for these easy tasks just make our skills go backward? You guys don't really want to waste that newly perfected strength on these childish games, right? Haha, don't tell me you can't pass without using your internal power. Everyone gets fired up by his taunts and charges in. Seeing his plan worked, Vochan shouts, Everyone remember your own scores. It is great to be young. The Longfeng gathering brings together all the rising stars who will lead the next generation. These young, maturing prodigies from various sects will finally showcase the skills they have spent years sharpening. Among them, some might become immortals, while others could turn into villains. Now pay attention because the future of this world depends on what they do here. What kind of ending will this gathering create? And how will the grand flow of history be rewritten? Wochan stands before a massive rock, clenching his fist tight. So, all I have to do is leave a mark on this stone. It has been a long time since I used pure physical strength. Let's settle this using the peak power of my prime. Vochan hits the rock with a series of normal punches, using his full physical strength to crack the massive stone. The instructor yells out that he failed. Seeing this, the crowd behind him starts whispering with joy. Look at that, it only cracked a little. Guess we don't need to worry about the Shaolin guys. They probably only eat vegetables and meditate, so they have no strength. Haha, only Woken knows the truth. Shattering a rock like that, using only physical force, is insane. Vochan walks away unbothered. Those idiots who needs internal power for a simple preliminary round like this. You should save your maximum strength for when it really matters. If you guys are so confident, try leaving a mark on that stone with your bare hands. Or bare. Just as he is feeling smug, the instructor's voice rings out again. Next, I invite young Master Dao Nguyen Tien of the Tien Dao sect. Hearing that name, Wo Chan freezes. He slowly turns his head to look. You and I both know that look, it is pure shock. Dao Nguyen Tien, could that person be the one from the memories flashing through his mind? What you said isn't necessarily wrong, but that only applies later when you actually become the world's greatest swordsman. In the novel, the Chan He family and the Black Curtain ended the protagonist's trap early. The protagonist's sword style was known as the number one in the Wicked Path. It was described as a technique you couldn't stop even if you saw it coming. He quietly asked, Instructor, as long as I leave a mark on the rock, it is fine, right? As long as it is visible to the naked eye. The number one wicked expert, the greatest swordsman, the hero of the Bavuong novel, he is Dao Nguyen Tien, the future absolute powerhouse. The protagonist's name has Buddhist roots, meaning one who has attained the ultimate truth. This hero has lived through many eras as a central figure. What are the odds of actually meeting the main character of a completely different story? Down Wei Tian finishes his test and calmly sheathes his sword. The instructor calls the next participant. As he passes Vo Chan, his face is completely expressionless. Vo Chan breaks into a sweat while staring at Down Wei Tian's back. The author of that legend was Ba Vuong Dao Nguyen Tien, the main character of my favorite story by the author Jia Khan. His family is destined for total destruction in the near future. After this gathering, once his clan is gone, he will wake up and start a long journey for revenge. Just thinking about it makes Vochan's entire body tremble uncontrollably. To reach the safe ending of the novel, I should just let everything happen as it was written. That is the only way to trigger his awakening, helping him become the hero who fights the dark forces. But now he isn't just a character, he is alive right here. He is standing right before my eyes. I can't just fold my arms and watch this tragedy happen to the hero I loved as a kid. Right at that moment, the instructors shout that the preliminaries are over, leaving him torn inside. 3 days later, the first round ends, and the Longfeng gathering officially begins. In the first match, a massive guy starts bragging. A man can shoot, but before he can finish, Vo Chan sends him flying with a one punch. Witness the supreme technique of our Shaolin. The referee immediately calls the match with a loud gong. The winner is Vo Chan. The crowd erupts into cheers of pure excitement. Huang Fu Hong lies on the ground, groaning, utterly crushed by a martial arts master. How could a small pawn like you compare to me? So, what do you and I take from this? Even a hero has doubts. Vochan watches his opponent being carried away, wondering if he used too much strength. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character pull off the most insane victory of his life so far. Man, he really had to give it his all to secure that win. He just smiles, saying victory is his, while his friend checks the board for the next big matchup. It is Nam Kung Chen Tien versus Dao Nguyet Tien, and hearing those names makes him freeze in shock. Is he really the strongest young master out of all the descendants here? Others notice he seemed incredibly strange during the match, and our hero knows the storm is finally here. He quickly excuses himself to head over to the Cheonryu merchant group for some private business. Leaving already, he claims he wants to watch, but honestly, he already knows exactly how this fight ends. Of course, he's only saying that to himself. Now, check out this chaos. Everyone is throwing their life savings away on the wrong fighters while the real play moves behind the scenes. My lady, are you sure we are not manipulating these results from the shadows? She quickly shuts that down, reminding them this assembly is for the most righteous and talented heroes to prove themselves. At such a massive, prestigious event, how could anyone even think about cheating? Or is it that you just don't trust our merchant group's reputation? This sharp lady is Lu Tuithua, the top representative for the Cheon Ryu group at this legendary assembly. This tournament is a massive deal hosted by the top descendants and the Martial Arts Alliance, so the crowd is huge. It is basically a giant festival now where people come for fun and merchant groups set up betting stations for profit. While some groups open up inns or food stalls, others get the exclusive rights to handle the official betting. Cheon-ryu traded away every other business right just to secure this one specific deal. They won the total monopoly on betting results, turning them into the official legal bookies for the entire event. Suddenly, her maid whispers that a certain important person is looking for her and she heads off with a smile. Moments later, she meets up with our main character for a very private conversation. She whispers that the group bet a fortune on him, anonymously knowing he is destined to steal the show. He thanks her, promising to live up to every single expectation they have for him. When he asks about his special request, she confirms everything will be delivered the second the tournament ends. The carriage, the disguises, and the travel clothes are easy enough to provide. But she has to ask why on earth would he need a fake identity? And here is the part where you and I realize just how crazy his plan really is. He is actually running away. She nearly screams in shock as the gong rings out, signaling the end of the next fight. Is it over already? Even though he knows the answer, he is still gripping his seat in suspense. Based on the novel, Nam Kung Chen Tien was always going to win this, leaving the other guy in the dust. This loss is the first major wall for Dao Nguyet Tien, the spark that will eventually push him to become a legend. His family's coming tragedy is the next step, but our hero decides it is time to change that fate right now. He says goodbye, telling her they might be seeing a lot more of each other if this works out. And with that, he is gone. Left alone, she starts doing the math, wondering if helping him was the right move. Working together more in the future. That sounds like a dream deal for her, so she is glad she helped him. Meanwhile, the loser of the match is walking away, letting out a long, heavy sigh of defeat. This world is full of monsters, and after losing so fast, he feels like he needs to train 10 times harder. Suddenly, a pair of boots appears right in front of him. He looks up to see the man who crushed his first opponent as our hero asks if he is indeed down with Tian. The guy admits he is impressed by our hero's win, especially since he just suffered a pathetic loss himself. Our main character just shrugs it off, saying he just had some really bad luck with the bracket. Facing a monster like Nam Kung and lasting that long actually proves just how much potential he is hiding. His mood lifts instantly, and trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see where this friendship leads. Let's dive in. You and I are watching a moment where this monk's kindness seems almost too good to be true. Dang Wei says his goodbyes and tries to walk away, but Vo Chan stops him cold with a very strange remark. That scar on your left arm? A wound from swinging a real sword behind your father's back. You suffered in silence, keeping it hidden just to protect your family and your little sister. Nguyen spins around in total shock. How could he possibly know? But Vo Chan is just getting started with these secrets. Your sister is quite the handful, right? She once stole your mooncake made by the First Lady and got caught red handed. The First Lady was so tired of the bickering that she banned mooncakes for 7 whole days. Do you still have a soft spot for them, especially the ones the First Lady makes with her own hands? Suspicion boils over in Nguyen mind. He narrows his eyes and demands to know who this monk really is. Vochan can't even look him in the eye, whispering that his Buddhist path lets him see fate, though he's actually panicking inside. Obviously, he just knows everything from reading the novel. He feels guilty for lying to his childhood hero like this. But to save Nguyen from tragedy, Vochan looks him dead in the eye and tells him to listen carefully. Now, pay attention here. This is where Vochan reveals that Nguyen's entire clan is facing a brutal massacre very soon. He panics. A clan massacre? What on earth are you talking about? Vo Chan calms him down with a soothing aura, promising there is still a way to change this dark destiny with his help. Nguyen repeats the prophecy in disbelief. My entire family lineage is about to be wiped out, everyone killed, and then I will walk through a living hell alone, gaining ultimate power but forced into total solitude. Can such a thing really be true? Vo Chan puts on a dramatic act of sorrow, insisting that while reading fates is forbidden, this disaster is definitely coming. Nguyen tries to connect the dots as fast as he can. He knows about my sister, my mother, even the secret source of my wound. He knows everything like it is written down. Is it real? Is the Shaolin sect so powerful they can actually see the future? Terrified, he begs for a way to change his fate. Please, I beg you to tell me what to do. Vo Chan sighs in relief. Luckily, the future hero is still humble and pure hearted, so he starts to explain. I want to help, but our paths must diverge for now. Instead, I will give you the tools to forge your own strength. Nguyen stares in awe at what Vo Chan is showing him. It is a legendary Shaolin small return pill. Vo Chan carefully hands the precious spirit pill over to the young man. I have also left a letter on how to master and control your internal energy. Let's pause here. This is the moment a legend begins to realize his own potential to change the world. He must push past his limits using sheer willpower to overcome the overwhelming odds and the ceiling of his own talent. Even with the pill, Nguyen is still worried. He fears that even with effort, he might not become strong enough. Seeing his reaction, Bochan pushes him. Do not just work hard, master a single strike to its absolute peak like a monk finding enlightenment through sacrifice. Nguyen wonders if one single move can really stop such a massive catastrophe. Or is this simply the limit of my talent? Vo Chan stays quiet for a moment before speaking from the heart. Talent, huh? I don't know your true ceiling, but if you quit now, you will never unlock the incredible potential hidden inside you. Once you master this technique, you will be able to cleave the very sky itself, a power no one can stop. You can become the number one blade under heaven. With that, Vo Chan heads back to join his brothers. Vo Kung is waiting and asks what took him so long since the match has already started. He makes up a quick lie about stopping at a shop and then using the restroom. Vo Chan worries. He gave him the pill and the advice, but now Nguyen has to walk the rest alone. He looks fragile as he leaves, but his eyes are burning with a new fire of determination. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see this next fight. All right, you and I are about to watch a total masterclass in martial arts beatdowns. The energy from her fan is sharper than ever. She has grown terrifyingly strong in such a short time, and her movements are more graceful and fluid than he ever imagined. It is clear she has been training her close quarters combat skills with everything she has. Our team member is absolutely incredible. Meanwhile, Shi is relentlessly pinning her opponent against the wall. Hong So Il is struggling just to survive her wave of attacks. He thought he was lucky not to face the monk or Namgong, but he never expected the gap between him and the Zhuge lady to be this massive. Just what on earth has happened over these last few years? In a panic, Hong So-il leaps high and strikes with his plum blossom technique, but Junshi dodges it without breaking a sweat. Capitalizing on his opening, she spins and delivers a brutal kick right to his face, making him scream before following up with another heavy blow. Right then, the crowd members who bet their money on Jen Shi start cheering and shouting in pure excitement. Hong So-il is crushed after only a few moves. Jen Shi turns her back, asking if he really dared to provoke her with such pathetic skills. Now watch closely because a desperate sneak attack is about to change the whole vibe. She senses the bloodlust, ducks his blade, and slides back to create distance. He trembles as he stands back up, promising that the plum blossoms of Manhwa bloom twice and he will make her remember this painful battle for the rest of her life. But the very next thing she says makes his heart skip a beat in the worst way possible. I do not care about your selfish feelings. She steps closer with a look of pure disdain. Did you really think I was blind to your obsession? Hearing that, he stands stunned and asks why she is only ever friendly toward that monk. Is it really just because he is some righteous guy who does not care about personal gain or loss? Zhenxi just sneers. That is meaningless. The truth is, I only have eyes for those who are stronger than me. Infuriated, he charges forward again. He pours every last drop of his strength into his final move, the sky flying plum blossom strike. Dozens of energy blades fly toward her, but she weaves through them effortlessly and closes the distance in a flash. Fine then. If you can show me a truly heroic side, I will grant whatever request you have, priest. Hearing her promise, his mind fills with perverted thoughts. Let's be real, we both knew this guy was a total creep. Anything I want. Really anything. In that moment, she grabs his leg and her voice turns ice cold. Can you see the situation clearly now? You are in the middle of a fight, yet your mind is wandering to trash. Fall down. She slams him into the ground and walks away. I plan to end this quickly. Your moves were already countered long ago by the very monk you claim to hate so much. Zhen Shi feels a surge of joy. She never thought she would actually get to use the technique she learned from Wu Zhen. They say a couple's hearts beat as one. She looks down at the pathetic man who was countered while trying to use his own secret skill, his internal energy backfiring. The winner of this match is definitely going to be me. Then she leans down to whisper in his ear, before they carry your broken body away, let me make one thing clear. Unlike the people who look at me with filthy eyes, Wuzhen sees me as a true warrior and an equal. That is why I value him. You are nothing more than a pig. Next time you see me try oinking instead of talking like a human. It suits a person like you much better. Hearing these poisonous words from the woman he loved, Hong So-il sinks into a deep pit of despair and utter humiliation. The crowd in the stands erupts into endless cheers and applause for her victory. The winner is Zhuge Zhenxi. Wu Zhen watches from below, feeling proud because he knew she would win from the start. Lady Zhenxi, this is the true power of the sky-breaking palm. It proves that his words were never just a joke. Thanks to their tireless training, everyone who received special instruction from Wu Chen is achieving incredible results at this year's festival. Suddenly, the reputation of Shaolin is skyrocketing. People are realizing they should never look down on the Shaolin sect again. Looking at the brackets is the next match Shaolin 2. It is Tang Sumi of the Tang family versus Wu Chen of Shaolin. Tang Sumi stands below the stage, stretching her muscles and getting ready. This is going to be good. An elder standing behind her gives a stern warning. The rising stars of Shaolin have surpassed our expectations. You must stay on high alert. But she does not care about that. Her only focus is the man who made her sister Junshi fall in love. It will be fine, elder. I have already mastered my aunt's secret technique. She looks toward the Shaolin team with sharp eyes. Facing Shaolin now is the perfect timing. I am going to crush that guy Wuzhen and break his spirit once and for all. That damn monk? Who does he think he is trying to flirt with my sister Junshi? Just you wait, I am coming for you. She thinks back to what Junshi told her before about her real goals. Junshi said Namgung was just practice, and her real goal was someone else. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this monk survives her jealousy. Let's dive in. Tang To Mi just discovered the truth about the man who has Sister Junshi captivated. That orange robe? Is he really a Shaolin monk? This match must crush that guy's arrogant spirit. Who does he think he is eyeing my sister Chenxi? She belongs to me alone. Fuming, she leaks a murderous aura that catches his attention. Why is she staring at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Suddenly, the referee's voice rings out. The 12-man tournament finally begins. Vo Chan finally sees her face clearly. One moment murderous, the next emotionless. She is truly hard to read. Suddenly, she flashes a sweet smile, using every feminine charm while tucking her hair back. He's just confused. Huh. Tang Tomi skips around him, acting all friendly. Greetings, brother Vo Chan. I've heard so much about you. Vo Chan stands there, awkward. Oh, Lady Tiagajan, she wait. Why is she suddenly changing the subject? Vo Chan, do you know what was Sister Chen Shi and Priest Hong Sonya just talking about? Confused, he replies he doesn't care and wants to fight. She counters that she only likes strong opponents. When he awkwardly acknowledges her, hearing the atmosphere around her suddenly shifts and becomes heavy. You know what, I feel the same. She leans in and pokes her finger against his abdominal muscles. You saw that right, she actually pokes his solid muscles, and a terrified Vochan has to stumble back. But she keeps pressing him. How did you train to get like this, showing off your strength everywhere, huh? Isn't that right, Vochan? She lifts his chin. He turns pale and tries to warn her. She presses her body against his, whispering that she wants to see his true power for herself. Even if it's not a martial arts technique, it doesn't matter. The crowd goes wild, especially the men, while Chen Shi and Tuyet Hua watch in a total panic. Is this a honey trap? What is she doing in broad daylight? This is absolute madness. Shen Shi remembers rumors about her secret skill, a charm that has seduced countless monks and priests. Could such a shameful trick actually work on Vochan? What are we supposed to do now? Vochan raises his hand and she thinks she's won. See that, sister? This is what a man is. She fakes a scream. Ah, everyone's looking. Why are you touching me like such a creep? Now pay attention because you and I are about to see this shameful trick backfire completely. Vo Chan suddenly lifts her entire body high into the air and slams her ruthlessly into the ground. Tang To Mi coughs up blood and bile in agony. Vo Chan takes full control, pinning her hands down. Vo Chan raises one hand high as the referee shouts, "The winner is the young hero Vo Chan." She's stunned. Impossible. He was clearly poisoned, so why is he acting like he's totally fine? She didn't realize that he saw through her scheme and that poison needle while he was on guard. He had been poisoned before and saved by a rare elixir, making him nearly immune to all toxins. Being kind hearted, he steps back to check on her. I lost control of my strength for a moment. Are you all right? She sits up, bewildered. Why do you even care about me after what I did? Don't you think I'm despicable? He doesn't take offense, just gives a goofy smile and takes the blame. Getting poisoned because of my own carelessness isn't something I call despicable. Instead, I learned a lesson. So, thank you. At that moment, she realizes why Janshi fell for him. Silent, she stumbles back to her sister. So that's how it is. Janshi asks if she's okay, but the girl's response leaves her stunned. Tangtomi grins playfully at Janshi. I'm still not completely convinced about him yet, sister. There are still other things to settle. Janshi looks at her confused about how the match ended. Looking into the distance, she says she's withdrawing for now, but she won't give up her sister easily. Meanwhile, doctors treat Vochan. His brothers rush over to check on him after their own matches. Vochan, you okay? We heard you were in bad shape. He tries to reassure them all. Just a bit of fatigue, don't worry. Vokin is concerned without him, they will be short-handed. Trust me, you and I just saw a wild fight and these brothers are just getting started. Let's dive in. Vokin Than noted that the pressure was clearly starting to get to him. Is his next opponent really Master Chintu Vochan climbs the steps with a heavy heart? Can he do it? Standing against Master Chintu, a rival of equal strength. The thought alone is enough to shake anyone. He is stronger now, but Chintu's current power remains a mystery. Despite the fear, Wokong forces himself to stay steady. I must succeed. You can do this. You must become the strongest. Hard work never lies, so there is no reason to be afraid. Those days are over. I have trained until my clothes were soaked in sweat just to catch up, you'll see. Suddenly, Chintu calls out, Wokong, you're finally here. Why so late? I was getting restless waiting for you. Wokong is shocked. Something is wrong. Why is he so relaxed? Does fighting me not stress him at all? Master Chintu's attitude is a total surprise. Looking at him, Wokong feels like he's being completely underestimated. He's fuming. I'll pour every drop of power into this strike. Finally, the referee's voice rings out. Now pay attention. As soon as the signal sounds, the battle explodes with pure intensity. Wokung opens with the legendary Buddha's palm. The crowd roars as the entire arena heats up instantly. Unlike the crowd, Vochan and Wokin are stunned, using an ultimate move right at the start. Chintu is blasted back yards away, but he recovers quickly, charging back at Wokung with pure excitement. That power was absolutely soul-shaking. Wokung ignores him, grabbing Chintu's leg and tossing him again. Chintu just grips his sword and laughs. Ha ha! You are totally different from Vochan. This is exactly what I needed. Show me more. Then take this next strike. They trade massive blows and counters. Chintu is faster dodging lethal strikes while landing several hits on Wokung. It is a close call. Fokung swings wide at Chintu's face, but he ducks just in time to escape. No matter what I throw at him, I can't make fellow Taoist Vokung fall. Vokung fires back, and no matter how I attack, Master Chintu dodges everything right. After a brief clash, Chintu realizes something. It seems you can only use that Buddha's palm with one hand. Your internal energy and mastery aren't quite high enough to unleash that technique with both hands yet. Wokung isn't behind. He has analyzed Chintu too. And what about you, Master Chintu? Your Tai Chi sword transitions feel a bit sluggish to this humble monk today. It looks like you're struggling because that wrist of yours hasn't fully healed yet. The battle turns into a stalemate, draining both of them. They reach their peak states, becoming one with their weapons. One strike, that is all it takes to shatter the mountain known as Vokung. Forged in stillness, a powerful counterattack to stop the raging waterfall known as Chin Tu. Vokung and Chin Tu charge with their remaining strength as a blinding light engulfs the entire Longhoi arena. You and I can feel the heavy tension as Vokin and the others wait for the thick smoke to clear. Covered in sweat, Chintu pans. That was rough. How are you feeling, fellow Taoist? Shaking, he replies, I gave it my all. Standing is hard now. I have lost this one. Chintu surprises him. I have reached my limit too. What? He stands up shakily. With my wrist like this, I should stop and focus on recovery. My journey here ends, but I still wanted to test myself against Volwat and Wokin too. Wokung is stunned. Master Chintu cared more about our fight than the next round. He was not looking down on me or thinking I would be an easy win. He just wanted to face the strongest version of us. I never realized Chintu was that kind of person. My own insecurity made me misjudge him, even with the draw I lost in terms of spirit. Wokung accepts it. I will relay this message to Voluat and Wokin. Until then, focus on healing that wrist. Do you want a rematch too, Vochung? And trust me, you and I just witnessed a classic. The battle ends in a draw, but a legend is born. Alright, you and I are jumping into total chaos as Jiangxiu, the top favorite to win, suddenly quits the festival. The crowd is losing it because their champion just walked away. Shaolin is proving to be a serious threat. That last match ended with a result that was way closer than anyone expected. Thanks to Wu Gong's performance on stage, everyone's eyes are now glued to the Shaolin disciples. That is all well and good, but with the seniors out, Wu Lu has to face off against Wu Chen. He launches a crane strike while panicking about how to win. He thought this would just be a friendly spar like last time. But then again, facing someone like Wu Chen has its own perks. The other opponents were way too easy to beat, which was honestly getting a little boring for him. Wu Lu moves as free as the wind, not even realizing how high his own skill level has reached. Wu Chen freezes. Wait, is that the snake style? Shifting from crane to snake in a heartbeat, he changes moves instantly. Wu Lu drops low on all fours and zips past Wu Chen like a blur. Wu Chen is rattled by the insane speed as Wu Lu circles him constantly. He waits for a single opening and then swings a heavy fist. He lands a jitanabam, direct punch right into Wu Chen. He even shouts that leopard style is fun. Wu Chen grunts through the pain, amazed at how his brother swaps between styles so fluidly. The connection between his martial arts is so seamless that it is impossible to find a gap. It feels like fighting three beasts at once. If Wu Lu actually manages to master every single style in the book, how terrifying would he become? Meanwhile, Wu Lu is using every ounce of his strength to hold his ground. Suddenly, his master's words echo in his mind. Wulu, if you ever face an unbeatable wall at the festival, I want you to try using this specific technique. Now watch closely with me. It might be a bit early to teach you this, but having a hidden trump card is always better than nothing. The fourth form of Shaolin 5 styles the tiger. Wuzhen watches in pure horror as a massive aura erupts from Wulu's body. That right there is the fierce tiger strike. Wuzhen knows he can't dodge a tiger like this. He has to meet it with raw power to cancel it out. Fists and beasts collide with a massive bang. Wu Chen manages to blow him back, but Wu Lu's grace is on another level as he sticks the landing perfectly. Wu Chen stares down at his trembling hand in shock. This is the first time he's used real chi at the festival and Wu Lu is still standing. Wait a second, since when did he learn the tiger style? This is getting much more intense than I ever imagined. Wu Lu is progressing so fast. Wu Chen tells him to keep going, but Wu Lu suddenly just flops onto the ground and surrenders. I know what you're thinking. Is it over already? Yeah, he's totally out of internal energy. Wu Chen just stands there completely stunned. What kind of victory is this? He walks over feeling more confused than happy and asks how his brother even learned that tiger move. Wu Chen pulls him up as Wu Lu explains the master promised to catch a real tiger for him to train with after the festival. Wu Zhen's heart skips a beat when he hears that crazy plan. Are you really going to catch a live tiger, Master? The referee finally shouts across the arena that Wu Zhen is the winner. The first round of the Dragon Phoenix Festival officially ends here. Shaolin has just proven they have the most overpowered new generation in the world. That day, every martial artist present started thinking seriously about the future of the righteous sect. The four Shaolin disciples put on such an incredible show that they left a permanent mark on everyone's memory. By the time the first round was over, they were famous across the land as the legendary Shaolin Four Monks. But as night falls, the shadows take over. The villains whisper to each other that their master plan has already started to go wrong. The winner was supposed to be from Wudang or the Nam Kung family. Instead, a giant kid from Shaolin just crushed a top candidate. Shaolin's strength is way beyond our estimates. The championship prize was meant for Wudang or the Namkung clan only. Damn it. Even with Wudang out, they aren't too worried. No matter how strong Shaolin gets, nobody can ever hope to surpass Namkung Trantien. To them, that man is nothing short of a monster. The Namkung family holds absolute power as the number one clan in the world. For years, they have sat at the very top, acting like royalty, while looking down on the common people below them. The heir to all that prestige and power is none other than Nam Kung Trantien. The entire world looks at him and calls him the greatest genius the Nam Kung family has ever produced. People claim he is a monster born from pure strength and status. His upcoming match with Chenshi, the outcome is already a foregone conclusion. And just like that, the referee announces Namkung Trantien as the easy winner. The official tells him he has another match coming up and suggests he should go down to rest and recover. But Trantien is just bored with the whole thing. He tells them to just send the next opponent up right now. Trust me, we're about to see a massacre. All right, you and I are about to watch a monster take the stage. Chunhee looks up in a daze, wondering if Namkung Trantien even broke a sweat during their fight. He didn't even take a single breath to rest. I worked so hard to challenge the great Vochun, but I couldn't even stand my ground. Pardon me. Vochun watches from below, stunned that even a fighter like Chun-Hee was crushed after just two quick moves. Is this really the overwhelming power of the strongest genius in the current Murim Alliance generation? He didn't even step off the stage. Talk about being born with a golden spoon. What are we supposed to do now? Vokin is up next. I just hope his will isn't shattered by that man's sheer arrogance. But when Vochan looks over, his friend is already gone. Suddenly, they see Vokin standing there with his staff looking absolutely thrilled. With two explosive steps, he leaps right onto the center of the arena. Namkung Chantien feels the shift in the air. Finally, someone interesting has shown up. Can you actually give me a real challenge? Vokin rushes forward with a wide grin. I don't know what's going through your head, but I can feel how exciting you are. The next match between Vokin and Namkung Chantien begins with a bang as the crowd erupts into wild, deafening cheers. Wow, who knew a quiet Shaolin disciple would finally step out into the light like this? Could it be that the invincible Namkung Chantien has finally met an opponent truly worthy of his blade? This guy is making my blood boil. Referee, can we please just start the fight already? Since it's young Master Namkung's request, it's perfectly valid. Vokung and Volwat rush up in a panic, asking what on earth is happening. I thought he finally learned how to control his wild nature. Why is it exploding out of him so violently right now? But Vochan's calm reply makes them both freeze. Wait, what do you mean? He just wants to test himself. He wants to see exactly how wide the gap is between his own strength and Namkung Trantien. The very moment Namkung Trantien decides to end the battle, Voking launches a devastating punch. His diamond demon subduing fist aims straight for the face. But Namkung simply tilts his head to dodge before swinging his sword in a lethal, blinding arc. Now, watch this part closely because what happens next is about to leave even Namkung Trantien stunned. Voken is completely unharmed after that strike. He jumps onto his staff, actually praising his opponent's power. Ha, that was like a bolt of lightning. Namkung retorts that Vokin is as fast and slippery as a damn monkey. Vokin just chuckles. Agile as a monkey, huh? Well, that's usually Volot's specialty, but I'll take it as a compliment. Without another word, he dives back into the heat of the battle, fighting with everything he's got. But Namkung Trantien just stands his ground, blocking every strike effortlessly before unleashing his 10 sword styles technique. Dozens of blades rain down on Voking at once, but he maneuvers through into the chaos and leaps directly behind Namkung. Vokin bites down on his staff hands, moving in a blur of sacred seals. He's actually trying to mimic Namkung's legendary 10 sword styles. The genius swordsman scowls in irritation. This guy actually dares to copy my own signature techniques right in front of me. Wokin pours every ounce of his strength into this one strike, but even as he attacks, fear starts creeping into his mind. What do I do? I've countered him with his own moves, but it feels like absolutely nothing has changed. You and I can feel his desperation here. That massive power gap is finally weighing on his soul. Is that other kid the only one with a chance? For a split second, he thinks of his other self, but Nam Kung Tran Tien has already closed the distance with a lethal thrust. With a loud crack, Wokin uses his bare hands and his staff to block that deadly incoming strike. But Namkung Chantian just sneers. A Shaolin disciple, is this really all you're capable of? What a disappointment. I've lost all interest, so let's end this little game right here and now. Hearing every single one of those insults, Wokin finally snaps. He crushes his staff into splinters and unleashes his unfinished diamond technique with a furious roar, screaming that he won't let this end. Nam Kung Chan Tien calmly raises his blade before his eyes. Even if you're better than most, I'm going to show you something truly special. The Emperor's sword style first formed the Emperor's heavenly stance. The moment Nam Kung's ultimate strike connects, Wokin actually smiles before finally collapsing. A massive explosion of wind and energy suddenly erupts across the entire arena. The stadium falls into a suffocating silence as everyone watches the smoke. Vokung is literally trembling with pure terror. What kind of terrifying power is this? Volwat cries out in fear, suddenly realizing something. Wait, what happened to Brother Vochan? Vochan has vanished into thin air. Vokung looks around, frantically shouting, Hey, where did that kid go at a time like this? Right at that moment, the thick clouds of a dust on the stage finally begin to clear. In a flash, Vochan appears to save his friend, stopping Namkung's sword dead in its tracks. Trust me, you and I just witnessed one hell of a save. Stick with me because things are getting heated. Namkung glares at Vochan, demanding answers. Vochan explains he had no choice because of Wokin's inner demons. Namkung is absolutely livid. Do you have any idea what happened after he recklessly charged straight into my attack? He dared to release such killing intent at me. His eyes were wild and he aimed right for my heart. Do you really think bringing a weapon of slaughter into this match is right? Vochan struggles to explain, hoping to calm Namkung Tranthian's temper. That killing intent was born from his inner demons, and I managed to stop it before things went too far. We're facing off in the finals anyway, so if you're unhappy, let's just settle it then. Once we're in the ring, nobody will stop us. Namkung Chanthian realizes that dragging this argument out won't change anything at all. He sheathes his sword and growls, You better make it to the end because I'm going to crush your cheap confidence and that monster too. High above the arena, a massive man walks out and asks, So are these the final contestants for the match? The two guards spot him and immediately cry out, Oh, has the Martial Arts Alliance leader finally arrived? You must be incredibly busy, yet you still managed to make it here? The Alliance leader growls back, Is it even possible for me to skip out on the Dragon and Phoenix Festival that I personally organized? The three of them trade words about the tournament, surprised that Shaolin is the last sect standing. But can they actually take down the legendary Namkung family? No junior could ever surpass the young master Namkung. Suddenly, the Alliance leader steps closer to the guards and looks down. Oh, so you've bet all your money on young master Namkung. Let me give you some free advice. He pats the guard's shoulder with a smug look. Don't be so sure that the Namkung family is guaranteed to win. Life is unpredictable, and nobody is guaranteed victory until the final second. Now watch closely with me. Who will claim the title of dragon this year? Will it be the super rookie monk Vo Chan from the legendary Shaolin Temple on Mount Tai? Or will it be Nam Kung Trantian of the Nam Kung family, considered the strongest of all juniors? Don't miss a single moment. The final match has finally arrived. Vo Chan keeps his head completely cool as he faces off against Nam Kung Trantian. The referee shouts, Begin! As soon as the word drops, a storm erupts, and the wind is so strong it blows the crowd backward. Vokung and the others hold their breath as the ultimate showdown finally starts. It's a clash between Vochan and Namkung Tranthian. Usually, in a fight between a sword and bare hands, the blade has the advantage. But Vochan is different. His punches hit like cannon fire, easily matching the lethal edge of Namkung Tranthian's sword. The battle is so explosive that the entire arena floor begins to crumble. Suddenly, Namkung Tranthian speaks up. This festival is much different than I expected. Vochan just looks confused. Namkung spits out his resentment. Ever since I picked up a sword, nobody has ever blocked my techniques. I've never known fear. I honestly thought this entire tournament would be exactly the same, but I was dead wrong. Now pay attention here. Yesterday that crazed monk dared to attack me, and today you're blocking my blade with your bare hands. It's a massive insult to me. This is the first time in my entire life that I've felt this much shame. Is the world really this wide? Are there truly so many strong people? Fine then, I'll defeat you right here and prove once again that I'm the absolute strongest warrior in this world. Hearing Namkung's insults as he charges Vo Chan feels a bit smug inside. I'll take that as your rude way of acknowledging me, but stop acting superior. You arrogant brat. Vo Chan throws a heavy punch directly at Namkung Chantien. In that instant, a sharp pain shoots through Namkung's entire body. He screams, dropping his only weapon, but quickly manages to regain his composure. He grabs Vo Chan's collar with his left hand while his injured right hand tries to smash into the monk's face. How dare you humiliate me, but Vo Chan isn't going to just take it. He targets the bones in Nam Kung's arm, squeezing with so much force that the noble screams in agony once again. You dare grab my collar! Nam Kung grinds his teeth, reaching back for his sword as he struggles to break free and jump away. Vo Chan won't let him, immediately launching into his mountain-shattering step. At that same moment, Nam Kung manages to grab his sword. Despite the pain, he unleashes the 10 iron sword forms as they clash once more. The battle is lightning fast and incredibly powerful. The crowd watches, unable to believe what they're seeing. I've never seen the young master Namkung struggle this much before. Maybe Shaolin's power has just become that much more terrifying. That might be true, but there's something very different about this specific monk. He's overwhelmingly different from anyone else at Shaolin. You and I just witnessed a monster. Alright, stick with me, because the invincible young master Namgung just met his match. The stadium is packed as thousands watch this legendary battle unfold. Vochan grabs Namgung Jintin with both hands, muscles bulging, and slams him into the arena floor with bone-crushing force. The impact is devastating. Namgung has serious internal injuries, and he cannot stop himself from coughing up blood. Desperate, Namgung forces himself up and swings his blade at Vochan, but his face goes pale with shock. Why? Because Vochan just caught that razor-sharp sword with his bare hands? So were you actually aiming for my neck just now? Is he suffering from a mental demon like Woken yesterday? Or is he just panicking because he has never been pushed this far before? Nam Gungjin is completely overwhelmed, feeling like he is being crushed under the sheer weight of Vochan's terrifying power. This pressure is too much. He pulls his sword back and swings again, screaming for his opponent not to look down on him. That Emperor's sword strike echoes through the heavens, but Vochan dodges it effortlessly. He slides under the guard, ready to end this. Fine then, I will send you flying with my 100-step divine punch. Vo Chan unleashes a powerful blow that rivals the Emperor's own signature move, actually overpowering it with even greater force. And just like that, the match is over. You and I both see it. That moment, the arrogant Namgung gets punched right in the face and completely loses the fight. The three brothers, Vo Kung, Vo Luat, and Vo Kin, get another look at their brother's insane god-tier strength. The referee finally snaps out of it and shouts, "The winner is Vo Chan of Shaolin." The Martial Arts Alliance leader laughs, haha. I told you guys, never count anyone out until the very end. Meanwhile, the official who bet against him is crying as his money disappears. The Alliance leader is the one walking away rich today. Is a new dragon rising? Vochan looks at the sky, realizing being equal to others isn't enough. He needs to climb even higher than this. Higher like... Wait. A dark shadow suddenly drops from the sky, heading straight for him. Crash, that old man from earlier appears right in front of Vochan. Congratulations on your victory, young hero. Vochan stares at the old man, finishing his thought from just a second ago. Hire like this guy, Uichi Hawk, one of the 10 legendary masters, and the Fist King of the Martial Alliance. The top brass says a Shaolin victory is just fine for their plans. Shaolin has officially surpassed the Namgung family and claimed the championship title. It seems this win, along with the rise of the Shaolin Divine Monk, has heavily influenced their future decisions. Has the Divine Monk really been reborn? Everything is ready, but are we sure about the reward? Vochan's strength is proven. Now we just need to welcome our newest pawn into the game. After the match, the Dragon Phoenix Society leads Vochan to a secret location. This is where the Martial Alliance trains their elites. The ultimate prize is hidden here, a precious spiritual herb that grew for thousands of years in the frozen wilderness, packed with concentrated yin energy. This is the 10,000-year snow ginseng. With me and the Shaolin guards here, you can use it safely. Just be ready. Once you open the box, the frost energy will leak out, so you should consume it immediately. Vochan follows the instructions. As he grabs the ginseng, a freezing chill surges through his body, making him shiver. Suddenly, a wriggling insect crawls out from the root. Vochan reacts instantly and snatches it up. I know what you're thinking. In the original story, Namgung wasn't a bad person, just a victim who ate this thing. This worm is a deadly trap planted by the demonic cult, the yin-yang parasite. It is a poisonous bug that nests in the host's brain to brainwash them or turn them into an evil puppet. These parasites are raised with dark magic and malicious energy specifically to control people. Once infected, it blends with the host's energy, making it impossible to detect. It controls your body or causes unimaginable pain. Basically, your life is over. They plan to turn the tournament winner into a mindless puppet they could manipulate. But since I am the winner, their plan just failed miserably. After checking the ginseng for more traps, Vo Chan swallows it whole. If the Great Pill is a gift from nature, this snow ginseng is like a pure stream from a frozen mountain. Even slightly damaged, the power is insane. A short while later, after successfully absorbing the essence, Vo Chan slowly walks out of the chamber. His mentor rushes over asking if he's okay. I am fine, Vo Chan replies. Master, thanks to your protection, I could focus. I am grateful. Vo Chan has just gained 15 years of pure internal power. Meanwhile, Uichi Hawk watches from above, a suffocating dark aura radiating from his body as he stares at Vo Chan. So, he absorbed it safely. Good. Go prepare everything. Congratulations again, young hero. Ha ha ha. Uichi Hawk walks away confident, but trust me, you and I know Vo Chan is one step ahead with that parasite evidence. Alright, stick with me because our main character is about to turn a deadly trap into his biggest advantage. This item might just be the key. Gotta grab it first. I already met Dong Wei Tian and powered up. My work at this Longfeng gathering is officially finished. Just one thing left. Over their final dinner before returning to Shaolin, Vo Chan finally reveals his secret escape plan to the brothers. Volot is totally hyped, but the other two look like they have seen a ghost. Pure terror is written all over their faces. Wait, did I hear that right? Am I dreaming? Are you actually serious, Vo Chan? You are going to get this entire group killed. Let us stay in the secular world a bit longer. Hearing the truth twice does not make it any better for the terrified Vokin. Escape running away in the middle of the night, I cannot do that. It is against every single rule that we have ever learned. Unlike the others, Volwat loves the idea and wants to ditch home. Vo-chan just watches them calmly calculating his next move. I cannot carry the legendary Shaolin name alone in the future. You guys are the main characters of this story too. I need you. He starts baiting them into his little revolution. Come on, brothers. Let us walk the path of true enlightenment together out in the world. The high monks reached enlightenment through many different experiences. We should do the exact same thing out here in the real world. Vokung is losing it, screaming about how this is just a plain old escape. Stop repeating the same scary lines we already know. Vokin wants to go, but the thought of his master makes him tremble. If we get caught, Ancestor Tue Kwan will show no mercy. Chan feels a bit bad, but he has to do it. He aims right for Vokin's biggest fears to get him on board. You failed to make the semifinals and could not even control your inner demons. Your master will report every embarrassing detail to the ancestor. If you head back right now, do you honestly think Uncle Tue Kwan will really let you go without a brutal beating? Everything Vo-chan says starts to make perfect sense in Vokin's head. If he's getting a beating regardless, he might as well enjoy freedom first. He turns to Vokung, who is sitting there as stiff as a board, pretending he cannot hear a single word of this conversation. Now, pay attention here. Vo-chan knows exactly which buttons to push. He asks if they have ever seen the elders actually leave the Shaolin grounds. The duty of the 108 Arhats is to guard Shaolin and the library forever. Is that really what you want to do? If you go back and become a third generation disciple, you might never breathe the outside air again. Vo Chung realizes that fate is much worse. Volot is just thrilled, swinging his brothers around in excitement. A group vacation together, this is going to be so much fun. Meanwhile, the other two are still drowning in a long dark panic. They are trying to calculate exactly how many cane strikes they will get. 6,000 strikes. Maybe that is survivable. We cannot just let our lives rot away. Vo-chan watches Vo Luat and just prays for him. Is this really happening? He raises his hand, signaling the start of the mission. All right, everything is ready. Let us move out now. Once we have decided we will use our light body techniques to escape at dawn, the other three do not hesitate. We want to go too. The plan worked perfectly. Just as the sun starts to peak over the horizon, the great escape officially begins for our group of monks. Vo Chan takes the lead as they run. Luckily, the Shaolin camp is old and the guards are incredibly lazy, but they still stay careful. Vo Kung whispers while they run. Since when did Vo Chan learn how to use secret sound transmission techniques like that? Vo Chan does not answer, just keeps his head down and runs. The exit is almost within their reach as they move through the dark. Wait for it just when they think they are home free. A cold blade suddenly stops them in their tracks. Vo-chan shouts for everyone to stop. The moment they come face to face, everyone freezes. Taoist Chintu, why are you out here this late and you are carrying a real sword? Chintu sheathes his blade with a casual smile. He does not look like he is there to stop their escape at all. I could not sleep, so I came out to get some air. I noticed some strange movement and had to check. I did not expect you. Sorry for the intrusion, we have urgent business and need to go. Chintu senses the suspicious vibes from them immediately. Something smells fishy here. Vochan eventually confesses everything, and surprisingly, Chintu asks if he can join their runaway group. Vochan is stunned. Join us. But would your Wudang elders even allow you to just go off on your own like this? Do not sweat the small stuff. He explains that his orders were actually much more flexible than any of them had originally thought. Ancestor Van, who told me to explore the martial world once the gathering ended, since I'm already out here traveling with you, is safer. Vochan gets a headache, but Chintu is ranked second in the Maton Kui Huan look. He is a powerhouse they definitely need. The Wudang elders already gave their blessing, so it should be fine. It is one less thing for the group to worry about. Fine, you can come along. Welcome to the team. And just like that, the powerful Chintu joins the Great Escape mission. That morning, a master rushes in to report the shocking news to the elders. It is a disaster. The kids only left a note. The leaders scream in pure shock. They have gone missing, and the genius Chintu from the Wudang sect has vanished along with them. Huin Kuang stands in silence, staring into the far distance. Trust me, you and I are about to witness events that will shake the entire martial world. Alright, you and I are about to watch the Vo Chan group finally make their escape. They grab a horse wagon and start bickering along the way. Vo Kung, you are a terrible driver. Well, I have never done this before. I grew up on a mountain. When would I have ever pulled a wagon? Can the chief Taoist do it? I have not tried either. Vo Chan chuckles and steps up to grab the reins. Guess I will have to handle this myself, right? I am heading exactly where I want to go. Fokin asks if there is a plan. Of course there is. Let's go. The first chapter of the revised Shaolin Divine Monk Records begins now. They are finally out of that place. At Mount Funjingshan in Guizhou, the group starts complaining. Do we seriously have to wear these specific outfits? It hides our identities, so it is perfect. It has been forever since I wore anything but Taoist robes. Haha, looks good. Vo Chan sits at the driver's seat. Once you are dressed, get out here. The treasure hunt officially begins right now. As soon as the horses stop, Vo Chan bolts. He shouts out to Volot to take the lead. Volot, go ahead and bang left. Hanging from a tree, he replies, got it, I am on my way. Now watch this part closely. To understand why they are doing this, we have to go back a few hours. According to Vo Chan's intel, a legendary and incredibly valuable elixir is hidden nearby. He shares the news. I heard this from a reliable source, so it is definitely the real deal. Once they reach Mount Funjingshan, everyone sets a schedule and splits up to search. But after a full day of hunting, they are exhausted and find absolutely nothing. We have searched every corner of this place. This was probably a waste of time. Beside him, Vokin is panting and drenched in sweat. But Vo Chan is not the type to lie. We searched so thoroughly, maybe he was the one who got tricked. Are Vo Chan and Vo Luat still out there searching? It seems so. Since Vo Chan suggested this, he is pushing himself even harder. As for Vo Luat, he has not had this much fun in a long time. He is likely enjoying the thrill. He scratches his face looking around from above. Man, this is hard to find. But it has been forever since I could climb around like this. This is great. Suddenly, something else starts swinging through the trees. Volwat notices immediately. Wait, what was that? Something is moving fast. A familiar figure appears right in front of him. It is a little monkey. They both spot each other, but they are going too fast to avoid the collision. The monkey stares him down while Volwat's eyes light up with pure excitement. Wow, is this a primal one? It is so cute. They slam into each other and fall toward the ground. The monkey struggles to pull itself up and then angrily jumps to its feet. It screeches furiously at Volwat, looking like it wants to tear him apart. But Volwat's next words completely change the mood. You are actually a pretty good kid. I have met plenty of animals while climbing, but usually they just run away as fast as they can. Because of that, I always knew how to avoid them. You are the first one to ever knock me out of a tree, coming at me that fast and aggressive. You and I saw that right time just stopped. They just stare at each other like they found a soulmate or rediscovered the joy of living. In that moment, Voluat and the little monkey made a silent vow to one another, even though not a single word was actually spoken between them. They shared everything in that moment, making monkey noises together until the golden sun finally began to set on the horizon. Vo Chan is still searching for the elixir when he feels something. Why am I hearing such a strange noise? He spins around in shock and sees Vo Luat with a monkey on his head. Is it this way? Vo Chan is stunned. What Vo Luat? What is with this monkey? It sits on his head, chirping. Vo Luat understands it instantly. We are almost there, right? Vo Chan watches the scene, totally confused. Is he seriously talking to a monkey? How is that even possible? Voluat finally notices him. Oh, Vo-chan, you are there. Follow me. I think we are about to find the elixir. Vo-chan follows, excited. Really? They run through the trees until Vo-luat stops gasping. We are here. Wow, it is exactly like Vo-chan described it. Vo-chan, is this really the place you were looking for? A memory flashes through Vo-chan's mind from a famous novel about the tragic fall of a great clan. The warrior Moon Heaven Blade had nothing left in the world. All that remained was his blood-stained Taoist robe and a jagged broken sword. It was a haunting scene of absolute devastation and total loss. This place is in Jangan Guizhou. He just kept walking one step after another. He kept thinking that his clan's destruction was due to his own weakness, yet he continued to move forward until he had no strength left to stand. Moon Heaven Blade stopped at a field of bright red flowers where a cliffside curved inward to form a natural stone roof. He decided to stop and rest right there. The nameless red flowers blooming before him looked just like the bright smiles of his younger sister and his mother. You and I just watched them find it. The place looks exactly like the painting in that novel. Alright, you and I are about to see how our main character completely flips the script on the original story. This legendary medicine isn't needed anymore. Still finding this hidden spot on his own. That's actually pretty impressive for him. Suddenly, Volot points toward a monkey. Apparently, this place used to be its home. Vochan is completely baffled. There was never any mention of monkey territory in the original setting. Vochan wonders if things are drifting too far. Volot translates. The monkey lived happily with its family until a monster came and stole everything they ever had. Watch this, a massive, furious wild boar suddenly emerges, letting out a roar so intense it literally shakes the entire mountain range. The other three rush toward the sound, panicked. They keep shouting, asking if they are even heading the right way. Chintu promises they're close. I heard a noise up ahead, he yells. We have to hurry. They burst through the forest into a clearing of blinding light. Finally, they've reached the exact spot that Vochan mentioned earlier. But they stop dead in their tracks. What on earth is happening? Where did this giant mountain of a boar come from? And where is Vochan? Just then they spot him standing right on top of the giant beast's head. Hey, perfect timing. I'll explain later, but look, I caught the medicine. You guys can go ahead and eat it all up. He points directly at the massive wild boar beneath his feet. As monks, the faces of Vokin and Vokung turn pale as they scream, caught the medicine. That's not medicine, it's an inner core. It's basically the same thing, but how are we supposed to eat that? Let's rewind a few minutes to when Vo-chan first heard the tragic story from the little monkey. That boar slaughtered the monkey's family and stole its home. It wandered everywhere looking for help until it finally found you. Volot nods. That is what Lin Lin said. Vo-chan freezes. Wait, you actually gave the monkey a name. He starts piecing it together. A talking monkey and a giant boar. Both of these creatures must be spirit beasts. That boar definitely has an inner core. I should use this specific technique to bring it under my control. An ancient technique perfected by the ancestors. Infusing energy into the skin to harden the body, the legendary iron cloth technique. Combined with the Jade Maiden skill to increase the skin's flexibility and overall structure. It merges multiple martial arts to protect bone and muscle. Unlimited physical enhancement through advanced primary muscle compression. Alone Vo-chan stands his ground against the towering prehistoric wild boar. Now here's where it gets wild. He grabs the massive tusks with his bare hands, lifts the giant beast up, and slams it into the dirt. The boar is finished. Vo-chan washes the blood from his hands and holds up three glowing inner cores. Found the inner cores. With these, the kids will grow stronger and balance will be restored. After hearing the story, the others finally understand. So that's what happened. Vochan tells them to eat while pulling Chintu aside for a private chat. Chintu, can we talk for a second? The Taoist is curious. What is it, Vochan? Is something wrong? Vochan awkwardly lowers his voice. I'm sorry to ask, but could you give your share to the other three? I've used the grey pill. You have the Titan pill, so your energy is full. Those three only had a basic summoning pill. Chintu smiles. I see. You provided the info on this place anyway, so let's just do it your way, he agrees kindly. Vochan sees a literal divine glow coming from Chintu. Then he overhears the monks whispering to each other nearby. This core came from killing a living being. Is this just meat? Can we really eat this without feeling guilty? Vochan spins around. I worked hard to catch this. If I call it medicine, why are you calling it meat? That boar and the monkey's family probably ate all the medicine here first. So the core essentially is the medicine. If I called it a core, you'd refuse it. The monkey's family is a tragedy, but the boar is already dead. He lifts the monkey and points at the boar. It attacked first, so I had no choice. At least the monkey's alive. If we had just left it alone, it would have joined its family on the other side by now. The brothers have to admit it. Fo-chan has a very unique way of looking at things. You're not wrong. He sets the monkey down. You've got your home back, and I got what I needed. Our business here is finally done right. We're heading out now, little one. Maybe we'll cross paths again someday. As they walk away, only Voluwat looks back sadly. He and Lin Lin share a long, meaningful look of regret. It looks like we might have a new companion joining us on this journey after all. And trust me, after 30 full minutes of psychological manipulation, Fochan finally convinces the group to swallow their pride and eat those inner cores. Stick with me, you and I are about to see some master level lying as Voluwat gets caught off guard. Is this his very first lie? I was just handling some business, he mutters, tossing his heavy bag onto the carriage. I have packed everyone's things already. Vochan thanks him, saying, Eat up quickly, brother. After finishing their work at Pamchin Mountain, Vochan's group heads to the nearby city center to find some rest. However, Vochan's true plan goes much deeper, starting in Tudong district. Sichuan is a famous city home to the Tang clan Ame and Qingcheng sects. But lately, thanks to a dark rumor, the peace and security here are starting to completely crumble. Inside a local tavern, some drunken old men start letting their loose tongues wag for everyone to hear. Big brother, did you hear about the god of thieves, that legendary ghost who vanished over 100 years ago? This master thief once shook the world, and his legendary skills were said to make gods and demons weep. With ghost like techniques and a top tier martial arts, people claim there is nothing he could not steal, from rare treasures and weapons to the most mystical and ancient secret manuals. Now pay attention, this is no mere rumor. Hearing this, the man slams the table. What a real person, I find that hard to believe. But someone actually found the hidden tomb where the god of thieves rests. They say all the treasures he stole over a lifetime are buried right there. The person who knew the location made a treasure map, but then he suddenly disappeared without a trace. Now nobody knows where the tomb is except for one final sentence spoken before the man vanished. The thief's tomb is near this district. The drunkard's eyes gleam. Oh, maybe I should try to find that treasure too. Someone warns him to keep quiet, as countless high level experts are already flooding into the city for this. Imagine getting caught between those monsters. This is not a treasure hunt anymore. It is a full scale war for survival. Give up now if you value your life. Meanwhile, Vochan is sitting right there, absorbing every single detail. He eats while analyzing the situation. The battle for the Horde has already ignited among the martial world. Alongside the Sichuan Tangs, the Ame and Qingcheng sects have also arrived, and their fragile alliance is completely shattered. I see now. The future has shifted. Why is this event happening 10 years earlier than it should? I came to stop the conflict before it started. What kind of butterfly effect caused this massive change? It is not too late yet. Vochan calls a waiter over. Hey, come here a moment. He tosses a few gold coins over. I have questions. The waiter's eyes light up instantly. Ask anything, sir. Soon the news reaches the Shaolin group. Are these rumors actually true? Seeing everyone gather, Vochan rushes back. Sorry for the rush, but we need to head to Kamduong immediately. You saw that coming, right? I thought you would be the first one chasing treasure. Suddenly, Vochan uses a secret transmission. Secret info, Vochan begins the story. A rumor is spreading from a sect in Kamduong. They are known for being greedy, so why share such a massive secret like this? Wouldn't they normally keep it for themselves? Do they have an ulterior motive? We will strike the source of the rumor to find the truth before even seeking the tomb. Scene change to Thai at section. The raid begins. People inside are kneeling. We are all innocent. We are just humble workers who were out helping those in need until just now. This crying man is none other than Phuong Chi Hach, leader of the Thayat. Everyone besides Vochan is confused. Wait, is this really that supposedly evil group? Did we make a mistake? Vochan ignores them and approaches. Wokong tries to apologize for the misunderstanding, but Vochan cuts him off. No mistake. Wokong is stunned. Phuong Chi Hach keeps begging piteously. I will give you all my money, but Vochan exposes him. And trust me, you and I know that karma is coming for him. Alright, you and I are about to witness the moment this fake villain finally gets what is coming to him. Enough with the acting. He still plays dumb, so Vochan loses his patience and decides to expose everything. What exactly is the Sichuan branch planning by gathering all these top masters in one place? Are you looking for another bloodbath like the Henan incident? Do not think for a second that I am not watching. He can no longer hide it. His true face emerges as he asks where we got that specific information. Suddenly, the leader's entire vibe flips. He glares at Vochan, demanding to know how we found out. The air turns heavy and suffocating. Vochan just smirks, asking if he really thinks we will just talk. The leader realizes Vochan will not break. He admits that he does not look like the talkative type. Then he says everyone here needs to go while slowly reaching for the hilt of his blade. Vochan senses the killing intent instantly. He yells for everyone to hit the deck before it is too late. Bridge 2. Watch this part carefully. Before anyone can react, a lethal red flash paints the room in blood. The Thai sect members scream in agony as they are cut down without mercy. They cry out, wondering why their own leader is betraying them, but he just orders his men to kill. He tells them to welcome the guests properly and finish off every single person. Pure madness. Everyone is in shock. This monster is murdering his own people. Fortune shouts, asking where they are going. He tells his team to handle the small fry while he uses his godly step to chase the leader. The rest of the group is left to fend for themselves, preparing to risk everything in this fight. Meanwhile, the leader has already managed to put some distance between them as he flees the scene. He wonders who these people are, especially their leader who read his attack perfectly while protecting his teammates. That man has instincts like a wild beast and lightning fast judgment. He is definitely not normal. Despite his large frame, his voice sounded surprisingly young. It just does not make any sense. He is not some seasoned veteran. If someone that young has that much power, they must be a genius. Maybe someone from Wudang or that Shaolin expert who recently dominated the Dragon and Phoenix Festival. Lost in thought, the villain does not even realize that Vochan has already caught up to him. Bridge 3. Now pay attention because this is where the beatdown begins. Vochan lands a heavy punch right on his jaw. Vochan does not give him a second to breathe. He plants his foot and kicks the sword away. Now all the villain sees is a blur of 1,000 fists raining down on him with fury. After taking a brutal beating, he gets sent flying. That is when it finally clicks who he is fighting. You are the Shaolin Divine Dragon. I heard you went back to the temple right after the promotion. He screams, asking why the hell Vochan is here. Vochan just pulls down his mask and chuckles. Digging for info, even in this situation, I admire the professionalism, but I am not in a talking mood. Instead, you are going to spill everything, from your master's plan down to the color of your underwear. The leader trembles in pure agony. He looks up at Vochan with terrified, hollow eyes. Is this the true power of the divine dragon? He is way stronger than the reports ever said. If he gets captured here, it is over, and his organization, they will never let him live anyway. In their world, if your identity is exposed, you only have one choice left: silence through death. He does not hesitate to bite down. Vochan yells to stop him, but poison already floods his system. Vochan scows in frustration. He cannot believe the guy actually took his own life right there. Why do these bastards always kill themselves when caught? It makes capturing them feel totally useless. He rushes back to his friends, hoping to at least squeeze some info out of the remaining underlings. Even a small lead is better than nothing. He just needs something to go on for now. Since they know so little about this dark organization, catching even one survivor is absolutely critical. As he returns, he yells for everyone to gag the survivors before it is too late. But he stops dead in his tracks. Looking at the pile of corpses, he is completely speechless. Bridge 4, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving back into the life of our favorite monks, and things are getting heavy. Amitabh Bhabuta. Wujan asks nervously, Hey, is everyone okay? Wuzong trembles and says he is fine, just a bit uneasy. Wuchen reassures him they were villains. Exactly, you saw it too. They were even willing to cut down their own comrades without hesitation. Wulua tries to calm Wukin down. Senior brother Wukin, stay with us, don't lose focus. Wu Zhen mutters that it is a relief they managed to stop them in time. He pauses, realizing he always knew deep down that this day would eventually come. Bloodshed is unavoidable when facing evil. He is fine with it, but the others are still far too naive. Theoretically, he predicted this, but seeing it actually happen, honestly, his mood feels like absolute trash right now. Regardless of the reason, witnessing someone die right in front of your eyes is never going to be a good experience. Suddenly, a trembling figure lunges forward. Wukin looks up in shock to see a surviving Tai Yi disciple swinging a sword. I will take at least one of you down with me before I die. Watch closely because this is where a small friend makes a huge entrance as something glints from inside Wulot's robes. Ling Ling flies out and kicks the Tai Yi member hard. As he falls, he mumbles a name, the Great Demon King Treasure. Everyone hears his final words and stares at the Great Demon King Treasure in absolute horror. Wait, that is the monkey we met on the mountain? Wulot scratches his head sheepishly. Busted, huh? My bad. The group starts gossiping about Ling Ling. Why is it here? We definitely left that little guy behind back then. We should probably return it to the wild. Wulot begs sadly, but Ling Ling said it wanted to come along. I will take great care of him. I will feed him and even brush his fur every single day. That is not the point right now, Wujin sighs at his brothers. This is a mess. No, a monkey-filled mess. Fine, let it come. With Wu Chun's permission, Wu Luot's eyes light up with pure, unadulterated excitement. Wu Chong looks at him in disbelief. Are you serious? Wu Chun walks over. It followed us this far, so why hesitate? Besides, he lifts the monkey up. If Ling Ling had not stepped in, senior brother Wu Luot would be in serious trouble. Plus, I think we all noticed it by now. This little guy is actually a spiritual beast. Accepting him as our companion won't hurt, right? Defeated by his younger brother's puppy eyes, Wu Chong finally agrees to it. In exchange, you are responsible for his food costs and cleaning up his messes. Okay. Wujan pauses. I have some savings, so the money is fine, but it is a spirit animal. He can handle his own business. Ling Ling screeches angrily, and Wu Luat translates. Ling Ling is asking if you are looking down on him. He wants you to put him down. Right now, Wujan looks at Ling Ling gratefully. Your arrival really changed the mood. Thanks, little monkey. He turns back to discuss the serious matters with the rest of the group. All right, we beat the bad guys, and we finally have a rough idea of what they were planning. Their main goal was using the Divine Thief treasure map to lure masters from across the land and trigger total chaos. Wu Chung is puzzled. So you mean the treasure map is actually in this place? Yes, and they even printed them in massive quantities. Wu Chun opens the chest. You and I both know what happens when a main character says bingo, it is about to get wild. If a problem can't be solved before chaos hits Sichuan, we just need to eliminate the source of that problem once and for all. So, if we just seize the treasure first, everything else will naturally settle itself down. Quickly, news of Tai Yi Gate's collapse reaches the cult leaders. A high ranking official demands to know what on earth happened. A subordinate reports the news. We just received an emergency signal from Sichuan number 1. The special task force was dispatched immediately, but the entire building, along with the treasure maps and supplies, were completely destroyed. It seems the whole Sichuan branch committed suicide, which means they likely suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of someone incredibly powerful. After hearing the report, the man is visibly disappointed with how things turned out. After hearing the report, the man is visibly disappointed with how things turned out. The situation with the Tianlu merchant group failed completely. The Longfeng Association was a bust too, but the conflict between the three sects is peaking. We just need one small push. He orders them to spread the special treasure maps throughout the city and tells their infiltrators in the main Sichuan sects to begin the grand plan. The order is issued. She leaves him alone, his hands trembling. He wonders who could have found their tracks, but scoffs that it is just a futile struggle in the end. Trust me, you are going to want to see what is waiting for them as they finally reach the dungeon entrance on the map. All right, you and I are diving back in as Vo Chan accidentally trips a trap set by the god of thieves. Arrows rain down instantly. Vo Chan activates his iron shirt technique, shielding his brothers from the hail of wood and iron. Vo Kung shouts, "Create no more traps now." Navigating this place without a treasure map is a nightmare. Even from a bird's eye view, the entrance was completely hidden. The path leading to the secret cave and everything inside is absolutely crawling with deadly snares. Luckily, Linling and Volot are locked in. Their animal-like instincts are the only reason we've made it this far. Fokin looks around wondering how long they've been underground. Chin Tu replies that they started right after lunch, so it has been a decent chunk of time. It will probably be dark when they exit. Suddenly, Lin Lin and Voluat sense something and snap their heads toward the shadows. Everyone stops asking what is wrong. Is something there? Voluat peers into the darkness, sensing a strange, abnormal energy vibrating to the right. Something is hidden over there. Could be treasure. Then a mechanical click echoes through the chamber. Vo Chan stares where Lin Lane points. She's already moving, eager to grab the reward. A confused Vo Luot asks, what kind of reward are we talking about? Vo Chan kicks the cellar door wide open only for a massive executioner's axe to swing down from the ceiling. Panic hits, but he reacts instantly, combining his iron shirt defense with the wind chasing kick. Everyone exhales. Traps even at the finish line. That's brutal. Without Vo Chan, they'd be dead meat. Are we finally in the clear? Volot shouts and points. Trust me, this is the moment they've been waiting for. The god of thieves' treasure is real. Everyone rushes forward in pure excitement. It's a gold mine. Wait, we can't carry all this. Look, are these ancient martial arts manuals? Everything is glittering. Vochan looks at his companions with a sigh of relief. Everyone is happy now, right? Plus, the loot isn't massive enough to start a war over. Since they burned the original map, they think they're the only ones who will ever find this place. If they grab the valuables and head out, this adventure is over, or so they think. Time to pack up and go. But back in Sichuan, things are spiraling into absolute chaos, far beyond anything Wo-chan expected. Dark forces have flooded the city with their own custom treasure maps. Now every power-hungry fighter in town is armed and ready to hunt. The race is on. Many have already set out, while others have already been eliminated by traps along the way. A few specialized groups are moving with hidden agendas, heading straight for the finish line. Two cloaked figures scan the cavern with disappointment. Seems the legendary thief's secret hideout isn't as grand as the story suggested. I expected something truly epic, one says. But the other person speaks up. Not quite. Look at what's right in front of us. They stare at the wreckage ahead of them, completely stunned. Why is it like this in here? Every trap has been demolished. These were high level defenses, nothing like the junk outside. This means someone arrived before them and they were incredibly fast. Whoever did this is a top tier powerhouse. Impossible. The other figure pulls back their hood, revealing their face. It's Duong Tiume, the youngest daughter of the legendary Sichuan Duong clan leader. She managed to snag a map before they were even leaked. By pure chance, she got her hands on the intel early, giving her a massive head start. Did brother Duong Hach too lie to me? Her guards quickly remind her to watch her language and speak like a proper noble lady. A voice booms from behind them. Huh, is someone else already ahead of us? This is getting crowded. How annoying. I'll just clean this up and take the treasure for myself. The three of them instantly jump back in defense. Now you and I can see the fear in Tume's eyes. This guy's a peak master. They're totally outmatched here. She screams. How did you get in? My warriors were guarding the entrance. The stranger just gives a cocky, arrogant smirk. Oh, those guys. One little push and they shattered like glass. Tiume is frozen in absolute shock. Unbelievable. Even if they weren't main clan elite, how could he take them down so easily? She tries to stay calm, questioning his motive for following them. But the stranger doesn't show a hint of fear. He stands tall, radiating a terrifying, dominant pressure. Yeah, plenty of small fry are on their way. The treasure is great, but I heard a beautiful, noble lady was wandering around here too. He throws off his cloak, revealing his true form. Tiume's face turns pale with pure terror. It's the black-tied blood freak. He licks his lips and hisses, thinking a noble girl like her will fetch a massive ransom. If you don't want to die for nothing, come with me quietly. Tiume flinches as he moves with lightning speed. The rumors of the blood freak in Sichuan were true. I need to escape. I won't let myself be captured this easily. But before she can move, she sees the monster has already snatched her two guards, using them as human shields. Now you're going to listen to me, right? Her guards scream for her to run and forget about them. Tiumi is cornered. If she stays, they die. If she leaves, they die. Trust me, you and I have to see how she survives this. Stick with me backup is officially out of the question. In this life or death moment, voices suddenly echo through the cave, shocking Xiaomi and the blood monster. See, I told you I was right. I told you I smell people. Stop arguing about whether it's a human smell or not. Hey, Jiangxiu, wasn't this cave supposed to be unreachable for others? What is actually going on here? Why are there more people? And wait, it looks like they're already in the middle of a fight. It turns out to be Wu Zhen's group checking the scene. Look at that bald guy. He has even less hair than us. Ha ha. The black-tied blood monster is furious at being turned into a joke. Bald, huh? Fine, I see the treasure right there in front of me. Changing his target, he slams the heads of Xiaomi's two subordinates together before launching himself directly at Wu Chen's group with murderous intent. Once I've stolen all the treasure, I'm going to rip out every single strand of hair from your pathetic heads. Over at the Sichuan Tang clan camp, chaos erupts as the servants realize their young lady has vanished. Lady Tang Xiaomi is officially missing. Could the young lady have gone to the secret cave? How on earth are we supposed to report this to the clan leader now? Suddenly, someone reports that the clan leader has already left. Everyone is shocked. Where could he have possibly gone in such a hurry? The leader's expression shifted the moment he heard the news. Knowing exactly where his daughter went, he rushed straight for the god thief's secret cave. Hearing the man's response, the rest of the group shouts out in pure disbelief, What? You have to be kidding me right now. Back at the secret cave, a pale Xiaomi warns Wu Chen's group that they absolutely must not try to fight that man. That's the black-tied blood monster, a demonic killer who once caused a massive bloodbath in the martial world. I don't know you, but he's no joke. Now pay attention here. He effortlessly slips aside and calmly tells the monster that this fight is none of his business. While Wu Chen ducks low, he perfectly coordinates with Wu Kong from behind, who delivers a massive bone-crushing punch to the monster's head. Wu Chen simply says, Good job, Wu Kong. Seeing how calm his leader remains against such a villain, even Wu Kong is deeply impressed. Aren't you afraid your opponent is the legendary black-tide blood monster? He just shrugs it off with total and complete indifference. Oh, is that who he is? He recalls reading about this in a novel. And by the way, isn't this lady Tang Xiaomi? Where is the male lead? This is playing out exactly like the story in the novel. You people from the Tang clan actually made it all the way here. Wu Chen looks at the pale Xiaomi who mumbles about the monster being defeated in one hit. Suddenly, he curiously asks, how did you all get here? Reaching this place without a treasure map is no easy feat. Xiaomi looks confused. What do you mean by no treasure map? Those maps were scattered all over the city. I grabbed mine early to get here first. But how did your group manage to arrive? You and I can see the sheer panic on their faces once they realize exactly what our answer really implies for them now. Don't tell me what we found in that room wasn't everything. With just those few words, Wu Chen quickly pieces the whole situation together. Damn it, a massive crowd is about to swarm this place. If the Tang clan is here, the Qing Qing and Ime sects will arrive shortly. If they catch us in this state, Wu Zhen's group carrying all this treasure will become the perfect targets for every greedy expert. And the Sichuan Tang clan will use this to ignite a massive political power struggle. This is not going to end well. Wu Zhen and the rest of the group frantically start discussing an escape plan to get out of the cave. We're in trouble. A horde of experts is coming, and we all know how little energy we have left. We must find a way out. We need to run. It's terrifying. I can already feel hundreds of powerful auras closing in. Our only choice is to make a break for it. Suddenly, Zheng Xiu speaks up about a possible secret exit. Wu Zhen spins around urgently. What? What do you mean by that, brother Zheng Xiu? Sheng Xiu explains that just before they turned into the treasure room, he caught a faint scent of fresh air from the outside. If we follow that path, we might be able to escape without a single fight. Wu Zhen immediately turns around, ready to move out. Fantastic work, Zheng Xiu. Everyone, we need to get out of this place right now before we get caught. He glances at Tang Xiaomi's group and tells them to follow if they don't want to cause trouble. Together, they all sprint after Zheng Xiu. The exit is just ahead. We are almost there, everyone. Wu Chen watches Tang Xiaomi's group closely. Surprisingly, they keep following even after passing the treasure room, showing zero interest in the loot we have. Could it be that the Tang clan's goal is something other than the treasure? If so, what is it? Suddenly, Zheng Xiu's shout snaps Wu Zhen back. Ah! This can't be happening. I was so focused on finding the outside air that I didn't realize the opening was this small. I'm sorry, it's a dead end. What should we do now? Using raw force to break through might be too difficult for us to handle. That wall is incredibly thick, but you and I are about to watch Wukong smash right through it with his glowing green palm. Step aside, Zheng Xiu. Alright, stick with me because our hero is about to use his last bit of internal energy to blast a path for everyone. Zheng Xiu steps back to watch. Okay, I am counting on you. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes from behind them. Damn it. Is this really the way? There has to be more to the god of thieves' treasure than this little hall. Let us go deeper. Panicked, he urges Mugong to hurry as voices start coming from the other side of the wall. Miu Gong closes his eyes and places his hand on the stone, focusing every last drop of his internal energy. The energy travels deep into the cavern wall, and as it reaches the surface, it ignites into powerful flames. Using his Buddha palm technique, he easily shatters the thick cavern wall. Everyone cheers and quickly makes their way out of the cave. Whoa, you actually did it, but that noise was huge. Any experts nearby definitely know we are here now. Suddenly, Lin Lin starts jumping around like crazy. Muriel asks, wait, what is wrong with the little guy? Is someone there? Of course there would be. Muujin freezes as strangers approach. See my nose for treasure never fails me. Look at that hall. They laugh, asking if that is the legendary hoard from the secret cave. Heh, my treasure sense is tingling right now. I am so glad we listened to the blood monster. Let us kill these kids, take the treasure, and our boss will be thrilled. Now pay attention, because this is where a simple escape turns into a total nightmare as more enemies arrive. Ambushed from the rear now, they are totally surrounded. It is a pincer attack with absolutely no way left to run or hide. Mujin warns the group, I will use my last bit of strength to open a path. Be ready to run for your lives. Little Tang Xiaomi draws her weapon. Do not worry about us. We will cover the rear. Suddenly, Mujin spots something and looks up. Out of nowhere, a dark figure drops down from the sky, unleashing a storm of needles. In the blink of an eye, the enemies blocking their path are completely wiped out. The thieves scream in pain and collapse instantly. A man lands gracefully on their heads, arrogantly telling them they will recover eventually. But as for you, creeps in the back, if you want to sleep forever, just take one more step toward us. Terrified by his deadly aura and the threat, the rest of the gang turns tail and runs for their lives. Shomai gasps in shock. Father, he fixes his robes and reminds her to mind her manners and call him respectfully since they are in public. Let us take a second to realize who this guy is. He is the head of the legendary Sichuan Tang family and a martial world master. Tang Ba-chun finally notices her companions and wonders who these strangers are. She quickly explains, "These people saved me from the black tide blood monster and a bunch of other experts." Ba-chun is stunned. What, the black tide blood monster was here? Mu-jin breaks out in a cold sweat. If this man is her father, he is the true powerhouse leader of the Sichuan Tang clan. He is a major powerhouse. Why would someone of his status personally come all the way out here? Mujin asks respectfully, is the great Tang leader here for the god of thieves' treasure as well? But his answer is simple. He is only there because he was worried about his daughter. Xiaomi went missing, so I came to find her. I have got zero interest in your little treasures, so you can relax. Oh, I see. Xiaomi gets a mischievous look in her eyes as she glances at the group. I cannot just go back empty handed after all this effort. Besides, I have felt that pure internal energy of theirs somewhere before. She makes them an offer. In this chaos, staying in town will only draw unwanted attention to you. And those thugs who escaped, they will probably come back looking for revenge the first chance they get. In our family, we pay back debts tenfold. Please come back with us to the Tang Manor for a visit. We want to thank you properly. The group accepts her invite and heads to their camp together. On the way, Mujin asks Mukyong, what do those scrolls you found look like? Mukyong thinks back excitedly. Let me see. There are manuals for legendary sword and fist techniques from famous sects, plus the god of thieves' own unique skills used for his crazy heists. That god of thieves really did steal every kind of treasure in the world, did he not? But one staff manual really caught my eye. It is similar to Mujin sees his excitement and gives him a quick task. Myukyang, organize those scrolls for me. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what is hidden inside. Alright, you and I are about to see how this wild partnership plays out. Vokin agrees finally, finding something interesting after so long. Vo-chan chuckles. Thank you, brother Vokin. He thinks to himself, glad he found a way to keep his brother's mouth shut for now. With the treasure secured, the group somehow ends up traveling alongside members of the notorious Tang clan. Even though they saved Tu Mei of the Tang clan, the fact remains that they are still a group of extremely suspicious outsiders. The goal was to lead the group here to stop a massive clash between the Tantan Ngami and Tang clans. But a seed of conflict is already growing within the Tang clan. A person mentioned in the legend must be investigated before things spiral out of control. The real problem is how to approach the target without looking suspicious. Tang clan leader Duong Bachan even came in person. Who knew he was so obsessed with his daughter? This is not the first time he has made a scene. He is a devoted family man, but is it safe to investigate someone like him? Duong Ba-chan holds his daughter's hands, asking anxiously, why did you go to such a dangerous place? Ami, something terrible almost happened. If I lost you, I would have no reason to live anymore. Tang Teo Mei, embarrassed, pulls her hand away. Your concern is too much, leader. Keep this up, and I will pray for your retirement. Her sharp comment just makes him laugh out loud. He laughs. I cannot die while my lovely daughter is still here. She reminds him, please have some dignity. We have guests right behind us. Besides, I am disguised as a man right now. Vo-chan is speechless. If they knew her, they would recognize her instantly. Duong Ba-chan keeps acting cute. I just want to be a loving father. Is that wrong? Suddenly, Tiume changes the subject. Stop joking. You came here because you suspect something, right? Now watch closely because the atmosphere between these two changes in an instant. Tiume and Duong Ba-chan finally reveal their doubts. Does the legendary tomb even exist? And where did the map truly come from? They need to ask the group how they managed to reach the first hidden cave in the first place. Their hidden identities are also a major red flag. Since they saved his daughter, he hopes the truth is not as dark as it seems. Tiumi answers confidently, it is definitely not what you think. He asks suspiciously, how do you know? She glances at Vochan. You and I both know her intuition is sharp. Back at the Tang camp, a servant arrives to summon Vochan for a private meeting with the leader. The leader is waiting. Once you unpack your bags, please follow me. He calmly replies, I understand, lead the way. Chintu and Vo Kung ask permission. Boss Chan, we will go for a walk. Later, Fo Chan follows the servant of the Tang family into the private room of Duong Ba Chan. The father and daughter greet him politely. I apologize for calling you here instead of letting you rest, but there are things only you can answer for us. Please come inside and have a seat. First, I am truly grateful that you saved my daughter. Tell me, how can I repay this debt? Vo Chan stays humble, providing us with a temporary place to stay amidst this chaos is more than enough. Duong Ba-chan wonders, come to think of it, I still do not know your name. Could you tell me who you really are? Vo Chan gets alert. Is he trying to investigate my background? He is currently hiding from Shaolin. He cannot reveal the name Wo Chan, even if he dies. He must use the fake identity to Yet Hua prepared. A name that sounds like a martial artist but feels familiar. Wo Chan thinks for a moment and then decides. My name is Kang Hut. Duongba Chan repeats the name. Well, young hero Kang Hut, this is the first time I have heard that name around here. Where are you from? Before he can finish, Tume coughs to warn her father. The Tang clan will surely reward you well. Is there anything else you might desire from us? Tang Tiume stares at Wo-chan. He realizes it and wonders why is she looking at me like that. Did I recognize her, but she also figured out my true identity. This is getting way too tense. Wo-chan regains his composure. I have no desires, but I do have a question for you. Duongba-chan is curious. Oh, and what might that question be? The real reason the Tang clan came here and where exactly did Tang Tiu Mi get that treasure map? Duongba Chan's face changes instantly, his killing intent exploding toward Wo Chan like a massive wave. And trust me, you and I are about to see if Wo Chan can survive this deadly confrontation. What do you think happens next? You and I are about to see this atmosphere turn into a deadly game of survival. Wo Chan stays on high alert before him. Tang Bajan might have been acting silly earlier, but the moment his family is mentioned, he radiates an overwhelming and terrifying pressure. This is the true power of a clan master. He nervously explains his theory. First, the Tang clan has zero interest in the treasures they are holding. The sect leader has no real grudge against anyone involved in this mess either. His only goal was to save the young lady and return home immediately. Second, there are currently three major powers in Sichuan, including your very own Tang clan, all locked in a fierce and tense confrontation. The sudden appearance of the god of thieves' tomb seems to be making this standoff much more serious. Third and finally, the treasure maps I found near the collapsed Tai sect were mostly destroyed not long ago. Except for the single map I keep, all others were burned to ashes. I honestly thought that besides us, no one could ever set foot in that secret cave. Yet rumors say more treasure maps are still appearing and being spread all across the Sichuan region. Pay close attention here because Vochan is exposing a massive conspiracy that even you must have suspected by now, right? I will get straight to the point. I want to know who is trying to spark a war between Sichuan's three giants. I suspect the true identity of the culprit hiding in the shadows is someone closely connected to the Tang clan itself. Hearing Vochan's flawless logic and the shocking conclusion he presents, both Xiaomi and Pajan just stare at him with wide, stunned eyes. Wait, what Vochan clearly understands how bad this is. He clears his throat while feeling a mix of heavy anxiety and pure nerves. To make my story more believable, I had to mix some lies in with the truth. As long as I never meet that person, my secret should stay safe. Because in the novel, that person is both a perfect lie detector for the Tang clan and a total mad scientist. Meanwhile, a rowdy crowd gathers outside the Tang clan gates, clearly looking to start some serious trouble. The Tang disciples try their best to turn them away, stating that their sudden and loud arrival is causing a huge scene for everyone. But the mob refuses to move, demanding to see the group that survived the tomb. They claim they just want a quick chat, but their aggressive stance says they want something much more valuable. Are you hiding them because the Tang clan wants the treasure for yourselves? The Tang disciples know the Green Forest bandits spread these rumors, but they must remain polite while rejecting the intruders. We are simply protecting our guests from greedy eyes. Our clan has no other intentions for bringing them back here. Suddenly, a man speaks up with a look of pure annoyance. Is that really what those guests want? I suspect your clan is putting invisible pressure on them right now. Tang clan martial arts are famously sinister and mysterious. Hearing this insult, the disciples immediately snap back, telling him to watch his mouth. Charging in here, unannounced and causing such a massive ruckus is the height of disrespect, and you know it. Right then, Wokung and Chintu notice the commotion while walking and rush over to see what is happening. Seeing them, the Tang disciples ask in confusion why they are not resting in their rooms instead of being out here. Wokung, clueless about the drama, says they were just taking a stroll and heard the loud noise nearby him. Now I know what you are thinking. Can these two ever avoid trouble? The Chingcheng sect spots them instantly. The man from before turns to the group and asks if they ever wondered why such a sinister clan would suddenly want to protect them. Come with us instead. Our sect will provide real protection from these shady Tang clan members. Insulted to their faces, the Tang disciples finally snap. What kind of nonsense are you spewing right now? They are heroes who saved our family members from a certain death, so we invited them here to show our gratitude. You lot are just spreading malicious lies. You are only here for the treasure too. Do you think we are stupid? Suddenly, a man steps forward to issue a challenge. Arguing like this is pointless. Let's settle this another way, shall we? Why not have a duel according to the orthodox rules? The stronger side gets the right to protect our guests. This is Elder Qingfeng of the Qingcheng sect. Next to him is the formidable Abbess Jue of Eme. They are legendary elders from the nine great sects and one union that you really do not want to mess with. Chintu watches these three giants clash over them. Is a simple treasure really the only reason they are acting this way? There must be a much deeper motive behind this extreme level of aggression. The tension between these three powers is way higher than I expected. Did our friend Vochan already know it would come to this? Before the all out brawl starts, we need to secure the treasure for ourselves first. Elder Qingfeng draws his sword, telling the duo to be patient while he frees them from the Tang clan's control. Wokong and Qin Tu watch in pure terror. Wait, stop. Trust me, you and I do not want to miss this. A needle suddenly flies from afar, strikes the elder's sword hilt, and disarms him instantly, leaving everyone in shock. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when a legendary master finally loses his patience. Where did that flying dagger come from? The elder's sword is melting as a voice booms, chilling him to the bone. Imagine being a sect elder and actually drawing your blade against a group of juniors. How pathetic. Allow this old man to join the duel and play with you for a bit, dragging your whole crowd to someone's front gate just to shush, to steal some cheap treasures. What a disgusting and ugly display you've put on here today. Your actions are beyond shameful and cowardly. Don't you people feel even a single shred of embarrassment? The MA6 matriarch recognizes that voice instantly. Shaking with fear, she stammers out, "Could it be you? I heard rumors that you had already gone into seclusion. Besides, why should we believe that there are only a few worthless trinkets hidden inside that secret cave of yours?" He stands tall and arrogant above them, stripping away their lies and exposing their true greedy intentions in a single breath. So you finally stopped hiding it and admitted you're here for the loot. But you seriously think you can stand before me and talk about truth versus lies? Actually, you arrived at the perfect time. That little gift I just threw. It's a brand new type of poison created by my own hand. My research was stuck lately because I lacked human guinea pigs to experiment on. If you lose this duel, you'll donate your bodies to my scientific advancement. What do you say to that deal? Watch this. These guys were just acting tough, but now they're literally running for their lives. Terrified by his sadistic power, the Chingcheng and Ma sects turn pale and immediately retreat without looking back. The old master watches them flee with pure contempt. I hope you all have a safe trip out of our tongue gate, you cowards. Why even bother coming here in the first place? What a total waste of the great nine sects' reputation. Don't you agree that I'm right? Meet one of the strongest figures in this martial world, a man ranked among the top 10 masters who has reached the absolute peak of poison and hidden weapons. This is the Dark King Tanga, the supreme leader of the Sichuan Tang Gate and a living legend among the heavens. He chuckles while looking at Wu Chen and Zhong Su. You two showed up at a very interesting time, didn't you? There are things I need to ask you. First, tell me about that brat you keep calling the true boss, or whatever his name is. Let's take a step back and see how this whole mess in Sichuan actually started together. At this point, the entire region had fallen into total chaos. Everything began with a frantic struggle over a legendary thief's treasure. In reality, the haul wasn't even that impressive. But despite acting like they didn't care, three outside powers were secretly scouting for any chance to expand their own influence and control. The Tangge Teme and Qingcheng sects all saw this as the perfect piece of bait to bite. The Tang leader, Tang Bajin, felt something was off and tried to stop the conflict. Hold your ground. Can't you see how suspicious this all is? We need to stop this madness right now. But right then, a Tanggate spy named Tang Hesu appeared with a report. He claimed Little Me was ambushed and gravely injured while exploring the cave. Her life was hanging by a thread. Hearing that, Bajin's composure completely shattered. He roared in fury, "What, my precious daughter is in that state? Who did this to her?" The spy claimed it was the Chingcheng and Eme disciples who attacked her. That lie instantly ignited a fire of pure hatred. The clan leader asked one more time, his voice trembling with rage, "Are you absolutely certain about what you saw?" The answer was firm. "Yes, I heard it directly from her." With that, the final wall of peace between them came crashing down. Tang Bajin officially set out on a path of bloody revenge for his child. Everyone get into your combat positions. These bastards don't know their place. How dare they touch a member of the Tang Gate? You've made a fatal mistake by hurting my darling daughter. Driven by his explosive anger, the alliance between the three great Sichuan powers dissolved into a pile of ash almost overnight. The suspicious part is that the spy Tang Hesu vanished into thin air the moment the war broke out. Did he die in the chaos, or was there another reason? Either way, his whereabouts remained a dark secret for a very long time. Listening to Wu Chen's sharp deductions, Tang Ba Jin jumped to his feet, visibly shaken by the theory. Are you suggesting a secret organization planted a mole inside my family just to trigger a war? Wu Chen remained calm under his intense gaze. Your daughter told me she received a treasure map before it went public. Where exactly did she get that map from in the first place? Little me thought back to that moment and answered honestly. It was the intelligence officer Tang He Su. He's actually my older cousin. Wu Chen continued to voice his growing suspicions. How did a mere scout get his hands on such a priceless map, and why would he give it to her instead of reporting to the elders first? Maybe he did it to put her in danger and trigger your legendary temper. Was his goal to set the entire Sichuan region on fire? As he spoke, Wu Zhen realized everything was lining up perfectly with the original story he remembered. Even though the logic was sound, hearing an outsider insult his own family blood was still a bitter pill for Bajin to swallow. He gritted his teeth in fury and glared at the young man standing before him. You dare use those guesses to insult the Tang bloodline? To me, you're the suspicious one here. Looks like the truth is too much for him. Stick around, things are getting wild. All right, you and I are about to watch Wu Chen walk straight into a lion's den as Tang Bajan radiates pure killing intent. Getting past this guy won't be easy, and all my other plans look useless now. I really did not want to do this, but I have no choice. After thinking for a moment, he finally speaks up. I suspect someone inside the Tang sect, yet the sect leader only suspects me. So, I have a proposal. Since your clan is famous for poisons, do you happen to have anything like a truth serum? Hearing this, Tang Bajan starts to cool down. He asks, truth serum is meant for prisoners, right? Are you really that confident, or are you just gambling with your life? If this is a bet, young hero, then you have placed your stakes on the wrong person. I will give you a drug with no way back, leaving you no chance to resist. Tang Bajin barks an order for 2 soul pills as the scene shifts to a private chamber where Wu Jin sits trapped and isolated. Tang Sek members are everywhere, surrounding him like hungry wolves. He feels the tension thick in the air. It makes sense that things got this messy since Tang Bajin never trusted him from the start. Can we really blame him for being cautious? Suddenly, the silence breaks as an angry man storms into the room. Is it this brat? How dare a little kid like you call me a spy? Wu Chen stays calm and explains that since he is under suspicion, he had to suggest this method. Is it not better to use this chance to clear both our names and settle this once and for all? Tang Hach Tu, the top intelligence officer, refuses to be interrogated. He screams, I am asking why you are accusing me. Now pay attention, because this next part is where the story gets truly dangerous. What were you thinking suggesting I drink a soul pill? The supreme clan leader discovered this bizarre medicine by complete accident while studying deadly poisons. It works like an extreme truth serum, but since it is pure poison, the risks are absolutely terrifying. Once you swallow it, you can only speak the truth. But if you do not take the neutralizing agent within 10 minutes, you will cough up blood and die. Wu Chen stands his ground, insisting that once someone is a suspect, everything must be brought to light. Tang Hach Tu continues to wail. Why must I suffer this sect leader? Are you really going to keep believing the words of this shady outsider? He claims Wu Zhen is just lying to cause chaos, but Wu Zhen snaps back, what chaos? I am going to drink the soul pill too. The two keep bickering, completely failing to notice that the mood around them is turning lethal. Tang Bajan is fuming, veins popping in his neck as he holds back his rage. Tang Hachtu shouts that Wu Chen has no idea how bad the side effects are. But Wu Chen just shrugs. I heard. As long as we take the antidote on time, it is fine. Why are you so scared? Insulted, the man stutters. Scared me, Tang Bajan finally snaps and tells them both to shut their mouths. Before another word is said, a shadow flickers behind them and someone moves like lightning to toss the medicine. Shut up and drink. Just like that, the soul pill slides right down Tang Hachtu's throat. The old Dark King has arrived, and his voice alone sends shivers down Wu Chen's spine. Now that he is done, you should drink too, right? You saw that too, right? This old man is a total legend. Tang Bachan gasps. Father, where did you even come from? The Dark King just gives a twisted smile, annoyed by the cowardice. I have heard everything from his accomplices. Now start the interrogation. Wujan does not dare to speak. He picks up the soul pill while glancing nervously at the Dark King. If this is the father of Tang Bachan, then he must be that legendary master. But was he not supposed to be in seclusion? This is Tang Gyak, one of the strongest masters in the world. In front of a man like this, even the smallest mistake could be fatal. With that thought, Wu Zhen pops the soul pill into his mouth. This man can read pulses and breathing to guess thoughts. I just have to pray I do not blabber anything too stupid while I am drugged out of my mind. Very quickly, both men fall into a deep trance. The Dark King wastes no time and gets straight to business. We start the questioning now. First, did you know that the Divine Thief's treasure was actually a trap? Under the drug's influence, Woojan admits he knew a little. But Tang Hach too just laughs like a maniac and says he knew everything. That answer sends a shockwave through the room, leaving everyone, especially Tang Bachen, in a state of pure panic. The Dark King keeps pushing. The treasure map? Where did you get it? Woojan says he found it at the Tayat sect, but Tang Hach Tu's answer is much more chilling. He says those great ones gave it to him. When asked who these great ones are, Woojan remains clueless. Meanwhile, Tang Hach Tu starts leaking top secret intel like a broken faucet. They are the masterminds behind this entire plan. The questions keep coming one after another, faster and faster. Are there other spies in our Tang sect besides you? So, what do you and I take from this? The clan is about to have a very bloody house cleaning. Alright, you and I are diving into a Tang clan betrayal that is about to get absolutely brutal. Interrogation complete. Tang Bhajan keeps a cold face and orders them to take the harmony pill together. Are the records finished? Ahwan answers the master without missing a single beat. Yes, sir, I recorded every word. The spy network includes Tang Hechu and his father, Elder Tang Dan. At the heart of this web is the young mistress of Tang Hechu. She slipped into the Tang clan as a mole from the start. Someone planted her to rot us from within. The master of Fragrance Pavilion is a ghost nowhere to be found in the six great records. Not in any history book. Bhajan rubs his temples. To think they used a woman to infiltrate us. Suddenly the Dark King steps forward. Wait, did you hear what that brat just said? He claimed he did all of this for the sake of the Tang clan. Such sincere lies. If it is for the clan, then serve us differently. I need new test subjects. Mice are boring. You Tang Dan and your wife, you will all sacrifice your bodies to the clan that way. Hearing the Dark King's savage plan, Bachan stops him. Maybe we should keep them alive for now. Now pay attention to Wujan. He is sitting there quietly, but his mind is racing. He is trying his best to stay calm. What is going on? Why isn't the truth pill affecting me? I should be dazed and babbling secrets. Did my body just neutralize the poison on its own? Countless poison strikes, and that great pill made me stronger, but I didn't expect to be immune. Grandpa, thank you. Did you actually foresee this happening to me? I will just pretend to be high and act natural, but the Dark King sees right through him. With just one sharp glance, the old man senses everything. Kid, your body is strange. I made this drug with my own hands. I know exactly how it feels. Plus, your answers are a mix of truth and lies. He crushes the antidote. What are you hiding? Wujan stares back in, terror shaking like a pup in front of a predator. I thought my immovable heart technique was enough. How did he catch me so fast? You saw that coming, right? But the Dark King isn't done with him yet. He turns to leave. I know you aren't evil, but I still don't fully trust you. Fine, I'm going to deal with that pavilion master now. Follow me and prove your innocence in blood. Meanwhile, at Fragrance Pavilion, the enemy sense the danger. Someone powerful is closing in fast. In the outskirts of Sichuan, the strange silence from the Tang clan has the rebels on edge. They whisper among themselves. No movement from the Tangs, even the messenger crows are missing. The woman behind them looks worried. First IE, now is it the Tang clan's turn? I don't believe it, but if our tracks were found. The man in front paces the hallway. Badu ward the Heavenly Merchant Group, and now Sichuan. This is getting very weird. But no matter. These little tricks can only go so far. The girl asks what he means. He grins. I mean, they have already arrived. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the entrance. The doors of Fragrance Pavilion shatter. Wu Chen glares at the man standing on the balcony. You're the master here. I can see the evil in your eyes. I'm here for the records. The master recognizes that golden red aura. I've seen that at the Dragon Phoenix meeting, the Shaolin Dragon. I'm not sure how you found us, but your effort is actually quite impressive. I'll give you the honor of dying for that person. Wujan doesn't flinch. He just taunts them. Try it if you can. Do you really think I'd come here all by myself? The master looks back and realizes the Dark King is already behind him. The villains strike, but they only hit an afterimage. The Dark King scoffs. Sharp eyes you have. An afterimage. The Dark King unleashes his Thousand Flowers technique, raining down a storm of poison needles. Trust me, you and I just watched him wipe every single one of them out. Alright, you and I are diving into a wild Murim showdown. The Dark King drops in, mocking everyone as flies. Is it really just these two left? He decides to handle the Institute head himself. Vochan gets the hint and steps up to face the dangerous bodyguard standing right beside him. The Dark King just bursts out laughing. He mocks the choice, asking what that fragile-looking girl could possibly do to help. But Wo-chan is a true martial artist. He points out that power has no gender strength, is simply strength, which the king should know. Fine, then she is all yours. With those words, the Dark King completely vanishes from sight in a blur of movement. He roars a warning not to touch his target, closing the distance instantly. The head shifts into a combat stance as the battle begins. A second later, destruction erupts everywhere. Watching from below, Vochan realizes that at this rate, both of them are going to end up dead. Seizing the moment, the bodyguard swings her blade at Vochan's neck, but the instant the steel connects, it literally snaps in half against him. Vochan saw it coming and used his iron shirt technique to block the blow. Not bad at all, he has got some serious reflexes. He warns her that taking his life won't be that simple. The girl does not flinch, keeping her sharp, deadly gaze locked on him. She calmly replies that the neck isn't the only weakness. If that fails, she will just focus on destroying every other part of his body. Now watch closely, she draws two blades from her back and launches into a fierce, blindingly fast assault on our hero. He is forced to lean back sharply, barely dodging the lethal arc of her steel. He counters with a low kick that sends her crashing down. Combining Diamond Fist with Raw Chi, he aims a devastating strike for her face. The impact blasts through the Institute, shattering everything. But Vochan knows deep down that one hit is never going to be enough. Damn it, she is way too fast. In a flash, she leaps behind him, slashing downward with both swords in a coordinated strike. Luckily, Vochan is just as skilled. He traps her easily, mocking her by saying an elite like her must know many secrets. With a sudden surge of force, he slams her into the floor so hard she starts coughing up blood. She is absolutely fuming now, struggling to her feet while glaring at him with pure hatred, calling her trash. She mentions the legendary blades from Sichuan, convinced that he is the one who crafted them. No more talking, Vochan unleashes his Arhat palm combo, but she slips away. He is determined to force the truth out of her. Vochan is genuinely confused by her movement. Is that some kind of special high-speed footwork? She is vanishing in the blink of an eye. He has never seen this in the clan world. Is it a secret, forbidden art? The moment he loses focus, she is behind him again. Vochan panics as a blinding light erupts. It is her six ultimates technique. Meanwhile, the clash between the Institute ahead and the Dark King is reaching a fever pitch. They are locked in a brutal struggle, trading blows with neither side willing to give even an inch of ground. The Dark King is actually impressed. Not many can project chi this powerful, and he is curious who exactly are these people. The head is annoyed and glares back. He tells the old man that dead men should not talk, besides, time is running out. Is the legendary Dark King really this careless? He notes. The king is using a sword. Has he finally run out of hidden weapons? Pay attention here. The king just goes silent and reaches inside his robe. This makes the head certain he has finally won the game. He mocks the silence, asking if one of the top 10 masters in the world is really making a rookie mistake. He vows to kill the king and take his spot. After shattering the king's sword, he smugly declares that the end has arrived. The head unleashes a massive red slash that tears the building apart, absolutely convinced that he has secured the final victory. Standing tall and arrogant, he tells the king he should have stayed in the back room studying poisons instead of fighting. He claims the king's discovery was useless because the new era has no place for relics like him. However, the Dark King's response instantly shatters his confidence. Under the cold moonlight, his voice rings out with a sinister, mocking edge. Haha, that was a pretty good speech, kid. First off, the reason I was quiet is because you were right. My strength really is not what it used to be. And second, I was not reaching for weapons because I was out, but because the kid I brought is weaker than I thought. Suddenly, the head feels dizzy. He looks down at his arm in total shock. Poison, when the hell did he even get hit? The Dark King is already planning his next move, muttering that it is time he turned his little pup into a hound. He blurs over to Vochan, mocking his desperate expression. Then he pulls out a pill and tells him to take it. Before Vochan can even protest, the old man shoves the pill down his throat. Don't worry, the real counterattack starts now. The Dark King grins like a maniac while Vochan groans reluctantly, swallowing the mysterious medicine. You and I just witnessed a massive twist. But what kind of power-up is in that pill? The Hidden King quickly explains. This is a medicine I researched and crafted myself. It has side effects, but for someone who swallowed the soul heart, it won't be fatal. Stick with me here. This guy is the absolute master of hidden weapons, poisons, and medicine, having spent his entire life in research. His achievements include time-limited paralysis toxins, truth serums, and many other dangerous concoctions. Furthermore, if you count his unreleased inventions, the number could easily reach the hundreds or even thousands. Now, pay attention to this. The drug Vochan just took is the pure original formula designed to force his internal power to explode. This massive surge allowed him to shatter the enemy's twin swords using nothing but his bare hands. She screams in fury, "You bastard!" while Wo-chan remains completely focused, staring her down with cold eyes. I spent a long time figuring out the best way to counter a sword technique that pierces the iron shirt. With my current level of internal energy, I can finally replicate my grandfather's legendary move, Wo-chan declares triumphantly. As his energy channels twist and tighten, the density and hardness become truly terrifying. Besides, your blade is already in pieces. Trapped and desperate, she frantically searches for a way out. Faced with the Shaolin dragon and the hidden king, there is simply no way for her to win this fight. She tries to move, but Bo-chan instantly strikes her neck. He shouts, "I learned how to handle your kind at Tai Gate. Don't think you can end your own life." He needs to get that poison pill out of her mouth before the abbot sees his fallen subordinate and rushes in without hesitation. He lunges forward to kill. But the old man calmly pulls something from his sleeve, leaps up, and uses the abbot's head as a jumping point. He plunges a needle into the abbot, who immediately feels a searing pain as his entire world turns upside down. The hidden king watches him coolly. So that's how this combination reacts, huh? Watching this reaction, I'm certain it will create a perfect new toxin. Heh, tell me, how does your body feel? Wait, you probably can't even hear me anymore. Well, this little experiment was a total success. You and I saw that too, right? Even Wo-chan is starting to fear for his own life after seeing the king's methods. The hidden king quickly reassures him, don't worry too much. It only makes your power surge temporarily and won't cause serious damage. The only side effect is feeling pretty exhausted for a few days. Wo-chan realizes he can finally breathe. He sighs in relief after hearing the explanation and looks down at his body, which is still radiating powerful energy. Even with the boost, this strength comes from his own brutal training. For a second, he thought he turned into a steroid user. But wait, when you think about it, are things like the soul core or thousand year snow ginseng considered medicine too? Not really, those are just items used to massive increase internal power reserves. But the results are undeniable. His blood flow has improved significantly and his stability is better than ever. Techniques he had only sketched out in his mind are now being completed instantly. It turns out the Hidden King is a genius with medicine, not just poison. Vochan thought he only knew how to hurt people. If he can brew medicine like this, then crafting other things shouldn't be a problem at all. So, does that mean that one specific thing could be made too? Vochan suddenly goes pale. A supplement with zero toxins, no side effects, and pure energy for martial artists like them. He gets lost in his own thoughts, completely ignoring the Hidden King calling out to him. "Hey, Shaolin Dragon." The old man yells in frustration. "What are you daydreaming about that you can't even hear me calling you?" Flustered, he apologizes quickly. "I was just overthinking things. My apologies, sir." Anyway, it still comes back to that guy. The bastard who hurt my granddaughter. We only accepted this because the situation was desperate. Wo-chan looks over at the unconscious girl. This time they were lucky enough to capture one of those mysterious enemies. By interrogating her, they can finally uncover who is really behind the plot to destabilize the Sichuan region. The Hidden King adds, "We definitely need those soul core pills. Let's make two of them." Suddenly, Wo Chan timidly asks, "Could you possibly formulate other things as well?" The king looks at him with curiosity. "Is that going to be a problem? If you help me finish one task." By dawn the next day, back at the Sichuan Tang estate, Foluat and the others wait anxiously. They heard he's arriving this morning, so you and I know our hero should be back any second now. Alright, you and I are diving into a moment where our heroes start questioning everything. Vokin asks if staying is right, leaving Voluat confused. Vokung also turns pale, admitting that he was thinking the exact same thing as Vokin. This makes Chintu curious. "What are you thinking, Vokung? Please share your concerns with the rest of us." "No, actually. It is just everything since we left the sect. I'm starting to wonder if we even have enough power to handle what is coming. Plus, that guy from Thai at sect mentioned the myriad demons ambush. Isn't that a term the demonic cult always uses? Choosing to leave was our own personal decision, so there is no point in arguing about that part. But if we get dragged into more unnecessary danger, now pay attention here." Fuluat suddenly stops writing, his eyes turning cold and serious. "How long has it even been since we left? Stop complaining already." Chintu seems to agree with Volwat. He speaks up, saying that at Wudang mental discipline is considered the most vital part of their training. That is why they never stop practicing, hoping to eventually grasp the natural flow of the world itself. To me, Vo Chan always gives off the scent of the wind whenever he is around us. Wherever he goes, he gets caught in trouble, yet somehow turns it into luck for everyone. But I still have this shaky feeling he might leave us soon. Because of that, I want to see more of this world alongside Vochan while I still can. Honestly, the biggest reason is just how much fun we have together. Volvat excitedly shouts, "That is right. Listen, brothers. Even with all the trouble, we have trained incredibly hard until this moment, and we will definitely overcome every difficult challenge just like we have always done." The words from Chintu and Volvat strike a chord deep within the wavering hearts of Vochung and Vokin. Both of them immediately reflect on themselves. Vokung clenches his fist, thinking Voluat is right about having a steady heart. Right, I almost forgot why I am training for power. It is to surpass the geniuses and make my name famous everywhere. Why fear the demonic cult? We will just crush them and be done with it. Vokin also composes himself. Even back at Thayat, Sect 1 was almost swallowed whole by that overwhelming power. It is dangerous if I cannot control it, but at the same time, it is a truly extraordinary force. If I can master this power, I will definitely be able to protect my brothers throughout our journey ahead. Suddenly, Lin Lin's eyes snap open and she sits straight up. Voluat looks over, curious about what is wrong. Then he yells out, "What you are saying? Vo Chan is already here." Finally, wait, he does not look so good. You and I can see why everyone is standing there with their jaws dropped at the sight before them. Vo Chan is lugging a massive pile of baggage with the Dark King just casually sitting on top. He complains about looking weird. The Dark King just laughs. Why make such a big deal out of a little help? Why even ask me anyway? You brat, do you not know how to show some respect to your elders? Except for Volwat, everyone else stares darkly at Vochan and the Dark King chatting away. Why is the mask off? What is that pile of luggage? For one of the world's 10 great masters to talk about respecting elders is just speechless. Vochan throws the luggage down on the ground. Oh, my back. Everyone, I have some bad news, some good news, and some super good news. They are all ears. He points to the tied up warrior and announces he captured one of the people plotting to ruin Sichuan. If we interrogate this guy, we can find out their true goal and get plenty of other information. Vokung and Vokin are shocked. What, that plot is actually real? How did you even catch him? Vo Chan is thrilled. This guy is a henchman for the mastermind and did not even have a name in the original. Catching him means we can definitely uncover the true identities of the people behind all of this chaos. After some digging, I finally found a clue to expose these wicked demonic cultists. Vo Chan goes quiet, so Vo Luat asks, "So, what is the super good news?" Vo Chan points toward the Dark King and replies, "Well, we can actually get much stronger now. Senior Dark King here has shown me that it is possible." Vokin looks at the big bundle. Does it involve that luggage? Dark King laughs, saying those are just extra ingredients. Vokin asks suspiciously if Vochan went out and secretly dug up some more inner cores again. No, I will craft something better. Trust me, you and I must see what he makes next. Let's dive into a story about a monk who creates the ultimate catalyst for explosive muscle and inner power growth. It's more than just a massive protein boost. It's perfectly balanced nutrition, the ultimate survival food for any high stakes situation. In the modern world, we call these protein and energy bars, but this is the hardcore martial arts version. At the Sichuan Tang clan, Vochan tells them to handle the prisoner themselves because it's time to make some protein. Vokin just looks confused. Protein. Just like that, they follow the Dark King, chatting away as they walk. The old man uses telepathy to tell his son he's starving after finally stretching his stiff old bones. Arrange a grand feast for these little friends and prepare the secondary materials needed for the spirit pill as well. The pill used for interrogation. Dungbachan sighs, watching his father's relaxed and carefree attitude. His impulsive nature really never changes, does it? It's been the same since the old days. Father, you don't even have to remind me. There are deep benefactors, so I've already planned to host the most magnificent banquet imaginable for them. The captured female warrior has been handed over to clan leader Dung Ba Chun. He announces that the interrogation will be conducted using the spirit pill prepared by Dung Zak. It's already obvious what the outcome will be for her. So I decided to keep this rather unpleasant truth hidden from everyone else involved. Now pay attention because we're moving to the main event, researching and creating that energy boosting protein. The Dark King leads the way, teasing Vochan not to be shocked if he sees any corpses still moving. The doors slowly creak open and the sight inside leaves Vochan completely speechless. This is the private lab of Dungzak. Vochan looks around at the dangerous traces of lethal poison research. There are mysterious reagents everywhere. Their purpose is unknown, but they're clearly high potency chemicals. He can't believe he's actually standing inside the legendary laboratory of the Dark King himself. While he's distracted, the Dark King calls out, "Let's start making that protein supplement you mentioned earlier." He starts planning his next move. Since becoming Vochan, protein has been scarce. Even when I sneak some meat, it's never enough. A brilliant idea flashes in his mind. He tells the Dark King they must build it on a protein base. The old man is curious. Protein? What kind of strange word is that? Vochan quickly explains. It's a nutrient that builds and develops human muscle. The Dark King catches on instantly. So, you mean like meat or egg whites? Is protein some kind of regional slang? Vochan nods. And animal milk contains that same protein as well. But in Shaolin, we can't kill for meat, so I need something animal friendly with the same nutritional punch as a steak. You and I are probably thinking the same thing. Why not use cheese? The best source for this is whey protein. The base for whey is milk, and the product of milk fermentation is actually cheese. He shares his idea. Fermented milk is a familiar dish for the Western traders. People from Central Asia or Europe often have those bright eyes and unique features. If we use dairy as the main ingredient, the final product will be absolutely incredible. What do you think? The Dark King strokes his beard, his interest finally peaking. Fermenting a banquet dish. Doesn't that usually take a massive amount of time? Vochan replies confidently. You don't have to worry about that at all, sir. I can't keep the milk's original form, but I have a way to solidify it instantly. I'll explain everything. So please give me a hand with this, sir. We're making protein from cheese and specialized energy bars mixed with medicinal herbs, assorted nuts, and sweet honey. Creating the energy bars isn't difficult, but producing the protein supplement in this world without modern factories is a real challenge. Vochan grimaces as he mixes the medicine together. Something in this formula isn't quite right. The Dark King immediately offers a suggestion. How about switching to this herb perfect? That fits much better. But how do you know such detailed information? Vochan panics, saying he researched it himself. The Dark King laughs. Instead of making medicine, you and I are basically just cooking now, aren't we? Let's dive in. Everyone outside is clueless about what those two are doing, but they get goosebumps just passing by. Even with his knowledge of modern nutrition from his past life, Vochan is struggling to make this work. He has never actually made this stuff by hand, so the initial trial and error is getting pretty messy. Luckily, having a mad scientist like Duongjiap helping out keeps things moving. 2 days of non stop work later, he is completely exhausted. After pulling an all nighter in the lab, Duong Batran finally enters the Dark King's research room carrying a tray of food. Father, I have brought some refreshments. Don't tell me you forgot to eat during your research again this time. But before he can even finish his sentence, a dark, mysterious object flies straight at his face. Now, watch this. The old man shoves a bar into his son's mouth, shouting for him to try this instead. Wait, what is this thing? It came from father, but why on earth does it taste so amazing? The Dark King beams with pride. This is our future staple. We shall call it the nutrition bar. It's the perfect emergency ration or training fuel, providing incredible results for anyone who eats it, Vochan adds. And check this out. High protein cheese crafted in record time using his secret methods. He suggests using this for the upcoming banquet. As for the taste, he is willing to bet his reputation on it. He lays out a massive, fragrant feast for everyone to see. The group looks at the spread with total suspicion. Are all these fancy dishes really made from that cheese stuff? Can we actually eat this without dying? Nobody has ever seen food like this before. Vochan starts explaining everything to put his vegetarian brothers' minds at ease. Usually, you would have to wait a long time for the milk to ferment. But since the banquet is coming up fast, I used a shortcut. Just add vinegar to boiling milk, wait for it to solidify, and then filter out all that excess liquid. Then you just shape it, let it set, and you are done. If I had more time, I could make even better proteins, but for now, the work is basically complete. You and I can see the Tang family is still a bit hesitant. They get the nutrition bars, but that cheese. It's new, it's strange, and it smells a little funky to them. Suddenly, Tiomi steps up. Without a second thought, she grabs a piece and pops it into her mouth. Everyone panics, shouting out for their young lady to be careful. But her face instantly lights up with pure joy. What is this dish, Master Vochan? You made this. It is incredibly delicious, Vochan just scratches his head bashfully, giving credit to the great elder for his help. Does it suit your palate? Tiomai nods with a huge smile. It is absolutely perfect. Once the lady gives it a seal of approval, the servants start drooling. They cannot hold back any longer. They completely lose control and dive in. Hey, you scoundrels, what kind of ridiculous and embarrassing display are you putting on right in front of all our guests? Boss, this is insane. It's so good that you could die happy after just one single bite of this stuff. Thanks to Teo Me and the hungry crowd, the promotion works. The banquet is finally officially underway. It feels like forever since anyone in this clan has been able to truly relax like this. All that built up stress finally washes away. For once, everyone can just breathe and enjoy the moment. The noisy, bustling banquet rages on all day and night without stopping. It is not until the sun starts rising the next morning that the Tang clan finally goes quiet again. Volot and Lin Ling are so stuffed they have passed out right there at the table. Vokung is right there with them, clutching his stomach and groaning. Meanwhile, Wo-chan and Wokin get down to business. Wo-chan asks Wokin for his take on the manual. Wokin carefully hands the book over to him. This looks exactly like the Divine Thief's techniques: Ghost Step and Shadow Skill. This is high level stuff. Ghost Step lets you move like a phantom, while Shadow Skill hides your presence in the dark. He shares his thoughts. It might not be our style, but hey, knowing these secrets definitely won't hurt us in the long run. Woking nods. The more I think about our journey ahead, the more my blood starts pumping with excitement. They wrap up their talk and Vo Chan gets ready to leave. Thanks, Vokin. Let's study this together soon. Now it's time to meet Elder Duong Jap. I will see you in a little bit, brother. Fun times are over and it's back to reality. Vo Chan heads to a secret meeting, surprised to see the clan head there. Duong Batran looks serious. This is a matter of life and death after all. And that's where we leave it. Did they really uncover the truth with that soul pill stick around? All right, you and I are jumping into a mystery about to shake the world. Tangbajan explains they are facing a strange, unseen style. Even as corpses, they hold this form. There is something bizarre in that female warrior pressure points. It is not pure internal energy. Actually, we should be asking ourselves if this can even be called martial arts anymore. Wushan is stunned. Something that is not internal energy. How is that possible? Tangbajan continues his explanation, decoding their secret signals. Wushan finally gets it and shouts, "Have you found them? Who are these people?" Pay attention here because the name he is about to drop changes everything. He shares a knowing look and gives his answer to Wu Chen. New Heaven. From the Merchant Guild incident to this chaos in Sichuan, they have been planting schemes all across the Central Plains. They want to use this chaos to rise up. The goal of New Heaven is to become the new masters of this world. After plunging everything into total disorder, they will step up to rule as the new ski. Wu Shen is speechless. New Heaven, it sounds like some kind of dangerous cult. Tang Bajan adds that they are likely stirring up trouble in other regions besides just Sichuan. Their reach spans the entire Central Plains. Their scale must be far greater than anything we imagined. Wuchen lets out a heavy, tired sigh. So their plan is to make the righteous sects fight each other, weakening everyone before they seize control. Their third rule is that they are everywhere. This is getting ridiculous. How do we warn Ching Cheng and Eme? If this is true, they probably have spies hidden inside already. Plus, those two sects have already formed a tight alliance. Tang Bajan grows quiet, an alliance he remembers a past lesson from Jia Kexian. It was about balancing the growing power of Shaolin and Wudang. I suggest our five great families form an alliance. What do you all think? Back then, Eme and Ching Cheng made their partnership very clear right in front of the Tang leader. Is there anything else you want to discuss privately, perhaps regarding the situation here in Sichuan? They gave Tang Bachan a cold, piercing look, making their intentions crystal clear. Now watch this, the Tang clan realizes they cannot win alone. They know that without help, they won't achieve anything significant. Make your own choice, leader. Tang Bajan immediately regains his composure. I understand, father. He steps toward the monk and says, Young hero Wuchen, I have a request. Could you act as a bridge and help us rebuild our relationship with Shaolin? Later, Wuchen explains everything to his martial brothers. That is the whole story. So I plan to send a letter back to Shaolin through the local merchant guild branch. I will also report on our recent situation. What do you think about this? In their private room, Wu Gong speaks up. Is this new heaven threat something we can really handle on our own? Wu Jing gives his input. At this point, we do not really have another choice. But I do not think we should keep this a secret. They discuss it while Zheng Xiu watches nervously. Despite the rumors, the Tang clan people are actually quite kind-hearted. I am sure the abbot and the great master will understand why we are doing this. Sheng Xiu looks troubled as he recalls Master Wan Hu's words. The world is too vast to fit into one box. Go out there, experience the world for yourself, and broaden your mind. In this moment, Zheng Xiu finally understands what his master meant. Realizing there is so much out there, he bravely reaches out. Can you help me send a message to Wudang as well? Wait, what? Wuzhen is confused. Did Priest Zheng Xiu just say he wants to message Wudang? Sheng Xiu stays serious. There is no guarantee that Wudang is not a target for them too. If what Wu Zhen said is true, it's not an earth-shattering event about to explode. And that's where we leave it. A storm is coming and you and I just realized that the martial world is about to face its bloodiest disaster yet. Alright, you and I are diving into a moment where a simple vision turns into a total nightmare. Everyone screams in panic, asking if the Taoist priest is alright or if something went wrong. He shakes as he answers, saying he is fine, just a sudden and intense headache that hit him out of nowhere. He wonders what just happened to him. Just thinking of that horrific scene makes his head throb with pain as Vo Chan agrees. Vo Chan says he understands and will prepare the letters to be sent to the Wu Tang sect. But after sending those letters, the senior brothers from Shaolin might come looking for us. Let's decide now. Once the mail is sent, we are hitting the road immediately. Hearing that, Wokin cries out in fear, saying he is not mentally prepared for this yet. After finishing the letters about the New Heaven incident for Wudang and Shaolin, Wo-chan's group handed them over to the Sichuan branch of the Heaven Flow merchant group. Since these are very important messages, Tang clan warriors and Tangmen masters will also go along to make sure the letters reach their destination safely. Someone asked Wo-chan, "Sorry, Hirokang, but where should we deliver this final remaining letter?" Now watch closely as we shift from these letters to a hidden path in the woods. Wo-chan looks at Tang Batran in shock. He never knew the Tang clan had such paths. He calmly explains that they must move discreetly so those looking for the treasure do not discover their secret location at all. The Tang clan has built many secret roads like this across the region to prepare for any unexpected situations that arise. Before they leave, Batran gives instructions so they do not lack anything on the journey. He prepared protein powder, nutrition bars, and other rations inside the carriage for everyone to use. Wo-chan thanks him, saying that because of his help, their departure and journey will be much smoother from now on. Plus, it might be sudden, but I truly believe the Shaolin elders will look favorably on an alliance between the Tang clan and our Shaolin sect. Unlike Wo-chan's Joy, Wokin and Wokong are standing behind him, literally turning pale from fear. If they get caught, they are definitely dead. They will be beaten until there is nothing left. If they do not leave quickly before getting caught, then Wo-chan speaks up very hesitantly. Regarding the Chingcheng and Ma sects, Tang Batran sees his worry and tries to reassure him. As a clan wanting strong ties with Shaolin and Wudang, why would we go to war with other sects and drag you into a mess? It just wouldn't make any sense. Please do not worry, we will handle everything that happens here on our own. Suddenly, Tiomi walks over to Wo-chan, catching his attention for a moment. She playfully runs up and whispers, "Master Wo-chan, thanks for helping us. By the way, I have a little secret I want to let you in on." She mentions that Chan Hai really likes him and asks what he thinks about that. Hearing that, he laughs and says that Lady Chan Hai is truly a very good person. Tell her that I am currently focusing all my energy on training for our promised duel. Seeing his reaction, Tiomi's face just completely goes blank. You saw that too, right? Our hero is officially the densest man alive when it comes to love. Is he for real or just acting? He seems so sharp usually, but is he really that clueless about romance? How can one person be this dense? She worries for her sister, but the Dark King's cold voice suddenly interrupts the little conversation and ends the talk. This goodbye is taking way too long. It will be awkward if the Shaolin people arrive now. I stayed awake all night long and I really want to go to sleep right now. You strange brats, get out of my sight before I turn you all into my test subjects. Looking at the terrifying face of the Dark King, everyone shudders in fear. Wo-chan quickly bows, saying they will be leaving and might visit again later. At Shaolin Temple, Wo-chan's letter has finally reached the hands of the great uncles. Everyone is gathering together to discuss the news. Those people want to rule everything. An evil group called New Heaven is currently active all across the Central Plains. As a massive organization, they are hidden everywhere across the Central Plains. That recent attack on the Heaven Flow merchant group, that was their doing as well. The Tang clan wants to use this chance to form an alliance with us. The old monk agrees that we must stop those calling themselves the New Heaven group. But the most important thing is bringing all our disciples back home to the temple immediately. Trust me, you and I are about to see just how dangerous things are going to get for these disciples. Alright, you and I are diving into a high stakes rescue mission today. If Wo-chan is targeted, we must save those kids from the New Heaven immediately. I thought your group left Shaolin just for a simple trip, never imagining you would get caught in something this dangerous. Everyone in Wo-chan's group begins to panic as the weight of the situation hits them. Our priority must be acting quickly to bring those kids back. Only after they return can we plan our next move to prevent a crisis. Perhaps we should contact the Tien Lu merchant group regarding the clinic, but how do we report this to senior brother Huyen Kwang? He was already so worried about them to begin with. Huyen Kwang stands alone under the vast sky, sensing even the smallest, most subtle changes in the atmosphere. The scent of blood is so thick. From this moment on, Vochan, your journey will no longer be an easy one. I believe in you. Overcome it all and return safely. Meanwhile, pay attention, because we are now entering a place where only darkness and death reside. People say to do your best and wait for heaven's will, so why are there so many failures lately? That voice makes the servants tremble uncontrollably, their heads bowed low as they wait for punishment. My lord, we just received word that the Van Huang pavilion has been wiped out. The situation is not looking good at all. A savage looking man casually taking a life as if it were nothing calmly asked, but is that really worth our concern? We cannot allow one minor flaw to ruin our grand design. Continue the operation in Sichuan. He tosses the body aside like trash and slowly walks away. Aside from those at the pavilion, summon all 6 leaders. Even the 7th leader has been defeated by now. It seems the Shadow King of the Tang clan has made a move. No matter, nothing, not even the heavens, will stop us. Every step he takes leaves a trail of deep red blood. This man hungers to hold the entire world in his hands. It is close. The century long plan will finally be completed by my generation. The day we erase everything under the sun will be the day we rise as the new heaven itself. Starting now at the Tang clan in Sichuan, the Green Wind Sword is aggressively questioning everyone on behalf of the Tan Tan and Ngami sects. Matters occurring on Sichuan soil should be decided by the people of Sichuan themselves. Shaolin Temple and the Tianlu merchant group are based in Henan. Why have you shown up here? Are you looking down on Sichuan's laws? Lu Tuethua, the lead representative of the merchant group's clinic, finally speaks up. Please forgive our intrusion. Our merchant group came here for one reason only, to treat the sick and the injured. We heard many people here suffered severe injuries. Seeing her arrogant composure, the Green Wind Sword snaps in frustration. Do you really intend to interfere in Sichuan's internal affairs? Just then, Huyen Hien, the Shaolin outer hall leader, steps in to help Tuyet Hua. Shaolin has no desire to meddle in private matters, but I will not stand by and watch meaningless violence continue. Huyen Hien's overwhelming pressure immediately strikes fear into the hearts of those from the Tantan and Nga Mi sects. They retreat instantly. This time, out of respect for Shaolin, I will let it go, but do not expect such mercy next time. Huyen Hien simply smiles and replies, May we meet again if fate allows. Duong Ba Tran watches Huyen Hien with pure awe. You saw that too, right? Shaolin's sheer aura was enough to force both sects to retreat. Huyen Hien sighs and turns to him. Lord Duong, the urgent matter is settled. Could you please bring Vo Chan and the children out now? Hearing Huyen Hien's request, Duong Ba Tran suddenly feels a wave of guilt wash over him. Well, regarding young master Vo Chan, right then, someone rushes over and whispers something to Tuyet Hua. Miss Tuyet Hua Kwong Hat asked me to deliver this. She looks at it curiously. From Kwong Hat, a letter. Tuyet Hua opens it and reads Vo Chan's word. Miss Tuyet Hua, I hope you are doing well. I am living fine and traveling with my fellow disciples. There is so much to handle that I have not found time to visit. But I am certain the footsteps of this journey will benefit both Shaolin and the Tianlu merchant group. I will send word before we meet again. Until then, stay safe. Sincerely, Vochan. Meanwhile, Vochan and his group are resting and eating rations to regain their strength. They have run so far that their seniors cannot possibly catch up. The horses are exhausted. Let's take a break here before we continue our journey. The others ask curiously, where exactly are we now? Vochan was the one driving the carriage, he should know best, right? Vochan opens the map. You guys were rushing me so much I barely had time to check. Wait, I found it. Guangxi province. Guangxi, that is a name I have never heard of before. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see why Vochan's answer left everyone speechless. Remember, Guangxi is evil faction territory. Everyone jumps back in shock, screaming, Wait, what? We actually wandered straight into the evil faction's heart. Vochan just looks awkward and says, Hey, you guys told me to go anywhere as long as it was fast. Vokung and Voking turn pale, shouting in pure panic. We only ran because we're terrified of the Grandmasters catching us. If they find us, it's game over. Those Shaolin elders don't have a drop of mercy. What they don't realize is this was all part of Vochan's plan. He's thinking, sorry brothers, but I picked this path on purpose. There's someone in Guangxi we need on our side, plus some new heaven forces to crush. We didn't really have another choice, guys. After thinking that, he tries his best to calm everyone down. Even if it's evil faction land, nothing can happen in broad daylight, right? Vokin and Vokung quickly try to reassure themselves. Exactly, people live here too. It's not like we're just going to run into the Green Forest bandits immediately. But before they even finish that thought, a group of thugs shows up. They look at Vochan's group and start mocking them. What's this? Shouldn't you monks be chanting in a temple? Why wander into our home, I guess? Buddha just delivered a snack to our doorstep. The group freezes as they watch the thugs. Well, they finally showed their faces. The bald leader introduces himself with a nasty grin. I am the mighty Man Lang, the nightmare and terror of all Guangxi, you pathetic monks. You should blame the Buddha for leading you straight into my hands today. Now watch closely. He lunges in to crush them, but a second later he's just coughing and wheezing with a terrified look on his face. Great masters, this Man Lang was so foolish. You guys are actually incredible experts. Vo-chan just stares at him, completely done. No, buddy, you're just incredibly weak. Vokin and the others are stunned by these thugs. Is the Green Forest's martial arts really this unpolished and pathetic? So what now? Manlang tries to act noble, saying Buddha teaches mercy, but Wokung snaps. Can you just shut up for a second? Wo-chan stands aside, calculating. Stopping the New Heaven forces in Guangxi with just a few of us is going to be tough. So, Wo-chan walks right up to Manlang to get some information. You said your name is Manlang. Tell me where's the biggest green forest hideout in this region? Cut to the number one bandit camp in Guangxi, the Great Tiger Camp. A group wearing animal furs marches boldly toward the gates. The Great Tiger bandits stare in confusion and shout, Who the hell are you people? This is Great Tiger territory. Get lost if you want to stay alive. But a hand goes up as Wokung shouts his declaration. We are the Black Bear Association. We're here to take over this camp. Now let's look at how we got here. You and I both know Vochan's plans are wild, but Vokin is stunned. We're going to pretend to be bandits, hide a leaf in a forest, Vochan argues. Disguising ourselves as bandits helps us avoid unnecessary fights with the locals. By crushing these other bandit gangs, we're actually saving the people of Guangxi. It's a win-win. Doesn't that sound good? Seeing the logic, Chintu and Vokin immediately start nodding along. I guess that makes sense. Suddenly, Wokung speaks up. I object. As a proud member of the great Shaolin sect, I refuse to pretend to be a lowly bandit. Everyone is impressed by his noble spirit, but then Vo-tran speaks. Wokung, if you do this, I'll make you the boss. His stern face immediately turns into a shy, excited grin. The big boss. Really look at him smiling, and that's how we end up with Wokung leading the charge like a king. I am the boss of the Black Bear Giant Fist Association. Great Tiger leader, come out and face me right now. Provoke the thugs inside the camp, swarm out to deal with these arrogant brats. Then a massive guy appears, pushing through the crowd. Out of my way. The guy is literally twice Wokung's size. His sheer bulk successfully makes everyone hesitate for a moment. Wokung thinks he's huge. The giant looks down and sneers. I've never heard of any black bear sect. You want my territory. Why should I even play along with this childish little game? You think we're righteous martial artists. We're the Green Forest. We rob people, and the thing you're about to lose is your life. You ignorant idiots. A moment later, the big guy's face is completely smashed in, and he's shaking. Great hero, spare me. You guys are truly brilliant masters. My eyes were blind to your power, Vochan just sighs at the bandits kneeling before him. Honestly, you and I could have seen that coming. All right, you and I are about to watch our hero pull off an absolutely insane disguise to trick his enemies. Chief, just give us the word, Shiho whispers softly. Is that so? He yells out for everyone to hear. Listen up, from today, Tiger Camp obeys the Black Bear sect and I am your new boss. Great Bear breaking fist, huh? Wokung looks at his brothers, feeling a bit more at ease now. Wokung seems to be enjoying this. Great. The first step to crushing the New Heaven force is a total success. New Heaven, the true source of all the misery and chaos currently plaguing the martial arts world. Surprisingly, their first targets were not the great clans or sects, but the merchant guilds operating across the land. The plot was so subtle that the top trade groups fell into the New Heaven trap before anyone even noticed. They used these guilds as a front to move massive amounts of wealth and goods through a secret transport organization. That force is none other than, Wokung says lazily, munching on a nutrition bar. Now here is the part you and I need to watch. The Northwind escort group has finally arrived. Do you remember those guys we clashed with back at the Thayat gate recently? I heard rumors from the Sichuan Tang clan that the Northwind escort and those guys are on the same side. They both fall silent, staring off into the distance. So when are those bastards finally going to show their faces around here? No clue, but even if it is boring, we are helping civilians pass through safely. Seeing how grateful they are is enough. Vo Kung thinks to himself, those mountain bandits over there look pretty annoyed though. Suddenly a voice rings out, Chief, the scouts at the forest edge just signaled. The Northwind escort group you mentioned is almost here. They both stay silent for a second before flashing wide grins at each other. They are finally here, huh? Vochan disguises himself as the boss to greet them. The escorts bow respectfully. Greetings to the heroes of Tiger Camp. I am Nguyen Tam, Chief of the North Wind Escort. We hope for your kind consideration on this journey. Despite their politeness, Vochan and the others put on an arrogant act, looking down at Nguyen Tam. The old man pulls out a bribe, a small token for the road fee. I have prepared much more than usual. Still not enough, prices went up. You had better cough up 10 times this amount right now. Nguyen Tam stumbles back in shock. What, 10 times? A small trade group like ours cannot possibly afford that. He steps forward aggressively. Then you are out of luck. If you cannot pay the fee, leave the goods behind. You saw that too, right? That pungent smell coming from the carriage is the smoking gun. The air shifts. Nguyen Tam suddenly sneers. Ah, I see. You bastards definitely are not some ordinary group of mountain bandits. Without hesitation, he drops the money and lunges at Vo Chan with his sword. Luckily, he dodges just in time. Nguyen Tam breaks into a cold sweat. He dodged it suddenly. Vo Kung screams out Vo Chan. Screams erupt behind them. What is happening? Why the sneak attack boss are these guys? Just low level escorts. Their martial arts are incredible. Vo Kung is stunned. When the hell did they get behind us? I could not even track their movement. So Vochan was right about them using ghost steps and shadow arts. It is true these guys have definitely become new heaven lackeys. Vokung charges forward. Vochan handle that leader. You villains, what are you doing to my men? All of you gather around me right now. Hearing Vokung's command, everyone in the tiger camp responds with a thunderous roar. In a flash, Vokung lunges and kicks a man in the face. Don't touch my subordinates, I am the boss here. Vochan watches his brother with a helpless smile. Okay, now you are just overacting a little too much. Nguyen Tam is baffled. Who are you people? You have the aura of Shaolin monks, yet you all have hair. It makes no sense. Vo Chan gives an arrogant smirk. Does my identity really matter that much right now? How about this? Damn new heaven. He pauses for a split second, and Nguyen Tam's eyes turn blood red. What did you say? Let me repeat that for you then. Damn new heaven provoked. Nguyen Tam loses control and screams, Shut your damn mouth right now, you brat. You arrogant little punk, I will break your limbs and make you tell me how you know that name. He slashes wildly, aiming straight for Vochan's vital points, but the young man dodges every strike with ease. And trust me, you and I are about to see this villain get exactly what he deserves. Alright, you and I are diving into a story where power is everything, starting with this block. Nguyen Tam is panicking. How is your body this hard? Without a word, Vochan exhales and lands a heavy punch to his jaw. The fight ends in a flash. Vochan sighs in relief, glad that guy wasn't too much trouble. Vokung runs over worried. Vice leader, are you alright? Is he dead? He calmly explains, I just knocked him out. He won't die. Let's see what they're hiding. Get the wounded on the carts and head back to Great Tiger Camp. Vokung watches him in silence. That agency leader was strong and his men were no joke. Just how powerful is Vochan? That night, they follow orders. The cargo was just fabric, so we burned it all like you said. Vochan didn't expect to find this hidden deep inside. Hiding it in clothes was the perfect cover. It's giving off a strange, intense aura. Pay attention here, because this discovery changes everything. I knew they were hiding something, but I never expected this. The dragon skill, who knows if it is actually real dragon skin? But it's a token of the Wolf King, a top leader of Tantien. This is a god tier artifact. I thought it was a black blade, but this is even better. If we use this right, we can deal a massive, unforgettable blow to those Tantien bastards. Wokong asks, what's the plan now? Do we keep fighting the agency here? He smirks. I plan to, but this discovery changes everything. We need to head down the mountain and reach Little Green Gate as soon as we possibly can. Late at night in Guangxi, Wudang disciple Chintu is undercover as a bandit. Staring into the void, he frowns. This headache has been tormenting him since that day. Is it just fatigue? Or the pain of losing something precious? Whatever it is, his heart feels heavy with a strange sadness. While standing there, Chintu suddenly senses something. Killing intent. And it's not just one person. I have to warn everyone immediately. Wait, this aura feels familiar. Meanwhile, the agency leader Don Tien Ak is searching frantically. Damn it, what happened? Why hasn't the signal for a safe delivery been sent yet? Why did this happen while we were moving the dragon scale? I must find it. Suddenly, two shadows appear. Tien Ak stops alert. Who are you? Yun and I saw this coming, right? Vochan taps his arm. See, told you. These bastards were bound to show up. Earlier, Vokung was shocked. What? The agency from earlier is coming back, Vochan nods. Yes, valuable cargo always has someone watching. They know it's gone, they just don't know who took it yet. It's confusing for them. Is it really that important? Vochan is confident. Yes, because the owner is a monster. If they lose this, their lives are basically over. They have to find it before word gets out. The head leader will definitely come in person. Thinking back on those words, Vokung makes a firm decision. If they return, like you said, can I take on their leader? Vochan is surprised. Sure, but why now Vokung is hesitant? Earlier, something just felt different. Vochan finds it odd, but lets it go. Don Tienak slams his foot down in rage, and the battle begins. He screams in fury, You idiots dare touch his property. You have no idea what you've done. You're disrespecting the heavens. You must be tired of living. He launches a wild attack on Wokung, who struggles to dodge. He's aggressive, and his speed is way faster than I thought. I can't use my signature palm move yet. Wait, an idea flashes through his mind, and Wokung acts instantly. I'll use my internal energy and channel it all into a single punch, aiming for his opening. Now, like lightning, Wokung dodges the blow and counters. The leader's eyes widen in horror. One strike. Trust me, you can't miss what happens next. All right, you and I are diving into a moment where a direct strike to the Danteyan knocks the villain out completely cold. Wukong exhales a sigh of relief as he hears Wu Chen's applause. His senior is bursting with pride and praise. Did you really mix Buddha's palm into your fist technique? That's incredible. Wukong just flexes his muscles with a confident grin. Of course it's good. I'm the great bare fist master after all. Haha, how long do you plan on keeping this disguise? Wujen is amazed by how his brother adapted the divine palm into a fist style on the fly. Pure genius in action. Heian has truly grown so much. It's really impressive to witness his progress. Suddenly, Zhengshu's voice echoes through the air. Fellow Taoists, are you two okay? He jumps down in a panic, asking out of concern. Wuchen is stunned. Why is he here right now? Zhengshu explains the situation. I should be the one asking that. I sensed killing intent and rushed over to check. I felt your presence nearby and thought something went wrong. Wujun just gives an awkward, forced smile. Ah, sorry for making you worry, Taoist. These guys are exactly the ones we've been waiting for. Seeing the body on the ground, Zhengshu jumps. Isn't that uniform from the Bofeng escort agency? Wujun nods along. Exactly. Our work here is done. At dawn, we'll ditch the horses and the carriage and move out immediately. Wukong is curious. What about the treasure inside? Wujun just smiles. We don't need it, it'll only slow us down. We need to move at top speed from now on. We came with nothing, so we'll leave with nothing. He figures it's a small price to pay for their lives. The bandits will scatter everywhere to trade that treasure for cold cash. If they cause enough of a distraction, it'll buy us time, even if Xintian's men start chasing us. Now pay attention here. We're at Langya Fort, where a scarred man calmly asks about the stolen dragon scale sand. The servant is sweating bullets, head pressed against the dirt. He's desperately searching for the right words to survive. We're searching all over Guangxi province, but his boss isn't patient at all. His voice turns into a low, terrifying growl. What a nuisance. Pawns are running that idiot Yunxiang is dead, and now the gift from him is missing. Why am I surrounded by such useless trash? The servant screams in terror. Sir, I will mobilize every single man to bring that item back, I promise. But before another word is spoken, the man swings his blade. The servant's head goes flying in one clean strike. He mutters to himself about the instructions he received. It's time to act. You rats, I'll tear every one of you apart. This madman is Shintian the Wolf King, one of the seven greats and a top 10 master of the next generation. Let's catch our breath as we arrive in Guilin. You and I know that the real trouble starts right here. Taking down Shintian's forces was one of the goals for coming here, and that part might be done. Now, the only thing left is to recruit those two figures staying at the Little Green Sect. But to get there, they have to pass through Guilin. It's the territory of He Zhenqiang, a truly powerful man, one of the 10 legendary masters under heaven. It's Xintian's main base, and eventually the biggest slave market in the Central Plains. A truly horrific place. A short while later, Wu Zhen's group successfully enters the city and begins to look around. Wu Jing scans the area. I thought a city run by an evil sect would be different, but it looks totally normal. Wu Lu asks what he expected. Wu Jing imagined an evil sect causing total chaos, but Wu Lu just laughs and says that sounds like fun. Wu Jing just waves his hand in confusion. Fun. That's not what I meant. Anyway, it seems humans live the same way no matter where they are. Suddenly, a child with his head down sprints right into him, falling over. Everyone rushes to check if the kid is okay. Are you hurt? Suddenly, something feels very wrong. Wulu's eyes widen in pure shock. This child is covered in bruises and rags, looking like a living corpse. He begs them to save his parents. Something is definitely off here. Right then, a man's voice calls out from behind. Oh, thank you for helping. This is my son. I scolded him a bit and he just ran off. You saved me a lot of trouble. He flashes a fake smile and grabs the boy's arm. Come on, kid. I won't be mad. Let's go home. Wait. Are you really his father? Wujing has a bad feeling and releases sharp killing intent. The man's face immediately turns evil. Thugs surround the group with weapons, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see what's next. You and I are about to see if they finally found the runaway. You bastards, let go and get out of Guilin now. Stop messing with our business. Wu Jing and Wu Lu stare at the thugs and laugh. This place is exactly what our senior brother imagined, isn't it? Exactly. Realizing these guys are pure scum, Wu Jing immediately crushes the man's wrist with his bare hand. Well, if they're openly evil, this gets easy. We'll just beat them until they answer every single question right. Isn't that right? Wu-chan, the thug, screams in agony. My hand is broken. Wu-chan just watches with cold eyes. Fine, do what you want. Moments later, the gang is decimated. Some of them are literally crying for their parents. The bald leader drops to his knees in terror, begging for mercy and promising to confess everything. We're just a Guilan merchant union. Wu-ching looks down in total disgust. You really think I'd believe that trash? Still got enough breath to lie, huh? Suddenly, Wu-chan steps forward to expose the truth right then and there. He might be telling the truth, but their cargo is a bit special. You're a slave trader from the wicked sect. Faced with the cold truth, the man hides his face in shame. Wulu turns to Wujan, totally stunned. Slave traders. You mean this poor kid is a slave? A child this small. Wu Jing suppresses his boiling rage, slamming his staff into the man's head. Talk, where are the other children hidden? Where is your base? Stick with me at the merchant villa. It is now a total bloodbath. Bodies are everywhere. A chillingly casual conversation rings out. Owner, how's the kid? Sorry, guest. It's late, so something must have gone wrong. Should I bring another child? The customer sneers. The first thing you cut with a new sword determines your fate. Haven't you heard that before? Since he's a VIP, the merchant owner has to play dumb and keep bowing his head. This fat guy sighs and continues. They say the best luck comes from slaughtering an entire family at once. That's why I paid so much for parents and children. Now, what's the point of some random kid? The owner panics, promising to find another family immediately. The fat man's arrogance only grows. You'd better. My patience is wearing, but a massive explosion suddenly rocks the entire building. The fat man shields his face, looking up in shock. The owner tries to play it off and calm his guest. So sorry, sir. It seems there's a disturbance outside. I'll go check on it right away. He rushes out, flinging the doors open and screaming at his guards. What's with all this noise during a meeting? Before he can finish, a massive shadow looms. Jungxiu stands there with a cold blade ready to kill. The merchant blocks, but the impact sends him flying back inside. The fat man yells out in total confusion. Shaking, the merchant tries to stand, wondering how he couldn't even see the sword strike. Is this a top tier master? Sheng Xiu walks, irradiating a heavy dark aura. Since the others went for the kids, I'll handle this place. Just a few guards. Honestly, I should have just gone to the main hall with the others. His eyes lock onto the two monsters. Who are you people? Do you even know where you are? Bodies and torture devices are everywhere. Changshu is completely horrified. What is all this? Suddenly, a sharp stabbing pain hits his head and he winces in pure agony. Watch closely. Changshu's horrific memories are starting to flood back now. A voice echoes in his mind. To live, to survive, I have to kill. His vision goes white, his mind repeating the same mantra over and over, must survive. Survive, kill, survive. Meanwhile, in a peaceful garden, a warm voice asks the monk a serious question. Why did you drag a child like Zheng Shu into this mess? That's Yun Shu, the legendary Taiji sword immortal. Xuanguang of the Shaolin Temple calmly responds that there's no need to worry that much. The two old masters continue their banter. Not worried, just a little concerned. Concerned, you say? Yes, it is an old story. Yunshu pours wine, recalling that meeting Zhengshu was never normal. It all happened back when my first disciple Songbai was traveling across the land. He rushed over, and you and I will soon see the truth. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a dark past, specifically what he saw that day, a mountain of dead bandits. And sitting on top of those corpses was a kid barely 10 years old with a notched sword over his shoulder. He sat there gnawing on meat like a wild animal. Out of pity, Tung Bak brought him to Wudang, named him Chintu, and raised him. Huyen Kuang spoke with a heavy heart. He never expected the pure-hearted Chintu to have such a horrific and bloody past. Do you think it is because of Wudang's teachings that he became so gentle and peaceful now? Van Hu replied sadly, It wasn't our teachings. Chintu had completely lost all of his memories from the very beginning. Because the trauma he faced was so extreme, it seems he buried those terrifying memories deep within his own mind. If only the Taoist path could heal his soul. Van Hu sighed heavily and set down his wine cup. Old friend, you know as well as I do that the world isn't always kind. This is truly a worrying situation. If that child faces a similar nightmare, will those forgotten memories wake up and take control of him? Now pay attention here, because just as Van Hu feared right at this moment, Chintu has completely lost his mind and sanity. He slowly kills the merchant in his grasp, ignoring the man's agonizing screams for mercy. Chintu toys with his sword as if life were a game. Stop, please, let me go, the fat man cries out in terror. Don't blink, he mutters, feeling like he's facing a literal beast. Chintu is already bored with the merchant. He finishes the man off and tosses him aside, slowly walking toward the fat guy who is trembling with excuses. Wait, I have nothing to do with this place. I was only here to investigate the situation. If it is money you want, I'll give you everything. Just spare me, I'll do anything. How about this treasure sword? He claims it was forged by a famous master in Luoyang, a legendary weapon. But before he can finish, Chintu strikes blood splattering everywhere. Inside his head, voices of pure hatred and resentment are screaming at him. Cut his head off, spread terror among your enemies. To survive, you must kill one more enemy. Kill to live. Only by killing will I survive. I must kill to live. I can't die like this. Survive at all costs. Finally, he snaps out of that horrific dream, gasping for air as Wo Kung calls his name. Oh, you're awake, Priest Chintu. Chintu looks around completely dazed and confused. Wokung, where are we? And why are you carrying me? Volot shouts out the news to everyone. Vochan Chintu is finally awake. Hearing them, Chintu asks in shock, was I unconscious this whole time? Yeah, you were out for nearly a full day. Feeling better? I will set you down now. Chintu replies politely, sorry for the trouble. Vochan runs over looking relieved. You are finally back. I'm so ashamed for causing everyone such worry. What exactly happened to me? Vochan looks at him with concern. Don't you remember anything at all about your strange and violent behavior back at the manor? At the mention of the manor, those horrific images flash through his mind. He clutches his head in pain. Maybe you should rest a bit more. Since we have the children, I am focusing on keeping us moving. Wait, children, Vochan points them out. You probably have not noticed them yet. These are the kids we rescued from the slave traders in Quelam. Those with homes have already left. In the end, most of these children have nowhere else to go, so they stayed here with us. Luckily, the Tiutan sect agreed to take them in. Chintu is stunned. All this happened while he was out. Noticing his distress, Fochan gently pats his shoulder to calm him down. Let's talk about the rest once you've recovered. For now, just focus on resting. Thank you, Amitabha. Watching Chintu walk away, Vochan's expression turns deeply troubled. Honestly, he has so many questions. You see the problem here, right? The horrific scene at the manor and the ruthless sword skills witnessed by Vochan just don't match our peaceful Chintu. But for now, it seems he needs some time alone. And so do I, because the hardest part of our plan in Guangxi is just beginning. We need to recruit the legendary strategist of the Bach family. He is the mastermind from the legend of the four emperors who led the demonic path to glory and became a kingmaker. To the outside world, he is a genius mastermind who covers every weakness of his allies. In the coming war against Tantian, his presence is vital. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. But wait, there is a huge problem that makes all of this extremely difficult. In the story of the four emperors of hegemony, there are almost no details describing Bai Gawan during this time period. It makes sense though, since he definitely wasn't the protagonist of that story. The only thing we really know is that Bek Gahwan is staying with the Socheong sect along with his sick little sister. The final and most important phase of the entire plan is a decisive battle that is so random, the outcome is impossible to predict. Right now, Mu Gyong stands at a high vantage point looking into the distance. Finally, he spots the Socheong sect in the Guangxi province. Mu Gyong shouts out, Mu Jin, look, I can see it over there. He waves back at Mu Gyong, thanks, senior brother. Let's head down now. At the same time, Mujin's eyes begin to turn cold and dark. And now it officially begins. This is a battle of wits to recruit the strategist Bek Gahwan, a man whose moves are completely unpredictable. At the entrance of the So Cheong sect in Quilin, Mujin knocks repeatedly, calling out to see if there is anyone inside. After knocking for a while without hearing a single sound, he lowers his hand, looking a bit confused by the eerie silence. Suddenly, the voice of a man rings out. Who is it? He peeks out through the door, looking very cautious and guarded. What business do you have with the Socheong sect? I'm sorry, but we do not just accept outsiders without a good reason. Mujin quickly makes up a friendly cover story. We are doctors from Sichuan, and we came here after hearing of the Socheong sect's great reputation. We heard that you are kind enough to take in children who have nowhere else to go. Now watch how he plays this. These are homeless kids from the area. Can we please request some help from the Socheong sect for them? The moment he hears the word doctor, the man's face brightens up. You are doctors, and you have even come here to bring us children. Welcome to the Socheong sect. I will open the gate right now. Mu Gyong smiles, finally feeling a sense of relief. It seems they really are the only righteous sect in this evil-controlled region. I finally feel at ease since we arrived in Guangxi. The children and Mujin's group are quickly brought inside as honored guests. Please come in. See, they are welcoming us with open arms. As they walk inside, the beautiful scenery and surroundings immediately catch the attention of several of the younger children. Suddenly, another man steps out to greet them warmly. Ha ha, this is wonderful news. Welcome everyone to the Socheong sect. Great heroes, I am Jin Gicheol, the leader of the Socheong sect. Mujin bows respectfully in return, thanking him for the warm hospitality. Sect leader, I am Mujin, the one in charge of this group. Jin Gicheol then begins to share what has been weighing on his heart. Hero Mujin, you have arrived at the perfect time because we are facing a very difficult problem. Mujin asks, what is it? What happened? Isn't Guangxi province the territory of the evil sects? That is exactly why our Socheong sect is carrying out a special mission from the Alliance. Mujin is curious. A special mission, would it be alright if we were to hear what it is? Seeing his tense expression, Jingichel laughs and begins to explain. Haha, don't misunderstand. It is not actually a very big task. He glances away, nodding as he continues. It's just about gathering the children in the Guangxi province and sending them off to Hunan. It is actually a very simple task. Mujin is surprised. Did the Martial Arts Alliance really give out an order like that? Jingi Cheol calmly explains that children in Guangxi often end up sold as slaves or grow up to become mountain bandits and horse thieves. I know, right? To stop them from becoming villains in the future, the Martial Arts Alliance decided to take action early. Since we're the only righteous sect here in Guangxi, we do it all. Mujin asks further, so what exactly is this difficult problem you were talking about? Jin Gi Cheol's expression grows much darker and more serious. Not long ago, the children we are protecting here started catching a highly contagious disease. Starting about 2 months ago, the kids began showing symptoms of high fevers and strange rashes with no known cause. At this point, the only thing we have been able to do is isolate the children. Finding a doctor in this region is no easy task, so we had no other choice. I am so sorry for asking this, but if you doctors are willing, could you please take a look? And just like that, Mujin and Mukung get straight to work on their primary task. As he puts on his gloves, Mujin wonders, wait, this event was never mentioned in the Four Emperors of Hegemony novel, was it? As long as I keep my internal energy flowing, I shouldn't catch the infection, so I just have to face this head on. I can't back down now if I want to recruit Bai Gawan. Besides, if my guess is right, I might be able to cure it with that method. All right, let's go, he shouts, followed by a confused Mugung who is wondering why he has to be the one to go in. The moment the door is pushed open, a heavy and oppressive aura rushes out, hitting them straight in the face. Even through the masks, it's easy to tell. This foul stench. He realizes something and whispers under his breath, trust me, you and I need to see what's under that cloak. A boy stands there wrapped in towels as a weak, sickly voice speaks out to give them a warning. Stick with me because you and I are jumping right into a scene where danger is literally in the air. This infection is spreading, so you must not enter. No one has survived it yet. Seeing the boy's arm covered in red rashes, Mugung frowns in pain. Those marks are exactly like the rumors he had heard. What is Mujin actually thinking? We are not even real doctors, for heaven's sake. Seeing them go quiet, the boy continues. If the condition improves, I will let you know. It is too dangerous, so please just go back. But then Mujin unexpectedly steps forward. Wait about that, it was actually us. The boy flinches, a flash of fear hitting his eyes as the massive Mujin towers over him, blocking everything else out. The boy looks suspicious. You are not from the Shaoqing sect, are you? He honestly admits. Correct. We just stopped by the Shaoqing sect for a moment to drop off some kids. We are doctors from another region, and after hearing there were sick patients here, we decided to check it out. Mujin's words hit like a lightning bolt. The boy freezes his eyes wide as he stammers, you said you already brought the children here. The next second, he lunges forward and grabs Mujin's wrist, leaving the big man completely stunned for a moment. Doctor, listen carefully to what I am about to tell you. The boy pulls off his mask and Mujin notices the cloth underneath is perfectly clean. Now pay attention because this warning is about to change everything. Take those kids and get out of here right now. This shouting sect is not what you think it is. At that same moment, Jongsu sits alone in a dark corner of the Shaoqing sect. He stares at his hands, calloused from sword training, his face pale and eyes sunken, staring once again at his palms that feel stained in deep crimson blood. The memories of that day are foggy, but the sticky sensation of pure killing intent and raw rage still clings to his hands. His shoulders feel heavy as he leans back with a long sigh, wondering how he can ever wash this feeling away. Lost in his own misery, Jongsu suddenly hears a voice that sounds both strange and familiar. Come here, just follow this gentleman. Jongsu squints and realizes it is the sect master of the Shaoqing sect, but who is that disciple next to him? Wait, that child is definitely one of the ones we just brought here. After a quick chat, Chen Jiji hands the child over to his black-haired companion and watches as they lead the boy into a room. You and I can tell something is wrong here, and Jongsu feels it too. Why take the child away privately? What are they really doing? A little earlier, that same child was sitting alone by a door, hugging his knees in sadness. Mom, Dad. Suddenly, Chanji's voice rings out. Why are you wandering around here all by yourself? Is something bothering you, little one? Hearing the question, the boy starts to tear up, but tries to walk away shyly. Oh, it is nothing important, sir. But Chen's next question hits the boy's heart directly. Do you have a deep cow cut to see your parents again? The boy stops dead in his tracks. If that is your wish, I can make it happen for you. What do you say? Want to go find them right now? Without a second thought, the boy agrees. I will follow you, sir. At the exact same time, Mu Jin finally learns the truth. The Xiaoqing sect is not the righteous place everyone thinks it is. He looks on in shock. Could it be so you were not actually sick this whole time? It was all an act. But what is the real goal? The boy rolls up his sleeve for Mu Jin to see. You have probably realized it by now. This whole charade was created just to keep the sect members away, but this disguise is only a temporary fix that will be exposed soon. This Xiaoqing sect is famous for taking in kids to protect them for the Martial Alliance, but it is all just one giant spectacular lie. Anyone who trusts the rumors and hands over their kids gets robbed of everything while the poor children are sold off to places everywhere. It is a total death trap. I have my own reasons for why I cannot leave this place, but for you heroes, there is still time. Hearing the boy's serious tone, Mujin realizes this is a bold, twisted scam designed to fool the adults. If a kid this smart chooses to stay instead of running away, there has to be a real reason behind it. This boy is actually Bai Jiahuan, and the pain he mentioned is his sick little sister Bai Jialin who can't even move. They are both trapped right here. Mujin pulls off his own mask and smiles. Thanks for the heads up, but we are not leaving you behind. Don't worry, we will handle the rest. Back in the present, the little boy follows the man toward a massive set of gates. Well, we have arrived. The boy asks nervously, are my parents really in there? The man gives a kind smile and says, that is right. Just step through that door and you will see them. Shall we go in? And that is where we leave it. The moment the door opens, the boy's world shatters into pure despair. Trust me, you won't want to miss what happens next. All right, let's dive into a scene that's pure nightmare fuel. You and I aren't ready for this. A room reeking of sin and death. The boy freezes, his breath turning heavy. Where on earth is he? At this moment, the man finally drops the act and reveals his twisted true face, saying that as promised, he will reunite the boy with his parents. The boy realizes he was tricked. He screams in terror and tries to run away. But the man catches the boy, easily dragging him back across the floor and slamming him onto the table while crushing his tiny, fragile arm. Where do you think you're going? He says, picking up a massive blood-stained chopping board. Didn't you say you wanted to see your parents' bad luck for us? Our food supply recently ran out. Do you have any idea how much everyone here has been suffering? I'll send you to your parents as promised, but in return, let us use your body just a little bit. There isn't much meat on you, so we will have to share and savor every single bite. Now watch closely because Chintu is about to smash through that door and charge right inside, just in time, clicking his tongue in total disgust at this monster. He's shocked that this savage monster actually managed to block his killing blow. It seems this man possesses martial arts that are far from ordinary. In that split second, the savage man had enough time to use two thick chopping boards to block Chintu's sword, actually choosing to miss his chance to escape just for this piece of meat. You truly are a pathetic and weak coward. Chintu glares at him with pure unfiltered disgust and absolute contempt. You're nothing but an animal who abandoned every sense of morality just to use a child as a shield, yet you still have the nerve to claim you belong to a righteous sect. Mentioning the righteous sects makes the man let out a mocking laugh. Ha, what are you babbling about? Those righteous sects are trash. We aren't from the Xiaoqing sect. Have you heard of the Light Demon Bandit Gang? We needed a place to hide after leaving our territory in Guangzhou to move into the Guangxi province. We found a rotting righteous sect, disguised ourselves as a merchant group, and came to their door crying for help. We claimed the Green Forest Gang, slaughtered us, and begged for their mercy. Those fools believed every word. To thank them, we poisoned their food and attacked them in the middle of the night. Let that sink in. You and I are seeing just how deep this evil has hidden under a mask for 10 whole years. The more he speaks, the more his bloodthirsty nature shows. They were all so incredibly naive and stupid. You expect people like us to care about things like righteousness and justice. Chintu can't stand another word. He grips his sword tight, ready for a fight. You are subhuman trash. You don't deserve to exist. The monster immediately pulls the boy forward as a human shield. Stay back if you want him to live. If I flinch, I might just accidentally end his life right here. Ethics. A beast like me doesn't know the meaning of the word cowardice. Besides, you should worry about your friends' lives more than this piece of meat. I have already sent your companions some very special gifts tonight. A little something extra laced with paralysis drugs. Meanwhile, Wu Jing receives the gift with a surprised look. The fake sect members smile warmly. Yes, our sect leader ordered me to bring this to you all. This is a small token of our gratitude for your help. Please do not refuse our humble hospitality. Wu Jing politely accepts. Please give my deepest thanks to your sect leader for the meal. He watches them leave with a flicker of suspicion, but quickly brushes it off. Surely nothing is wrong, right? The monster continues his threats, bragging about the poisoned food he sent to Chintu's friends, a gift filled with heavy paralysis drugs. Chintu doesn't even blink. Seeing this, the bandit feels a sudden rush of disappointment. Not worried, maybe you aren't that close to them. Chintu replies, I am calm because I trust them. The man mocks him, but inside his survival instincts are screaming. He is holding the child as a shield, yet he knows one tiny mistake means his head is coming off. He can feel the pressure. If he lets his guard down for even a second, he'll be dead. Looking into Chintu's murderous eyes, he freezes. Those eyes, damn it, they're just like that day. His mind stalls as cold sweat begins to pour down his face. Yes, I have seen this before 10 years ago. The eyes of a wild beast are staring right through me. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see what's next. All right, you and I are diving into a dark past that is finally catching up. Suddenly, a terrified savage screams out, I remember your face. Why did you hunt us down? His whole body shakes as he babbles nonsense. Chintu is confused, asking Tudong what he means, but the man just shouts in a panic, Stop acting like you don't know those eyes. It's definitely you. He remembers a village in Tanhai province 10 years ago. He claims there is no way he could ever forget those haunting eyes. Chintu stammers the words back, and suddenly a flood of agonizing memories crashes into his mind like a waterfall. He grits his teeth as the pain rushes back. Clutching his head, he staggers. What is this? Where did these memories come from? The savage continues to wail in terror. He yells that on that day, Chintu slaughtered them all like dogs, even the ones who tried to run or beg for their lives. In the end, they were forced to flee to Kwangtai province with absolutely nothing left to their names. He calls Chintu a crazy monster. He asks, You said we were beasts who didn't deserve to live, but look at you. He screams that Chintu is just another beast, that he's the one who turned them into the monsters they are today. As the words sink in, the headache becomes unbearable. Chintu collapses to the ground, letting out a piercing scream. The savage doesn't understand the breakdown, but he sees his chance. This is it. He thinks, I'm going to finish you off right now. Now watch this part carefully. He lunges for Chintu's throat, but a flash of light appears. Vochan arrives just in time, delivering a powerful chasing wind kick that slams the man into the wall. He skids to a halt, catching his breath for a moment before rushing over to check on his friend. Priest Chintu, are you okay? Chintu looks up with dazed eyes. Friend Vochan, what are you doing here? He explains that the child he met at the clinic told him about this secret location. He heard children were being dragged here and came to investigate. Then he asks how Chintu managed to find this place. Chintu softly explains that he saw the master of the little green sect acting suspicious with a child. He followed them and stumbled upon this hidden facility. But more importantly, Vo Chan, it seems like everyone else might be in serious danger. The man claimed he poisoned the food and planned an ambush. Even if it is a lie, they have to confirm it. Vo Chan nods. I get it. I'm going right now. But Chintu, are you really okay? Chintu forces a weak smile and tries to look cheerful. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Vochan is worried, but there's too much to do. He gives a quick instruction. Understood, I have to go. He asks Chintu to watch over the child and get some rest. They can talk about everything else later. After Vochan leaves, Chintu is left alone once again to sink back into his dark past. Let's pause here because this moment hits different. He can't stop staring at his hands, seeing them covered in blood. The screams of the past echo clearly in his ears. This blood isn't just on his hands, it's part of his soul. He can try to forget, but it can never be erased. Meanwhile, Vo Chan is racing back toward the main hall of the manor as fast as possible. He uses his diamond fist to smash the doors open, shouting out in fear for his friends. Vokin Voluat, are you okay? Vo Chan's voice trails off when he sees his brothers are perfectly fine. Vokin and Vo Luat look back in surprise. Vo Chan, you're here? Vo Chan is back. He approaches them with a mix of relief and worry. What on earth happened here? Thankfully, it seems like nothing major happened to anyone while he was gone. Vokin explains that the little green sect people brought some food as a thank you. They felt it would be rude to refuse the gift, so they accepted it. While waiting for the others, they were about to eat. But then Tu Duonglin jumped out and flipped everything over. Nobody knows why. She was absolutely furious. But while they were trying to figure out what was happening, the little green sect members suddenly stormed inside looking totally enraged. It made sense they were mad since their gifted food was ruined, right? They thought they should apologize, but then the enemies drew their blades. Vo Chan listens completely speechless by the story. So you guys are masters of suppression now? Fokin just gives a very awkward, embarrassed laugh. Well, for now, we just knocked them all unconscious. Vokin rubs his neck, worried they might have caused trouble. Vo Chan praises them, saying they did a great job since those guys were definitely the bad guys here. Vokin sighs in relief, but Vo Chan teasingly warns him not to go around blinding people next time. A bit later, Bak Jia Huan walks out of his room, totally stunned. I thought you said you would handle everything. He can't believe they cleaned everything up in just half a day, but Vo Chan tells him there's still one more thing to settle. Bak Jia Huan is curious. Vo Chan smiles. The real reason you can't leave the little green sect isn't that still unresolved. He's talking about Bak Chalin. She was the first companion of the Blade Moon King and the strategist who helped him get revenge for his clan. In the original story, she has a very sick sister. Trust me, you and I are about to discover just how tragic her condition really is. Alright, you and I are diving into a story where birth itself was a freezing curse. The extreme cold chi within her was powerful enough to freeze her body and the space around her. Bek Kahwan shares the heartbreak. To be honest, back when she was just a child, the condition wasn't nearly this severe, just cold limbs and frequent sniffles. But as she grew older, that icy yin energy slowly intensified. Eventually, she had to fight just to survive the freezing cold. Lately, she spends almost all her time sleeping. Suppressing that internal frost seems to take every last bit of her strength. We've visited countless famous clinics, but they only tell us her meridians are blocked. We found nothing else. I can only watch as she wastes away. Slowly, I started losing all my hope. But I believe fate brought you here for a reason. Please, I beg you to save my little sister. Biek Gawan drops to his knees, pleading desperately. Think of it like this: for stomach pain, you use medicine. For external wounds, you need surgery. But what if the problem is internal chi? Now, watch this part closely. I will channel pure yang energy from the Buddha palm through her acupoints to restore to store her flow. This heat will flow through her meridians without causing any harm, blending perfectly with the patient's own frozen energy, neutralizing it to finally achieve a perfect yin yang balance. Baek Gawan watches with bated breath, stunned by the sight. Woojan explains calmly that this is a famous fire therapy technique used by top tier divine clinics. Gawan is curious. Woojan continues explaining it's a massive clinic established by the Orthodox sects years ago. He admits the Orthodox side had a cure and they desperately wanted to try it. But Guangxi is enemy territory ruled entirely by the ruthless unorthodox alliance. For two children alone, escaping Guangxi was impossible. After hearing this, Woojan quietly turns away. The Unorthodox Alliance. A coalition of 7 dark sects formed to crush the Orthodox side, the most powerful villains of this era and the main antagonists. Our protagonist Dao Nguyen began his journey by wiping out the Gegat clan and defeating the alliance leader He Zhengang. He launched a war against the New Heavens, but even in his fight for justice, his hands were stained deep red. You and I both know the hero's path isn't always clean, right? Eventually, he became a public enemy. On one fateful night, he and Baek Gahwan met, and a life-changing offer was made. So, you're saying you'll take your revenge even if it means losing everything you have? Fighting the entire alliance alone is suicide no matter your skill. Dao Nguyen just asks what he means. Gawan suggests spreading rumors that he was the one who destroyed the clan, using that fear to build a new dark empire. At first, our hero refuses, knowing this isn't the righteous path he intended to walk. But the words of hatred and vengeance are powerful. These demons see right through Gawan. Our hero starts to waver. Justice and evil don't matter anymore. Are you afraid of becoming a monster? If you truly want revenge, leave the light and walk the path of shadows. From now on, your fate can no longer bridge both worlds. Throw away that hesitation and ignite your true will. Become a ruthless leader who won't hesitate to use any means necessary. That name suits you perfectly because it means blade, so he discards his sword once and for all to pick up the blade. He officially begins his descent into the world of the unorthodox. With Gawan at his side, they finally topple the massive alliance. But back in the present, the healing process is reaching a climax. The energy transfer is complete. Bai Galing feels the relief instantly as her body begins to move. Everyone watches in stunned silence. Galing sits up and softly calls for her brother. Overwhelmed with joy, he rushes over to embrace her. He turns to Woojan with tears in his eyes. You and I can see how much this means to him. He waves it off humbly and asks the girl how she's feeling. She mumbles something about her cold chi feeling strange, leaving Woojan staring blankly as he tries to process her words. Gawan quickly steps in to translate. All right, stick with me. The little sister finally speaks in short breaths, saying her body was once frozen by cold energy but is now recovering. Jia Huan introduces her with a smile. Jia Lin, these are the legendary physicians who traveled all the way from Sichuan to help. They cured your illness and even wiped out the bandits at the small green gate for us. She looks over, wondering who this person is. He tries to squeeze out his most adorable and friendly smile to put her at ease. Jia Lin just stares at Wokung in total silence. Vo Chan speaks up with good intentions, warning her not to be careless. If the treatment stops now, the sickness could return very quickly. We must change your constitution, so you will need a few more sessions. However, our group will be leaving the small green gate very soon. Would you like to come with us so we can continue your treatment? Jiahwan is deeply moved and agrees without a single second of hesitation. Of course, we will go. You found the cure for my sister, so we will follow you no matter where you might lead us. I can never forget that you saved our lives, along with all the other children who were trapped in this place. If there is anything I can do to repay this debt, I will do it. Suddenly, Jialin speaks. Mount Song Shaolin. Vo Chan does not think much of it and answers calmly. That is correct. We are heading back to Shaolin on Mount Song. But a moment later, both he and Vo Kong freeze as their faces turn pale. Jia Lin gives them a gentle, grateful smile. Now pay attention. She thanks the Shaolin masters for saving her, leaving Vo Chan completely shocked. How could she possibly know their true identity? As Jialin speaks, her brother narrates beside her. There is no reason to be surprised by this revelation at all. Her natural cold energy must be countered by heat. Since the illness is born from cold, the treatment requires intense internal solar energy. However, the heat energy found in most martial arts is too volatile and cannot be used for this kind of delicate healing. In the end, one needs a technique that uses pure sun energy, but is also incredibly easy to control and master. And the only martial art in existence that I know can do that is the Tathagata Divine Palm of Shaolin. Vo Chan is terrified and his entire view of Jialin shifts. What she knows everything from the cause to the specific cure. So this is the sister Jia Huan mentioned. The one he said was even more talented than he is. If the original story had continued, the evil alliance would have craved her body and bought her like a slave. By the time Jia Huan finally found his sister within the evil alliance, it would have already been far too late. The end result was that both Dao Nguyen Tien and Jia Huan were broken beyond repair, losing their sanity completely. Two men driven only by revenge until there was nothing left of their souls to save. But you and I are watching a new path unfold. We might have just found someone even more valuable than a genius strategist. Wochan makes a firm vow in his heart. I have already changed the plot, and I will not let this tragedy repeat. Perhaps saving as many people as possible is the real reason I was brought to this world. That night at the gate, a pair of feet moves silently through the shadows, entering the room of the fake warriors. Recognizing the intruder, the savage leader begins to tremble violently. Fear fills his eyes as Chin Tu's voice rings out. I have thought long and hard about this, and I have come to one conclusion. You animals do not deserve to live. 10 years ago, a massive fire consumed a village. Mercenaries were looting everywhere, led by that very same savage man. He laughed with joy, pointing his finger and barking out orders to his crew of monsters. Kill everyone and take everything. Show them the absolute cruelty of our mad demon squad. His men happily obey, but wait. What on earth is that? Why is there a brat just standing there? That child was Chintu. The savages have no idea their fate is about to change forever. They move in to mock him, looking for your parents' kid. If we search hard enough, maybe we will find a finger or something like that for you to keep. But before the words leave his mouth, his head is severed from his neck. Chintu spins like a machine and kills the woman. At such a young age, he easily took 2 lives in less than 5 seconds. To live, I must kill them all. It seems he has finally remembered his tragic past. I will slaughter every single one of you. Returning to the present, he stands before a room full of brutally slaughtered corpses. Suddenly, Vo Chan's voice echoes. Priest Chintu, are you all right? He glances at Vo Chan for a moment before coldly turning away. I am fine. Vo Chan looks down at his brother's blood-soaked sword, feeling a deep and heavy sense of unease. Chintu, I am not defending them, but was such brutality necessary? This does not seem like you at all, Chintu. Those words seem to strike a deep, hidden pain in Chintu's chest. He snaps back with a sharp, aggressive tone. Wait, what? Trust me, you and I just saw a side of him that is truly terrifying. Let's dive in. Chengxiu swings his sword aura in a blind rage, launching a desperate attack at Wu Zhen. Wu Zhen panics using iron cloth shirt to block. Brother, what are you doing? Chengxiu forces out each pained word. This is my true nature, Chengxiu screams as he loses all control. Wu Zhen seizes the opening, slams him down, and pins him to the ground until he finally calms down. Finally, Wu Zhen speaks up. Just like before, when you provoked me, I realized you were only doing it because you were desperate for something. You've been worried lately, haven't you? Please tell me what's been tearing you apart inside. I am listening to you. There is a long silence. Chengxiu sighs. Those bandits are the Mad Demon Squad. They destroyed my entire village when I was a young child. My home was a peaceful place near Qinghai, but that peace was shattered before it could truly last for us. You and I can almost hear the nightmare, the desperate screams for mercy, and the cold mocking laughter of those monsters as they heartlessly slaughtered every person in his village. In that nightmare, I just stood there. I was completely paralyzed by my own helplessness, feeling nothing but pure cold terror. All I wanted was to live, so I decided to kill. I picked up a sword, lost my mind, and slaughtered those savages without thinking. Looking back, I realize I did not swing that sword to live. I swung it because I truly wanted to kill them. Later, the Wudang masters found and raised me, but I was far too weak to face the past. I hid my true nature and the monster inside just to escape those memories. As he finishes, Zheng Xiu cannot stop the tears from streaming down his face. I thought that was the only way they would accept me. I have been shamelessly deceiving the masters for such a long time. Wu Zhen's face darkens as he understands. Meeting those bandits again has forced Zheng Xiu's suppressed memories to the surface. Those dark memories are now shaking the very foundation of the Wudang teachings he worked so hard to master. Wu Zhen lets him go and offers comfort. You did what you had to for survival. Why blame yourself for that? To be honest, I don't think what you did back then was wrong at all. Considering the evil things those bastards did, they absolutely deserve to die for their crimes. If you hadn't killed them, more people and children would have suffered the same horrible fate later on. This world is full of evil men. In a place like this, how can you avoid getting blood on your hands? Even the Shaolin temple has people specifically assigned to deal with those who are beyond saving. Sheng Xiu struggles to sit up. I try to kill as many as possible. I'm afraid that monster is my nature. I'm terrified that my current self will be erased, leaving only a demon as wicked as those bandits. Wu Zhen feels a pang of sorrow seeing Zheng Xiu's tears. He's terrified of losing who he is. He speaks softly, Zheng Xiu, I understand the fear you feel, but you cannot run forever. Those painful memories and the killing intent from your past are a part of you. The kindness you learned at Wudang, along with your restraint and conscience, are also a true part of who you are today. You saw that too, right? Wuzhen tells him to stop running and use the soft path to embrace every part of his painful past. The masters accepted your future without any hidden motives. You need to do the same for yourself now. You must accept it, Zheng Xiu. Do it for the sake of the child who picked up that sword to survive. Born from a tragic accident years ago, Wu Zhen's sincere words finally reached deep enough to touch Zheng Xiu's shattered heart. Overwhelmed, Zheng Xiu bows. Thank you for your guidance, Wu Zhen. I truly appreciate everything you've said. Meanwhile, at the Great Lake Fortress in Guangxi, a terrifying evil force arrives and swiftly annihilates every single person in the area. A bandit with a knife through his hand gasps for air. So they were targeting the North Wind escort? Terrified, the man nods. Yes, Great King? The Wolf King growls, asking where they went. The battered survivor can only beg for mercy, claiming he has no idea where they are. Please spare me. He begs for his life, but a cold blade silences him forever. The Wolf King then orders his pack to flood into Guilin to flush out and hunt their targets. The next morning arrives. Bai Jiahan warns that a massive attack from the evil sects is likely coming very soon. Wu Zhen listens closely. Some of those cowards escaped the other day. They'll definitely gather reinforcements to launch a full-scale assault here. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what comes next. Alright, you and I are diving into why Bai Gahuan stays starting with 10 years of loot. A decade of stolen treasure is still here, and secondly, their numbers are just too low. Wu Jin is shocked. Numbers Big nods, confirming their group is far too small to defend this. Now pay attention, this tiny head count is exactly what will provoke a massive enemy attack. Wukong talks big, claiming it does not matter how many enemies crawl out of the woodwork. But the moment he hears 200 attackers are coming, he shuts up and looks away instantly. You spoke up first, so I am guessing you already have a plan in mind. He does not deny it and lays out his strategy. It is not easy, but we need to thin their ranks before they can even gather. Time to strike first. The interception campaign officially begins under Beg Gahwan's brilliant command. Wulut and Linlin head out for reinforcements using their mountain skills and knowledge of the terrain. From that night on, they hunt the evil sects, starting with brutal midnight raids on their leaders. They wipe out the Green Forest communication lines using nothing but deadly, well placed traps. They ambush reinforcements, counter raid the enemy's own hunters, and strike again through the dead of night. Taking a quick breath, Wujin and the crew are exhausted. How many days has it been? You and I can see they are exhausted, but the raids just keep coming and coming. Weeks pass before Wulut finally returns, leading a line of reinforcements from far away. Heoseok, the leader of the local medical sect branch, greets Wujin with a polite bow. It is an honor, great warrior Kang Hyuk. We came to escort the children as requested. Wujin is filthy and reeks, but stays sharp. Thank you for traveling all the way to Guangxi. I apologize for such a heavy request. Heoseok looks at their battered state with concern. It is no trouble. The young lady ordered us to give you our full, unwavering support. But you all look terrible. Are you okay? They can only offer a tired, forced smile. Haha, let us just say a lot happened. Heoseok gets moving, taking the kids immediately. What about you? Wujin declines. They still have business in Hunan, so he leaves the kids' safety to them. Guangxi is a success. They crushed the Northwind Bureau, cutting off the New Heavens future funding. And their other major goal, recruiting Baek Ga-hwan to the team, was a total win. Baek Ga-hwan turns to Wujin with a serious look. Great warrior Wujin, the carriage is prepped. We are ready to roll whenever you are. Wujin is thrilled. Great work, let us head out now. I will go tell the others. He is satisfied. There were some bumps, but this is a win. Next stop, Hunan province. The group travels by carriage while the others chat. Are we really heading to see the Sword Saint? Yeah, we are close by, so we might as well visit. But that is not the only reason. Soon the Heavenly Flash sect is going to face a massive world shaking disaster. The New Heaven cult uses small sects as stepping stones. Suddenly, Woogyung's scream snaps him back. Wujin, someone is blocking the road. His face goes dark as the Wolf King finally catches them. Got you, little rats! Wujin screams at the top of his lungs. Everyone get out now. Boom. The entire carriage is shredded and everyone is sent flying through the air. Wukong grabs the Baek siblings and leaps. Wujin grits his teeth. Could this monster be the Wolf King? This mad wolf finally found them. There is no escaping now, their only choice is to kill him. Wujin goes all in, clenching his fist to unleash a massive explosive strike. The Wolf King just grins with excitement. Little mice actually think they can bite a wolf. He scoffs effortlessly, pinning Wujin down. In the end, they're all just pathetic little rats. Trin Tu Lao and Wu Gyung rush in, clashing with their signature sword and fist techniques. And that is where we leave it, with the Wolf King recognizing their secret martial arts. Wild, right? All right, you and I are about to see these legendary martial arts sects get absolutely humbled by a monster. He actually blocked it. Suddenly, Wokong charges in like a beast, launching one final explosive fist strike. Boom! Suddenly, total chaos erupts as thick dust fills the entire area. Wokong is radiating a massive aura, yet the Wolf King remains standing there completely unharmed. Is this that extreme yang energy? The Wolf King sneers. If this is all you have got, you are nothing but wolf bait. The five of them stay on high alert facing the Wolf King. They are worried, asking, Are you okay, brother? Wo-chan wipes the sweat from his chin and replies, Thanks to you, I am alive. But are the Bai siblings safe yet? Wokung nods. I told the kids to find a temporary hiding spot nearby. They should be fine. Lin Ling is with them, so they are safe. But seriously, what is the deal with that freak? Who is he? They all feel the same chill. No one wants to admit it, but this guy is a terrifyingly powerful master. Not only that, but I feel like he is holding back. It is like he's just toying with us right now. Wo-chan doesn't deny it. He warns them, You are right. Listen up, everyone. That man has a terrifying name, the Wolf King. He is Tantian's personal hound, sent here to hunt us down. He is easily the most brutal opponent we have ever faced. In a fair fight, we do not stand a single chance of winning against him. Pay attention, because this is where the game begins. I have a plan. The signal is given and a fierce battle erupts. Suddenly, Voluat is blasted back, slamming into a tree and coughing up blood. The Wolf King is clearly amused as he faces Wo-chan's group. It has been a long time since I left the mountain, and this trip isn't a waste. Keep struggling, insects. Excited, the Wolf King swings his blade in a massive arc. The force knocks back 3 people at once. Fokin, Chintu, Shen, and Vokung are sent flying. The Wolf King approaches with a sinister laugh. Let's see how much longer you can last. I came here myself, so do not let this end so boringly. Suddenly, Wo-chan's scream pierces the air. Wolf King. He rushes in with a heavy punch, but the Wolf King easily shuts him down. He looks down at Wo-chan with a challenge. I do not see any fear in your eyes. Impressive. You were the first one to charge at me earlier. For you, I will give a special favor. You will have the honor of being the very first person I get to dismember today. He swings his blade down. Wo-chan is frozen in fear, realizing he cannot dodge. If that's the case, he will not hesitate anymore. Wo-chan immediately drops into an iron-cloth defensive stance. The Wolf King smirks. You fool, his blade easily shatters Wo-chan's defense. You thought that weak skill could block my blade's energy, the Wolf King bellows arrogantly. Suddenly, blood-red threads whip through the air. The Wolf King's eyes widen in shock as Wo-chan uses the dragon scale silk to lock his weapon. You have fallen into my trap, you stupid wolf. This dragon scale silk is unique. It reacts to protective aura, becoming 10 times harder and more durable than any normal material. In the original story, this dragon scale silk was the Wolf King's personal armor used alongside his signature blade. It brought death to countless masters. After discovering it in the North Wind caravan, Wo-chan realized there was not enough time to forge it into proper gear. So, he simply decided to wrap the entire cloth around himself for protection. You and I saw that coming, right? This crude defense worked perfectly successfully, neutralizing the Wolf King's lethal blade energy. Recognizing his own treasure, the Wolf King screams in a total rage, Is that my dragon scale silk? You absolute bastard. How dare you touch my precious dragon scale silk with those filthy hands? Wo-chan just sneers back. So what if I did? If it is so precious, maybe you should have taken better care of it. The Wolf King's blood boils as he screams insults. You dare touch the treasure my lord gave me. I will make sure there is not enough left of you to even bury. Then he suddenly realizes something. His wolf tooth blade. Why the hell won't it move an inch? Wo-chan is using insane muscle pressure from his abs to lock the Wolf King's heavy blade in place. He holds on tight. This is what real muscle power looks like. Ever heard of the diamond grip? You are the one trapped now, you damn wolf. It seems you were too arrogant and underestimated us. You are the one trapped now. The Wolf King is furious as he battles them. You insects think you have won. He delivers a brutal kick, snapping Wo-kung's arm. Do not you dare play these cheap tricks on me. Everyone screams in worry for Wo-kung. Chin Tuan! Volot rush in, but the Wolf King leaps high to dodge, dragging Wo-chan up with him. Let go you, Brad. If you do not release me right now, I am going to smash your skull into the dirt. Now watch this, Woken. Stick with me because you and I are about to witness the brutal downfall of the Wolf King. Woken leaps from behind, unleashing a diamond demon subduing punch that slams the villain into the dirt. The Wolf King snarls as he stands back up. You trash. Since when did you learn to coordinate like this? But it doesn't matter. The path is clear and the game ends now. He raises his blade for one final strike, ready to end it all, but suddenly a massive hand reaches out and pins him to the ground with overwhelming force. Now watch this. Even the Wolf King is terrified. He stares at Wokung in pure horror. Your arm was shattered. How are you still channeling power with a broken limb? Your meridians will explode, you madman, battered and covered in wounds. Wo-chun slowly walks forward until he's standing right over the fallen villain. It's finally over. The Wolf King screams in denial. No, this is impossible. I am the legendary Wolf King beaten by literal insects like you. I won't accept this. Wo-chun doesn't say another word, driving a blood-soaked fist straight through the Wolf King's skull. One final devastating impact that silenced the battlefield. You saw that, right? That's what happens when you underestimate your opponents. Wo-chun collapses his body, finally reaching its limit after that last strike. The survivors rush over in a panic, screaming, Wo-chun, stay with us. Someone help. We need to stop the bleeding before it's too late. And that's where we leave it for today. Trust me, you and I just watched one hell of a finale. If you want more, hit that like and subscribe button. Don't make me come over there. If you don't hit that subscribe button right now, I'm bringing a whole gallon of cooking oil to your house.